Chapter 71, Vengeance. Seiji's POV. I have so many things to tell you. My breath hitched. There were so many things I wanted to say, so they clogged my throat. In the end, the biggest and most honest sentence came out of my lips. I hate you so much. My hatred was so intense that it felt like swallowing lava. His mere existence, the fact that he stood in the same reality as me, incited so much resentment that I wanted to tear this reality like a child throwing a tantrum. This is not me. This cannot be me. The sanest part of me screamed in the corner of my mind. I was not funny. I was not nice. I was not good. I was nothing I thought I was at the moment. It felt like all the challenges I had gone through, all the character development I had, they were all meaningless. At that moment, when he was in my direct line of sight, I still felt like the little boy who just lost everything. I was so petty, I was so bitter and so hateful. I wanted to burn this world of fiction to ashes just for having someone like him. In my mind, I did not want to live in a world stained by this vermin. Words couldn't describe my feelings, and I seethed. I hate that he made me this hateful, so I hated him more. It became this endless cycle where my spite and hate doubled infinitely, again and again and again. Confronted by traumas I had been ignoring all this time, I was surprised to see what I had turned into. Was this really me? Was I this cynical and malevolent deep down? I thought I was a better person. I thought I was kinder. It's all because of you, I said with a face void of emotion. My voice was even more hollow. Because at this point, facial expressions could not mirror the emotions in my heart, and they just gave up. But my eyes were a window to my soul, so they were glowing in ominous light. The old demon narrowed his nasty eyes at me. He had seemed to come to the conclusion that I was completely insane. I know you, he said. They say to be wary of you. Then he opened his mouth and released a sonic scream that shook the earth. The vibrations washed over me, rattling my bones, but it did no other damage. His attack had no effect on me. You are deaf, he said. That's fine. He opened his mouth again, and I predicated his next action. He was going to release a sonic scream again, but this time, it would produce intense shockwaves that could rip apart the ground and destroy boulders. But he never got to that part because... Thunderclap and flash. I appeared in front of him in an instant. Instant was too quick for him to react. Instant was too fast for him to think of counterattacks. But it was also enough for him to despair, and just enough for fear to engulf his whole body as I plunged my sword into his mouth. I drove my long blade down his throat and sliced open his voice box and his vocal cords, which was where the shrilling screams were produced. Then I pushed my knee against his chest, driving all of the momentum I had into his ribs. His chest caved in, and air was knocked out of his lungs. A sonic boom exploded, and he was sent flying away. Boom. His body crashed and shattered against many trees. His bones bent in the wrong ways, and tendons snapped when he crashed so violently against the ground. I've said it before, but I was not here to fight. This was not a moment where the main character faced his trauma and fought bravely against the enemy who hurt him in the past. It was not an inspiring moment where he overcame challenges and finally grew as a person. This was just me, hating on someone with my entire being like the little child I am deep inside. I have not moved an inch. I haven't grown a single day. Wind breathing, first form, I dashed forward with the violence of a storm. Whirlwind cutter. I slashed continuously in a horizontal cyclonic pattern. Sharp wind blades encased my body, and I shot forward like a tornado. Everything was cut in my path. The trees were cut down, and so were the rocks and the bushes. I literally carved out a path leading to the demon. Even with his regeneration, he had no time to heal completely. By the time he was about to get up, his body was finally minced into tiny little pieces. But I sliced him only with the wind blades, so they did not inflict the damage a direct cut from the Nichiren blade would have. So he slowly came together again under me. When his face fully formed, I could finally see the terror in his demonic eyes. Yet he was nowhere near as terrified as I was that night. They said an eye for an eye. I disagree. For an eye, I wanted everything. It was not about letting him experience the same pain I did. It was about letting him experience worse. You don't remember, do you? I said while waiting for him to fully regenerate. That night, when you slaughtered my family right before my eyes and left me with their remains, your leftover meal. It was understandable. What was the saying again? A hammer doesn't remember the nails, but the nail remembers the hammer. After his legs regenerated, he immediately pushed himself off the ground to flee. He was fast. He was as fast as you would expect a demon running for his life to be. I watched him run like I watched him leave my house back then. The two different scenes merged in my mind. I leapt into the air, jumping high above even the tallest trees. Thunder wind-breathing, unerring lance, I threw my sword with speed far surpassing sound. A sonic boom erupted, and it nailed the demon on the ground with a terrible explosion. I landed on the ground and made my way towards the demon. He was trying to take out my sword, which pinned him to the ground, but his hand burnt when he grabbed my Nichiren blade. The ores which were used to make the Nichiren swords were like solar batteries. They absorbed sunlight. When I reached him, I took a moment to appreciate his helplessness. The memories of when I tried to crawl helplessly to my sister merged with the scene. He was screaming helplessly too. I wished I could hear his screams. I really wished I could. I grabbed the hilt of my sword and pulled it out. Immediately, the demon jumped at me. He realized he couldn't run, so he decided to attack me with everything he had. I saw everything he tried to do as if I could see the future. But before anything happened, I cut off both his arms with a swift stroke of my blade. Water-breathing, first form, his planned attacks were stopped before they could happen, water surface slash. He staggered back, blood spurting out of the stump of his limbs. I hated how easily I was able to cut him. It did not hurt enough. I looked at my pristine sword, and after a single second of hesitation, I smashed my sword against a stone nearby. I hit the rock with my blade in such a way that the sharp edge was chipped away. I cringed while doing so. Due to my eyes, I always wanted things to be perfect and beautiful. But all that was discarded as I chipped my sword like how Inazuk did. By then, the demon had already healed, and he was just standing still. Running doesn't work and fighting doesn't work, so he did nothing. Fire-breathing, second form. I picked what I thought would hurt the most. Scorching sun. Words couldn't describe how much I hated him, so I let my actions describe my hate. After all, they said actions speak louder than words. I wanted him to know, I wanted to feel. What that child felt on that night. Chapter 72, Professional Hater. Seiji's POV. Hatred was bitter. Like medicine. And like medicine, although bitter, it makes you feel better afterwards. I didn't know who it was that propagated the idea that hate was a way to destroy oneself and revenge only left a person more hollow than before. But I knew that they were liars. Or maybe they were not completely true, because that statement didn't apply to me. Please and no mori tilde, a slushy mess of flesh and bones said to me. What is love? Tilde baby don't hurt me, no more tilde. I sang in return, with a smile that showed the weight that had been lifted off my chest. Did you know that I was never fond of songs because I was deaf? I had to put my hand on a speaker and feel the vibration to get close to appreciating songs, like Miles from Baby Driver. But obviously, I knew about songs like Rick Roll and Baby Don't Hurt Me because of the memes. The sun had already begun peeking out from the mountains at this point, but I put the old demon in a shade to keep him from disintegrating. Why are you being so dramatic? You act as if you have been exposed to the cruelest torture for a whole night, I said with a chuckle. I extended my hand and allowed a few drops of blood to fall from the cut in my palm. Come on, drink up and heal. I think I nearly got the hang of beast breathing by repeatedly grinding you into a paste, I said, but the spoiled, fruit-looking awe demon remained unresponsive. At this point, I was not really annoyed. I had my fill of violence. I could not imagine a way to inflict more pain on him. My hatred by no means had run out. It was just that I no longer had beef with this specific demon. I knew that although he was the one who killed my parents, he was just a pawn of the ultimate cause of their deaths. For example, an earthquake happened, and a slab of concrete crushed a man. It was the slab of concrete that directly killed him, but the main reason behind it was the earthquake. Similarly, it was demons in general and Musen Kibitsuji that were the main cause. I kept on poking the demon with my sword while deep in thought until the sun had risen high enough to finally put an end to the demon. After the existence of the vermin was finally removed from the world, I took a deep breath. A breath of fresh air that I did not share with that stain. It felt more refreshing than usual, like the world suddenly had an AC. For a long time, I used to think that hate led a man nowhere but self-destruction. As I said, we've all seen Naruto, and we all know where hatred led the Uchihas. But you know what? My 16-year-old self believes that hate can indeed lead a man where he wants and give him fulfillment, the same as love does. And revenge was sweet, it was not empty. If you felt empty after enacting revenge, you probably didn't do it enough. So I'll keep on being a hater, without an ounce of apology. I didn't have to be a kind-hearted soul who healed with the power of love and forgiveness. I would heal my trauma with the bitterness of hate and revenge. If I realized that my belief was stupid and wrong by the time I matured more in my 30s, then I'll leave that to future me. Sucks to be him. But then again, what 30-year-old man did not have to deal with the consequences of their younger self? You do stupid things in your teenage years and deal with the consequences as a middle-aged man. That's how it usually goes for most people. Well, enough about justifying how I was going to be a professional hater. I think it would do me good to finally check up on Mitsuri and visit Rengoku while doing so. I need my love Hashira to dilute all the spite and hate in me. Seiji. Her pink hair was dancing to the tunes of the wind, while she ran up to me with the enthusiasm of a child on a Christmas morning. She wore a keigoki, a white long-sleeved shirt with black pants, which told me that she was in the middle of training. Her signature big tits were bobbing up and down when she ran up to me as if they were happily greeting me. Yet no matter how much her sexy body attracted a perverted man like me, my gaze was glued to her smile. Was it strange that her smile was the one that made my heart skip a beat? She looked so happy. It was a privilege, I told myself, that someone was that happy for my mere existence. It made me appreciate life. The rest of the world fades away, and my incredible eyesight only saw her. That was probably why I didn't see him coming. Seiji, a voice with more vibrations, which meant that it was deeper and more masculine, called out to me, and the fact that I could see the vibrations meant that it was close. I felt a rush of wind on my skin and a hard chest, obviously not Mitsuri's, smashed on my stomach and tackled me to the ground. We fell. Ha 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 ha. I opened my eyes to see Rengoku laughing above me. You disappeared for 3 months and suddenly sent your fiancé to train under me? You sure are a character, my friend, he exclaimed. Not the waifu I was expecting, but okay. Then Mitsuri finally reached me with tears of joy running down her face. She threw herself on top of me, pressing her whole body against mine. My arms immediately wrapped around her as if that was their natural state. Finally, a soft chest pressed against mine, and I closed my eyes to feel her warmth. She was saying things, but I didn't see them. I only said, "I miss you too." After the heartfelt reunion, we went inside Rengoku's house. For the record, this was not his father's house. He had his own home, which he bought due to my suggestion. I admitted that I might beat up his father in one of his drunken episodes. If we fought, he wouldn't know whose side to take, so he bought the house. Now Mitsuri was sitting beside me, her head leaning on my shoulder while I sipped tea. Rengoku was in the kitchen for a while before he came out with some snacks and a tea of his own. "So, how have you been?" he asked me while settling down opposite to me. "Better than ever before," I said and paused, thinking about what happened last night. Finally, I gave a genuine smile. I killed the demon that ate my family. Rengoku nearly choked on his tea, and Mitsuri froze. "Pardon. I killed the old demon who attacked and devoured my family that night. Well, technically he died from the sun, but I tortured him the entire night." I repeated myself calmly like I was commenting on the weather. "That is quite a heavy statement," he said thoughtfully and rubbed his chin. "I'm lost for words." "There's no need for words, I'm okay," I said, and Mitsuri held my hand with concern. I thought I would never see him again, so it was a pleasant surprise. My experience actually made me face my past and allowed me to have a new perspective, so everything turned out for the better. From now on, when I wake up in the middle of the night due to having a nightmare, I will find comfort. When the scene of my sister getting devoured alive played in my mind, the scene of the same demon groveling like a worm under me would also play alongside it. It was not a cure, but it soothed the pain. Not only that, I accepted the fact that I was spiteful and that revenge satisfied me. I was a professional hater. I looked between Rengoku and Mitsuri with a hidden smile. Maybe it was because they were opposites to me that I liked them so much. They were everything I was not. If they were in my shoes, they would probably forgive and fight to make sure nothing like that happened to anyone else. What about you, Rengoku? Anything happened in these 3 months? Nothing noteworthy like yours. I trained a lot and completed some assignments. What rank are you now? I asked. Kinoto. Oh, I blinked. So you are only 1 rank away from being a Hashira now. Rengoku was not speedrunning being a Hashira like me, nor was he a genius with overpowered eyes. So his growth was more steady and slow. But it still came as a surprise that he moved up the ranks so quickly. Yeah, I hope to fight alongside you soon, shoulder to shoulder, he said with a wide grin. I never consider you to be below me, Rengoku. You were always my equal, I said, and he laughed, not wanting to argue. What about you, Mitsuri? You've been awfully quiet, I said, and she lowered her head when I looked at her. What's with her? Are you mad at me? She suddenly asked under my gaze. It took me a while to even realize why she would think I would be mad at her. That's how much I was not mad. You told me to stay at home and wait for you, but I disobeyed your words and came after you, she said in a soft tone that was not her at all. Would I make for a bad wife? She looked up at me, big emerald eyes glittering with tears. I nearly forgot that this was the 1920s in Japan. Wives were expected to listen to their husbands and not go against their words. Even though I assumed that she could make her own decisions, she might think that I would be mad at her for it. My arms immediately wrapped around her small waist, which was seemingly shaped to be held by a man, and pulled her even closer to me. She blushed, and I liked that her guilty face was replaced with a bashful one. Of course, I'm not mad, silly. I kissed her forehead. Instead, I'm deeply glad that you wanted to help me and remain by my side. She gave me a smile full of relief. Now tell me what happened to you so far, I said, and moved away from her because I saw that Rengoku was looking away. It was not appropriate to be too intimate in the company of others, Japanese culture. Well, it happened one day when I decided to run away from home to come to you. Then I realized I didn't know where you were, but that was when this black crow with a scary voice came. Mitsuri started and retold her experience so far. I listened to her with great attention. For a deaf man, you'd be surprised that I made for a good listener. We also discussed about how she was going to train. I told them my plan of making her learn fire breathing with Rengoku first, and then her becoming my Tsugyuko after she became a demon slayer. I enjoyed the company of 2 of the most positive people in the whole world. You couldn't help but feel like the world was sunshine and rainbow when you were with them. Not that they were naive or delusional by any means. Rengoku just gave off this reliable aura that nothing bad would happen when I was around him. Even though I knew he was many levels weaker than me, his bravery and courage made me feel at ease. Then there was Mitsuri. My eyes saw the naked truth of the world in all its cruelty and tragedy. But when I was with her, I would look at the world through the reflection of her emerald eyes, and it was beautiful. The world she saw was beautiful, and when I was with her, she allowed me to see glimpses of her world. It inspired me to make the world as beautiful as she saw it. And it goes without mentioning, we ate a lot of food as well. Rengoku and Mitsuri were great cooks, so I ate a week's worth. It was fun and precious time, every second I spent with the people I love. It was also another reason to hate the demons. I won't let them take this away from me. Like that one ghost said, hatred was born in order to protect love. Chapter 73, For Bonding. Third POV. Seiji is what? Even Kano, who was a few rooms away studying, showed a reaction. She hopped in her place like a timid rabbit, and her face was genuinely shocked. Keep it down, will you? Kani said and put a hand on Shinobu's mouth. SHHH. Shinobu kept eye contact with her sister, and she took long and controlled breaths before she finally calmed down. Kani removed her hand, and then Shinobu immediately asked her the biggest question in her mind. Seiji is engaged, with who? That's the thing I don't know. Wait, when did you even learn about this? In the Hashira meeting we had 4 days ago. Master Yubayashiki congratulated him on his engagement, and it was only then that I found out, Kanny said. So that means it's true, Shinobu said, her voice laced with emotions. That bastard, why didn't he tell me? I was initially upset about it as well, but then I realized that he had no reason to tell us, Kanny said brutally, slightly offending Shinobu, who thought they were close enough with Seiji to be informed of these things. It's his private affairs, and from what I observed, it seemed like he did not have much attachment to the person he is engaged to, Kanny said thoughtfully. You mean, he only accepted it to honor his parents or something? Exactly. But how can you be sure? You don't even know who he is engaged to. I don't. Why didn't you ask him about the details? Shinobu asked with eyes narrowed in confusion. Kanny remained silent for a while before she released a sigh. Because I was afraid. That only made Shinobu confused. The thing is, Shinobu. There was a dramatic pause. The two sisters were alone in their shared room, and there was no other sound disturbing them. The silence was loud. I'm in love with Seiji as well. There was an awkward moment where the two sisters just stared at each other. Kanny was scanning her younger sister's face to find any reaction, but Shinbu's face was just deadpan. Then Shinbu finally closed her eyes and gave a harmless smile. It was her signature smile we saw in the anime. Don't tell me that's the punchline after all the build-up. Kanny blinked dumbly. Seriously, did you only realize that you loved him 4 days ago? Wait a minute, you knew, Kanny asked. Now she was the one who lost composure. It was a justified thought. Imagine seeing someone who was more aware of your feelings than you. How out of touch with your emotions do you have to be for such a thing to happen? It was embarrassing, very much so because she was the older sister. How did you know? Kanny had been ignoring her feelings for Seiji all this time due to her morals. But just because she ignored them doesn't mean that those feelings were not there. In fact, they were always there, and people could see it in her behavior even though she herself was unaware of it. I wouldn't say I knew it, but I kind of expected it, so it came as no surprise, Shinobu shrugged. It was like seeing dark clouds in the sky. You were not surprised it rained. I also have feelings for him, so it was easy enough to notice how you looked at him. You see him in the same light as I saw him. You would stare at him for a long time without even realizing it, and oftentimes when he was away on a mission, you would look at the traces he left in the mansion and smile fondly, remembering him. Shinobu said, and Kanny at this point was too embarrassed, so she stopped her. But love, huh? Shinobu smiled. Jez, big sis, that's a heavy word. Even she would not be so bold as to claim she loved Seiji. She knew that she liked him, but there was a big difference between simply liking someone and loving them. Kanny remained silent after the comment. There was not a doubt in her mind even after that. She loved him, it was beyond just liking someone. The difference in their feelings came from the fact that Kanny was given much more attention and saved many times by Seiji. Meanwhile, he would only train and spend time hunting demons with Shinobu. This sucks. I feel like I'm losing something even though it was never mine, Shinobu said and flopped on her futon. Kanny remained in her place and watched her sister in silence. Shinobu took a pillow and covered her face, but otherwise, she made no further comments. Seeing that, she silently made her way outside of the room, and when she slid the door closed, she released a sigh of relief. She was relieved that Shinobu's feelings for Seiji seemed to be way lesser than hers. Her sister already seemed to be giving up and was in the process of getting over him. That was good. She always thought that her sister's feelings were the same or even more than hers, but she learned today that it was not true, amongst other things she learned. Now the last thread of hesitance snapped. She smiled a knowing smile, a hopeful smile. Third POV. Hey, I heard from some lower demons that there is a beautiful girl in the demon Slayer core who uses flower breathing. A white-haired demon with blood on his lips said to another demon who was kneeling before him. The white-haired demon had rainbow-colored eyes that seemed to see everything in this world as amusement, something he could toy with. He was lying on his side, and his right hand held the ample thigh of a beautiful woman. They say she has the beauty of a fairy, moving with grace and elegance while she slayed demons. Lord Dama, you must be talking about Kani Kacho, the flower Hashira, the demon kneeling down said. He was a demon slayer who chose to become a demon due to his greed for immortality. The upper moon, too, Dama, had kept him around him at his whims. He would ask trivial questions he had about the demon slayer core and humans in general. Which village had the most beautiful girls? How life as a demon slayer was? Where and how the Nicaran blades were made? And like the question he asked now, who was the beautiful woman in the demon slayer corp? She is the greatest healer of the demon slayer corp, and she is indeed a beautiful woman, the best I've seen myself, the demon said. Dama hummed and looked at the human leg he was holding. It had the soft flesh of a beautiful woman. It was a delicacy. I wonder what she tastes like, he whispered. He thought about it for a moment, and his desire seemed to mix well with their master's wish, which was the eradication of the demon slayer corp. Killing their healer should dramatically weaken them, right? Can you get her to me? Dama asked with an innocent smile, like a close friend asking you to treat them to food. Ah, the demon gulped. Well, she rarely leaves the flower mansion since she is the main doctor. But oftentimes she would go to villages that have been infected by diseases that spread naturally or due to the blood demon art of a demon. Damu tilted his head to the side. His smile was still the same, but it suddenly looked less friendly. Why are you talking so much? Can you do it or not? A killing intent so chilling washed over the lower demon. I can, the demon yelled as the killing intent faded. It will take some time, but I can do it with my blood demon art. That's great then, Dama said with a friendly grin, but don't make me wait too long, lest I kill you in my boredom. The demon was lost for words. After a long silence, he simply said, I understand. Seiji had thought all this time that Kani encountered Dama due to a weird twist of fate and misfortune. He thought that his existence alone, and the fact that he warned Kani many times, would be able to change this fate. But turns out that it was never an encounter of chance that Kani met Dama. She was targeted. I am oddly excited about this, Dama commented while looking at his arm which trembled slightly. But was it really excitement that he felt? Dama, who was so detached from emotions and often said to be emotionless, did not know better. Was it excitement, or was it fear that stemmed from the bad premonition in his heart? Every supernatural part of him, instincts, spells, and each individual cell, yelling, screaming at him. Don't do it. Chapter 74, Steroid Breathing. Seiji's POV. After we had a nice conversation while drinking tea, Rengoku decided to resume his training. He left me and Mitsuri alone so that we could spend time together, but instead of doing so, I brought Mitsuri outside to train her. If she was going to become a demon slayer, I would make sure that she was the strongest that she could be. It would not only be a huge help to humanity, but most importantly, it would keep her safe. I'm going to teach you a breathing style I created myself. It is not a complete breathing style, so think of it as training wheels, I said. She had stars in her eyes that told me that she was excited to learn whatever it was I was going to teach her. She was excited, but she raised her hand in question. I smiled seeing her that. It's only the two of us, Mitsuri, you don't have to raise your hand, I told her. What is it? What is a breathing style? A realization struck me like lightning, and I robotically turned my head to Rengoku, who was engrossed in his own physical training. That guy had not even told her what breathing styles were. Was it really a good idea to leave her with him? I helplessly shook my head and explained, breathing styles are the main tools of a demon slayer. By mastering certain breathing patterns and training your lungs to maximize your intake of oxygen, you can achieve supernatural strength. I paused. Do you understand? Yes, she tilted her head. She didn't understand. Well, I guess we would have to start with the very basic of the basics. Not that I was complaining, teaching her was not a chore at all. She was mine after all, it was the same as training myself. Well, let's sit down and practice first, shall we? I said, and we both sat down in a lotus position. We were facing each other, and I grabbed her hand with one hand and I pushed my other hand on her chest. At first, my hand sank into her soft bosom, and she blushed, but they stopped when I pressed on her ribs. I acted professionally, even though it demanded great self-control. I felt the rhythmic expansion and contraction of her chest. My eyes glow purple, and I used an X-ray to see her pink, healthy lungs. Like the rest of her body, her lungs were exceptionally large and powerful. With my eyes and her already insane body, it would not be hard to teach her the basics at all. In fact, it would not be hard to get her to the level of a hashira. What I'm about to teach you, like I said, is a breathing style that I created a long time ago. It is the easiest breathing to learn and also the most effective constant breathing, I said, and started guiding her through the breathing patterns. It's called steroid breathing. Steroid breathing allows your body to fully utilize your muscle capacity and also promotes quick regeneration and growth of the muscles. It was a breathing style that depended heavily on the user's body. If your body was strong and you were genetically blessed, steroid breathing would work better on you. Like the substance it was named after, it was an enhancement to your body. So the stronger your body, the stronger the enhancement. Now imagine the enhancement on someone as special as Mitsuri, who had pink muscles that were also 8 times denser than regular humans. That would be a female version of Gyomai. And so, I started cooking up a monster in the form of a cute waifu. The result of my effort would not be visible so soon, but it was the beginning. Also, I could rest easy knowing that steroid breathing would live on. We spent the entire day training together. Mitsuri was not acting spoiled or anything with me, instead she was quite the opposite. She was trying her hardest. She put more effort into training with me than she had ever done while she was training with Rengoku, he told me. She did not want to disappoint me, so she tried her very best. That meant progress was quick. I could see her lungs with my eyes, and I could guide her in detail to learn the breathing pattern. When she faced problems or had trouble learning, I would help her by pushing at her chest and forcing the air out of her lungs in the correct pattern. That was a great help to her, as she could feel what the correct way was. She only had to imitate. She learned steroid breathing in no time. Now if she just learned constant breathing, it would greatly aid her in her training and recovery. Hopefully, she doesn't grow a beard or something. I would only be able to coach her for a day, so I wrote manuals that she could follow and gifted them to her. At the end of our training, it was already dark and we went inside the house, cleaned ourselves, and quickly went to bed. I slept with Mitsuri, much to her giddy joy and embarrassment. I did nothing lewd to her or anything, even though she would offer not an ounce of resistance if I pushed myself on her. I didn't know why or how I did that either. I guess when you were certain that something was yours, you did not immediately devour it. Instead, you cherish it because you are certain that no one will take it away from you. But I remember just holding her tightly in my arms, and I had one of the best sleep I'd ever had. I woke up early the next morning, before the sun had even risen. Rengoku had also already woken up, but Mitsuri was still sleeping peacefully. I silently got all of my gear and clothes together, and with a final kiss on the sleeping Mitsuri, I decided to leave. My next destination was the swordsmith village, where I would fix my sword. "You're leaving, don't you think you should say goodbye to her?" Rengoku asked when I was about to open the door. "No, she's better off sleeping. Besides, she said she hated goodbyes because it gave her the feeling that we wouldn't see each other again." "Where are you headed to? Another mission?" "I will go to the swordsmith village to get my sword fixed," I said, and pulled out my chipped sword for him to see. His face immediately turned into shock. I internally cringed as well when I saw the flawed state of my sword. I always kept it in a pristine and perfect condition, just like myself and my clothes. Perfect movement also allowed me to make sure I never chipped my sword or damaged it, so this was a shocking sight indeed. "What happened?" he asked. "It's from the other night when I ran into that demon," I answered, looking away from the ugly sword. "You look like you have something to say," I said when I saw the look on his face. I was great at reading people, so I knew. "It's just my friend," Rengoku started. His vibrant yellow eyes, like raging fire, locked on mine with concern. "Please take care of yourself, and make sure no matter what you feel, never let your emotions change you," he said. "I will keep that in mind." "Don't be like my father," he said, and that finally pierced his words to my heart. His father was a man who was controlled and changed by the deep sorrow and sadness he had inside. He became hateful. He became a victim of his trauma and emotions. I took another look at my sword, a byproduct of my hate for that old demon. My rage and hatred had made me do things that I would never do otherwise. "Thank you," I flashed a smile at Rengoku. "You are a great friend." "Ha ha ha ha," he laughed, but making sure it was not too loud. "I try to be." He seemed proud that I appreciated his advice, unlike his father who would throw hands for it. Of course, seeing that, he had to add more. "Keep your heart ablaze, Seiji. Be warm to your friends and burn your enemies. And make sure you don't burn yourself." Yeah, too much and it's corny. "You can keep your ancestors' motto to yourself," I said, slid open the door and left. It was not the first time that he said those phrases. Those were written in the flame-breathing manual. I could imagine him laughing behind me as I left with a new light in my eyes. Heh, I still had a lot to learn, huh? The journey was just starting. Seiji's POV. I reached the swordsmith village in under a day. The terrain was rough, and since it was meant to be in a hidden location, there were many secret routes that I had to tread, but I was able to reach the swordsmith village with zero trouble. I did not waste time and gave my sword to Hanzo, who was absolutely shocked when he saw the state it was in. But since it was my first time and I had a good record of maintaining my sword, he did not scold me. Instead, he gave me my old odachi and said to wait a few days for my sword to be repaired. It was the sword of a hashira, which was made with the best of the best quality, so even repairing it would take some time. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience," I said with a bow. "Don't worry about it, these things happen. But make sure you be careful next time," he said, and immediately went to his workshop to fix my sword. Having accomplished my task, I left the swordsmith village. Although I regret not enjoying the hot springs, I had no time to waste anymore. With ravens sitting on top of my head, I immediately started getting assignments. I traveled towards the east and cleared any mission that popped up in that direction. In just 2 nights, I was able to slay a total of 8 demons and complete 5 assignments. I was not called the most efficient hashira for nothing. My eyes, which underwent an upgrade while I was tracking the old demon, were now even more effective in completing missions. A single glance around the forest, and I could easily track any demon. But on the 3rd day, I slept in the morning, and when noon arrived, I continued my travel. I was in the territory of the water hashira, and just like I hoped, I ran into Jiyu while he was on patrol. A day patrol mostly consisted of the hashira, checking the surroundings to see if there were any traces of a demon left the previous night. I met with Jiyu, and we decided to go to a restaurant nearby to have lunch. We ordered miso ramen and enjoyed the meal together. "I heard that you killed a lower moon again. Thank you for your work," Jiyu said before slurping on his noodles. By the way, it was good manners to slurp the noodles loudly in Japan, because it told the chef that you were enjoying them. I could not hear it, but I imagined this to be an annoying tradition for most people. "It was my pleasure to slaughter them," I admitted with a shrug while enjoying the soup. "What about you? I heard that you took a new Tsugyuko again." One difference my existence made was that Jiyu was now comfortable in his identity as a hashira. So he had taken quite a number of Tsukyugo, even though he had taken none in the anime. Jiyu gave me a nod. "How long?" I asked with knowing eyes. "He spent 2 months with me before he created his own breathing style and left," Jiyu said, trying to remain stoic, but I could see that he was depressed. He had been taking many Tsugyuko and tried to train them to become his successor, but they all left one way or another. Most of them just created their own breathing style instead of mastering water breathing. That was the problem with water breathing. It was so versatile that many ended up creating a different variation. Most of the unique breathing styles were derived from water breathing, like flower breathing, insect breathing, oil breathing, ice breathing, etc. I was hopeful this time because the candidate was very talented. But in the end, he branched out from the water breathing line, Jiyu said. "Really? What was his name?" "Obanai Aguro. He created the serpent breathing." I paused for a second before swallowing my soup loudly. "Obanai, like the kid with 2 eye colors." "Yes, and don't call him a kid, Seiji. He is older than you," he replied. How did you know him anyway? He asked. Met him in one of my missions, I said, and he nodded, accepting my answer. That was an interesting piece of news. I never thought that Obanai would be a Tsugyuko of Jiyu at any point in his life. I remember in the anime that they had some beef. Wait, did you two even get along? I asked, and Jiyu was hesitant to answer at first before he said. I got along with him. I laughed. That was such a sad sentence. Why would nobody become friends with my good boy Jiyu? He was so nice. Well, maybe his facial expression needed some work. He was too aloof. No one other than me could read him at all. So, what rank is he in now? Tsuchino, Jiyu answered. Interesting, he should need at least one more year before becoming Hashira. But I couldn't wait to meet him. Hopefully, he didn't crush on Mitsuri as he did in canon, lest I crush him. We enjoyed the rest of our lunch before we separated again. A friend we may be, but we had our own duties and responsibility. The next day, my sword was finally finished, and Hanzo came to deliver it to me. And so the life of the steroid Hashira continued. 2 months passed. Chapter 75, Scumbags. Seiji's POV. 2 months later. That looks good on you. Hello, I am a scumbag. You can beat me anytime if you are capable, and make sure to tell your daughters to stay away from me. Does it? I was not sure dark blue would suit me, Canny said with a small smile that looked more genuine than wider smiles. Her dark hair fell gracefully from her head. They reflected the silver light of the moon. They had a curly nature, unique in their own right and luscious. She wore a dark blue yukata that perfectly accentuated her curves, revealing her flawless shape. Yet she did not look slutty. She looked divine, like no man was deserving of her. The scent of flowers would hit my nose whenever the breeze came. It was not any perfume, it was just her natural scent. She was so pristine and her beauty almost seemed fantastical. As a person who perceived much of the world with sight alone, I could only stare at her like a fool. She had the beauty of 1,000 sunsets. She twirled around to give me a good look. She basked under my eyes. She was a flower and my gaze was water. She grew more confident and beautiful the longer she got my attention. I was right, you look stunning, I said again. In the 2 months that have passed, Canny continued to pursue me. I knew what she'd doing, and I knew what she wanted, but I didn't stop her. I allowed her to work her magic on me, and now I was enchanted. I continued playing the dense protagonist because I didn't want to lose that feeling. The feeling of being loved and needed. And now, we were on a date. Well, none of us had acknowledged that it was a date or courtship, but we were going to a festival together. There was no other way to describe what was happening between us. You look handsome too, she said, returning my compliment, and I looked at the reflection in her eyes and saw what she was seeing. A man with purple hair that covered his ears. He looked more mature than his age due to rigorous training and the hardship he had been through. A handsome face framed 2 remarkable purple eyes that looked godly. He stood at the height of 6 feet, and he wore a purple yukata with flower patterns. That was me. Only me. That was the only thing her eyes saw. They did not reflect anything else. Let's go, we want to reach the festival before it gets too crowded. It was early August, and we were celebrating the summer festivals. We gave the excuse that we were on a joint mission to guard the people at the festival, so we had nothing to distract us at the moment. It was just me and her. Canny grabbed my hand with her soft hands. It was strange for a swordman to have such soft hands, but I didn't question it. I let her drag me to where she wanted. I let her do as she pleased, like I had been letting her do these past 2 months. We went to the town, which was decorated with many lights and lanterns. The place was full of life, as the residents, and many others from neighboring villages, had come to celebrate the summer festivals. Some came to set up food stalls and games, while others just came to enjoy the festivals. Families laughed and played games, while couples walked around hand in hand. We were amongst the couples. We enjoyed the evening as much as we could. The festival was already beautiful and memorable, but what made it even more precious was that we had each other to share the moment. I was able to fulfill my duty as a man and bought anything Canny could ever want. I bought her apple candies, and we tried many of the foods that were on the food stall. We also played the games there. How are you so good at this? Canny asked me with a giggle when she saw me scooping out 4 goldfish in a row with the paper spoon. It was the result of water breathing and perfect movement. But I said, "It's because you are watching me and I have to impress you." She laughed. It made me happy that I could make her laugh. Seeing her laugh made me feel better than if I were the one laughing. "That makes no sense," she said to herself. I could read everything that came out of her lips and even the words that only reached her throat, because since the beginning, I had never truly looked away from her. My eyes were addicted to her. "You have no idea what a man can do to impress a beautiful woman," I said, "and I'm with the most beautiful woman." She smiled with red on her cheeks. "Did you think that was corny? Well, I'd probably think that too, but here's a secret. There was nothing corny in love. Whatever you said, even if it was the most recycled flirting sentence on the internet, would sound like the most romantic thing ever. Because a woman in love makes everything perfect. Even if you said the corniest shit ever, her mind would perceive that on the same level as Shakespeare's masterpiece. People often misunderstood and called love blind, but it was not. Instead, it just made everything seem perfect. It fixed all flaws. It did not matter to her the words I said. It was me who said it, and she loved me, and that just made her love every word I said. "Do you want to try it?" I asked, and she said yes. She took a new paper spoon and tried to catch, but she failed miserably. She tried many more times, but she failed each time. In the end, I had to hold her hand and guide her so that she could catch some for herself as well. I didn't know if she was pretending to be bad for this specific situation, but I didn't think about it. I let her guide me in every situation. We caught 14 fish, leaving the stall owner depressed. She said they would be perfect to live in the pond of the flower mansion. As we left, I tossed some money to the owner to compensate for his loss. He seemed to appreciate that. We moved from stall to stall. The night was all ours and we spent it together. "Do you want to buy the masks?" she asked. "And hide your pretty face." "No," I replied. At last, when midnight came, we went to the top of a hill. The main event of the summer festival was always the fireworks, and we decided to pick a quiet and peaceful place to enjoy it. We were in high elevation, and the colorful town could be seen below. When midnight struck, the first and most powerful firework took to the sky and exploded in a mesmerizing burst of color. Then the rest of the fireworks followed. On that night, even the moon and the stars did not have the spotlight, as the bright fireworks overshadowed them with their bright explosion and beauty. But still, it was the woman sitting next to me that made my heart skip a beat. Canny put her hand on top of mine, and we enjoyed the moment until the end. When the last firework died in the sky, Canny turned towards me. Her face was tense and her palm felt a little sweaty on mine. "The time has come." I knew she would not invite me to the festival just to go on a date. The plan in her mind was always to confess to me by the end of the festival. Sadly, it would also be the end for us. Because when she directly confessed to me, I would no longer be able to play the dense protagonist. I would have to confront her feelings and give my answer. My rejection. "I told you right, I was a scumbag." I acted dumb for as long as I could because I wanted to enjoy her love longer, without having to complicate things. I was taking advantage of her. I was giving her false hope. It would have been better to just reject her feelings from the start. But I let her try her best only to reject her in the end. "Seiji," she began, and my eyes released a glow due to nervousness. I slowed down my perception as much as I could to delay the inevitable. Because I really, really like her too. I have known her for 3 years now, and she is one of the most important people in my life. But her love came too late. Maybe if she loved me before I met Mitsuri, I would gladly fall for her. I would love her with all my heart. That was not possible now. It was all too late for that. The idea of having a harem constantly plagued my mind during these 2 months, but I threw away the idea. These girls were special. They deserved to be loved wholeheartedly by someone. They deserve a man who would love them with all his heart, a man who would only love them. They didn't deserve to be one of two. They did not deserve half a heart, half the love. Neither Mitsuri nor Canny. Seiji, she hesitated for a long time. In the end, she just gave up, she stopped. A tear fell down her eyes and she smiled. I just stared at beauty and pain, a sunset hidden by clouds. I think it's time to leave now, she said instead. She knew it, she felt it. The rejection that she was going to get. Maybe it was my eyes or something about my body which was trembling in nervousness. But she knew I was going to reject her, so she didn't confess. She stood up first and offered her hand. I stared at her in wonder before I reached for her hand. She pulled me up, but she put too much strength. I stumbled forward and her face was buried on my chest. She closed her eyes and took in my scent. It was then that a single firework exploded in the sky again. It was the brightest firework of the night. I turned my head to look, and that was when she said it. I love you. She didn't mean for me to see it, but I did. Because like I said, my eyes had never left her. I saw what she said in the furthest corner of my vision. Why? The question rang in my mind. She hugged my arm and buried it between her boobs. It was an act she realized I liked very much during the past 2 months. Yet I couldn't even enjoy the sensation. She leaned her head on my shoulder and acted like nothing had ever happened. She returned right back to a girl trying to win a man's heart. Why, Canny? Why did you allow me to play dumb again? Because I am not going to admit I saw that. Why are you so stubborn? You know now that I would reject you in the end. Why do you keep loving me? It's starting to hurt me too. Why are you making this difficult for both of us? A scumbag. Canny was a scumbag too, just like me. She knew she was hurting her sister. She knew that I was in an engagement. She knew that she was making it difficult for me too. But she wanted to keep on loving me, just like I wanted her to keep on being loved. I guess we were both scumbags. Chapter 76, Canon Start. For example, Mitsuri should have just completed her final selection in the canon timeline, but in this one, she is still just training. And obviously Canny is still alive. Third POV. In the end, she couldn't go through with it. After all that effort, a single glace at him evaporated all the courage she had built up for months. He was preparing a rejection, she realized halfway into her confession. She hated that he was a blank sheet, and any emotion that was strong enough to surface on his face was so obvious to read. And what did she do? She never confessed. You could not reject someone when they didn't even confess. But why would she do that? Why would she continue pursuing a heart that was ready to reject her? That was a foolish decision. She was smarter than that. Well, she didn't know either. Just ask her heart why it loved him. She was just a victim of her heart like many girls were. During the past 2 months, she came to learn about his engagement in a little more detail. You wouldn't be able to imagine how heavy her heart was when she learned that not only did Seiji like this fiancé, but he was more than okay with the engagement. Maybe she should have given up then. Instead of acting like a bitch that tried to seduce an engaged man, instead of trying to steal a heart that was already owned. But a voice in her heart said, a little more. A little more effort. A little more time. A little more love. After a little more, she would finally confess her feelings even if her reward would be rejection. Then she would let the world move on. Personally, she might never move on, but at least she would let him go then. She knew the danger her job presented. People die all the time while doing missions. So if she were ever to face such an end, she wanted to go out without regret. And she wanted to squeeze everything out of her life. Heh, Tilda, I thought they would die, but look who is alive and swimming, Seiji said, while crouching beside the pond of the flower mansion. He was looking at the goldfish they had caught last night like a small, excited child. Canny looked at the goldfish swimming around in their new home with sad eyes. A little more, a voice in her heart sounded again. I want a little more of his scent. I want a little more of his touch. I want a little more of his love. For a woman who spent all her life helping people and giving without asking for anything in return, it was okay if she was a little greedy this time, right? She couldn't have the whole thing, but please, just a little more. Waya, splash. Seiji fell into the small pond because he was trying to follow a certain goldfish swimming in the pond. Actually, the strongest Hashira would never slip like that and make a mistake. But Canny realized that she must have looked sad while she was deep in thought. He was doing that silly thing to cheer her up and distract her from the sorrow of her own thoughts. Honestly, he was so obvious when you knew him well. That was one of her favorite things about him. He was so obvious even though he believed that he was clever. His eyes never missed anything, but the eyes of a woman in love didn't either. To reward his effort, she allowed herself to release a peal of giggles. She was not actually laughing at his wet self, but at his cute attempt to cheer her. And he just sat there, half his body submerged, and stared at her smile. A little more, Seiji. Let's play dumb for a little more. Seiji's POV. A week after the festival date. Enough of this sad and K-drama bullshit. Look at this cool shit instead. Storm breathing, second form. Could you imagine how fucked the demon in front of me was? He was probably as weak as Tanjiro's first demon whom he killed with an axe too. Talk about going overboard. But I had absolutely zero remorse for the battle-looking awe demon. I was racist like that. It was his karma that he met Seiji. The steroid Hashira professional hater, racist too deaf to hear you beg Shigen. There was absolutely no sound while I dashed past the demon. Only when the technique was done and I had obliterated my opponent did sound gather up the courage to scream. BOOM. Lightning wave, I said out loud while standing still in my place due to fatigue. I admit it was a little goofy that I became a statue whenever I used storm breathing, but I was spamming it exactly for that reason. After using it enough, my body would grow stronger and adapt to my strength. There was no one to disturb me because I made sure there were no threats before pulling off this move. After a few seconds, my body came out of its locked state and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then Raven flew down from the tree and landed on my head. Thank you for looking out for me, I said with a smile. She was in charge of protecting me while I was in my vulnerable state after using storm breathing. How would she protect me, you ask? Well, her job is to fly in front of the enemy and present herself as a quick snack before they attack meow. Raven pecked me on my head, and it hurt like you wouldn't believe. All right, I was joking, I said. You are the main course meal before they attack, ow, 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 ow. And she bestows my joke with multiple pecks on the head. I swear a lower demon could die from this thing. Just then, a Kasugai crow appeared overhead and delivered a message. That put a stop to my punishment of Dao pecks, so I sighed in relief. Seiji Shigen, you are called for an emergency Hashira meeting. You are called for an emergency Hashira meeting. Well, that didn't sound good at all. It had only been a few days since we last had the Hashira meeting, but now an emergency meeting was called. I hope nothing bad has happened, and it was only just about to happen. Because I would rather take an incoming disaster than a disaster that already struck. When I reached the Demon Slayer Corp headquarters, everyone had already gathered. I was the furthest away and also the last one to be informed because of my speed. I was pleasantly surprised when I reached the meeting ground though. There was someone extra today, someone who was not a Hashira yet. Rengoku, the name spilled out of my mouth and everyone turned to look at me. Ah, Seiji, Yubayashiki gave me a gentle smile. You're finally here, we've been waiting for you. I went to my fellow Hashira and stood beside them. Rengoku was on his knee a few meters away from us. I posed a question. What's going on? We will get to that in a minute, my boy, Yubayashiki replied. With the pillar of pillars here, let us finally start the emergency Hashira meeting. After that, a pregnant silence fell over the headquarters. We have discovered many bombs planted in Tokyo, and it is also highly possible that one of the 12 Kazuki is in the city. Oh, that sounded bad. Wait, this feels familiar. I racked my brain for a few seconds before the answer finally came to mind. My suspicion was correct, I have read this before. It was the start of Rengoku's manga. I smiled, I guess it was finally time for my friend to cross the threshold and become a Hashira. Chapter 77, Be Careful. Seiji's POV. The sun was sailing towards the middle of the sky. It was late in the morning. Under the heat of the sun, a gentle breeze would frequently blow at us, giving us respite. The smell of flowers lingered in the wind. Summer was when most flowers bloomed. The headquarters was also full of greens and flowers that gave the scene a natural beauty. All the Hashiras stood in front of the house, while Yubayashiki sat on the veranda and informed us of the main reason why we had gathered. To summarize, there was a high possibility that one of the 12 Kazuki was in Tokyo, and from the planted bombs people had discovered, the police actually. It seemed the demon was planning something devious. Like they always did, that's why I would drive them to extinction. Anyways, he also told us that Rengoku was stepping up in place of his father Shinjiro. The Flame Pillar would rarely attend Hashira meetings or take missions, and his behavior was no longer acceptable. Which was why Rengoku had stepped up in his father's place. Yubayashiki declared that Shinjiro was finally removed from the pillars. Shinjiro had retired, or more like he was fired. And the seat of the Flame Hashira was open for the taking. Unlike what happened in the manga, Seinmi did not start a fight with Rengoku because they had met before through me. And even if they hadn't met before, Seinmi would not bully him knowing that Rengoku was my friend. We followed everything Yubayashiki was saying until he said. Which is why I decided to give the mission to Rengoku. It will be a chance for him to prove whether he is worthy of becoming a Hashira. That left every Hashira speechless, except me of course. They were wondering if their master had gone crazy. The mission of slaying one of the 12 Kazuki was hard enough, but it was said that he planted bombs all around Tokyo and was planning something. The mission involved many risks and put the lives of the civilians at risk. These types of missions would only be handed to the top Hashiras like Gyomai, me, or Tenjin. But Yubayashiki wanted to give the mission to Rengoku, someone who was not even a Hashira. It was insanity. What? But master, what if he is incapable of completing the mission? Seinmi yelled out everyone's thoughts. I understand your concern, Seinmi, and if he failed, it would be a great misjudgment on my part, Yubayashiki said, shutting down all other arguments by taking the responsibility. No one, except me, trusted Rengoku to complete the mission, but they trusted Yubayashiki with all their heart. So you believe that he is already at the level of a Hashira, or is it an intuition master? Gyomai asked seriously. Indeed, Rengoku is already at the level of a Hashira. This will merely be a confirmation, he answered with a soft nod. Then I trust your decision. Meanwhile, Rengoku was looking at Yubayashiki like an idol. I could almost read his mind. It would go something like, oh my god, he trusts me with all his heart even when everyone is doubting me. I can't fail him. Then that would add to his shounen protagonist aura, and his plot armor would thicken. Besides, I can't have anyone leave their patrolling territory. Tokyo had always been under the protection of the Flame Hashira, so Rengoku will be fulfilling his duty, Yubayashiki said. I swear I will not fail you, Lord Yubayashiki, Rengoku said and bowed gratefully. That dictated the end of the meeting, and everyone dispersed with varying degrees of emotions about the whole thing. I, however, remained in my place, and after everyone left, I went near Yubayashiki. Do you have anything to ask, Seiji? I was just wondering what made you so confident that Rengoku can pull this off, I said. I was honestly trying to verify if he really had the ability of foresight or not. My eyes could see the truth of the world, and I knew that when he said that it would be fine if Rengoku took the mission, there was no hint of doubt in his mind. He truly believed that. Someone could say the sun will rise tomorrow, and even that would be less confident. Yubayashiki was either absolutely insane, or he was hiding something big. Oh, and you want to know why? He asked, and I nodded. You should know the answer to that, right? He said again, and I froze. Yes, I knew that Rengoku would pull this off too, but I knew it because I read the manga in my past life. My eyes widen. Don't tell me that all this time he is also a... You are going to be there, after all, he said, and that put my crazy mind at a standstill. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Indeed, I was going to be there in Tokyo, because no matter how clearly I remembered the manga, there was a chance that Rengoku could die due to the butterfly effect. So I would definitely be there to make sure he was safe. And most importantly, I had to make sure that Mitsuri was safe, because she was going to fight there too and finally invent the love breathing. That's how I know that everything will be fine, he said. I see, so he was not a reincarnation, but he was just extremely smart. It would be an insane plot twist, though, if he was also a reincarnator. A plot twist many people would not appreciate, I'm sure. I see, thank you, I said, and I finally left the headquarters. After I left the compound, I ran behind Rengoku to wish him luck on his mission. I was not good at giving motivational speeches, but I said I believed in him. At least, that should add to the length of his flashback, that every shounen protagonist had making him a little stronger. One day later, I stood atop the highest building in Tokyo, which was a tower. I looked down at the city, and my purple eyes released a smoky glow as I scanned the entire visible part of the city. And that makes it 74, I said, and finally stopped focusing on my eyes too much. It was quite taxing. There were 74 bombs planted all around Tokyo, and I had located them all in just a few minutes. I was the most efficient demon slayer for a reason. Whatever tricks the demons had, I could see through them all. My gaze traveled to the center of the city, where Rengoku was, surrounded by a couple dozen other demon slayers whom he was leading. One of them was my cute and bubbly Mitsuri. From the looks of it, they were discussing their plan. Okay, I'll have you move in groups of 2, as planned. If you find the demon, call me by crow and prioritize evacuation and the safety of the citizens. I read Rengoku's lips from afar, and then I stopped. I turned my head to the left and looked at the building a few hundred feet away from them. On top of the roof was a demon wearing Western-styled sleek black jacket and pants with a sailor captain hat. He was holding a rifle, aiming carefully at Rengoku and his team. My eyes glowed purple as I tracked the direction his rifle was aiming at. He was aiming right at Mitsuri. I was planning on not interfering and letting Rengoku and the rest have their moment to shine and grow, but not at the risk of their safety. It seemed I had to do something. Thunder wind breathing. The fastest breathing styles in the world combined to create something even faster. I easily traveled faster than the speed of sound for a moment, so there was no sound that foretold my approach. The demon aimed his rifle carefully for a few more seconds before he pulled the trigger. But I had timed my appearance perfectly, so when he took the shot, I put my feet on the rifle and pushed it away slightly. The literal centimeter disruption at the aim caused the bullet to miss Mitsuri. Shoot! The demon was startled. But he did not make a move. It knew instinctively that I could end him on my whims. Nothing he did would matter. Be careful, you nearly hit someone important, I said, and he trembled slightly. My feet remained on his rifle, but he made no attempt to move it away. I stared at him for a long time, debating on what I should do next. You are lucky that you have use. I told him, you can have your revenge but never aim at the girl again. Then my body turned into an afterimage and I quickly left. Just then, Rengoku had reached the location of the demon, and a fight broke out between the lower moon and him. Oh, this will be fun. Chapter 78, Contagious Main Character Aura. Third POV. Haro, the new lower moon demon rank 2. A long time ago, when he had just become a demon, he was unfortunate enough to encounter the flame pillar Shinjiro Rengoku in one of his drunk patrol. On that night, he was stripped of his pride and honor. The flame Hashira not only cut him down with ease even in his intoxicated state, but he humiliated him. You, pathetic creature, the voice of the drunk man still echoed in his mind. That night, the flame Hashira cut apart his body and spirit. His physical body healed because of his demonic nature, but his spirit never did. So for years, he had been accumulating strength, waiting for the day he would enact his revenge. And now it was time. Haro aimed his rifle at the man who traumatized him that day, or at least that's what he thought. In actuality, he mistook Rengoku Kyojiro to be Shinjiro, thinking the son was the father. But even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. The demon was out for blood. But killing him now would be too easy. I want to see him suffer, Haro said, and changed his aim to the pink-haired girl beside him. From both Rengoku and Mitsuru's bright and unique hair, he assumed that they must be close. So he decides to kill her first. Grave mistake. Because the moment he pulled the trigger, something appeared beside him. It came without sound, without warning. Shoot. He missed. Haro didn't move a single inch after that. He couldn't, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare. Purple eyes looked down at him, and the intensity of those eyes dwarfed every bit of hatred the demon had inside him. It was like a fire being swallowed by a bigger fire. The hatred those eyes had for him easily swallowed the hatred Haro had for the flame Hashira. The killing intent and danger coming from those eyes were so great that he had already imagined himself dying 1,000 times over. No, those eyes killed him 1,000 times. There was no action, but the thing had already seen through every weakness of his existence and found infinite ways to exploit them. Be careful, you nearly hit someone important, it talked. No. He talked. It was a man. But even with the new information he got, Haro dared not even take a single breath. Those purple eyes reminded him of the demon he met when he was made the second rank of the lower moon. The first rank of the upper moon. Those eyes gave off the same feeling. The way they seemed to pierce his very soul, the way they seemed to pick out each flaw in his existence and judged him like a god. The human beside him was eerily similar to that demon. You are lucky that you have use, the man said. You can have your revenge but never aim at the girl again. The killing intent subsided and Haro finally had the courage to look. But when he did, his left eye started trembling before endless tears streamed down. He was confused, it was not him. The eye cried on its own, the left eye that bore the mark of the lower moon too. A hazy memory flashed in his mind, the memory of a purple swordsman standing above him while he cried for mercy on deaf ears. That was not him. It was the memory of the previous lower moon too. The man in front of him was the same demon slayer that killed the previous lower moon too, Onryoku. His left eye continued crying until the tears turned to blood. But by then, the man was already gone. He immediately felt a heavy weight lifted off his shoulder. But he could not put down his guard, because the fight was just beginning. Flame-breathing, first form. Rengoku, who located the demon, by tracing the direction of the bullet, finally reached him. His mouth sucked in the air around as his blade burned like fire. Uncowing fire. Haro shifted his focus to Rengoku. He would have this revenge for now. But he would also remember this night like he remembered the night he met Shinjiro. He will have his revenge against those purple eyes someday too. Pathetic, Haruo screamed and lunged at Rengoku with his guns and bombs. Seiji's POV. Making sure that no civilians were near the bombs. Check. Making sure I had a good view of the demon so I could kill him anytime. Check. Seeing that there was no threat around Mitsuri. Check. Making sure Rengoku could handle the situation. Also check. Now it's time to bring out the popcorn and enjoy the show. It was one thing to see the characters, but completely another to witness the story unfolding in real life. The attack on Tokyo was dumb if you really thought about it. It was planned and done by a demon with mental issues who was blinded by anger and had an unhealthy thirst for revenge, so it was far from perfect. For example, the fact that the demon was acting alone was incredibly stupid. Lower Moon usually had underlings working for them, but this one worked alone. It might have to do with the fact that his blood demon art was umbrakinesis, and he could create shadow wolves using that. The shadow wolves were the only thing that posed a threat to the people, because the demon himself was occupied with Rengoku. I watched the fight between Rengoku and Haro from afar, but close enough to act right away. Things were quite different from how it went in the manga. In this fight, Rengoku was overpowering the lower moon with ease. Rengoku was a lot stronger than his canon counterpart due to my existence. Having me as a friend had given him motivation the original Rengoku never had. I also helped him get stronger by pointing out the flaws in his techniques with my eyes whenever we trained together. Those simple things went a mile in refining his techniques as well. What's going on? How are you doing this? A swordsman can't beat a gun. I saw Haro scream while Rengoku pursued him like a possessed man. You will harm no one, no more, Rengoku declared. Then the demon released multiple hand grenades from his shadow. That caused a giant explosion that not only knocked away Rengoku, but blew up the demon himself. The demon quickly regenerated, but Rengoku was faster to get up on his feet. Flame-breathing, esoteric art. My eyes saw a burst of fighting spirit erupt from Rengoku like an active volcano. The fire spread all around and shimmered in an intense glow. Then he burst forward with unstoppable momentum. The ground quaked with each step. My eyes could see Rengoku turning into a raging fire dragon that came like a meteorite to the enemy. Ninth form, Purgatory. The lower moon never really stood a chance. He did not even have time to pull out his ultimate move like he did in the manga. My eyes glowed purple as I imprinted Rengoku's esoteric art in my mind. That would make a fine addition to my collection. You know, there's a reason why me and Thanos were purple. A wide smile stretched my face while looking at that scene. No one, not even you, would be able to imagine the euphoric joy I felt at that moment. Why? Because my existence had indeed changed the course of fate. I did not even have to interfere directly. My influence and my action had caused a ripple effect that made Rengoku easily defeat Harrow, lower moon too. And that would keep on repeating itself. Even when facing against Akazan or Muzan, we would not win due to a twist of luck. I would deny all the sacrifices that were made. I would give this story a happy ending. I was hopeful. And hope was the first step to success. Chapter 79, Love Breathing. Third POV. Mitsuri Kanroki. It's been nearly 3 months since she started training to become a demon slayer. She was trained by Rengoku and Seiji with as much care and attention as possible, so her progress had been incredibly fast. In the canon story, it took her 6 months to complete the final selection, but this time, she could have done it in 3 months. Seiji had even been thoughtful enough to take her out to hunt weak demons, so she was not totally inexperienced in the regards to demon slaying. But this was the first time she had witnessed such a scene. Help me. Run, run, everyone get away from the explosions. Go to the west side of the city, just leave everything behind. People screamed in terror. They pushed each other and ran to protect their own safety. In times of danger, people often showed their true nature, and she learned today that most people were selfish. Her heart shrunk in her chest. It felt heavier, it felt denser. She turned her head towards the top of the building where she had just heard a massive explosion. Her superior body could instinctively sense the demon on top of that. The enemy was strong. She had not encountered few demons, but this was the first time she saw a lower moon, so she was a little shaken. Demons are the predators of human beings. She was prey, so of course her heart was filled with fear. It was like a deer in the presence of a lion. "Mr. Rengoku," she whispered in concern. Rengoku was strong, but she feared that he would get hurt in the face of the inhumane creature. She tried to bury her concern at the deepest part of her heart and turned towards someplace else. To the direction that was screaming for help. "I'm coming," she yelled loudly before running towards the voice. When she reached there, she saw a mother and a child being surrounded by 3 shadow wolves. The first thing that came to her mind was saving them. And so she moved. "Flame-breathing, third form," she said out loud because it helped her concentrate. "Bouncing universe," she yelled and dashed towards one of the shadow wolves before it could notice her. Her sword caught on a small yellowish fire, and she delivered a vertical slash at the wolf, but... What? It did nothing. Her sword was stopped by the dark body of the shadow wolf. All the impact had been absorbed, and the creature remained unharmed. That was not all. She could not pull away. Her sword was stuck, being sucked in by the shadow of the wolves like a black hole. Grrr. The wolf growled and shifted its focus on her. The other 2 shadow wolves, on the other hand, were still focused on the mother and child. "You are a dog, but," Mitsuri cried out, "you are not cute at all." And she used to think that all dogs were cute because they were Seiji's favorite animal. She couldn't do it after all. At the beginning of her training, she was hopeful that she would be able to cultivate her strength as long as she put in effort. Her body was special and talented. It could absorb sword techniques like a sponge, and her sharp instincts made her a scary opponent in battle. Fighting was almost second nature. She also had enough strength and endurance to rival any of the top ranks in the Demon Slayer Corps. But there was one problem, a very vital problem. It had something to do with her greatest advantage, which was her body. It was both a blessing and a curse. She said it before, but she was incredibly strong since birth. But due to her special body, breathing styles did not work well with her. She had a problem learning breathing styles because her body was too special. Breathing styles at the end of the day were made for a normal human body, not for someone like her, whose body was 8 times denser and only had pink muscles. Maybe sun breathing would have been good for her powerful body, but normal breathing styles tailored for mortal men. It did not work well. They were created to help normal human being to achieve supernatural strength, but she already had that, so you could see where the problem lies. It was almost limiting instead. The only breathing style that helped her was steroid breathing, which Seiji had taught her. Flame breathing, no matter how much she tried, was just not suitable for her. "No, take him, my son," the mother cried while hugging her child. Mitsuri watched all this with wide eyes that was shaking with worry and helplessness. She had to do something. No. She had to save them. In her most desperate time, Seiji suddenly appeared in her mind. The conversation she had with him a month prior flashed before her. "Maybe I am not suited to become a demon slayer after all," Mitsuri said in a defeated tone after failing to execute the first technique of flame breathing for the 100th time. Seiji only huffed and chuckled. "Yeah, right," he said sarcastically. "You have only been training for a month. Don't give up too easily. Remember, it took me almost 7 years to become a demon slayer." "But I don't know what I'm doing wrong," Mitsuri whined. "I see myself making progress in every other aspect other than the most important one, which was breathing style." "Well," he explained patiently, "you are unique, Mitsuri, special even. Of course, the conventional style would not suit you." "Then what should I do?" "Other than trying a few more years?" Seiji said, and she pouted. She wanted to fight alongside him as soon as possible. He told her that she would become his Tsugoku after she became a demon slayer. She couldn't wait a year. "When you learn how to fight the battles yourself, you will overcome all your problems," he said, and she tilted her head in confusion. So he continued. "Don't fight with the sword, don't fight with your breathing style, fight with what you have been blessed with. Like I did," he said and got close to her. He whispered, "The thing is, we both are special compared to other people. To fight with a sword, to fight with a breathing style are for the mundane." Then he suddenly pulled back with a mischievous grin. "When you realize that, you will find out that you can trust your gift. You will learn that all these are just shackles and you will make your own path." Mitsuri just sat there, not fully comprehending his words but remembering them nonetheless, because she knew Seiji rarely spoke nonsense. Mitsuri closed her eyes, remembering his words. Then she threw away all of the techniques and the breathing styles she had learned until now. "I want to help them," she screamed in her mind. "Boom." Her body moved to fulfill her desire, her powerful body, her blessing. What she could not cut using flame breathing, she was easily able to destroy using the sheer strength of her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in front of the mother and child. "I was able to cut it," she said, awed with what she had achieved in the heat of the moment, but why though? She tired to remember how she was able to become so much stronger. Then she realized that her heart was beating rapidly in her chest before it happened. "My heart," she grabbed her chest. "And my body," she released a huge breath. "Stay back, kid, big sister will drive these bad dogs away," she exclaimed, and her heartbeat increased sharply. The wolves growled at her for a few seconds before lunging forward. "Fight with yourself, not with the sword," she told herself. Then she exploded out with raw strength. Her body moved with great flexibility as she sliced through the wolves like cake. Her heart pounded in her chest. She stood up straight while the 2 wolves disintegrated after being cut. "Thank you, Seiji," she mouthed with a smile. Her body, her gift. When her heart pounded in her chest, she was able to utilize her powerful body to its utmost potential. This was the blessing that was better than any sword. She did not need further enhancement or techniques to be powerful. She just needed to learn how to utilize her gift as best as she could, like how Seiji utilized his eyes. "Rapid heartbeats, huh?" she said to herself while wondering how she could increase her heartbeat even more. In a few seconds, she smiled because she found the answer. What was it that would get her heart racing like an engine every single time? The answer was Seiji. The thought of him made her heart pound rapidly in her chest. Grrr. More shadow wolves surrounded her, but she just closed her eyes, put her hand on her heart, and recalled the first time she met Seiji. She remembered how he caught her while she was dyeing her hair, and most importantly, she recalled how he accepted the engagement. Her heart felt like they were about to burst at that moment. He had changed her so much. Love had changed her so much. He taught her how to accept herself. His love for her showed her how to love herself. He had made her stronger. He made her happier. The shadow wolves lunged at her from all direction. Her lips curved in a smile, love-breathing first form. She fought with her heart. In the end, that was her greatest blessing, even more so than her strong body. Because it was with her heart that she was able to love him, it was her heart that he loved. That was the most important thing in the world. More than anything else. First love. Chapter 80, Upper Moon. Seiji's POV. The whole thing came to an end. It was easy and it was safe. It was a direct consequence of my existence. Whoosh! I immediately disappeared in a gust of wind after everything was over, and each character had gone through their respective character development. My arms scooped up the surprised Mitsuri and held her tight. I twirled around while she tried to make sense of what just happened. You did it, I yelled and laughed, similar to how Rengoku would often do. W Hayatilda. I smushed her with love like the adorable creature she was. She always activated my cute aggression. I had seen everything that transpired today, and I was filled with immense pride for her. After realizing it was me, Mitsuri did not question anything else and laughed alongside me, my joy seemingly infecting her. How I was suddenly here, why I was so happy or anything else was not a priority in her mind. I was happy, so she was happy. It couldn't get simpler than that. You did it, I said with a smile. I did, she yelled, matching my energy. Finally, I stopped spinning around and put her down on the ground. The surrounding people looked at us oddly. After all, an attack just happened with multiple explosions going off everywhere, yet here we were, like a happy couple. I couldn't care less about them, but I did scan the surroundings while I spun. There was still chaos, and people were still panicked, but they should calm down soon. Good job, Mitsuri, for finding your own path and saving everyone, I complimented her. She smiled and melted under my approval. It is your uniqueness that saved everyone. So next time, be proud for being different, not ashamed, I said, and she nodded again, now with tears in her eyes. She came up and hugged me again for a second time, her face buried deeply in my chest. I smoothed the back of her hair and have a kiss on her head. Thank you, she said, and I could hear her through the vibrations on my chest. She would have found herself anyway even without my help. I knew that from the anime. So although I was glad, I did not feel like I deserved the gratitude. We stayed like that for a long time while the city settled into calm. The firefighters and the police took care of the aftermath of the attack. My eyes still remained vigilant though, observing everything closely. I saw Rengoku come up to me, and by the time he reached us, I had already noted down every injury he sustained better than any modern machinery would have done. Unlike in the manga, he did not pass out after the fight because it was not really a tough fight for him. He was already strong enough to take care of the lower moons without much difficulty or risk. Good job slaying that demon, I said. Ha 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 ha, no demons can withstand the fire of righteousness, he said, and you don't have to worry about me. Other than bursting my eardrums, I suffered no fatal injuries. I can see that, I said. He seemed to be even louder than before, and he was attracting the eyes of every civilian in the vicinity, probably due to his damaged eardrums. I guess you are finally one of us now, I said. Hashira, I gave him a small bow of respect. His eyes turned wide for a moment before a happy realization hit his face. He smiled widely and looked to the sky, taking in the moment of his victory. I guess I am, he said and looked at me, comrade. He had never called me a comrade since I became a Hashira, so I was pleasantly surprised when I saw his lips move to produce that word. What else could I do except nod in acknowledgement? Midasri pushed herself away from me, but when she noticed that my shirt was wet from her tears, she panicked, saying she was sorry for ruining my clothes and tried to wipe them away. Don't worry about it, I said and stopped her. Now that the fight is over, shall we all get food to celebrate our victory? I said, my treat. You read my thoughts, Seiji. Rengoku exclaimed, while Mystery nodded with stars in her eyes and a watering mouth. Wait, what about us? One of the demon slayers who fought under Rengoku asked. There were a few other swordsmen behind him too. You all can join us, I said, and they cheered. The rest of the evening was spent on a good note. Except it was hard as fuck to find a restaurant that opened after the attack had happened. The next day. Do you Rengoku Kyojiro accept the title of Hashira and promise to become a pillar that supports the Demon Slayer Corps? Every Hashira witnessed Yubayashiki crowning Rengoku with the title of Hashira. Most of us were glad to welcome a new ally, but some were more than just glad. They were happy and proud, like me. The sun was blazing in the sky with a new hope. Humanity had found yet another protector, a pillar. I do, Rengoku replied, while kneeling down in front of Yubayashiki. The title of Hashira is proof of your strength. Do you promise to use this strength to protect the weak? I promise. Then rise, Flame Hashira, Yubayashiki declared, and after taking a breath, Rengoku stood up, tall and proud, strong and brave. Stand strong and never falter, Yubayashiki ordered. With that, the other Hashiras started cheering for Rengoku, who turned around, now donning a new Haori, the one we saw in the anime. A white Haori with flame patterns at the end. It was the Haori passed down in their family, inherited by every Flame Hashira. And so, at the age of 17, Rengoku Kyojiro became the Flame Hashira and replaced his father. It was the rise of a warrior who would change the course of the demon war, an inspiration to all. Seiji's POV. You know, things have been going well for a long time now. Maybe it was going too well. And you know what they said, life was a cruel mistress. It comes at you when you were least prepared. Happiness and good times eventually come to an end. After the celebration of Rengoku's promotion was over, we all attended to our duties again. We got our assignments, and this time, even Kanny got an assignment. It was about helping a certain village that was infected by a strange disease. Don't be such a worrywart, Seiji. This is not even a slaying mission. I just have to go to the village and provide medical help, that's all, she said with an amused smile when I asked her what her assignment was. Maybe I should have stopped her then. Hey, who am I kidding? I never saw it coming. When all things are going well, life finds a way to stab you, and it stabs you in the most painful place. That is, the words escaped my mouth as my eyes, wide with shock and fear, saw the Kasugai crow of Kanny flying towards me. It was covered in blood that was not its own. Boom! Thunder roared in the darkness of the night as I blitzed through the forest like a natural calamity. It never crossed my mind that Kane's encounter with Dauma was not just an encounter of chance. It was because of my blind faith in what I knew from my past life. A false confidence that came from things always going according to my plan. The words I read from the Kasugai crow rang in my mind like a chilling breeze in winter. Upper Moon. Chapter 81, Right on Time. Third POV. Kanny Kacho. It hurts. It hurts so much. Shall I save you from your pain and suffering? A disgustingly chippy voice said to her while she was on her knees. Breathing alone hurts, doesn't it? Your lungs are completely frozen and ruptured. The demon had a wide smile on his face while looking down at her. Come on, beg me, the demon with rainbow eyes said and pulled her hair. He forced her to look at him while he smiled a religious smile. Beg me to send you to paradise. Worship me. It hurts. Everything hurts. Kanny felt her consciousness slipping away, and she recalled the series of events that led to this. It was like her life flashing before her eyes. At first, it was like any other assignment. A village needed help as many people died from an unknown disease. These kinds of things were more common than you would expect in the rural areas of Japan during the 1900s. A village with a hospital or a doctor was rare. So, as a medical expert, Kanny set out to the village to help them. It took her only a day and a deep inspection of the patients to realize that the disease was the work of a demon. At that moment, she realized that she should leave. Seiji had warned her too many times to continue the mission recklessly, and she wanted to respect the worries of the man she loved. She would return home, report her findings, and maybe set out again with more help to kill the demon. But all plans died soon after. It was too late. It was not only the disease that plagued the village. There was a deep mind controlling in the village as well. And this was no ordinary work of a blood demon art. Instead, it was a mind control on a deeper scale. A cult. The whole village was a cult. They called themselves the Eternal Paradise Faith. It was a cult led by the demon who now tortured her for his amusement. She could not escape the village anymore, and that brought her face to face with the demon who seemed to orchestrate the whole thing just to capture her. The air was cold and heavy. An ordinary civilian would not be able to take even one breath with such heavy air. Canny looked upon the rainbow eyes of the demon, and the number 2, written on the demon's face, inflicted endless despair in her heart, despair heavier than the air. "Come on, pray to me, Tilda," the demon looked so kind. There was no guilt or self-awareness on his face. He genuinely believed that he was a god and that he was being benevolent. Canny spat at the demon, or at least that's what she tried to do. But what came out was crimson blood that splattered on the demon's face. The smile on the demon froze like ice before he violently pushed Canny's head, smashing her face on the floor. Then he pulled her hair and threw her to the other side of the room. Boom. Numb. Everything was numb. There was no longer pain. And that scared Canny more than when she was in pain. Because as much as pain was uncomfortable, it was a sign that you are still hanging onto life. Feeling pain means that your body is still fighting and working to keep on surviving. But numbness means your body is not working as it should be anymore. It was giving up in front of the threat it deemed to be impossible to escape. She was dying from the lack of air. She crawled away from the place, searching for air that was fit to inhale. Luckily, she found ventilation and she crawled under it. She took in a deep breath and her body came back to life. She felt agonizing pain once more, but she was glad to welcome the old friend. Yes, she was still alive. "You truly are an admirable creature. Your desire to survive makes me want to shed a tear," the demon said. The room they were in was the main room of the cult. It was marred with many slash marks and spiky icicles that spoke of the battle that just took place. Canny fought. For a long time she fought against the demon that played with her like a toy. But as the battle went on, the cold air froze her lungs and made her incapable of fighting. "Then how about letting me go, Tilda?" she said with a shaky smile. She wouldn't allow to show her weakness to the demon and give him the satisfaction. "No, I don't think so. I want you to be part of my paradise," he said and raised his hand. Then he gestured to one of the walls that had a cupboard. On it, you could see the skulls of the women he had devoured. They were stunning beauties while they were living and captured Damaz's attention. Now he put their skulls on the cupboard as some kind of trophy. He even maintained them neatly. "You are the most twisted demon I ever encountered," Canny remarked while looking at the skulls. "I prefer the word benevolent," he said, and before he could finish, Canny blurred towards him. She thrust her sword as hard as she could and as fast as she could, but the demon stepped to the side with ease. When Cain stopped a few meters away, she collapsed on the ground with many cut marks on her body. The demon not only dodged but managed to cut her in the exchange. She didn't even see him move. "I'm sorry, I was not through with those cuts," Damaz said and unfurled his fan made of blades, his weapon of choice. "You are still living and hence suffering." Maybe this was where she was going to die. She hoped it was not, but the situation seemed impossible to survive. She was going to die here. Even if her Kasugai crow found a demon slayer nearby, what could they do? It was the upper moon that she was up against. It would only increase the number of causalities. Tears started falling from her eyes, but they only worked to hurt her eyes. Her tears froze due to the freezing temperatures of the air. The best thing she could do now was go out fighting with all she had. And so, she took in a huge breath that forced her frozen lungs to work. The adrenaline in her veins caused the temperature of her body to rise and fight against the biting cold. Flower breathing, final form. Canny fought with all her might for the final time. Seiji's POV. I ran. And I ran some more. Boom. 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 The earth quaked with each step I took. Thunder breathing, first form. More. Faster. Even faster. Thunderclap and flash, 200-fold. BOOM. BOOM. I ran until my leg was completely destroyed. The muscles in my left leg had been exhausted and torn beyond belief, yet I kept on running. Even the Kasugai crow flying overhead couldn't catch up with me. Even Raven was lagging far behind. It was fortunate that I was curious enough to ask where Canny would be heading for the mission. With my eidetic memory, it was not hard to find my way around the thick jungles and run towards where she was. I used Thunderclap and Flash 200 times. With it, I was able to cover nearly 10 kilometers. The forest was ravaged, and I left a trail of destruction in my wake. I did not use my right leg, however, as I would need that for the upcoming fight. But my left leg, I destroyed completely. I was not sure if it would be able to heal later on. But that did not bother me in the slightest when survival was not certain. I was going straight towards Dema, who was Upper Moon too. I didn't have the privilege to worry about how my legs would heal when I could die in this fight. The only thing I was certain of was that Canny was not going to die. I'd tear down the sky before she died. Finally, I reached the village in the middle of the night. It was eerily quiet, with the villagers gathering near the entrance of the village. I did a quick scan of the surroundings and also located Canny. My eyes saw her fighting against the Upper Moon, and with a quick calculation, I determined that I had enough time to reach her before the fight ended. Dema was playing with her, and although that made me burn with rage, it meant I had time. So I stopped. Haya, haya, haya. The air around me churned as I used constant breathing, healing breath. I also looked down at my left leg and scanned the injury. It was bad. Just by looking at it, a surgeon might give up. I cut off 2 branches from a tree and swiftly chipped them down to be straight. I took off my haori and cut it into ropes before tying the sticks on my left leg to support my weight and straighten it, like a makeshift cast. Could you believe that? One of my legs was completely fucked up right before the most important battle of my life. If my life was a story, I would complain to the author and give him hell for nerfing me like this. I put my faith in you, Shounen Power-Up, I said aloud, trying to calm my roaring heart. I was doing my best to calm down before rushing in. Being blinded by my rage would not do me good in this situation. It would only tire me more and cloud my thought process. So I did everything I could to calm myself down, controlling my thoughts. Cracking jokes. But inside, my heart fell due to the sheer emotions weighing it down. Let's go. I quickly made my way into the village. Luckily, I spent weeks training with Jigoro, former Thunder Hashira, and he had lost a leg in battle. So I could copy his movements and implement them to my own. When I entered the village, I was immediately stopped by a mob. Many of the villagers had gathered around, holding weapons like a sickle, axe, machete, etc. They seemed to be guarding the place to make sure no one entered the village. My eyes saw a demon amongst them as well. Look, he is an intruder trying to disturb our Lord while he is busy with his apostle. Stop him. The villagers screamed in unison. It was a small group, gathered to stop any help from reaching Canny. They did it after a Kasugai crow escaped from them to call reinforcement. I was trying so hard to remain calm. But my emotions got the better of me. Anger, desperation, immense frustration, and then hate. They were cultists under Dema. They had no sin except being brainwashed since they were born. They probably didn't deserve it. But I killed them all. I'm sorry, I couldn't waste any more time to knock them out. I ran out of kindness. Thunderstone breathing, Arc of Ruin. My blade mowed them all down with a single slash, the demons hiding between the mob included. The wind blade produced from my sword cleaved everything. Bisected bodies decorated the ground, crimson blood hid the natural brown of the earth. Their death was swift and merciless. It'd probably haunt me for the rest of my life, but I'd rather that than Canny's death haunt me for the rest of my life. They were unimportant. So I burst towards the center of the village where there was a temple. My eyes locked on the smiling demon who made me do all these things. Oh, how I hate him. But on the bright side. BOOM. I got there just in time. Chapter 82, Dema vs. Seiji, begin. Third POV. She was losing strength, she knows. She was getting weaker and weaker, he knows it. This fight was merely a play done for the amusement of the demon. They both knew it. I am going to die here, Canny concluded in her mind when she felt her body starting to get slower and her adrenaline ran out. The chilling cold returned to her, weighing down on her body and making her go numb once more. They were slowly dragging her closer and closer to the brink of death. What a sad sight this is, your own body is failing you. Dema commented and parried any attacks that came his way with one hand. Why not just accept your fate and give in to my kindness? I assure you, there will no longer be a pain in paradise, the demon said, before swinging his war fan to create a gust of cold air that sent her flying to the opposite of the room. When the fact that she was really going to die now sank in, her life flashed before her eyes. It started with her dear little sister, Shinobu, then it shifted to Kano, then her friends at the Flower Mansion, her fellow Hashira, Jaiomai who saved her, and then Master Yubayashiki, etc. All of those people flashed in her mind. Time seemed to wait for her as she relieved the memories of a lifetime in an instant. And then finally, he appeared in her mind. She shed a tear for this one because it came with regret. That was why he was the last one. Seiji appeared in her mind and never left. She felt immense regret in her heart. She should have confessed to him on that night, and now she was never going to get the chance again. That was her only regret. I love you, 3 words that she wished could say to the deaf man. How silly. She propped up her body with the last of her strength and leaned on the wall. Now, she could only watch as Damas slowly approached her with an ecstatic smile. A drug addict smiles. The demon was completely insane. Seiji. His name left her lips, and the sound of his name brought a smile to her face even in such a situation. He must be busy with his mission now, located directly opposite to hers. She wished he was here somehow, not to save her like he had done 1,000,000 times, but to see him one last time. And confess. Bzzz. Damas stopped coming forward, and Canny froze when they saw a spark of lighting between them. It was the weirdest thing. Canny wondered if it was a hallucination. A chilling sensation washed over them as well, much more for Damas. It was like a deep foreboding. The spark of lighting was a prophet that foretold a coming disaster. Not 3 seconds later, thunder erupted and tore through the building. Everything was ripped apart due to the violent force. At that moment, Canny saw hope and Damas saw a powerful threat. The foundation of the building shook violently with the appearance of the purple swordsman. His lack of reaction due to the loud sound hints at his deafness, and his pristine sword was a signature that all demons were now familiar with. Not a second later, Seiji brought up his sword and his robotic voice declared. Wind breathing, 4th form. He swung his long blade towards the roof of the building. The rush of wind and hurricanes produced by his attack ripped apart the building. Rising storm dust. Boom. A loud shockwave oppressed the area. The temple of the eternal paradise faith was completely ripped apart and shredded under the power of the wind. The full moon in the sky was revealed as the roof collapsed. Seiji ran towards Canny and stopped any debris from hitting her. After another shockwave, the building was destroyed completely. Canny felt life return to her body, and she also took in a deep and needed breath. Her previous injuries seemed not too grave anymore with him around. It was because of this that she fell so deeply in love with him. The Demon King could stand in front of her, but under his protective presence, all fears were dispelled. She knew she was saved once more. Seiji's POV. Lighting breathing to split the building in half so that it could collapse more easily. Then wind breathing not only destroys the building, but blows all of the cold air away and allows the air to be breathable once more. I brought the battle into the open because Damas' blood demon art worked better in tight spaces. His ability to freeze the surrounding temperature would be harder to use in the open air, especially with a wind breath user. And the lack of a roof would allow the sun to shine upon the demon the moment it rose. Even if I could not defeat him, I needed to keep him occupied until sunrise and I would win. These actions were planned in a few seconds before I reached them, so it was not perfect. But I hoped this would turn the battle in my favor. My Tilda, what do we have here? If it isn't the famous Hashira? Damas slowly walked out from the smoke with a shit-eating grin on his face. The situation seemed to amuse him even more. "I hate your face more than I thought I would," I spat out. I cursed my eyes because they would remember his face forever. I looked away from the disgusting living flesh and turned to Canny. I quickly scanned her body and the injury she sustained. She had many wounds, and she was beyond exhaustion, but there was nothing fatal. Her lungs were the ones that were most damaged. "Maybe being so pretty is not ideal, you even attract demons," I joked. Maybe it was a bad attempt, but I only had a second to make it, so please don't judge me. She smiled. If she was not so injured, she'd giggle sweetly like she always did with my bad jokes. But at least she was not scared, and that was all that mattered. Right then, I quickly turned around and slashed 2 spikes made of ice before they could skewer me. I saw them coming from the reflection of her eyes. "Tilde, you dodged that? I thought you were deaf," Dama asked aloud before he struck a thinking pose. "Are you like Lord Kokoshibo? Do you have a 360-degree vision?" I remained silent and simply observed every cell in his body. From his body language, the contents of his stomach, his muscle construction, from the pattern of his breath and heartbeat, I used every single piece of information to expose his weakness. My eyes saw his strength, his weakness. "Your eyes," he commented, a bit serious this time. "You think you can beat me?" He smiled widely after that. "How interesting. I'm so glad you decided to come here. You make things a whole lot more interesting. Tell me, how do you plan to beat me?" And so I did. I told him. BOOM. Chapter 83, Dama vs. Seiji 1. Seiji's POV. I moved faster than the speed of sound. A statement that would be incomprehensible to the ordinary because it was an impossible feat, a shore to fantasy. To normal eyes, I literally disappeared from my position and appeared behind the demon in the span of an instant. My movement was graceful and soft, so there was no explosion of force. It was a consequence of perfect movement. There was no shockwave. Every newton of force worked to propel me forward at incredible speed. No wasted energy, no nothing. My damaged leg dragged me down, but only for the briefest millisecond. Blood spilled out from Dama's neck, and he grabbed it with his pale hand. His face showed no amount of surprise because the feats he witnessed were beyond expectation. "You are," he started when his neck healed, "awfully fast." Now it was my time to bleed. A small cut appeared on my forehead, and a drop of crimson blood bleed out. He actually aimed for my eyes, but I moved my head in time, so he only left a scratch on my forehead. I turned my body to face him fully once more, and we both took a moment to observe each other's strength. Canny was left defenseless at the moment, but she was safe. The brief exchange made it clear to us both that the battle was closer than anticipated. The moment he went after Canny would make an opening for me to end him forever. I almost wanted him to go after her. "I guess there are all those stories about you for a reason, purple one," he commented and unfurled his war fan. Then he disappeared. I followed the next moment. A loud vibration akin to a firing machine gun resounded in the middle, followed by bright sparks that indicate metal hitting metal. Then we returned to our previous position. I stood in front of Canny and he stopped opposite us, meters away. In this clash, I remained unharmed. But it was a different case for Dama. The half portion of his neck was cut and his hand swiftly slid off his arm. A copious amount of blood decorated the floor. My, he said, and blood came out from his lips. "I better take you seriously if I don't want to die." I took a deep breath after that, my instincts screaming at me louder than ever. Would you believe me if I told you that he was as fast as me? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't experience it myself. The only reason I had the advantage in our brief clash was my eyes. I could predict his attacks and movements even before he himself thought of them. And with each clash, I got to know more and more about him. That was why I allowed him to dictate the pace of the battle. The longer we fight, the better for me. I was not only learning more about his battle pattern and fighting style. Dragging the fight meant that sunrise was getting closer. "Tell me more," I said, and pointed my long sword at him. My eyes released a purple glow, and I read him like a book. What attacks was his body most used to? Where was his weakness? Which foot did he move first before he moved? Did he inhale or exhale before an attack? How many times did he blink in our clash? Which side was he better at protecting? What did his eyes reflect? How long was his reach? How dangerous was each move? I went to the very basics of fighting once more. Fighting was not fighting. To me, it was a conversation. Make him talk, listen, and reply perfectly. Listen to his actions. Do not aim for his weakness. Instead, you should adapt and become his weakness. Whoosh! A swing of his war fan made the air scream. My eyes saw the particles of ice in the air that would no doubt freeze my lungs if I inhaled them. The temperature around us plummeted. It became so cold that I could feel it in my joints. His shit-eating smile returned once more. I quickly took the remaining of my Haori and threw it to Canny. She used it not only to cover her body, but to cover her nose so that she could breathe amid the cold air. Let's play, he invited me. I saw it. I saw our similarities. We were both similar in the sense that fighting was not fighting to us. For him, fighting was more like playing. After all, what kind of god fight with mortals? To him, fighting was a fun game to play, a game where he could not lose. A game that I quickly adapted to. Flame wind breathing, I became his weakness. My leg hurts when I put body weight on it, but through sheer will and adrenaline, I moved perfectly. A gust of hot air revolved around me. My body heat rose rapidly due to fire breathing. We blurred. Inferno. I saw flames folding around me, battling the cold air with me. Dama lunged at me, matching the intensity of my charge. His golden war fan shone with a dangerous light. Blood demon art, barren hanging garden. A series of 10 successive fan attacks generated ice shards that came at me mercilessly. They clashed with my sword, and the sound produced a piercing shockwave that sent goosebumps through my body. They were heavy. His attacks were so damn heavy. An elegant swing of those fans had the weight of a ton. The vibration of my sword rattles my bones, numbing my arms. Yet I was not in trouble. My sword, wrapped in golden flames, sliced at his head. Dama leaned back his head to the limit, breaking the bones of his neck, but ultimately dodging a direct hit. But the whirlwind in my swing ripped his face off, exposing muscle and bone. No matter how dangerous his attacks were, they lost a lot of their danger when he told me before he attacked. I saw it. I saw the moisture collecting and freezing in the air. I saw the quick draw of his breath with each swing, and I saw the wiggle of every muscle fiber in his body. They told me everything he was going to do. His eyes widened, and I allowed that information to stay in my mind a little longer than every other information processed. He leapt. Or at least his body told me he was going to. So I did a half spit to lower my body, and I cut off his legs clean off. Then I blasted past him in a rush of wind that inflicted massive pressure on his body, almost tearing away at his skin. Blood demon art, freezing cloud. He bent his body in an impossible manner. You'd have to be boneless to make such a maneuver when you had no legs, but that was what the demon did. Then he swung his fan and sent a gust of cold winds at me. To be more specific, he was aiming to freeze my eyes. He tried the same thing with Kano in the manga. The freezing air, with many frozen particles, came at me. I smiled. Wind breathing, fourth form, slid to a stop and turned my body to face the incoming clouds. Rising storm. I swung my giant sword as hard as I could. The air was forcefully turned into a whirlwind, and I unleashed chaos in the atmosphere. The hurricane fought against the incoming cold winds, blasting them away. That was not all. The wind blades continued their journey to Dama, ripping everything else in their way. The demon healed his limbs and his face in but one instant, and he lunged at me. I also did the same and blitzed towards him. Our arms blurred, and we entered into a battle of skills. He was a genius. His techniques with his war fans were far more refined than I would otherwise expect. Yet when it came to techniques, I had no rival. I was technique god. My eyes read each attack before it happened. My predictions and visions of the present collided, and my brain worked overtime to keep up with all the information. Each time his fan connected with my sword, they made a puncture in the atmosphere, releasing a shockwave that worked to destroy the cold air in the atmosphere. Our movements became faster and faster. He tried to overpower me and wait for the time my humanity would catch up to me. Humans get tired, demons don't. But years of training and perfect movement allowed me to go toe-to-toe with his endurance. There was no wasted energy in my movement, and the momentum of each clash was used perfectly to set up the other. My eyes saw the transfer of kinetic energy between us, and manipulated that transfer so efficiently that I moved like a machine, and not human. "You are by far the strongest human I've ever fought," Dima declared as he tried to close the distance between us, but I didn't allow it. My long sword served its purpose and kept the distance between myself and my enemy. He was far enough that I could see his whole body. Yobler. As I said before, he tried to close the distance between us, and that cost him his jaw. Every angle that he tried to take, every opening he sought, he only met the sharp end of my blade. I was winning. If we were both human then, I could say I was many times superior to him, but demons had advantages that more than made up for our difference in skill. He regenerated his jaw instantly, and this time, he backed away. He thought I would follow him and take advantage of the opening by plunging my blade into his heart. Then, he would use his fan to chip away at my sword. The length of my reach was becoming too annoying for him, so he wanted to take it away. But his plan never came to reality. They died a plan. His body told me what he was trying to do already. The way he moved his arms apart to reveal an opening in his chest, the way he changed the grip on his fan to attack close ranged. Too obvious. Instead, I gave the perfect reply. Thunderstone breathing, Arc of Ruin. I held my sword with both hands and swung with all the strength my arms could muster. The air vibrated, and a high-pitched sound ruptured the ice particles. Explode like thunder, be strong like stone. Employ all the muscle fibers in your arm, generating every drop of raw strength. And do that again and again and again with every second of your swing, stacking up your power through the concept of repetitive action. I did not even have to hit my opponent. My blade was able to cut everything standing in its direction. Dima tried to block the incoming attack with his 2 golden war fans, but they were sliced through with ease. No resistance evolved from an attempt, all was cut. Dima's body was chopped in half. In his futile attempt to destroy my weapon, I destroyed his and turned him into a Kit Kat. His body fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide. The exchange came to a stop. I remained standing and he fell, not once but twice. I heaved my sword on my shoulder. My arms felt like jelly, so such a minor action felt difficult at the moment. I gave a smile, a shit-eating grin that was like his. White hair, pretty eyes, playful and cut into 2. The similarity is too much, is that you Gojo? I joked in amusement. He had done that to my canny right, play around while she was writhing on the floor. His upper body looked at me. His smile was no longer to be seen. "Ma mea, how unbefitting of an upper moon," he said with a sigh. In a burst of flesh, he regenerated his lower half and all the clothes with it. That's fucking weird. How the fuck did he regenerate clothes? Even more weird, his lower body also regenerated, but with ice. The bisected body turned into a puppet as they both rose together. I guess things are getting serious now. I took in a deep breath and ready myself to talk once more. Chapter 84, Dima vs. Seiji 2. Seiji's POV. Dima was a powerful demon by himself. But by no means was that his greatest strength. His true power lies in his blood demon art, his ability to create clones of himself, to be specific. In the manga, it was shown that he could create at least 6 ice clones of himself, and each one of these clones was as powerful as him. That means he could increase his overall power 6 times, anytime he wants. "Do you like it? It's an ice clone of myself," Dima said, but there was no smile on his face. "And it can use all of the techniques I use." I allowed my eyes to observe the ice clone carefully, and the discovery I made caused me to frown deeply. It was made entirely of ice, which meant that I would have a much harder time predicting its movement since it was not made of flesh and bone. These things had always been one of my weaknesses: blood demon art, spells that did not even try to follow the logic of this world. "Your eyes are powerful, I'll admit, but you can't see everything, can you?" Dima said, and the ice clone leapt into the air. It sent a barrage of ice spikes towards me, which I destroyed with my sword. but the fragments of the ice were still sharp enough to leave scratches on my skin. The ice clone then landed behind me. I shifted my position to see him, but then Dama blitzed towards me. Cling! My blade met his demonic claws, and they created sparks when Dama pushed against me. My injured leg faltered, and I was pushed back. No matter how similar you are to him, you are only a human. Your vision is limited to 180 degrees, he said. His lips began curving once more. He was right. I saw the ice clone rushing at me from the shiny reflection of my blade. I used thunder breathing to explode in raw strength. I forced Dama away with a swing of my sword, and I barely had enough time to duck under the horizontal attack of the ice clone. His arms had a sharp edge, like a blade. Then it started. A battle where I was constantly on the edge of dying. Dama, with the help of his ice clone, took full advantage of my limited vision and attacked me from different directions at once. This was a weakness I always knew I had yet couldn't find a solution to. My enemy was exploiting it to the fullest. I was always stronger in a 1 versus 1 fight, but when two entities attacked me at the same time and it became 2 versus 1, I learned the limit of my eyes real quick. I had 2 eyes, yet I could only focus on one thing. The fight was a blur of speed even from my perspective. I took turns fighting against the two. I predicted the attacks of Dama like before, while giving more attention to the ice clone, which I had trouble predicting. Perfect movement allowed me to fight efficiently and barely keep up with the coming onslaught. The air vibrated due to the exchange of blows. On long sword blurred to fend off 4 attacks. Dama used both his hands, and the clone used both arms to attack. Sometimes I would use my elbow or kicks to continue. I would kick at Dama's knees when he was going to step forward. I elbowed the ice holem at the blunt part of its arm before swining again at Dama. Everything happened in a flash, yet the calculated moves I made in the gap between instances could only be described as a miracle. But even that was not enough. Swoosh! I did a flip in the air to create distance and dodge 4 attacks coming at me. I realized then that when I was in the air, looking down, I could see them both. In an instant, I came up with a strategy. I started leaping in the air. The moment my feet made contact with the ground was the only one time when my feet touched the ground. That way, I was able to fend off attacks coming at me easier. Although an aerial fight was limiting, as long as I could see the attacks coming, I thought I would be able to manage it. I used their attacks coming up to split me at a way to remain in the air as well, doing my best to survive the onslaught. But that strategy did not last long. Blood Demon Art X2. My eyes saw the gathering of moisture in the air. The water froze and formed an ice lotus that had intricate details. If I were not in the middle of battle, I would pause to admire its beauty. Then those lotus started spinning and grew sharp vines that easily moved at the speed of sound like a whip. My eyes saw the way they sliced through the frigid air. One strike was enough to tear through flesh. Lotus Vines, X2. To make matters worse, his clone, the one I could hardly predict, used the exact same technique. 2 upper moon-level attacks came at me while I was in the air. Time slowed down to a crawl, and I saw the vines along with the sharp petals spinning my way. They were a spinning razor of calamity, spiraling towards me with the cold intent of murder. For the first time in my life, I was lost for words. There was no reply from me. The only thing I did was minimize the attack. The vines came at me. The air displaced from their sheer speed created vibrations in the atmosphere. When they made contact with my flesh, it looked like I was made of cake. They sliced me up, leaving wounds from which blood splurted out like a waterfall. But that was the best outcome. The other productions I made all tell a scene where I was chopped into pieces. I saw everything in slow motion, therefore the pain I felt was also slow and agonizing. The attacks left multiple slash marks on my body, but none of them were enough to cut through bone. When I landed on the ground, I nearly slipped on my own blood. But I remained calm and strong, for I finally had the ability to fight back. I gripped my sword with both hands, and with the strength of a dying man, I unleashed it. Storm breathing, first form. My body screamed at me, protesting against using such a tiring technique at the situation. They did not want a move, They wanted to run away and heal from the injuries I had sustained. But the will of my heart forced them to move, and move they did. In a fight-or-flight situation, my body fought with everything it had. Tempest fury. My arm exploded to action as every fiber of the muscles in my arm worked together to produce raw strength in a single instance. Thunder breathing. A shockwave erupted and a small hurricane formed from my swing. Wind blades came to life and ripped apart flesh, bones, and ice, wind breathing. My arm did not lose accuracy even when it moved with such force. The kinetic energy of my swing was controlled, and I hit only what I wanted, Dema and his ice doll. There was no wasted force on anything else, water breathing. The end result was the highest caliber of man-made catastrophe. Everything in front of me was minced into pieces. The ice lotus and its vines were shredded, leaving no fragments, and the same thing goes for the ice doll. BOOM. Dema himself was ripped into pieces, but the thud of something falling made my heart waver. That did not finish him off. It was a risk, but one I thought it best to take. The fact that he was winning and even inflicted grave injuries upon me caused him to let his guard down. I took that chance and attacked with the best I had. Yet it was not enough. Hess, I mouthed in despair. Dema's eyes were demonic red. He was able to save his upper body from the attack, from his shoulder up. They were covered with impenetrable ice that shielded him from the wind blades. But still, he took a while to regenerate. Yet I couldn't take advantage of it because I was stuck in my place. My body ached all over and refused to move. You really are dangerous. Lord Musin should be glad that I end you today, Dema said while his body reconstructed itself, cell by cell. It was not fair. It was not fair that he could regenerate from such an injury so easily while I could not even move a muscle. I hate it with every fiber of my being. Right then, a blur came at Dema while he was regenerating. But even though he was not fully healed, he was able to block the incoming slash that came his way. You are not forgetting about me, are you? I was the one you targeted in the first place, Canny said, her eyes crying blood, a consequence of overusing the final form of flower breathing. No, not at all. Quite the opposite, Dema said, and with half legs, they started fighting once more. I couldn't do anything else but watch as my body recovered from the aftermath of storm breathing. They engaged in a short exchange, but as Dema regenerated, he quickly overpowered Canny. She moved with the same calculating manner as I did, her eyes working like mine but on smaller scale. She was like a weaker version of me, to be honest. BOOM. So how could she possibly stand a chance? She was doing everything she could to hold on for longer, to give me a chance to recover. Her body was pushed beyond its limits, and her eyes were slowly losing their light the longer she used her technique. I'm done playing, it's not fun anymore, Dema said, and kicked Canny at her abdomen, sending her flying away like a rag doll. She managed to catch herself in the air and slid to a stop right beside me. Canny, I called her. I'm fine, don't worry, she replied softly, with ragged breath. She was not fine. My eyes saw the extent of her injuries. I saw her lungs tearing at themselves with each breath she took. I saw her shattered bones, her torn muscles and ligaments. And I saw her blinding eyes. I don't think she would be able to see normally after this battle. Blood demon art, ice dolls. Chilling words fell upon the battlefield. The wind picked up speed as moisture froze up, leaving the air so dry and cold that it was difficult to get even one breath. That was only the beginning of our despair as 6 ice clones started being constructed around us. In a matter of seconds, we were surrounded by the 6 ice dolls, along with Dema, who spread his arms dramatically. Like a god. This was the might of the upper moon too. I was still not strong enough to take him, not nearly strong enough. You will die here today, and I will take both of you to paradise, Dema said, and smiled widely. A demon playing god, how revolting. Blood demon art, freezing cloud, the moment those words left his lips. He and his 6 clones swung their arms, releasing cold winds that could freeze our bodies. Since we were completely surrounded, there was nowhere to run. The fact that I made the battlefield an open ground no longer mattered with the clones present. The cold winds hit us like a blizzard. It was a blue smoke of chilling death. Our body temperature fell rapidly, and each breath we took froze our lungs. We could not even see clearly anymore due to the blizzard. Eyes felt like they were freezing up. Canny fell against my body, my arms moved to grab her, and I immediately covered her mouth and nose. The demon's laughter echoed at that moment. It felt like I could hear it, deep in my mind. Was it the delusion of a dying man? I was not sure. It was cold, too cold to even form thoughts. I guess this is how I die, unable to even save one girl, the sane part of my mind said. Yet there was also something else. Something in me was protesting with everything. It hated the demons and the situation to the very core. 9 years ago, I was helpless, and now I was helpless once more. Was all my effort for useless? Was winning against the demons reserved for the main character alone? The frustration in my heart was enough to overshadow the cold air. I hate it, 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 I hate it. I hate it more than anything else. I hate it even more than I loved myself. Suddenly, I felt my body temperature increase rapidly, and my heart came alive like an engine in my chest. It felt like it was expanding the size of my chest cavity with how wildly it was beating. I felt a surge of strength and energy throughout my body. It turned all my previous injuries and limits into an illusion. I felt stronger than I ever felt before. My eyes started glowing, and I could finally see past the blizzard again. I locked eyes with Dema, and I knew what was going on. I did not even have to look at myself to notice a mark appearing on my face. Fuck. Was this the only way to win? I did not want this. But what other choice did I have when I was pushed to the brink of death? It was either this or dying now. So I accepted it, but with a promise that I would obliterate the creature that pushed me to such an extent. No, not just him. I'll drive them to extinction. Canny, I called her name and hugged her close to my body. My eyes saw the effect of hypothermia, and I started panicking. I started hating even more. How dare they try to take from me again? I wouldn't allow it to happen again, even at the cost of my life. With the newfound strength and demon slayer mark, I could form coherent thoughts once more. And at that moment, when I was at the edge of life and death, enlightenment came. It was when man is left with no other choice that he came up with the best innovations. Adapt. Fighting was a conversation. My skills are my words and language. It was impossible to run out of options. The things I knew and the techniques I have learned so far were all copied from others. The best thing I had done was combine them. But at that moment, I moved past that threshold. I did not copy, I did not simply combine. I started creating something completely new. Something that was not just a combination of the techniques I've learned. Or should I say, I was recreating it. Stone breathing, water breathing, thunder breathing, flame breathing, wind breathing, and even steroid breathing. I used the meanings and the concepts of each breathing styles to create something new. They were like words with different meanings, and I started constructing an entirely new sentence from them. I did not combine them. I broke them down to their most primitive state and built up the best version of them. And you know what? It fits like a puzzle. Somehow, the core concepts of all these breathing styles led to one beginning. Esoteric art. No. Sun breathing. It was the perfect beginning, the perfect language, and the ultimate truth. It did not matter who you were, where you were from, or when you lived. Across different identities, different continents, or different eras, the moment you reach perfection, you will find sun breathing. It did not matter how cold the air was anymore. My lungs sucked in the frigid air, and I took a full breath. It did not hurt my lungs anymore, it not freeze anymore, it felt fine. I could see fire coming from my mouth as I took in each breath. They were different from flame breathing, they were more intense and red. But even then, it was only a simple breath. I did not know enough to recreate the different forms of sun breathing. I only figured out the constant breathing of sun breathing. It was how Yoriichi would have inhaled. But as the foundation of all breathing styles, the breath I inhaled supported every style of breathing I knew. As I mentioned before, each breathing style has unique patterns to the way you breathe, but sun breathing could apply to all of them. I carried Canny in my arms, and using my right leg, I propelled myself forward. Thunderclap and flash. I blitzed past the ice clones and Dema. The demon's shocked face was the last image I saw. In just a few seconds, I was many meters away from the battlefield, but ultimately, I stopped. Running away at my condition was a foolish decision. I was too injured to run far, and Dema would inevitably catch up to me. So the better option was to end this fight now while I still had energy. I gently laid Canny on the ground underneath a tree. Raven flew towards me, and I told her to protect her. I took another second to look at her face. She was the reason I was fighting. My love for her was the reason I hate. Then I stood up, turned around, and ran towards Dema again. With my sword shining under the moon, I inhaled a huge breath using sun breathing. The pattern of the breath fits every technique I had. Storm breathing, second form. My body did not protest. Instead, it roared with anticipation. At the cost of only living 25 years old, my body was able to achieve inhuman strength. I knew instinctively that I could use storm breathing as much as I wanted. Let me curse you. Lightning wave. I yelled and I blitzed towards Damas at the fastest speed I had moved yet. For a moment, I let my body forget its injured state and fight with everything it had. Chapter 85, Dema vs. Seiji Final. Third POV. This can't be human. That was the only line of thought Dema was able to fit between calm and disaster. One moment, the human was walking towards him, and then he turned into a violent storm in the same stretch of moment. The ground shook due to the sheer force exploding on it. The air quivered and fled as the human storm incarnate obliterated everything in an instant. I didn't see it. It was a scary thought for the upper moon, too. With the strength he now possessed, no entity should be able to move faster than he could see. Not Kokushiibo, and not even Musen Kibitsuji. It was impossible. BOOM. And so, with his entire body other than his head completely obliterated, Damas stared at the aftermath of the impossible. Purple lighting razed the ground and flashed in a brilliant light that stunted the world. A violent wind ravaged the atmosphere, turning every molecule of air into a deadly blade. Damas was not even able to witness how his ice clones were reduced to ice dust. It happened too fast. Yet all that violence and all that super speed were guided by perfect accuracy. They were stitched together by a wave, a flow of water. Damas deduced that from the afterimage left by the human. No, he was no longer just a human to Damas. A Hashira. For the first time in his long life, Damas felt the weight of the title Hashira. He knew now that he was facing against the pillar of humanity. Finally, sound returned to the battlefield after seemingly gathering enough courage. The shockwaves that erupted from shattering sound barriers completely ripped the topmost layer of the ground, exposing deeper earth. Thud. Damas, currently only a head, fell to the ground with a thud. His head fell in the perfect position to stare at the back of the Hashira. His eyes told him that the enemy was only a human who was broken beyond belief. From all of the injuries Damas saw on the man, he should have fallen with a single touch. The enemy was weak and fragile, already past his breaking point. Yet Damas' heart saw a different entity. His heart saw a fellow monster who had the capacity to end him, an equal. There was also a certain feeling in his heart which he could not describe. But that feeling stood out for Damas, who usually never felt a tinge of emotion. What is it? He wondered. The feeling only intensified when the Hashira turned his head. Eyes glowing purple, somehow looking even more demonic than his. It froze him for a moment. Speaking of heart, he should regenerate quickly. It was not fitting for someone like him to remain only a head. Being beheaded was fatal to most demons, but for the top 3 of the upper moon, it was no longer enough to kill them. Damas unleashed his full potential and rapidly reconstructed his body in all its majestic glory from only a head. The Hashira simply watched while Damas fully regenerated. Ah, thank you for waiting, Damas said with a playful smile, unfitting of the situation. Stop doing that, a cold, robotic voice came from the Hashira. Damas hated the way he talked. Some words had the wrong pitch and tone. It sounded like an AI voice, an imitation. Doing what? Stop acting like you have emotions, the Hashira said, and his piercing eyes focused on Dama. You feel nothing, you are no different than the ice dolls you create. With the help of his purple eyes, he was able to see how Dama was imitating playful emotions, even though he never really felt a thing. Dama was born apathetic. Ever since his birth, he had never experienced proper emotions. The best he could do was imagine the emotions and imitate what he had seen. The next emotion I should feel is anger, right? He is hitting a sore spot after all. Dama thought to himself. He had become immaculate in acting emotions after centuries of studies. But weirdly enough, he did not feel like faking anger. There was this burning sensation in his heart, which was the very first time Dama was feeling anything. You living dead, you should have never existed, the Hashira spat out with a thick amount of hate in his awkward voice. I'll fix that. Dama talked no more and started using his blood demon art. The feeling in his heart increased when he saw the enemy get into a stance. He was not sure, but he suspected it was an emotion. He thinks it's excitement. Blood demon art. The temperature in the air plummeted, and the white smoke of frosty ice overwhelmed the surroundings. The world became numbing cold, and on a summer night, winter came. Rhyme Water Lily Bodhisattva. A gigantic icy Buddha materialized amidst the frigid air. The space around the statue seemed to distort due to the depressive cold. The winds were still, frozen at the moment as the Buddha was erected to its full glory. From the mouth of the Buddha came chilling white clouds that froze everything in its path. Spinning lotuses with sharp vines also came to life around the Buddha, and they towered over the human. The Hashira watched all of it happen from a distance. Each breath he took released smoke in the Arctic air, yet he remained unharmed. He was like an undying flame, with the heat of a star in his lungs. His purple eyes pierced right through the frozen air. Dama grabbed the space in front of him, and the Buddha followed his action. Then he took the action of tearing down space. The Buddha followed. The icy statue of a god, standing almost 10 meters tall, came crashing towards the human with the weight of a mountain. The lotuses spun forward at incredible speed, aiming to rip him apart. In return, the Hashira only observed him with eyes colder than ice. Its calculating depth gave a terrifying chill to anyone who gazed upon them. At that moment, he created a new breathing style to perfectly counter against Dama. It was the same thing he had done for sun breathing. The ice Buddha would require incredible raw strength to destroy, so he took that aspect from stone breathing. The chilling clouds from the Buddha's mouth demanded wind breathing to fight against them. And finally, he took the intensity of flame breathing to fight against the frigid temperature. These three styles were broken apart and rebuilt to create a new breathing style. Volcanic breathing, first form, said the human before moving straight towards the giant Buddha. He leapt in the air, higher than the ice Buddha. The lotuses spun and changed trajectory to follow him, but he paid them no heed. He brought his long sword high above his head, and you could see an intense red cover his body and sword. Molten divide. Under the stunned eyes of Dama, the ice Buddha instantly split into two, and the shockwave from the slash destroyed every individual lotus coming his way. That was not the end. Soon after, the earth split into two. BOOM. It was a ground-splitting attack with the intensity of an erupting volcano. The ground quaked as if the tectonic plates had shifted. Then an overwhelming wave of pressure crushed the vicinity mercilessly. It was not only an attack that equaled the ice Buddha. It was an attack carefully crafted by someone to counter Dama's attack perfectly. The upper moon never stood a chance. The aftermath of the clash was a scene of broken ice and scarred earth. There was an oppressive silence in the air that seemed to choke Dama. The emotion in his heart increased. Blood demon art, crystalline divine child. Dama immediately continued the battle. Something inside was urging him to attack even more intensely. He created miniature clones of himself once more, and they attacked the Hashira all at once. But this time, it was no longer effective. The Hashira was way faster than the clones, so they were never able to surround him to take advantage of his blind spot. He moved from one place to another as they blurred around the battlefield and the village. The exchange went on for quite some time. The sound of ice clashing and breaking against steel filled the village. The houses in the village were destroyed in loud, destructive explosions. A calamity had struck the settlement. After this battle, the village would not be habitable anymore. But through all this, Dima could not process anything anymore. It was all a blur of information. He remembered creating more ice clones every time they were destroyed. But he remained in his place, aware of the battle yet not joining for some reason. There was something choking him from the inside. It stopped him from moving an inch towards the human. How odd, how very odd. Then in a loud, ear-splitting explosion, the Hashira destroyed all 6 clones at once. He raised a path through the village and immediately reached Dima. "Let's end this now," he said. The imperfection of his speech still remained. Dima remained in his place. He did not even try to make clones anymore since they were ineffective. With every intention of ending the battle himself, they stood opposite to each other. Blood demon art, Dima readied his spell. In return, the Hashira said, "Esoteric art. Water breathing, 11th form." Water surged out from the Hashira and covered the entire surrounding. Dima felt like he was pulled into another dimension as he found himself in the middle of a waging ocean. But even after a while, the water never calmed down. Instead, the waves became more and more violent. Living's malice. Right then, killing intent floods out like a raging tsunami. The intent of the malice and hatred was so strong that it transcended the psychic plane and manifested itself to the world. Not only could Dima feel it, but he could experience his death multiple times. It froze him in his spot. The burning feeling in his heart, the emotion he felt finally became known at that moment. Since he never felt emotions before, he did not know what it was, but now, he realized. It was not excitement. It was fear. He was afraid. Dima could not move at all. Every second he experienced his own death. The killing intent was so strong that even the breeze upon his skin felt like a deadly attack, and he was completely stunned. He was scared. He knew he should not be scared of the blowing wind or the sound of crickets, but like a child with an irrational fear of ghosts, he trembled. Therefore, he never even saw the real attack coming. When everything felt like they were trying to kill him, the real attack that was made to kill him was completely hidden. This technique was the complete opposite of Jiyu's dead calm and his selfless state, yet they accomplished the same task. Instead of erasing one's presence by eliminating all hatred and intention, this technique amplified it. The killing intent and the hatred of the user were so powerful that they completely corrupted the surroundings. Like Conqueror's haki, the intent materialized on the world, and the victim felt like everything in the world was out to harm them. So they could never see the real attack coming. They could not differentiate between a blowing wind and the slashing of a sword. Even without his knowledge, Dima's head was chopped off. His body fell to the ground, and his bisected head soon followed. Dima was too stunned to even react. His eyes were wide, too overwhelmed by the emotion in his heart. In the following second, his head started turning into ash. He could have regenerated. An upper moon like him would not die by simply beheading, and yet he was dying. Why? It was because he dared not regenerate when those eyes were looking down at him. Being erased seemed to be the better alternative than continuing the battle. And so, Dima died not because of any blade or attack, but because he didn't do anything. He was too overwhelmed by the first and the last emotion he ever felt in his long existence. Fear. Colder than ice. Chapter 86, It's Over. Seiji's POV. How do you kill the unkillable? That was a question that plagued my mind throughout the battle, because I truly had no way to kill the upper moon too. I didn't have a red Nichiren sword, I hadn't learned the forms of sun breathing, and I didn't have wisteria poison. I could win the fight, I could win the battle, but I could not kill the enemy. I didn't have the weapons to do so. So in every sense of the word, the upper moon too was unkillable for me. How do you kill the unkillable? In the end, the answer was childishly simple. You don't. But here's the twist. I could not kill him, but I could cause his death. It's funny to you, isn't it? But my adrenaline-pumped brain and my bloodthirsty mind thought it was absolutely genius at the time. So my eyes started searching for weakness. It did not find weakness in his demonic body that could regenerate infinitely, but they found a major flaw in his mind. His mind could not process emotions properly, it lacked empathy. That's where the idea came from, to attack the mind of the enemy instead of simply cutting his body again and again. I created Living's Malice, a unique version of Dead Calm's selflessness state, to attack the psyche of my enemy. The result was just as I predicted. I pushed Damaz's mind into a state of absolute fear, the most ancient emotion that has been in living beings since the beginning of life. To put it simply, I made Damaz commit suicide. Like I said, I couldn't kill the unkillable, but I could cause their death. To put it in an even more simpler term, I am just built different. It's over, I muttered out on the battlefield that had gone completely silent. Damaz was dead, and the fight was over. The moment those thoughts finally settled in my mind, my body gave in to the injuries. The great delusion of strength I had been working with completely shattered, leaving only pain and agony. I felt the demon slayer mark on my face fade away, and the heat in my body also turned lukewarm and then cold. I had never felt so drained and weak before. The sudden change from the absolute peak of power to the vulnerability of a baby caused my knees to falter and then bend. I fell to the ground. Forget about the wounds inflicted on me. The damage I inflicted upon myself from going beyond my limit had completely broken my body. It was phenomenal that I was alive, a miracle that I was still conscious. I gasped like a fish trying to breathe on land. I tried to follow the pattern of sun, breathing as accurately as I could, because I believed that was the only thing keeping me conscious. Then I started crawling towards the place where I put Canny. I struggled along every inch of the long journey, but after a while, I reached her. I put arms around her, and gathering every street I accumulated with during my journey, I pulled her on my lap and held her close. I was in immense pain, which made death attractive, but the feeble pounding of a heartbeat and weak breathing I felt from Canny made every second of the pain worth it. I did it, I saved her. My vision was red and blurry from all the blood. I did not even have enough strength to use my eyes on her to check her injuries, so I simply held her tighter. But I knew I saved her. I was able to protect my treasure this time. After staying like that for a few minutes or so, the sun started rising on the horizon, casting a warm golden shine on the world. Under the protective brightness of the sun, I knew I was safe. So I pulled my head back and rested my body on the tree. I saw many Kasugai crows in the sky. I couldn't hear them, so I didn't know, but they seemed to have been there for a while now. I closed my eyes, knowing that help was on its way. That was the final comfort and security I needed. I passed out into a death-like sleep, never to awaken again. The only way to wake me up would be a true love kiss. Kidding. A nice pair of boobs pressed against my body would also do. Chapter 87, Hope. Third POV. Is what you are saying true? Yubayashiki moved his body forward to hear the Kasugai crow better. A small trail of blood flowed from his lips due to the sudden increase in his heartbeat and because of the way his body tensed. Canny Kacho encountered an upper moon during one of her missions. She was nearly killed, but the Hashira Seiji Shigen immediately came to her rescue. In the following battle, Seiji Shigen emerged victorious and successfully slew the upper moon too. Is that so? Yubayashiki's face split into a rare smile of unbridled joy. Is that really what happened? The relief and the myriads of emotions going through his heart couldn't be expressed in words, but Yubayashiki felt more alive than he ever did in a decade. After all, this was proof that they were on the right path to ending this war. It was also an assurance that all the work his clan had done was not a waste. For 110 years, the upper moons have remained unchanged. They stood as an absolute evil that could not be brought down, but all of that changed today, he said, before he started coughing out blood due to the excitement. His wife immediately came to his side to support him. Amen, can you feel it? The war had taken a new turn. It is the start of a new era where the demons would not only be the hunter, but also the hunted. Yubayashiki expressed his feelings. Thank you, Seiji. Thank you, Canny. Send all of the Kasugai crows out. Spread the news to every demon slayer fighting for humanity. Tell them that their sacrifices were not meaningless. Tell them that we are not simply surviving against the demons anymore. Go forth at once, tell them we are fighting back. Musen Kibitsuji will be killed in our generation. All of the crows who were in the demon Slayer headquarters took flight, guided by the Yubayashiki's crow. Their sheer number cast a show in the morning sky. They flew fast and carried good news. Their numbers spread across all of Japan, to every samurai working as a demon slayer. Go on, Yubayashiki looked out from the veranda and at the rising sun. Give them hope. That day, all of the crows went to their assigned demon slayer, telling them how the upper moon too, a being that was thought to be unkillable, was cut down by a pillar. The other Hashiras who got the news smiled at the feat achieved by the strongest amongst them. The news had lit up a fire in their heart. A chain of oppression and despair that had been unbroken for over a century was finally broken. That inspired them to work harder than ever before. They were already at the pinnacle of strength, but they started training again, following the example of the strongest. They didn't want to be left behind. But the effects of the news was even more impactful to the average demon slayers. They fell to their knees, crying tears of joy upon hearing that an upper moon was killed. All this time, they thought they were fighting an impossible war. Everyone knew that the upper moon 6 and the demon lord were completely untouchable. The best they could do was survive and protect the innocents from the lower-rank demons. But the news broke their perspective. They had a chance to not only survive but to win. That gave them purpose once more, a reason to keep fighting, a reason to keep on being strong. They now knew that their pillars were capable of fighting against even the demons who worked directly under the demon lord. The impossible was proven to be possible. It was a victory in a constant losing war that stretched since the death of Yoriichi. Hashira, thank you, Satsuki and many other demon slayers said in their mind. They all took their swords out in the morning when there was no enemy to fight. A sword was not only a weapon to a samurai, it was also a symbol of their pride and honor. Some even went as far as saying that the sword was a part of them, a part of their very soul. On that auspicious morning, they sharpened their Nichiren sword and cleaned them under the sun. A traditional behavior of a samurai who just won battle. To all of them, Seiji Shigen was the pillar of hope. Third POV. In a dimension of infinite castle, a meeting was called after 110 years. All of the upper moon who were still alive were gathered by the demon lord. We have all been summoned here, that could only mean. Akaza said, and then his eyes suddenly went wide in realization. An upper moon was killed. He looked around at the dimension. He was standing on top of a moving platform while many buildings folded and shifted like clockwork around him. They moved in a chaotic pattern with perfect order, making houses and creating castles before tearing them down again, piece by piece. Like a continuous puzzle, solved and then unsolved. Upper Moon 6, here. Suddenly, Akaza heard a voice from behind him. Upper Moon 6, Daki stood on top of a different platform that soon joined with his to form a bigger platform. Akaza almost sneered because the woman was too weak to call herself that. But the other demon, her brother Jayataro, who laid dormant in her shadow, made him stop. Her brother was only slightly weaker than Akaza. If not for her, he should be Upper Moon 4. Upper Moon 5 here, said a pot that suddenly appeared beside Akaza. From said pot, a demon slowly came out like a genie in a lamp. The demon had baby arms, mouths for eyes, and a single eye instead of a mouth. He was an abomination, a grotesque construct of flesh and soul. Akaza glanced at the demon briefly before looking in another direction, where an old demon was crying and shivering on a staircase. You Upper Moon 4 here. The demon managed to form the sentence before he started cowering in fear again under Akaza's glare. Upper Moon 3 here, he said afterwards. And then silence. The only sound was the folding of constructs, buildings, and the moving of space. The world around them was like a kaleidoscope of buildings that was constantly moving, creating and destroying rooms. The longer the silence went, the bigger the feeling of foreboding in their heart. It couldn't be, Akaza thought to himself, his eyes turned red and his fist clenched. Upper Moon 1, here, a voice suddenly echoed in the dimension. The source of the sound was not seen, but his presence was felt with his words. That was all the confirmation needed. Upper Moon 2, Dama was killed. That bastard, that bastard. How dare he die before I killed him? Akaza gritted his teeth, and his fingers drew blood due to clenching too hard. I guess you now know which one amongst you was the failure. A voice suddenly said, and with the sound came immense pressure that made them all kneel. I don't even know why I bother keeping you around. The pressure of unadulterated power and the killing intent of the vilest creature in the world fell upon their shoulders. Even Akaza himself started sweating under such pressure. You have failed to kill the Yubayashiki family. You have failed to find my flower. You failed to weaken the demon Slayer Corp, and now, the second strongest amongst you died at the hands of a mere human. The wood cracked under the pressure, and Muzin slammed his hands on a table. As every demon had a part of his blood, they could feel his boiling rage. Why should I keep you alive when all you prove to be are disappointments? You all are absolutely worthless. I'd like to advise you all to move with a sense of urgency, because my rage nearly reached its boiling point. Destroy the demon Slayer Corp and start hunting this human who killed Dama. Muzin said. Seiji Shigen, he has grown rapidly in power and is becoming a genuine threat among the demon slayers. I want his head. And suddenly, the pressure was lifted from them. All the killing intent was withdrawn, and you could not even feel malice from the demon lord anymore. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord, all of them answered in unison. With the sound of a single strum, Muzin disappeared, leaving all the Upper Moon by themselves and discussing on their own. Lord Muzin is magnificent as always. All that malice, all that bloodlust, how wonderful. Upper Moon 5, Jayako said with a giant blush on his grotesque face. Daki followed soon after. She fell on her knees completely and started touching her breasts and crotch. She was so aroused by what happened, she could hardly hold herself back. On the other hand, the Upper Moon 4, Haintingu was crying pools low tears. He mumbled apology after apology while groveling on the ground. Looking around at his fellow Upper Moon, Akaza felt like vomiting. Their character and behavior were completely revolting to him. How they were able to rise the ranks, he did not know. But then another sound befell his ears. It was not Muzin's voice, but held the same weight. Akaza. As a warrior of the highest degree, Akaza could feel the strength of Kokoshibo in his voice. Upper Moon 1 usually completely erased his presence, but when he appeared, the weight of his presence could not be ignored. Do you think you can kill this human? Akaza gritted his teeth, and veins popped all over his body. He stared right in the direction where the voice was coming from, and he saw Kokoshibo sitting in another section of the Infinity Castle. He was insulted. Of course, he could kill a mere human. Are you questioning my strength? Akaza spat out in barely hidden rage. It is as you say, Kokoshibo admitted, adding fuel to Akaza's anger. I was just thinking of how if you prove to be incapable. I'll have to do it myself. 6 eyes opened after years of being closed and laying dormant. A being no weaker than Muzin himself was thinking about fighting once more. Don't worry, I will kill him, Akaza said, and I will kill you too. Right after, Akaza took a giant leap and went away from the place. He felt that if he had stayed a second longer, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back anymore. Chapter 88, Victory Had a Cost. Seiji's POV. Existence hurts literally for me. I was in a deep, numbing silence and complete darkness. It took me a while to realize that I had just woken up. I opened my eyes to see the familiar ceiling of the flower mansion. I flared my nose and took in the scent around me. I could smell the summer air, the pollen flowers, and the artificial smell of medicine. I could also smell the familiar scent of sweets and love. Yeah, love had a smell. I moved my head to look at the beautiful face of Mitsuri sleeping in her folded arms. She sat on a chair right next to me, but her upper body lay on the bed to fall asleep. Her fair skin had a healthy pink hue on it, showing how sensitive she was. Pink locks of hair, slightly curly due to being braided, fell from her head. They were a little unkempt, hinting that she had not taken care of them for a few days now. I took a closer look at her, and my eyes noticed the line of dryness on her face, tracing the journey of tears. It seemed I had made her worried. I did not immediately wake her, though. I kept staring at her with my purple eyes for a long time, imprinting her image in my mind, like a tattoo that would never fade. Was it weird that I found her incredibly beautiful? Others would think that she was not in her most attractive state, but knowing that her disheveled state came from the fact that she was worried sick for me made all her flaws perfect. I tried and reached out to her, but then I realized I couldn't move. My body was still too exhausted, even after all the rest it had got. So I tried again, and this time I put more effort, the same effort I would put in when I swing a sword and not simply move a hand. I rest my palm on top of her fluffy hair and caress her head for a while. Her eyes quivered shut before they slowly opened. Her green orbs got caught in a spell cast by my purple ones. She stayed frozen for a while before she exploded in shock. Seiji. My eyes read her body language and told me that she was going to pounce at me. I could have stopped, but I didn't. She threw herself on top of me without even a second thought about my injuries. Some may criticize her carelessness, but I simply loved that I could make her forget everything. I braced myself, expecting the warmth of an embrace mixed with pain. But the pain never came. Her gigantic squishy melons acted as a pillow to cushion her, and I only felt warmth and softness. I guess those things had their use other than just distracting me. "You're awake, you're awake, you're awake," she chanted while hugging me tightly. I allowed myself to melt into her soft embrace and bask in her sweet scent. Why the fuck would I want to die and go to heaven when I had her? And so, the reunion started. I said reunion because I learned later on that I had been sleeping for 2 weeks. Normally, I should have woken up a couple of days later, but Shinobu thought it best that they gave me sleeping medication and forced me to rest for many more days. The people of the mansion, who knew me, all came when they heard I woke up. It was not only because we knew each other, but also because of the feat I had accomplished. Slaying an upper moon. Apparently, the reaction of the people was bigger than I'd even expected. Shinobu herself remained in the flower mansion, so she was there when I woke up. She immediately came rushing to the private room where I was saying to greet me. "Thank you. You couldn't imagine how grateful I am that you saved my sister," Shinobu said, and gave me a deep bow. I told her it was fine, that we were friends, and there was no need for such a thing. I also felt immense relief when I heard that she was safe. Things felt a little blurry after 2 weeks of sleep, but I remembered noticing her faint breaths and heartbeat when I last held Canny. So hearing that she was indeed alive was much needed. The whole thing took nearly an hour before I was left alone again. The people in the mansion returned to their work, and seeing that I had woken up, Mitsuri also left with the promise that she'd return quickly. She was probably going to get some food and refresh herself. I learned that she had been the one nursing me all this time, giving me injections and taking care of my body while I passed out. I wonder how my dick was when I passed out. Luckily, it did not shrink like a shrimp while I was out cold. It'd be embarrassing if when Mitsuri cleaned my body, apply medication to the wounds, etc., she saw my dick, and it was only the size of a juvenile mushroom. Now that I thought about it, that was a genuine concern. It's summer and hot, so hopefully it did not shrivel up. But even if that was the case, instead of a negative reaction, Mitsuri would probably say it's cute. Wait. What's with these weird drug-induced thoughts? Just then, I felt a hand touch my shoulder, and when I turned to look, I saw Shinobu with a tray of food. I was at peace and tired at the moment, so I did not even notice her when she came close to me. "You need to eat this," she said. My eyes remained stuck on her face for a long time. I was not sure why I kept on staring. Maybe I was expecting to see the usual smile on her face or that childish blink in her eyes. In the span of 2 weeks, she looked like she had matured for 2 years. I guess seeing and taking care of 2 of the most important people in your life while they were at death's door inevitably changed her. I finally tore my eyes off her face to look at the food she was carrying on a tray. My heart dropped. "That's not food," I said. "It is. It's food, but more digestible and with more nutrients," she said and handed the tray to me. "We can't have you eating normally yet." This thing looked like fucking oatmeal. "I understand, thank you," I said. And then we both became silent. "Are you not gonna leave?" I asked finally. "I will, right after you finish that. I need to take back the dirty plates. You don't need to, I will bring it out myself later. It's okay, please eat. I didn't want to eat it. Due to my deafness, my other senses were better than average. Nothing that is superhuman, but enough to make me a picky eater. Appearance also had a lot to do with whether I liked the food or not. Even if they taste literally the same, to me, the better-looking one always tasted better. The food I had in my hands was neither good-looking nor did it taste good. But alas, Shinobu knew me too well. I couldn't avoid eating it. So I did. Under her watchful eyes, I ate the food in a matter of seconds. Not because it tasted good by all means, but because of the opposite, it tasted horrible. Ew. I did not vomit physically, but mentally I did. Done, I said, and showed her the empty plate with a huge sigh. That's good, we don't have time to act childish, Seiji. You need to take care of your health, said the same girl who wanted to take poison in small doses daily so that in the case a demon ate her, they would die. I stopped her from doing that, of course. Has Kanny not woken up yet? I haven't seen her, I said before Shinobu could leave. I thought that since I was more injured, she would wake up before me. Strangely, Shinobu froze when I asked the question. At that moment, I immediately knew something was wrong. I did not need an answer. I want to see her. And so, I stared at the woman sleeping on the bed. She was pale like a corpse, and she had many bandages even on the visible skin. But most notably, there was a bandage around her eyes. I looked around at the room, which was filled with medical instruments. Oxygen tanks, IVs, chemical boxes, etc. Unlike the room I was staying in, the room Kanny was kept looked like a proper hospital ward. I also saw many flowers and gifts on the side of her bed. They were put by her friends and fellow Hashiras as a way to wish her good health soon. Shinobu, I asked and looked at her for an answer, why is she like that? The after effects of hypothermia, Shinbu answered. She is still in a state of coma and would remain like so for a month or more. How could I be so dumb? She may suffer less physical injury than me, but she had no way to guard herself from the cold, which was the real danger in that scenario. I activated my Demon Slayer mark and had sun breathing, but she had no such protection. So the cold consumed her. And regarding her physical state, she is just as she is supposed to be. She is healing but at a normal speed, she said, and then turned to look at me. You are the strange one here. I still cannot comprehend how you healed so quickly. You should be in bed for at least 6 months. I blinked twice at her answer, before I caught the rhythm of my breath. Sun breathing. That makes sense. The sun was the source of all energy in this world. Sun breathing allows you to utilize that energy directly to nourish your body and acquire exceptional strength. In comparison, I was almost like a plant. Also, the Demon Slayer mark was supposed to unlock the limits of my body. Therefore, that probably played a major role in why I healed so quickly. Not only did you heal quickly, but you heal impossible injuries as well, like your left leg, Shinobu continued. I was certain that you would be crippled for life when I first saw the extent of the damage. But here you are, still standing on 2 legs in less than a month. What happened? She asked me curiously, and is there a way you could help my sister too? I wish I knew, Shibai, I answered. I'm just as surprised as you now that you mention it. I walked up to the side of the bed and stared down at the sleeping Kanny. She looked so fragile and vulnerable at this moment, even though I knew she was going to be fine. Are you sure she is going to wake up? I asked as my heart dropped at the thought that she could be in a coma for years. Yes, she suffered no lethal brain injury. It's just that her blood had frozen up in battle, and the supply of oxygen and blood was cut off to the brain. It would have been lethal if the duration was more than a minute, but whatever you did it fast enough that there should be no irreversible damage. I took a few seconds to digest her words and allow my heart to crawl up into my chest. But I still have one question. What about memory loss? That would have been a shitty twist that you would see in Japanese books. The memory of one couple was lost before they could confess to each other. That type of shit. That should not happen, Shinobu said with a shake of her head. I swallowed the ball clogging my throat and I put my hand on her eyes. I did not need Shinobu's help on this one, my eyes could see the truth. My body shook as I tried to cope with the situation. I told myself it was fine, we could find a solution to this. I guess this was what Shinobu was trying to hide from me and what was bothering her so much. Canny, she was blind. The demons had taken my hearing from me a long time ago, and now they took her sight. I didn't know how she would react after she woke up, but I knew that it would be a massive hit to her. She and I shared enhanced eyes, and we loved to appreciate the beauty of the world. It was one of the things that bonded us. The same goes for our shared love for flowers, so the loss of vision would affect her tremendously. I felt anger bubbling up in my heart. It was them again, like always. Demons. It was Dama who forced Canny to use the final form of flower breathing, which permanently caused damage to her eyes. It was also his technique that froze her eyes. My body continued shaking as I clenched my fist. The tension in my body caused new wounds to open up, showing red on my clothes, but I stopped when I felt Shinobu hug me from the side. "It's okay," she said, a voice of reason for me. "Right. I'll never forgive them." Chapter 89, To be the strongest but not enough. Seiji's POV. It's not enough. I am not doing enough. I am not enough. I hated the demons for all the bad things that happened. I despised them to the very core. But close second, I hated myself for allowing all the bad things to happen. I believed for a moment that I was enough. I let the fact that I was the strongest Hashira and the fact that I never faced a challenge in a fight get to my head. Strongest Hashira, really, did I really take comfort in that title? Hashiras, those people combined wouldn't be able to take down Muzan in a fair confrontation, and I was satisfied with being the strongest amongst them. Give me a break. I was happy when I saw the events of Rengoku manga unfold. I was happy to see him stronger than he was in canon. I was happy that Mitsuri was also stronger and safer. I said I was hopeful. I was a stupid, pathetic fool. Hopeful, really? Was that the best I could do with all the gifts and the knowledge that I possess? Being hopeful was not nearly enough. Being hopeful made me do things I did not want to do. Hope allowed the people I loved to suffer. I shouldn't have been hopeful. Instead, I should have been certain. Maybe then, Canny would not be lying in bed. Maybe then, she would not have lost her eyes. I see now all of my shortcomings. I couldn't even protect the girl I love. How pathetic could a man be? I knew that she would be killed by Dama for the longest time. But the best I did was take precautions. The best I did was prepare when I should have gotten rid of the problem in the first place. So there, that was the problem with my mentality. I was only reacting. Even with all the gifts that I had, even with all the opportunities, I was still only reacting to the course of fate. I shouldn't be reacting. I should be the one who dictates the course of my life. Instead of preparing and trying to prevent Canny from meeting Dama, I should have gotten stronger and find that motherfucker. Kill him before he ever laid a hand on her. That's what I should have done instead of training and hoping. I was strong enough to save Canny when she met Dama. You see, that's where I got it all wrong. I shouldn't be protecting them, I shouldn't be saving them. Rather, I should kill all of the demons instead, so that they wouldn't harm anyone in the first place. Not enough. If I continued like this, if I was only reacting, I put them at risk. I should be the one dictating, and they should be the one reacting. And I need more power to be able to do so. That was the case when Yoriichi was alive. He was the one dictating the course of the war. He invented breathing styles, traumatized the demon lord, and forced him to go into hiding. The demons were hunted during his era. I need to do the same. Ting. 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 I was sitting beside Canny's bed, and I looked at the alarm on the table near the pillow. I was not sure why I even bothered setting that up when I was literally deaf. But the vibration it produced reminded me of the time, so I guess that was helpful. I got up from the chair I was sitting on and changed the IV, which was now empty. It took me only a minute to change it, and I was back on my seat, watching my sleeping beauty. To be honest, I did not want her to wake up. I hoped she remained like this for a while. I didn't want her to wake up in a world of darkness. I could imagine how terrifying that would be. After all, I woke up in a world of silence every day. Don't worry, I will find you a cure, I said, and my hand snaked to grab her hand. I allowed my fingers to intertwine with her dainty ones, and I held it tight. I will not allow you to live in darkness forever, I told her and kissed her hands. I was doing these quite often, talking I mean. If she woke up before I could cure her, then her hearing would be how she perceived the world. I definitely did not want to be someone who rarely talked when that happened. I would need to talk a lot, to make sure she never felt lonely and was always aware of my presence. I also made sure to speak correctly, without the weirdness that people often point out. When she woke up, she wouldn't be able to see my absolutely attractive face anymore, but I still had to be attractive in her new world of darkness. So I need to have the smoothest, loveliest, manliest voice ever. While we are on that, let's talk about how we are going to fix your blindness, I said to her as if she was conscious and she could hear me. Eye donation was the first plan that came to my mind. It should not be possible to transplant eyes in this era, but it's Shinobu we are talking about here. She might find a way to do it, I said. Or maybe if the eye transplanted on you was extremely special, then maybe it can succeed. A pair of special eyes like mine, for example. But I am only willing to give you one eye because I would be a vegetable if I lost my vision too whilst being deaf. And that will also have to wait until I kill Muzan Kibitsuji since I need both my eyes to fight, I said. It was a very shabby plan, one that had a bigger chance of failure than success, but who knows. The next is that we find a way to let your eyes heal naturally with surgeries and medication. I am not too hopeful of this one though. Another possibility is that I find a demon that can heal. Nezuko can heal impurities caused by demons, so anything is possible when it comes to blood demon art. We can even get that demon lady Tamyo to help us. She should be more well-versed, I said, and allowed a few minutes of silence. Well, there isn't much opinion, is there? I chuckled mirthlessly, but there is one more option that I absolutely hate, but one that has the greatest chance. We turn you into a demon, I said, and even I could not believe the word that was coming out of my mouth. After you get your eyes back, we will turn you back into a human. There is an example of Nezuko turning back into a human, so it's possible. But I will need your thoughts on this one, I said. This plan would also require me to do quite a lot of things. First, I will have to find Lady Tamyo and make the same deal that Tanjiro did. She will make the potion to turn demons into humans, and in return, I will have to work for her and get the blood of the 12 Kazukis. Then, I will need to find the Kamato family to locate the blue spider lily. It was due to their connection with the flower that Nezuko and even Tanjiro were able to conquer the sun and resist Muzan's control, you see. I said and laughed, of course she doesn't see. Finally, I will need Muzan's blood to turn you into a demon. That sounds feasible, doesn't it? I asked and moved a hair from her face. I did not have an issue with her being a demon. It will only be temporary, and I was not stupid enough to deny the advantage of being a demon just because of the absolute hate I had for them. Tanjiro's family was killed by a demon, but he still loved his sister when she became a demon. It's because love was stronger than hate. I was a racist against demons, sure, that remains true. But even a racist can't deny the advantage of having a black team to win a basketball match. Obviously, I will keep on trying to find better alternatives. Just give me time, will you? I said. Silence. I love you. Chapter 90, A New Hashira. Seiji's POV. A week later. I allowed myself to heal for a week longer. I would spend most of my time beside Canny and caring for her. But at other times, I would take care of the garden and do some soft training regarding my demon slayer mark and sun breathing. With the conscious use of constant sun breathing, I was able to heal better than expected. It seemed after a while I would suffer no permanent injuries, no limp, no weakened organs, muscle deformation, etc. The only reminder of the battle would be the numerous scars that now marred my body. And when I said numerous, I was really pushing the quantitative definition of the word. The scars I had, especially on my body, were almost freaky rather than being hot. They were a result of the ice shards that cut my body during the fight. I also had 2 scars on my face. One was on my forehead, where Demam missed my eyes, and another was down the middle of my eye, running across my nose. The scars bothered me more than I would have liked. After all, I was a perfectionist, especially when it came to appearance, and the scars were permanent flaws. They stole my perfect Chinese protagonists, looks with jade-like skin and sword eyebrows. The horror. Wait till I find another demon, it won't have a good time. If Mitsuri had not assured me that they looked cool, I would have worn a mask to cover them while they were still prominent. Bless her sweetheart. In the passing week, Kanny also recovered well with no trouble whatsoever. Shinobu told me she was hopeful that Kanny would wake up next month. So, that's about what happened in the past week since I woke up. Now, Shinobu and I were standing in front of the entrance to the Demon Slayer headquarters. It was still early in the morning, and the scent of grass and dew filled the air. I imagined there to be birds greeting the sunrise with a song as well. "Are you ready?" I asked the girl beside me. "Absolutely not," she replied, but her words did not match her chirpy face. "Shibai, I feel like I am not ready yet. I don't deserve this title, and the only reason I got it is because of the state my sister is in," she answered without missing a beat. "That's true," I agreed with a nod, and she gave me the stink eyes. The reason we were standing in front of the Demon Slayer headquarters was that a Hashira meeting was called, and because we would have a new Hashira today. Shinobu Kacho. She was going to become a Hashira today. She had not completed the requirements to become one, but more manpower was needed after the fall of one Hashira. Plus, her skills and qualifications were approved, so it was decided that she would become a Hashira. Kanny was likely to never fully recover her abilities, so a new Hashira was needed. That was where Shinobu stepped in. She was the perfect replacement with similar skills. It was similar to Rengoku's situation, where he was given the chance to become a Hashira on a silver platter after his father quit. "You don't need to be nervous, trust me, you are more than ready to be amongst us," I said, and tried to give a smile. My statement seemed to release the tension in her body a little. After all, if the strongest Hashira who is able to slay an upper moon said that you were qualified, then you better believe that you were qualified. We entered the headquarters, and since it was her first time being there, Shinobu looked around curiously. I led her to the main house where Yubayashiki stayed, and we saw other Hashiras in the courtyard. Seiji, I did not need ears to know whose voice that was. Rengoku launched himself at me with the speed of a meteorite and gave me a bro hug. He wrapped his arms around the midsection of my body, and he raised me up like a child. "Ha ha ha ha, and the hero lives to fight another day," he exclaimed and spun me around in joy. "Put me down right the fuck now, Rengoku." I screamed, but he chose to ignore my words in a very Kyojiro way and started running around while holding me up. It was only after he was satisfied that he put me down on the ground. He released a hearty laugh once more, seeing me glare at him. "You really showed those demons who the boss is," he said with fiery passion. In the end, I couldn't be mad, and my frown flipped into a small smile. I really did, he died shitting himself. "He was an upper moon, truly he did not," Rengoku said. He died like a dog," I said, quoting Meme Man. Rengoku just gave me a laughter, filled with amusement. "You guys seem to be having fun," Jiyu suddenly pat my shoulder and said. I did not see him coming. "Don't include me, he is the one having too much fun," I replied. "Regardless, he is right to be happy. What you did was incredible, Seiji. You are an inspiration to us all," Jiyu said, in his usual soft-spoken, polite way. In times like these, I try to stay humble. "Ha, of course, it's incredible. Did you expect anything less from this generational genius?" I said while rubbing my upper lips. And I usually fail to be humble in times like these. Jiyu smiled with a nod. "Oi, flashy guy," Tenjin yelled as he came close to me. He was the type of person to scream louder when the deaf man didn't hear him. "Let me see," he said, and suddenly undid the white yukata I wore to reveal my scared torso with bandages. At that moment, the place got a little quiet as they stared at my scars. It clicked in their mind that although I won, it was not an easy fight. It came with a lot of hardships and sacrifices. And they were a little surprised to know that there was an entity that could inflict such scars on me. Finally, a sense of dread settled as they were reminded that there were even stronger demons. "Oh my Gauduo," Tenjin exclaimed in English, "that's so rad." "It's only been 3 weeks, are you really okay?" Jiyu asked in concern. "I can see the proof of your blazing heart, respect," Rengoku commented. Their respective response perfectly sums up their personality. I shook my head with a sigh and covered my body again. It's not nice to strip people suddenly like that, Tenjin. Although you are handsome, not everyone is interested, I said. Sorry, I saw the scars running along your arm and I couldn't help myself from checking it out, he said. Although I wonder why you hide it with those baggy clothes, you should show them off proudly like mine. He showed off the scars on his arms and chest, which was visible in his sleeveless uniform. They are proof of the hardships you have overcome as a man and a badge of survival, he said, and flashed a smile. I contemplated his words for a few moments before I shook my head in disagreement. Although scars were cool, having no scars was cooler with a job like ours. To me, they were imperfections, proof that I was not able to dodge an attack. They were marks of my mistakes. Like how a teacher circled your mistake with a red pen, it brought shame. Though if you are truly insecure, don't worry, they fade over time, Tenjin said in the end. I gave a nod. Gyomai came as well, and he towered over all of us. He prayed with one hand and used the other to pat me on the head. Amitabha, I should have been there, you shouldn't have to fight such tough battles, he said, and his giant hand on my head seemed to transfer warmth. But thank you for protecting little Canny, he said sincerely. Of course, she is important to me just as she is to you. I'd have fought stronger foes, I said. Then tears started flowing out of his eyes and he looked to the sky. How beautiful, love truly is victory. I couldn't read his lips properly since he was so frickin' tall and looking at the sky. But I read something about how love shoulders all storms and ship sailing. Gyomai is hella weird sometimes. We continued chatting for a few more minutes, but as that went on, I noticed the absence of someone. I looked around at the courtyard and I saw Sanemi at a distance. He seemed to be brooding in the corner. A smile instinctively appeared on my face, and I snuck up on him. Aren't you gonna congratulate me? I whispered suddenly in his ear. He jumped up like a surprised cat before he turned around angrily. What the hell are you doing? I didn't hear you coming. I didn't hear it either, I joked. Hey, don't try to act like a smartass just because you slay an upper moon. If I encountered one, I could do it too. So that's what it was about. His competitive nature was stopping him from recognizing my achievement. Sure you can, I smiled. You smug bastard, just watch me, he said and stormed away. Ha, same old Sanemi, I said with a shake of my head. Regardless of what he said, he was the first one to reach you after the battle, and he was also the one to carry you to the butterfly mansion, Jiyu said when he reached beside me. He is just too competitive to admit you did well. He trained very hard after he heard the news, he added. I can see that, I said, and it was true. I could literally see how his body was injured from all the training. Good morning, everyone. Yubayashiki's voice rang out in the surroundings softly like a gentle summer breeze. But something about that voice made everyone stop what they were doing, and we assembled in front of him. Good morning, Lord Yubayashiki, we said in unison while kneeling on one leg. Thank you all for gathering today, Yubayashiki said. I'd like to spend time and hear your stories, but we must start the meeting quickly before the medication wears off and I become a vegetable again. That actually got a chuckle out of me, while the rest remained serious. Yubayashiki seemed to appreciate that I laughed at his joke, and that I was not as formal and uptight around him as the rest of the Hashiras. First things first, Seiji, he started. I offer you my deepest gratitude for your bravery and accomplishment. You have given a new hope to the demon slayers. From the first time you became a demon slayer, to becoming the most efficient Hashira, and finally to slaying the upper Muin too, you are an irreplaceable child. This generation is fortunate to have you. In times like these, I always try to be humble. What can I say except you're welcome? But usually I fail. In the corner of my eyes, I saw veins pop on Sanemi's forehead. Yubayashiki just smiled at my antics. Although it is tragic that all the villagers lost their lives at the hands of the demon. That froze me on the spot as memories of how I mowed down the cult members appeared in my mind. Yeah, there was that as well. Although as much as I would like to pretend that it bothered me to the core, I was fine. I did what I had to do, I had no regrets. Well, except I would occasionally have nightmares about it, but nightmares were normal to me at this point. I'd feel weird if I didn't have nightmares. I also had the demons to blame everything on. They were good outlets for negative emotions. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't save them, I said without having the courage to meet his eyes. I think he knew I killed them all, but was understanding of my situation. He just gave me this gentle smile. I'm sure you did everything you could. And now, on to the next topic. We are welcoming a new comrade today, a new Hashira, Yubayashiki said, and everyone turned to Shinobu. Rise Shinobukacho. The crowning of the title Hashira proceeded like always. The only difference was that Shinobu was immediately given the title of Insect Hashira. After the short ceremony was done, it was time to get into business. After the Battle of an Upper Moon and Seiji Shigen, the activities of the demons had spiked like never before. Lower Moon, who usually stays hidden, emerged, as if given the order to cause chaos, and many demon slayers are being hunted. It is easy to deduce that the demons are trying to get back at us for the massive defeat they experienced. We need to find a way to counter all these attacks, or we will have at our hands the largest casualty ever seen in the last 5 centuries. Chapter 91, Demon Slayer Mark. Seiji's POV. We all received the reports of the casualty, and that was when we realized how truly bad the situation was. I could finally understand why Shinobu was made a Hashira so quickly. The deaths of demon slayers this month alone were nearly double that of the rest of the months this year. They were found dead in their missions, while some of them would just disappear completely. There were even discoveries made of a vase made from the corpses of other demon slayers. I knew immediately whose work that was. Not only ordinary demons, but the upper moons were on a constant hunt for demon slayers. It seemed Muzan was thoroughly pissed at losing one of his greatest pawns. Also, I just showed him the potential of this generation of humans, so his newfound motivation to annihilate the demon slayer core was understandable. I needed to do something. This was the consequence of my actions, so I had to take responsibility. Seiji, could you give us a little detail of your fight with the upper moon? If other upper moons are truly on the move, each of us needs to be prepared to face them anytime, Yubayashiki asked. The topic of our discussion eventually led us to this question. I remained silent after the question was asked. Every eye was on me, studying my reaction and waiting impatiently for an answer. Everyone was vexed due to the situation. I contemplated how much I should share with them. They didn't need to know everything, but I met every eye that was on me. I studied the depth of their eyes one by one, and eventually, I stopped and locked eyes with Rengoku. The determination I saw in those red and yellow orbs gave me an answer. Who was I kidding? I was nearly not strong enough to keep things all to myself. I was not strong enough to fight and win this war alone. I was not alone. I had friends who were eager to share this burden with me. In the face of absolute power, I learned the limits of humanity. I started, and my voice rang like an explosion in their hearts. When I fought against the upper moon too, I learned how weak I truly was. To tell you the truth, the upper moon too was more than 6 times stronger than me. Even now, I admit that he is still stronger, I said. No need to sugarcoat it, just let them know where we stand. So maybe then, they would have a sense of urgency and need for more power. If all of you were to fight against Upper Moon 2 without me, you would lose, I said, and immediately, I got a reaction. Bullshits, do you really think so highly of yourselves just because you killed one Upper Moon? Huh, Seiji. Sanemi stood up and screamed at me. He was the only one screaming, but I could feel that everyone shared his words. He spoke for every Hashira present in the courtyard. I was the strongest amongst them, but they were also the peak of humanity. They had their pride and well-earned confidence. Sanemi, please sit down and hear what your comrade has to say. Yubayashiki quickly abolished Sanemi, and he was forced to sit back down begrudgingly. Then tell us, Seiji, how were you able to defeat the Upper Moon? Yubayashiki asked after there was silence. Through my adaptive fighting style, and because of the new discovery I made during the fight, I answered, but it only gave more questions to them. New discovery. Yes, let me show you, I said and stood up. Under the curious eyes of everyone, I went to the side where there was free space. I stopped, turned towards them and stood still. Nothing. And just when they were about to question what the fuck I was doing, they felt a sudden shift in the air. Every instincts that they have honed through countless battles, and those instincts which they had since birth, all of them screamed out at the danger. Black markings started appearing on my face and covered the area around my eyes. They were straight lines that looked like a circuit board of a computer, giving a very machine-like look. They could feel the danger and pressure emanating from me. They did not have to experience it to know that my strength just increased exponentially. "What the fuck?" Sanmi gritted out. "What is that?" Jiu exclaimed. Tenjin and Jiomai, being the oldest, were calm, but there was a serious look in their eyes. They had never seen anything like it before. I stopped after a few more seconds. I released a deep sigh and looked at the shocked faces of everyone. "What you just witnessed now was the demon slayer mark." Yubayashiki completed my sentence while looking at me with awe. "Incredible, you managed to awaken your mark, Seiji." "Wait, master, you know what it is?" Jiomai was the first one to ask. "I do," he said. "That's why I was surprised. I guess it makes sense now, how he was able to defeat a demon stronger than him." With that, I went back to my place in the courtyard and sat down. We could have had the meeting inside, but most of us preferred to enjoy the nice atmosphere in the courtyard beneath the shade. "Master, please tell us what that was," asked Jiomai again. His curiosity piqued because he never felt such pressure in a long time since he gained strength. "The demon slayer mark. In the days of the Sengoku period, when the first breathing user appeared, many of the samurais would awaken a demonic mark that allowed them to achieve incredible feats of strength. But as time went on and the first breath users died, the technique was not passed on, likely because no one else could achieve it. It remained as kind of a myth ever since," Yubayashiki said. "What? I've never heard of such a thing before," Sanmi commented. "Indeed, this technique had not appeared in over 500 years, so it's natural that you haven't heard about it," Yubayashiki explained. But the founder of Breathing Style said in his personal diary, and I quote, "When someone awakens the demon slayer mark, the people around him will begin awakening them as well as if resonating with that person. It seems in our generation, Seiji was the first one to awaken it." "Was that the reason why you were able to beat the upper moon, whom you claimed to be stronger than all of us combined?" Sanmi asked. "Yes, part of it. Master, the first breath user said that after the first person awakened the demon slayer mark, the people around him awakened their marks as well. Does that mean we can awaken our own marks?" Jiu asked. "Yes, that should be the case. Which is why I want to ask Seiji, what did you do to awaken your mark? Please do enlighten us," Yubayashiki asked me. I don't particularly remember what I did to awaken the mark, but I could describe the situation that led to it. I said, "The demon I fought, Dama had a blood demon art that allowed him to control ice. He made these ice puppets that completely surrounded me and Canny, and they started suffocating us with the freezing clouds that were like blizzards. We were helpless. I put my arms around Canny, holding her tight so that we could share our body heat, but it was no use. We were about to freeze to death. At that moment, I remembered being filled with rage and hatred that completely consumed my body. My heart pounded in my chest rapidly, and then my body started heating up unnaturally to fight against the cold," I said, and closed my eyes to remember that feeling. Then unimaginable strength filled my body. I believed my heart was beating over 200 times per minute, and my body heat surpassed 40 degrees Celsius. It felt like my heart was expanding the cavity of my chest, and my body was burning despite the cold. I opened my eyes after describing the feeling. I saw Shinobu affected by the scene I was describing since it included her sister, nearly dying, but the others digested my words. "I see, so that's what happened," Tenjin commented thoughtfully. "Sounds to me like you set your heart ablaze," Rengoku said with humor. "I believe that each one of you will awaken the mark when the situation demands it. It's all about the determination you have," I said. A discussion soon followed, most of which were how they could try and awaken the demon slayer mark. I wanted to mention how whoever awakened it will have their lifespan cut short to 25, but I didn't. Because first of all, that was not going to stop them from trying to awaken the mark and save everyone. Secondly, it would be hard to explain how I cue it, and finally, that would make them worried about me. In the end, I told them to not try to awaken their marks manually, and instead they should allow the situation to shape them. They agreed to this since trying to get your heart beating that fast and your body temperature that high could be harmful to the body. If you ever encounter an upper moon or find some clues on them, do not engage alone. Seek help immediately. There is a reason why the upper ranks have not been killed in over a century. These demons are superior in every way. It is safer if we fought together, I said, and everyone agreed. Although confident in their own strength, when someone stronger than them nearly died after fighting an upper moon, they knew to take it seriously. After the discussion of the Demon Slayer mark was over, we went to other topics like how to stop the lower-rank demon slayers from being killed like helpless chickens. It was decided that no mission should be assigned to any lower-rank demon slayers until things calmed down. They would be ordered to stay and protect a village and not travel around to kill demons. That kind of mission would only be assigned to Hashiras and higher-rank demon slayers, but even they would have to do it in groups. We need to avoid the loss of manpower. Then it was time to talk about missions and the duty of the Hashira. It was then that I raised my hand to speak up. I request that I am not given any assignment, and I am allowed to roam around Japan and fight as I see fit, I said. It was a tall request, but I was the golden sun, the genius, and the one who slayed an upper moon. I could request such dramatic privilege. Before I grant your request, can you tell me why you want such freedom? Yubayashiki asked. So he was going to grant my request, nice. I want to hunt down the upper moons, and there are personal things that I had to take care of. The last battle had asked me to sacrifice many things, I said. I needed to find a way to heal Canny's eyes, and I also had to find a way to stop the effects of the Demon Slayer marks. Not only that, I had to be serious on finding the home of the Kamado. Since I already recreated sun breathing, I need to copy the Hinakami Kagura to learn the forms. I have much to do on my own. And not to misunderstand, I will not stop my contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps. I merely ask that I am not given orders on where I should go. Wherever I decide to go, I will kill the demons I encounter, I clarified. I trust you, Seiji, and I will grant your request, he said. Thank you. What can I say except you're welcome? He shot back the same sentence I said before. Classy. After that, the rest of the Hashiras were assigned missions and the territories they had to protect. It took a few more hours to coordinate ourselves all over Japan before the meeting finally came to an end. Call it my curious nature, but may I ask where you will be heading to, Seiji? Yubayashiki asked me after the meeting was over and everyone started to leave. I remained silent for a while before saying, well, I will be letting off some of my repressed anger and finally do what I was supposed to do a long time ago, I answered. Protecting others was cool, but it was more efficient to kill the enemies. The best defense was often the best offense. I was done reacting. Fuck the plot and fuck the demons. No more playing, no more waiting. I will be heading to Tokyo, specifically. To the entertainment district. Let's hit them where it hurts. It's not an eye for an eye, I said it before. For an eye, I want everything. Chapter 92, Date in Tokyo. Seiji's POV. She was beautiful. Love breathing, second form. Shivers of love. Her body moved with the elegance of a dancer and the strength of a rishiki. It was one of those moments when logic made no sense. Her almost gentle-looking movements never told about the force of a ton they had behind them. Vision and touch could not have been further apart. She dashed towards the dummies, and with an effortless slash of her sword, she ripped all of them apart. They broke as if they were made of feathers when in reality, they were made of tough wood. I did not know how long I had been standing here, hiding behind a tree in the training ground of the Rengoku family. It was evening, and on this rare occasion, I did not spare a glimpse at the setting sun. Instead, my eyes were only focused on her. Her incredible body, superior to every other human since birth, her exotic hair that stood out like a beautiful flower in a barren land, the youthful determination etched on her flawless face, the sparkle in her eye that saw a more beautiful world than the rest, and so on. If the sky turned into endless sheets of paper, and if the oceans turned into ink, I still wouldn't be able to write down all of the beautiful things I saw in her. She was worth 1,000 sunsets. I continued watching her train until the sun finally set behind the mountains and darkness consumed the world. By then, Mitsuri was covered in a sprinkle of sweat, and she looked tired from all the training she did. I shifted from my statue-like state and made a move. Maybe I stepped on dry leaves or a stick. Mitsuri became alerted and immediately turned her head to me. Oops, I should have looked where I was going instead of staring at her like an idiot. "Who's there?" She started strong and serious, but when her eyes landed on me, they died down. She became a doll for a moment, eyes blinking dumbly while she just stared. "Seiji." Then her brain finally processed my existence, and she came running at me. I opened my arms, and before I knew it, her body was already clinging to me. She fit so perfectly in my embrace that I hardly noticed. Even though she just trained, she did not smell bad at all. My nose only caught the scent of love and supple flesh. If femininity had a smell, this would be it. I walked out of the bushes with her body in my arms, and I put her down only when we reached the veranda. "Wait, you are here," she said, more to herself than me. She quickly checked my body with her hands and eyes to see where all the injuries had gone. Then her eyes returned to mine and she asked, "How long have you been standing there?" "I don't know, around the time when your sword slipped out of your hand and almost cut the well in half," I said with a smile. Love breathing was meant to be used with her whip-like sword, but since she had not used that yet, the normal sword she had would frequently slip out of her hand due to the rigid force. "What? That's like 2 hours ago, silly. Were you spying on me for 2 whole hours?" she asked. "I guess so. Is that creepy?" I said thoughtfully. I never considered it, but wasn't that a stalker behavior that I just displayed? "Not at all, it's just that," she said. "That was 2 hours more I could have spent with you." Oh my God, she can get even more beautiful. I laughed. "Is that how you see it? If so, I have good news for you. I'm here to invite you on a date tomorrow, back in Tokyo," I said. Then stars immediately shone in her emerald eyes. The wide smile that decorated her face made me question why I had not invited her sooner and more frequently. "Really, like we used to before?" "Yes, exactly like we used to. I have some business to take care of in Tokyo, and I thought it'd be a good time to have a date and also for you to visit your parents," I said. It has been quite a while since she had seen her family as well. Although they were close to the city, Rengoku wouldn't allow her to go home frequently and skip training. "Yes," she raised her hand and hopped a couple of times in joy. "Finally a day off," she added. "What day off?" Rengoku suddenly slid open the door with a loud bang and yelled loudly, spooking Mitsuri out of her wits. "Oh," his tone changed when he saw me. "Hello, Seiji, what brings you here?" I held back a laugh seeing the bandana and the apron he was wearing. It was a ridiculous dress compared to his usual Hashira uniform. "Just asking my fiancé out on a date, hope you don't mind." "Not at all," he answered enthusiastically. "Thank you." "What are you two doing outside for so long? Come on in, it's time for dinner," Rengoku said and gestured for us to come in with the hand holding a giant food. I came unannounced so. "Nonsense, come join us." Rengoku cut me off before I could even finish my sentence. "Are you sure you have enough food?" I asked and Mitsuri giggled. "My friend," Rengoku said proudly, "we always have enough food." And so, I joined them for supper and ended up spending the night as well. Early in the morning, Mitsuri and I headed out for Tokyo with high spirits. The positive aura she had was contagious. No matter how tough life gets, Mitsuri remained my sweet ball of love and positivity. Seiji's POV. Tokyo was the busiest city in all of Japan, with many people coming and going about in the streets during both daytime and nighttime. The city was also slowly changing from a traditional to a more modern city. You could see small trains, automobiles, street lights, etc. in the city. The people were also dressed in a more Western style of fashion rather than with traditional Japanese clothes. The Industrial Revolution was at its most prominent during these years. Mitsuri and I stood out like a sore thumb in such a place. We wore our demon SLAYER clothes, which were more traditional than any other clothes the people in the city wear. People would assume that we were rural pumpkins. We also stood out because of our appearances. Mitsuri's beauty and her pink hair shone brighter than the sun above our heads, and my good looks, along with my scars, also attracted attention. "Make sure no one sees your sword," I whispered near her ear, which for some reason got red on her cheeks. She gave me a nod for an answer while making sure her sword was hidden by her haori. Carrying weapons were not allowed in the city, and I wanted to avoid trouble at all cost. I turned my focus away from her, and I looked around at the city. I wore sunglasses, and my purple eyes shone with an eerie light, hidden by the dark shades. I scanned the city in its entirety. I found many things while I did so, but I paid no mind to them. I saw too much that if I acted on them, it would take me forever and I had no time to waste. Instead, I continued my search. I was looking for signs of a blood demon art, any demons hidden in the dark alley, and I was also on the lookout for Musen Kibitsuji. Basically, I was searching for anything related to my profession. I also need to find Lady Tamio. She should be somewhere in Tokyo, right? I thought to myself while looking around. Most people would assume I was a village boy who came to the city for the first time due to how much I was looking around. I was holding Mitsuri with one hand and we were walking together. I felt a little bad that I was not completely focused on her during our date, but it couldn't be helped. "Cafe?" I asked after I scanned the entire vicinity but did not find anything. It was like saying treats. To a puppy, she immediately perked up. "Come follow me, I know a good place there," she said enthusiastically and dragged me to the cafe she wanted to visit. I followed her with a smile. Sweets are like my second favorite thing in the world," Mitsuri declared while eating her cake. It was the middle of the week and around 10 a.m., so there was no one else in the cafe except the two of us. Others were either working or just had breakfast. We sat on the table furthest away from the counter and enjoyed the chaos of the city. It was a contrast to the peaceful rural areas where I beheld the beauty of nature, but I liked looking at all the activities as well. It was a good change of pace. "What's your favorite thing in the world?" I asked while drinking my coffee. "It's a secret," she answered with a playful grin. "Come on, just say it. We all know it's me," I shot back, but she shook her head. "Wait, then what is it?" I asked, a little concerned this time. If her favorite thing was not me, then what do I need to kill? "Not telling Tilda," she said, before stuffing more desserts in her mouth. I chuckled and looked down at my coffee, feeling a little thoughtful when I saw the beverage I was drinking. "I don't know how you can drink that bitter thing. It tastes awful," Mitsuri said in a cutesy manner with a finger on her chin. I smiled and turned to get a better look at her, but not meet her eyes. I used to think the same before. I never understood how people could enjoy something so bitter. I like the smell and I wanted to enjoy it, but I could never do it. I said, "That is until I learn something." Mitsuri tilted her head with a spoon in her mouth. I learned that it was not the coffee that was the problem but me. I drank it with the expectation of tasting something sweet, trying to make the coffee abide by the rules of what I deemed was tasty. I said, and took a sip of my coffee. Then I continued. It was only when I learned to stop expecting sweetness from it that I enjoyed coffee. When I accepted the bitterness for what it is, I learned that it was not so bad. There was a very powerful aftertaste and something soothing about it which I never noticed before. Sometimes, you need to learn and accept things for what they truly are, without expectation or delusion, I said. Mitsuri listened closely. I was not sure if she understood my musing or not, but she asked, "Can I get a sip?" "Sure," I said and gave her my coffee. She picked the cup up and took a few sniffs before she drank the coffee once. "Blah," she stuck out her tongue. "I still don't like it. It makes my tongue heavy," she said. I laughed, "At least now you know." We stayed in the cafe for a couple of hours, trying everything they had on the menu while spending time with each other. We played board games which, mind you, Mitsuri was quite good at. Sometimes we would talk about the things that happened to us while we weren't together. She told me how her training progressed, and in return, I told her how I spent my time in the flower mansion during my recovery. Everything was going perfectly, at least I thought they were going perfectly. But Mitsuri suddenly touched my cheeks and made me look into her eyes. It was only when I saw the emotions in her eyes that I realized I had been avoiding looking at them. God, sometimes I hate that I could see so much. Tell me, Seiji, what's wrong? She asked. I did not know what gave it away or how she came to that conclusion. For some reason I'm scared, she said. I want to try it, I said after a long stretch of silence. Try what? She asked. Coffee, I answered. I wanted to try it for what it really was, without expectation and without lies. I have important things to tell you, Mitsuri, I said and grabbed both her hands. Go on, I'm always listening. And so I told her. Chapter 93, Love Rhymes with Drama. Seiji's POV. There are people in this world who are so innocent and happy that you do not want anything to upset them. For me, Mitsuri was at the very top of that list. So it was hard for me to give her the truth when I knew the truth would hurt her. I'm going to die at the age of 25 years old. I repeated that sentence again and again in my mind without saying it out, hoping that if I repeated it enough, I would eventually find a way to phrase it better. 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. I couldn't find it. Words change, meanings don't, and neither does the truth. After I used up all of the silence Mitsuri generously gave me, I came to the conclusion that I did not want to tell her that. So I said, "What do you think about breaking our engagement?" The way her smile literally fell into a heartbroken frown was the saddest sight I had ever seen. It was a tragedy that ripped my heart into a million pieces. Don't misunderstand, though, I still want to be with you. It's just that the whole engagement thing was arranged by our parents. It's kind of silly. If we truly love each other, we should marry by our own free will. I was not sure what I said next either. I just remember trying to make her feel better. I laughed to make her feel better, but it didn't work. I saw her green eyes break out into tears, and her shaking hands reached for her heart. She was holding herself back because she thought it was not reasonable to react so emotionally. It was frightening to see how impactful a sentence could be. What do you mean? I thought you were okay with the engagement. She was not able to say that properly, but my eyes read them perfectly. Of course I am, I paused. Of course I was. When I thought I had a future, I was okay with marrying you. When I was not faced with certain death in the future, I had the courage to want you all to myself. But I ran out of air. The master of breathing styles ran out of air. Things change, okay, I said after taking another breath. Her body shook in what I could not believe, but what my eyes told me were fear and regret. She bit her lips, looked me meekly in the eyes, and asked, "Did I do something wrong? Why do you not want me anymore?" She said, and I was too stunned to speak at how she took my words. She looked like the first time I saw her, vulnerable and sorry for being herself. I can change. No, fuck, I yelled, too shaken up. That's not what I mean. My hands went to grab her face and pulled her close to me. I stood up too so that I could be right in front of her face. Seeing was how I communicate, and at this moment, I wanted her to see exactly what I had to say. I love you. It was a powerful sentence, but nearly not enough to express the emotions in my heart. I love you, 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 I love you. I love you, 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 I love you. I said until again I ran out of breath. I did not want her to think she was the problem, because she was not. It was me, blame the world. We stared at each other for a long time until I let her go and we both settled back to our seats. I took a deep breath and Mitsuri was calmer now and blushing a bit after my explosive confession. And that's why I don't want you to be engaged with me, I said after a moment. I recalled the time when I heard that I was engaged with Mitsuri. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. I was filled with joy so immense that nobody in this world would be able to understand it. To me, it was greater than being engaged with the Queen of England. I felt like the luckiest man in the world. That still hadn't changed one bit. Even now, I still feel like the luckiest man in the world. The only difference was that Mitsuri was now the most unfortunate girl to be engaged with me. Although all my selfishness as an entity wanted to be engaged with Mitsuri, the part of me that loved her more than myself wanted to break off the engagement. Because I know, marrying me would be like jumping on a sinking ship. Have you ever talked to a cancer patient or people who knew their death was soon and inevitable? They would tell you how much that knowledge of certain death changed them. In a way, it changed me too. 25 years, that's only 9 years from now, that was when I would die. At that time, I would leave Mitsuri a widow. I would leave her completely heartbroken and in pain. I could not stress enough how young it was to die at 25. That's about the time when life truly began. And marrying me would curse Mitsuri to a life of loneliness from then on. I did not want to give her such a fickle love that would soon turn into pain. The truth was, ever since I awakened my demon slayer mark, I could not no longer be truly happy whenever I was with Mitsuri. She noticed this too. It was because when I saw her smile, I also saw a future where that smile turned into a perpetual frown. When I took her on dates and made her happy, I only felt guilt, thinking of how I was giving her memories that would one day make her cry. "You don't deserve my love, it's hell," I said to her, and my vision turned blurry. It was a strange experience for me. I could barely see even though I possessed the greatest pair of eyes in the world. Tears, that was what made my vision blurry. "Let's break this engagement so that you can be free to discover the love that you deserve," I said. I was not trying to push her away. I was merely freeing her, like freeing a bird from a cage. Being engaged with me was forcing her to love me and expect a future with me. She could continue staying and loving me if she wanted, but I wanted her to be free to also leave me. It would mean the world if she were to continue loving me, but I couldn't bear the guilt of making her. "There's someone out there, I'm sure, who has the love you deserve. He will love you perfectly for what you are, and you will be happier with them," I said, and it was the most humiliating sentence I had ever uttered. But my mind recalled the time when I talked to Jiyu in a restaurant. He told me about Obanai, who left him after creating his own breathing style. The future snake Hashira was quickly climbing the ranks and would become a Hashira in less than a year. I couldn't deny that he would love her better than me. I remember in the manga that when they died, they held each other so tightly that they had to be buried together. How romantic! My love was nothing compared to that. Mitsuri was unquestionably the one I loved the most in this world, even more than my family, my friends, or Kanny. Yet that love was not enough. That's why it hurt me so much, and why it was humiliating. If only I had not been influenced by my desires and broken the engagement before ever meeting her. Her story would probably have followed the canon plot, and she would have found someone better than me. She would find true love. And I would make sure that no one died like in the canon, and she would have a happy ending. I just had to interfere and mess everything up. "I'm sorry." "I'm so sorry," I said. I apologized for making her fall for me. Breaking the engagement would be a way for her to have a chance, to finally discover the love she deserved. I was looking down at the ground, tears falling in droplets like a lonely rain. But the falling and breaking of cups and plates on the ground took my attention. I looked back up to see Mitsuri crawling on the table, pushing everything off the edge before she lunged at me and took me by surprise with a warm embrace. "Stupid, stupid, stupid, stupid. Why are you crying? I don't want anyone else, I don't want any other love. I want you," she told me while bawling her eyes out. I did not say a lot, but as someone who always felt that they were not enough and unworthy, she could understand me only by the look of my eyes. Her heart was able to understand mine without needing words. So she cried. "No, no, no," I denied, and tried to push her away so that she could not only hear and see what I was saying. She was too nice, she was too forgiving. She would be able to ignore all the pain and flaws and still love me. I needed to tell her the truth. "I'm going to die soon," I confessed. "You get it now. Loving me will only bring you pain in the end." "I don't care," she yelled stubbornly. "I care. I don't want you to be a grieving widow only at 25. You are love, don't waste your whole life on me," I said. "That's 9 more years. I rather love you for 9 years than someone else for a lifetime," was her rebuttal. "You don't get it because you don't know the things I know. You will find another love that is better and stronger than mine. You'll be happy," I said in painful frustration. "No, you don't know anything either. The only time when I find someone else would be in a world without you," she said, and with her inhumane strength, she moved my arms that were pushing her away and she hugged me. She pressed my face on her chest, suffocating me and successfully stopping me from talking anymore. How stubborn can someone be? You know, it's not easy trying to push her away when every part of me other than my heart wanted to have her all to myself. "Canny," I said after finally escaping her embrace again. "She needs me, and I love her too." Another imperfection of my love. I couldn't focus on Mitsuri alone. I promised myself that I would give Canny her vision back, and I would do everything to keep my promise. I would dedicate my whole life to helping her if I must. I could not ignore it. It'd be best if the dying man loved the girl who was meant to be dead right. I saved her, so she was my responsibility. "I won't be sad if you leave me," I lied. "I have her." "You are so cruel," her body trembled. "How can you say that?" "Yes, I am cruel. My love promised nothing but cruelty, and that's why I'm trying to give you a chance to leave." "That's why." "But it's fine," Mitsuri insisted, and stopped me from speaking yet again by suffocating me in her chest. "You also want to help her get her eyes back right. I will help you as much as I can, I promise." "Those are things you don't say to someone like me, Mitsuri." "If you won't leave, then fine, I will really have you." I pulled myself away from her, but this time, it was not to create distance, but to get even closer. I pressed my lips against hers. This time it was not just a peck, it was a long kiss. "I love you," she said. "I love you with all my heart," she said. "I love you more than you will ever know." She did not speak words as I still closed her lips with mine, but that was what she said, in the language of her body. Action spoke louder than words. The way her thighs destroyed and pushed all her beloved cakes to the side. The way she tried to kiss me deeper even with no experience. The way her arms wrapped around me and pulled me closer to her, as if she was afraid I'd leave. I read all of them, I heard all of them. She gladly jumped on the sinking ship. What else could I do except make sure that she'd have the best experience before we sank? "If you still want me, I'll give you my best." Sometimes, that's the only thing that mattered. Seiji's POV. After things calmed down and we ended the kiss due to lack of air, I looked around the cafe to see the staff staring at us with various expressions. The younger bunch were seemingly offended at the shameless display, while the older ones looked at us fondly with an understanding smile. Mitsuri had a small rope of saliva falling from her lips while she breathed heavily. I quickly wiped that away and snapped her back to reality. "I'm sorry about this," I said, and carried Mitsuri in a princess carry and stood up. I threw all the money I had on the table, which was more than enough to pay for the broken dishes and the cost of our food. Then I ran out of the cafe as fast as I could while carrying Mitsuri in her arms. "That was embarrassing," she said while wiping the remnants of tears from her eyes. "Tell me about it," I agreed. "Suo, no breaking the engagement?" she asked while I ran through the streets, trying to find someplace private in the busy city. "Forget I said anything, you're all mine," I said with a huff. "That's good," she smiled briefly before she stopped and turned serious. "And please, do give me an explanation for all the dying and canny thing," she said. All this time, I barely said anything before I broke down into tears. She did not have much context for what I was saying. She mostly just empathized with my feelings, and her replies were all emotional even though they were true and came from the heart. It was like your best friend saying, "I'll be there when you said you needed them." They did not know whether you needed help burying a corpse or attended a birthday party. They would be there, simply. And Mitsuri said she loved me and would stay with me no matter how my life was. I love her to death for that. "I'll tell you everything, just let me find someplace private," I said, and finally said fuck it and leapt on top of the buildings under the eyes of the civilians. They were shocked. They could go ahead and tell others for all I care. Who's gonna believe that someone jumped on top of a building, bro? Chapter 94, End of Drama, Entertainment District. Seiji's POV. "I see, so that's how it was," Mitsuri said thoughtfully while looking at her reflection in the small pond. We were at the Kanroji compound, sitting on the bridge that went across a small pond in the garden. Our legs dangled down from the edge and barely touched the water below. It was afternoon now, and the sun was starting its descent to the western horizon. It took me a little more than an hour to explain everything she wanted to understand. So following what is known from the previous mark bearers, you will die by the age of 25. Mitsuri repeated what I said, and I nodded in response. "That's right. Isn't there anything you can do?" Maybe there is a medicine out there that can cure you. Miss Shinobu is a genius doctor, right? Maybe she can help, Mitsuri said hopefully. No, I have checked every single cell of my body. There is nothing out of the ordinary with me physically. I believe that the mark is more spiritual than it is physical, like shortening my lifespan or spiritual essence, I said, brushing off her hope. If the demon slayer mark had a visible negative impact on my body, my eyes would see it and curing would be much easier. But after many days of research and pondering, I came to the conclusion that it was more spiritual and magical, like the spells used by the demons through their blood demon art. I saw Mitsuri biting her lips and she stayed in silence. It would be hard for her to accept the reality. I myself still had a hard time accepting it. But just because others die at 25 doesn't mean you will too, she said and turned to look at me. Her emerald eyes were boldly locked with mine, and without a flicker of doubt, she said, "You are different like me, you said it yourself. So just because they die doesn't mean you will." My throat closed up, my body froze at her words and confrontation. It might sound like a futile hope of a lover to other people, but I saw the meaning behind her words. I opened my mouth to reply, to give the poor girl another rebuttal, but something stopped me from saying anything. In the end, my eyes went soft and I smiled. "That's right, you are right," I said, and she beamed me a smile of relief. A part of me always knew that. It's just that the confidence I used to have in myself has wavered ever since I let Canny down. But now that Mitsuri had said it with such intensity in her eyes, I found myself believing again. The lack of faith I had in myself was replaced by the faith she had in me. I laughed. When have I ever put myself on the same level as others? When they spent their entire life mastering one breathing style, I mastered all of them. When they took years to sharpen their skills, I did it with a glance. When they despaired, I found reason to hate. And when they died at 25 due to the mark, suddenly I was going to follow them and die too. Ridiculous. There was even someone, Yoriichi, who was able to live a full life while having the mark. Did I think of myself as inferior and incapable of accomplishing the same feat? No. Even if I was not born with the ability to overcome this challenge like he did, I will find a way. Now I feel stupid, I said and wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her close to me. She looked down slightly with red on her face, and I took the chance to kiss her on the head. Thank you. I really needed that nudge to believe in myself again. I stayed with her for a long time on that bridge, waiting for the sun set into the horizon. There was silence and warmth between us. But as the sun nearly dipped into the mountain and the sunlight had turned weak orange, I knew it was time for me to leave. I have to go now, I said. I saw how she tried hard to not ask me where I was going, but in the end, curiosity got the better of her. Where are you going? Yashiwara, I said without much care, to the entertainment district. I saw with the corner of my eyes how her entire body froze like ice. She stilled like a statue for a while before she erupted into a blushing mess. I could almost see steam coming off her head. I see, she said and fiddled with her fingers cutely. I knew then that she had a completely different idea of the situation, yet I didn't correct her because I enjoyed her reaction. She thought I was going there to enjoy my time with a prostitute. An interesting fact about that, the Japanese people, especially during this era, did not consider a man buying a prostitute to be cheating. They saw it more as the man relieving himself in a massage or something, and not a betrayal of his marriage. If it was business with no emotional attachment, it was not considered cheating. Then again, this was due to the prominence of arranged marriage. People rarely marry for love and would marry those chosen by their parents in name only. So usually, the wives didn't really love their husbands and couldn't care less if they have sex with a prostitute or not. It was all just duty and responsibility. And as time went on, it turned into a culture thing. Which was why Mitsuri's first reaction was to be shy and embarrassed, before getting mad instantly like you would expect. But why would you go there? Finally, she asked and looked at me with narrowed eyes. If you want that kind of thing, I can. I put a finger on her lips to stop her. Please, don't tempt me. Relax, there is a demon hiding there, so I am going slay it, I said with a chuckle. I didn't tell her to that, it was an upper moon though. With what happened the last time I fought an upper moon, she would be worried. Oh, she blinked her round eyes. I'll return before sunrise, I said, and after a few seconds, I disappeared from my spot with a blur of speed. The entertainment district. The place was silent in the day, but at night, it came to life. The whole district was filled with bright lights and lanterns that made the night as bright as day. Even the stars in the sky were not visible due to light pollution. The smell of alcohol and women's perfume filled the streets. Many drunk men were walking alongside women, some even fondling with their breasts, to which the ladies giggled sweetly. But alcohol and women were not the only things you could find here. It was the entertainment district, after all. You could also see musicians and performers in every corner of the street. There were different gambling places where you could bet on cards, a battleground where you could bet on fights, and a place to bet on upcoming sports matches, etc. Basically, everything that could entertain a man was found in the Yashiwara district. I stood on top of one of the buildings and scanned the entire layout of the city. The whole place spanned over 5 kilometers, and I made sure to go through every inch of the city. Which was hard, not because of how big it was, but because you could imagine why. Found you, I said out loud while my glowing eyes looked at the center of the district. My eyes ignored the distance and even the solid ground. I saw through everything else, and my eyes fell on Daki, who was underground with a new victim she just caught. There were tunnels connecting the whole district, and all those tunnels met at the center where the demon was currently staying. Time to do God's work. Chapter 95, Upper Moon 6 rhymes with victim. Seiji's POV. The thought of attacking them during the daytime crossed my mind at one point. After all, if I was certain of where they were, why should I play by their rules and fight during the night? But I scrapped the idea because of 2 reasons. First, the police and the officials were active and would react quickly to the scene during the day. Second, I did not want the Upper Moon 6 to fear me and run away. It was not like they posed a threat either. No, not at all, not after I already slay Upper Moon 2. What I needed was for them to fight me so that I could dispose of them and rid the world of their unnecessary existence. Hey young man, you look tense. How about I help you relax? One of the ladies asked me with a coy smile on her face. I wore my Demon Slayer uniform with a white and purple haori. They were made of the best materials and well kept, so I gave off a rich vibe. I was also not bad looking even with the 2 scars that now flawed my face. I was the perfect target for these ladies. Fuck no, I shrugged off coldly. Not only was I not in the mood, but I literally saw semen flowing down her thighs from a recent customer. It was disgusting. I would recommend going for the Warren instead of going with cheap prostitutes in the street, for anyone who decided to visit the entertainment district. Ah, tilde too bad. As if accustomed to rejection, the lady moved on quickly. I was approached by many vendors, businessmen, and other prostitutes while I walked through the streets. Young man, why don't you try your luck in the game? Life is about risk and reward. Customer, we have a virgin in our brothel tonight. Sake from the capital Hyogo district, get one before we run out of stock. It was annoying while being deaf. I couldn't imagine how crazy it would be for a normal person. I ignored everything else and walked through the crowded road. My destination was the center of the district, under which Daki and her brother Jayataro stayed. Eventually, I reached the center of the city. I looked around at the plaza and immediately knew that the people around would pose a problem. The battle that would soon take place would wipe them out completely if they stayed. I reached for my back and took out the sword which I had hidden beneath my haori. I slowly took off the sheath of my sword, and when the sharp blade was fully revealed, the people around me noticed instantly. I held the sheath with one hand and my sword with the other. Everyone, I yelled. Run away, I spun with my sword, and the people gasped and immediately made space for me. But still, none of them leave. What the hell do you think you are doing? You could have hurt someone. The men yelled back in anger, amplified by intoxicants. I didn't repeat my sentence. Instead, I brought my long sword above my head and used the only form I could learn from Tenjin. He taught me this in exchange for my help in increasing his speed. Sound breathing, first form. I swung my sword down, faster than sound, before I slammed into the earth with the force of an earthquake. A portion of the ground sank and an ear-splitting shockwave echoed. Roar. Boom. The technique was extremely loud. It was meant to disorient the enemy and throw them off their balance with sheer vibration alone. I was deaf, so I had the advantage when using this particular form. I could make shockwaves as loud as I wanted, and it didn't bother me. Roar. Boom. I did it again, and I paused to look around. The people were pushing each other, stumbling on fallen bodies as they fled as fast as they could. The shockwave spread far and wide, so even the people who were on the outskirts of the district ran away, thinking that there were explosions or bombs were dropped. The incident in Tokyo, where many bombs were detonated, was still fresh on the minds of the people. So they ran immediately, thinking a similar disaster was taking place. My eyes returned to the ground and looked through solid earth. I saw my target still in the underground base. They were still unaware of what was happening. I brought my sword up once more. Veins popped in my hand, and I ignored the soreness that still exists in my body. Stone breathing, second form. My muscles exploded in strength, and I swung down my sword with the same speed. But this time, the main objective was no longer to produce shockwaves, but to crush the earth. Upper smash. The solid earth cried and opened up like soft water. With sheer strength, I created a deep depression on the ground. Boom. I did not take a single second of respite. I brought my sword up, grasping the handle with both hands while discarding the sheath to the side. Then I slammed my sword on the earth once more. I used the concept of repetitive action, and each attack was stronger than the last. Upper smash. Boom. Upper smash. Boom. Upper smash. Boom. Upper smash. Booms. Upper smash. Booms. A deep crater that looked like the consequence of the galactic might of an asteroid marred the center of the entertainment district. At the center, I continued swinging my sword with endless abandon. I put a lot of strength and anger into every individual swing. I molded the rigid earth to my liking, traumatizing nature with my power. I reshaped what was meant to be unchanging. "That's right, Panic," I said, and took a few seconds to recover my breath. My eyes glowed deep purple, and I saw how Daki was sweating bullets in the underground base. The shockwave and depression had already blocked every small tunnel that she could use to escape, and now she was trapped. For the final swing, I brought my sword high above with both hands. The atmosphere made a screaming sound as I inhaled a violent wave of air. Volcanic breathing, first form. The demon Slayer mark briefly materialized on the side of my face, and my body was filled with supernatural strength. Purple circuit lines came alive and glowed along with my eyes. Molten divide. And so, the earth was split into two. I had been making my way down to the underground cave, so, with a single swing, I was able to cut open a path, and in the same action, I cut Daki, who was standing still like a statue, vertically in half. Crash. The earth collapsed and filled the stagnant space of the cave. My foothold disappeared, and I fell to the new sunken ground. I landed elegantly on the ground, and I took a moment to catch my breath as my mark disappeared. I look upon Daki, who was slipped perfectly in half from head to toe. Her eyes were wide in shock, and she was in the middle of processing what just happened. "Ah!" She screamed a shilling scream when she felt unimaginable pain strike her soul. Volcanic breathing was a mix of 3 breathing styles, one of them being flame breathing. An important aspect of flame breathing was its burning effect, which made it more potent than other breathing styles. Fire was closest to the sun, so the demons usually felt searing pain upon contact. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Dake fell on her back. Her body somehow stitched itself together, but a red mark was still visible on her body. She kicked her feet, groveling on the ground like a small kid throwing a tantrum. "It hurts, it hurts. Big brother," she cried. My eyes glowed and time crawled. I saw Jayataro emerge from his sister's shadow, and he blurred towards me in an instant. Crimson Sickle cut towards me with deadly precision and speed. He was fast, not nearly as fast as Dama, but he was faster than Tenjin for sure. I studied every inch of my new opponent's body, and after what felt like an eternity of research, I allowed time to move at normal speed. FWOS. A sharp vibration cut the air, his blood-red sickle clashed against my Nichiren blade. It was too fast and almost seemed instantaneous, like someone skipped a cutscene in a video game. A violent gust and a bright spark came alive as proof of our clash, and then it was over. Huh? Jayataro said in confusion before his arm exploded in a waterfall of blood. A cut began from the gap between his finger and went on to scale until his shoulder. It perfectly bisected his hand in half. With shaky eyes, he turned his head behind, looking towards me. I could see fear and panic in his droopy eyes. Despair. Help me, Daki cried as I held her head up with one hand, cut off from her body. Save me, big brotherer, she sobbed. Ume. Jayataro mumbled the real name of her sister while watching me hold her like a piece of ornament. Even though they were evil incarnate and demons, the love between them as siblings was strong. It was what won the hearts of many fans back in my previous life as well. But looking at the girl's pitiful cry and the helplessness in her brother's eyes, I found no pity. I ran out of mercy. Instead, I found an odd smile on my face. Chapter 96, To be Helpless. Seiji's POV. Waya tilde Daki sobbed like a little girl. Why did you let him cut my head? It hurts tilde. Jutaro looked at the head of his little sister, and his droopy eyes trembled with emotions. His love bred anger and hate in his heart as endless malice oozed out of his body. Yet he didn't move. His love and duty as a brother called for immediate action, but his instincts as a warrior told him to stand down. He knew instantly from one exchange that he stood no chance against me. He was strong, but only strong enough to know his helplessness against me. Ume, he muttered as I grasped her hair tighter, causing her to moan in pain. Ume, he yelled and exploded in action. In the end, love triumphs over everything, even fear and logic. My eyes narrowed and released an eerie glow while I watched him blitz towards me, both at the speed of a bullet and a turtle. He was panicked and distressed, so his movement did not have the finesse it usually had. He was madly running towards me, his action revealing more than it should upon my praying eyes. I saw his weakness, and I exploited it mercilessly. I brought my sword out without swinging it. I simply placed it at the level of his neck, so that if he continued without ducking, he would run into the blade and slice his own head off. Then I waited. Yes, he was fast, but I waited until he appeared in front of me. His crimson sickle pulsed with a strange energy that corroded the air itself. The sharp end nearly found my head, but my other arm reached up, bringing the head of Daki between me and the weapon. I saw Jutaro's eyes widen, and he forced his own momentum to a stop. His body was crushed due to his own suppressed force, and the ground opened up as a shockwave echoed. Boom! My blade bit an inch deep into Jutaro's neck. His posture was in the middle of a swinging, stopping just a centimeter shy away from stabbing Daki. In a contest of speed, Jutaro was a coughing baby against a hydrogen bomb. Both of them had wide eyes. They didn't look demonic, instead, they looked humane. They looked helpless. The siblings met each other's gazes, and they shared a silent moment of helplessness. This is too easy, I said, catching the attention of both siblings. Blood demon art. I raised my eyebrow before my pupils dilated, and I had to move my head to the side. A thin arc of sickly red blood came at me like a blade, aiming to nick at my neck. I knew they contained poison, so I dodged it without letting it touch me. Then I felt my arm went lighter. Jutaro cut his sister's hair to release her from my grasp. All of it happened in a split second. I could have easily stopped them, but my lack of effort allowed them to escape. Honestly, I thought they would stop a few distance away to recover, and then they would both attack me. I thought we would continue the battle. But nope. Jutaro held Daki's head in his arms, leapt out of the deep crater, and ran without even looking back. "Oh," was the only thing that left my mouth as I watched them disappear. It made sense, to be honest. I had proven myself to be capable of slaying Upper Moon too, and they just witnessed the proof of my achievements as well, so there was no way they would be willing to fight me. Their ego as demons were not big enough to fill the power gap between us. There was no room for delusion and arrogance in front of my eyes. I rubbed the back of my head with a wary smile before I jumped out of the crater as well. When I was on even ground, I crouched down low and loaded my body like a bow. Sun breathing. I was still not able to use the forms, but it was a huge boost in my overall strength. If I had used normal breathing styles, Jutaro would have at least stood a chance against me. If I had to explain it, I was halfway to being a sun breathing user. Imagine the sun breathing to be a working oven. I still only had the electricity to operate the oven, but not the oven itself. But that same electricity was strong and potent enough to operate the other appliances. I had like the forms of different breathing styles. And not only that, they worked better when they were fueled with sun breathing. So I took a deep breath as the air I inhaled turned into yellow flames when they went into my lungs. Soon after, my eyes fully turned purple, and purple lighting came alive around my body. Thunder breathing, first form. I turned into an afterimage, and I shot towards the direction of Jutaro and his sister. I moved at such incredible speed that I looked like a bolt of lightning to the naked eye. In less than a second, I caught up to Jutaro, and I blitzed past him in a line of crackling purple. He gritted his teeth when he saw me, and then he stumbled. No. He looked down at his legs to realize that they had been cut clean off. He had no legs to step on, no feet to propel him forward. He immediately wrapped his arm around Daki to protect her, and he fell. His body grinds against the hard ground before he rolls to a stop. He gently laid his sister on the ground, and he glared at me. You, Jutaro growled like a feral beast. His leg regenerated in an instant, and he lunged at me. Leave us alone, he roared, and then his arms blurred. His fight or flight instinct was switched to fight mode as fleeing was a failure. I pulled my sword in front of me and got into a flowing stance. Jutaro's arm blurred as he released multiple slashes towards me in all directions. Not only that, a thin blade of blood flew at me at the speed of sound, trying to leave even the slightest scratch on my body because that would be enough. The air cried, and the friction from such a speed caused a flash of light, like fireworks. Water breathing, third form. I made a move without flaw. I swung my sword in a fluid motion. Each stroke of my blade was writing an S of perfection. My eyes already showed me what was, what is, and what will be. I already saw the end of this clash, actions told me. So I moved with deep purpose and meaning, like tracing dotted lines to paint a perfect picture. VWOM. Jutaro unleashed a continuous chain of attacks that was so quick that it could be stitched into one long attack. On the other hand, I flowed like a river following a predetermined line. I did not strike back, but I blocked every single attack that came my way. I was bending and filling up any openings like water. The following sequence of action was so quick, and Jutaro's blood and sickle met my sword so frequently that the vibration made a roaring sound of metal hitting metal. It was the literal sound of the battle. His rough sickle clashed against my perfect sword, and the air ignited, creating endless sparks that lit up the surroundings. The atmosphere churned as action, after action faster than the speed of sound, met in a relentless dance of violence. H-A-H, Jutaro screamed, extending his arm too far in hopes of leaving a scratch. That was all I needed. My blade hit the side of his sickle, pushing it away while he tried to pull back. That separated his arms, leaving his midsection wide open. I bit down on my teeth and inhaled new volumes of air. The trail of water following every swing of my blade turned red and yellow before they became flames. Flame breathing, esoteric art. Setting sun. I swing my blade in a downward arc that perfectly cuts Jutaro's chest diagonally. A deep red mark appeared on his body before they burst into a bloody wound. He paused, his arms were spread like a cross while his eyes were stubborn and angry. He took 3 steps back to catch himself from falling. Storm breathing, third form. Rain of ruin. Before he could blink, Jutaro was forced to bear endless attacks that came from different directions like rain in a violent storm. The next thing he knew, more than half of his body was shredded into pieces. His arms were gone, and so was every part of his body from chest down. Thund. The remaining part of his body fell on the ground, which was littered with a bloody paste that used to be his body. Haya, Haya, Haya. Jutaro breathed heavily while looking at the sky before he finally released a scream of pure hatred and frustration. Aza. Helpless. After centuries, Jutaro finally remembered the feeling of helplessness. It was the same thing countless of their victims felt, but now they were on the receiving end. Why, why? Jutaro screamed to the dark sky, as if angry with the gods themselves. I silently walked up to his fallen body before I grabbed him by his hair. Then I tossed him towards his sister, who was still just ahead and had witnessed everything. Stay like that, don't try anything or I will kill you both for real, I said. To be completely honest, even I was surprised at how easy the fight was. It seemed that sun breathing and the demon slayer mark were not the only ways in which I grew from my battle with Dama. My skills, my instincts, and my combat power in general had all taken a huge leap after the fight. I was leagues above what I was before the fight, even without the demon slayer mark and sun breathing. Jutaro's power was also not too great. Even Tenjin, who was poisoned and lost an arm, was able to stand toe-to-toe with him. Naturally, as someone who was leagues above Tenjin, it made sense why I had such an easy time. The main danger Jutaro posed was his poison. It was nigh impossible for anyone to fight him without suffering a scratch, and that was all he needed to win. Unfortunately, he met someone whom he could never hope to touch due to my eyes. The siblings lay side by side, the one was just ahead, and the other only had his body from above the chest. They looked at each other and started arguing. I was not Tanjiro, so I couldn't care less. Instead, I looked around in search of something. I had not beheaded them for a reason. It took nearly a minute, but my eyes finally saw the person I was searching for. To the east, around 6 kilometers away, was Lady Tamyo and her subordinate. They were running towards us with breakneck speed. They both had a talisman on their body to hide themselves, but my eyes saw them with ease. I knew they had their base in Tokyo, so I was expecting them to come when they heard the commotion in the entertainment district. After all, it was kind of an open secret that there was a powerful demon that killed many Hashira in the past, living in the entertainment district. I appeared in front of the two demon siblings, and I plunged my sword at the heart of Jutaro, pinning him down on the ground. He was trying to get up and regenerate. Stay down. His eyes became bloodshot red, and he glared at me with endless malice. But ultimately, he stopped. I would kill them after I made a deal with Tamyo. I wouldn't be able to harvest their blood otherwise, because every part of a demon disintegrated after their death. Chapter 97, New Partner. Seiji's POV. Finally, you're here, I said while my purple eyes locked on the invisible figure of Lady Tamyo and Yushiro, the servant demon boy. They had a talisman on their chest, and they were supposed to be perfectly concealed from the world. So well hidden, in fact, that even the demon king himself would not be able to see them. Yet the world bore her naked truth for my eyes. I saw them clear as day. For the price of sacrificing the melody of the world, I was granted the right to see everything. I thought Christmas would have come quicker, I joked. It was a summer night. The demons also attempt an escape numerous times. It was rather tiring forcing them down without killing them. They were caught completely surprised, not only because I was able to see them with ease, but also because the demons beneath my feet were upper moon, yet I was treating them like low-level demons. Lady Tamyo herself did not know how to react, only sweating at the sight. Speaking of which, there was a stubborn and primal instinct roaring at me to stop whatever I was planning and kill everyone in the vicinity. They were all demons, a stain on this world. Yet the conscience that made me humane stopped me from doing so. I was a hater, not a dumb fuck. While I was in the middle of talking, Jutaro, whom I pinned on the ground with my sword, tried his luck once more. He manipulated the flesh on his neck, elongating them like a snake, and he opened his mouth in an attempt to tear my foot. But all he got was the wooden base of my sandal as I shoved my foot on his open mouth, breaking his jaw, crushing his teeth and planting his head on the ground, making a crater. He had tried to escape multiple times, but each plan he formed, I was able to read them before they even came into action and immediately put a stop. You may be at ease, although you are a demon, I wouldn't kill you, I said, but that did not convince her. I saw from the way her body tensed and muscles pulled that she was ready to leave at any time. I have use for your skills, I said bluntly. It was better to give logical reasons to these smart types. She wouldn't trust my words, but she trusted my need. Isn't this rather odd? I didn't come here expecting this, Lady Tamyo spoke, effectively revealing her presence. At least that's what she thought. It didn't make a difference in my deaf ears. She then proceeded to take off her talisman, making her visible to the outside world. The boy beside her followed right after. He looked shocked and concerned. Lady Tamyo, we shouldn't. What if he means harm? The boy advised the woman, who probably could be his great-great-grandmother. It's okay, Yushiro. If he wanted to, he would have killed us a long time ago, she said. He is a demon slayer, and from the writings on his sword, he is not just a normal slayer. You are a Hashira, aren't you? She asked rhetorically. Strongest, I added, tooting my own horn to try and get my mind off the thoughts of killing her. Seiji Shigen, the strongest Hashira at your service, I introduced myself. My name is Tamyo, and this here is my apprentice Yushiro. She introduced herself with a noble bow that you would expect from a noble Japanese lady. Well, if you don't mind, Lady Tamyo, I said and reached out my hand. She paused and stared at me for some time. She wondered what I was asking for, and when she speculated the answer, she questioned once more how I knew it or what my objective was. She cautiously reached under her yukata and took out a vial. It was a cylindrical shape made of glass and had a needle at the end, which could be used to take a demon's blood and preserve it even after the rest of their body turned to ash. I smiled, a little impressed that she knew what I was talking about. It seemed that she came here not only to see to the situation, but was also ready to reap every research material she could get form the powerful demon. Thank you, I said before bending down and smashing the vial on Jaitero's chest. I did not have to do anything else as the vial extracted the blood automatically. Neat. I pulled out my sword and finally moved away from Jaitero. The demon immediately took the opportunity to roll and escape as his body immediately started healing. I threw the vial at Lady Tamyo, causing her to look at it for a while before she met my eyes again. Her eyes were curious and wary. It's the blood of an upper moon, I said, and at that point, Jutaro was already done healing, and instead of attacking me, he cradled his sister in his arms. He did not run away, though, as he just earned that was not effective against the fastest Hashira. I turned around to look. Even if you kill me, please spare my sister, she is innocent, Jutaro said. And I love demons, I said in my mind. These two sentences had around the same amount of truth. No, was my reply. Then go to hell, Jaitero said, hiding Daki in his shadow like he used to hide in hers before he lunged at me with two sickles in hand. His speed was blurring, cleanly slicing through the atmosphere at Godspeed. It seemed like he was aiming for me, but I saw otherwise. The direction of his momentum, the gaze in his eyes, and even the posture of his body told me that he was not aiming for me, but the two demons behind me. He just wanted me to think that he was aiming for me. The fact that he screamed, "Go to hell," at me was also an obvious giveaway that he wanted me to think he was aiming for me. Kill the two people behind me and try to escape in my confusion. Nice plan, keep it to yourself. I inhaled sharply and blurred even faster than him. The world skipped a moment in time as I delivered multiple slashes during a moment that could only be described as instant. The next thing you knew, the world rumbled like thunder and the shape of wind blades scarred the ground. There was not even a corpse of the demon as I minced him into tiny pieces. Strong breathing, I said right after I executed the move, but the world had not caught up. Tempest Fury. BOOM. I regret that I could not inflict more pain before their death, but I guess that would have to do. I just slayed an upper moon once more. With that done, I said, and turned around to look at Lady Tamyo and Yushiro, who looked at me with astonishment at the display of power. Shall we talk somewhere private? Wait, before that, I said, and quickly went to the deep depression I craved out in the center of the district to retrieve my sheath. After I was done, I sheathed my sword and held it in one hand. Then I returned to the two demons who were patiently waiting for me while talking to themselves. I didn't hear what they were saying, of course. Okay, I'm ready, I said. On an entirely different note, how is my speech, Lady Tamyo? I asked while she and Yushiro led me towards their hidden hideout. I also had the talisman on my body to hide from the police and other people who started coming to the district to check what was going on. You sound weird. Yushiro was the one who answered me instead. You are trying to put emotion in your voice only to fail miserably and make people uncomfortable. That's unfortunate, I said and grabbed my chin. Of course, if you could not hear your own voice or others for a long time, you would be unable to produce the correct tone for corresponding emotion. I have been talking a lot more to improve my voice and speech. It was a bummer to learn that I still had a long way to go. We continued walking along the streets of Tokyo, hidden from the eyes of the people. We eventually came upon an empty alley where we walked some more before we stopped in front of a wall. The wall was an illusion, and in reality, there was a large compound and a small manor behind. We broke through the illusion and walked into the manor. My eyes immediately mapped the layout of the entire structure, peering into secrets and hidden pathways as Lady Tamyo led me to the living room. God, I love my eyes, it was so damn op. Yushiro, would you mind making tea for our guest? Lady Tamyo said, while we both sat down on the floor with a table between us. Yushiro paused for a second before he nodded, of course. It's not that Lady Tamyo was eager to serve me tea, but it was an indirect order for him to stay away while we talked in private. So, Mr. Shigen, what is it that you wish to talk to me about? Lady Tamyo started immediately after we settled into our seats. I did not give her an answer immediately. Instead, I looked around at the interior of the house. There were no other residents besides her and Yushiro, but everything in the house looked clean and well kept. The design of the room was, as you would expect, a normal Japanese house, except everything was a bit luxurious, and there was a chandelier at the ceiling, lighting the room with a yellowish glow. There was no furniture like a chair, sofa, etc., other than the table we were sitting on. The corner of the room was filled with shelves that contained books, and floating shelves with few decorations like a beautiful vase decorated the walls. I want us to be partners, I said, returning my eyes to hers. Partners? I thought I'd made it clear to you, Bayashiki, that I have no interest in working with the Demon Slayer Corps, was her reply. First of all, of course, that sick guy already contacted her. He seemed to know everything and more. Secondly, I could understand why she did not want to work with the Demon Slayer Corps. Even putting aside the fact that she was literally a demon, their motivation and priority were fundamentally different. She sought revenge, while the Slayers sought peace. She prioritized killing Muzan over anything, while protecting others was of equal importance for the Slayers. Also, she was hiding from Muzan. The less contact she had, the better for her. That's not what I am asking, I said. I want us to be partners, as in only you and me, nothing else. Her face turned thoughtful as I continued. The truth is, I am going to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, and I want your assistance. Kill Muzan? She said. She hit it well, but I knew my words pissed her off. She had been trying to do the same thing for 1,000 years, and here comes a youngster boldly claiming that he was going top to what she could not achieve in centuries. Do tell me how you plan to kill the literally demon lord, I'm curious, she said with a closed-eyed smile, her head tilted to accentuate her question. I was thinking of cutting off his head, was my simple reply, as if it couldn't get easier. Her smile widened, but my eyes saw through the mask. On second thought, maybe we can cut off his limbs and strap him on the top of a mountain and leave him to burn dry in the sun, I said. I think this partnership will end before it even begins if you keep joking, Mr. Shigen. I chuckled. You really think I'm joking? Because I was not. You just saw what happened, right? The ease at which I was able to slay an upper moon, I said. Upper moon 6, the weakest amongst them. Although impressive, the difference between that and Muzan is bigger than the soles of my feet and heaven, she replied. Do you get news in here, Lady Tamyo, or are you unaware of what happened a month ago? I asked in return. She stayed silent for a while, deciphering what I meant by my words until she came to a realization. She opened her eyes, her smile dropped, and she gripped a handful of fabrics on her thighs. Dema, Upper Moon 2, she said, you are the one who killed him. Yes. She took a minute to study my body and expression. What truly stood out to her was the fact that I was in good health, even capable of fighting another upper moon after clashing with Dema only a month prior. One could imagine how difficult that fight was for me. Although most would be wrong, as it was at death's door that I defeated Dema, but I was not going to correct anyone who thought otherwise. I see, if you have such power at that age then. She did not complete her words, merely sucking in a breath as her eyes gained a new light. Hope. So what do you need my help for? She asked, but I put a finger up to correct her. I want your help, I do not need it. Muzan Kibutsuji will die by my blade with or without you, I declared with more intensity than I would have liked. My eyes pierced through her, and her nails grew on instinct, ready to fight. The killing intent I was releasing was directed at her a little, as she too was a demon, causing her to shrink under me. I instantly reeled back such killing intent and gave a smile. Your help will just be, I trailed off, searching for the right word, a convenience. But on the other hand, I know you cannot just sit still and watch Muzan get defeated by me. After all, you wouldn't get your revenge otherwise, I said. How do you know all these things? I didn't answer her question, and even she didn't expect me to answer. There were ways in which everyone got their information, and we kept that to ourselves. She shook her head helplessly. You are right, if you are truly going to kill Muzan, I need to be a part of it, she admitted in the end. Just then, the door opened up, and Yushiro came in with a tray. He served us tea and a few snacks to enjoy. Tamyo gave a gentle smile at Yushiro and helped him set the table. She took a sip of the hot tea. Normally, demons were not able to consume human foods anymore after becoming demons, but with her medical knowledge, Lady Tamyo had modified her body to be more humane than demon. That was why I could tolerate her rather easily. She didn't look as ugly as others. So what do you want from me? She finally asked, tapping the bottom of the cup on the table. Chapter 98, The Second Coming of Yoriichi. Third POV. Tamyo's hideout. There is something seriously wrong with him, Tamyo thought while tensing her whole body so as to not tremble. Deep down, she wanted to run away as far as possible and stay out of sight of those purple eyes. Purple eyes, she couldn't describe how uncomfortable she felt under them. She felt like she was naked, bare of all masks and clothes. The eyes seemed to strip her away, piece by piece, seeing things she did not even know about herself. They were judging her. And that was not to mention the fact that she felt like someone was holding her at gunpoint whenever those eyes gazed at her. Maybe Yushiro in his naivety did not feel it, but she could feel it clearly. The hidden malice. So, what do you want from me? She asked, sipping her tea. She felt the hot liquid calm her wrecking nerves with its warmth. I want you to make a potion for me, one that could turn demons back into humans. In return, I will give you the necessary research material that you want, he said with a voice that was trying too hard to sound normal that it failed miserably. Your demand is rather difficult, I'm afraid. It's almost impossible to reverse the effect of Muzan's blood, she replied. But you can do it, he said. It was not a question. His purple eyes released a faint glow once more as she felt a prickling sensation all over her body. She felt so vulnerable and naked under his gaze. I can see that you are on the brink of achieving what I ask, he said in a simple tone. That sent a chill down her spine. The feeling was true, she couldn't hide anything from him. He was able to see right through her. She could tell that he saw all the modifications she had made to her own body, turning herself into a creature closer to a human than a demon. It looked like they were negotiating, but she felt that she had no power in this discussion. It felt like she was sitting across Muzan himself. There was simply no room for her. Blood, she said. I will need the blood of upper moons, as they are the closest to Muzan. But from what happened earlier and what he gave her, he already knew that she needed the blood of an upper moon. How, she doesn't know. And also, he trailed off and the atmosphere in the room stilled. Tamyo's body literally stopped functioning. There was no heartbeat, no breath, no blood circulation, as she looked at the young man in front of her like a deer caught in headlights. She saw marks appearing on his face as the weight of his presence doubled, tripled, even quadrupled. The demon slayer mark, she said after freezing for a long time. It was a mark born solely to kill demons, so of course she would freeze up when she saw it. All demonic instincts in her body told her to either run or fight. So it has appeared again in this generation. He revived the forbidden art, she thought to herself. Now his bold claim that he was going to kill the demon lord held even more weight. With the appearance of the first demon slayer mark, many more would inevitably follow, resonating with the first mark, making humanity stronger than ever. She could also predict now what he wanted from her. The demon slayer mark granted incredible power, but at a grave cost. "Am I scaring you?" he asked, and immediately dropped his power. "Sorry, you are like the first demon I ever met which I do not want to kill. It feels weird," he apologized. That was rather genuine, she thought to herself. The more time she spent with him, the more she humanizes him in her mind. That calmed her a little bit. "No, it's fine. I understand that demons are not liked, especially for someone with a profession like yours. I can imagine the conflict in your heart," she said. He blinked his eyes dramatically, and with each blink, she felt the intensity decrease. They were no longer piercing her. "I see, that makes you many times more reasonable and understanding than I am," he said with a shake of his head and a diplomatic smile. Taisho did not know why, but she felt tension leaving her body with that smile. Maybe it would prove to be the greatest move to ally with someone like him. Someone who could easily ragdoll Upper Moon 6 and also had the legendary Demon Slayer mark. If anyone can put an end to Muzan, she thought while looking at him. She was starting to believe that he could be the key to ending this war. The second coming of Yoriichi, the first breath user. Seiji's POV. 2 hours later. I left the manor, after a lengthy discussion on different topics, with Lady Taisho. Surprisingly, she was not too well versed with the happenings of the world, especially on the Demon Slayer side. I shared much of my knowledge with her, ranging from the recent activities of the demons, the current force of the Demon Slayer Corps and their Hashiras, the state of Yubayashiki, etc. In return, she also told me about her plans, much of which I already knew due to my future knowledge, and whatever she knew about Demon Slayer marks in general. Sun-breathing I muttered to myself thoughtfully while looking at the dark sky. Lady Taisho did not have much knowledge regarding the Demon Slayer marks, especially not about the solution to the curse branded on the user. But she came to the conclusion that the answer to figuring out how to undo the curse could be found by looking at the only person in history to survive the Demon Slayer mark. There were many things that made Yoriichi special, but what truly stood out amongst his uniqueness, which no one could copy, was his ability to use sun-breathing. So Lady Taisho told me that the best chance I had to finding a way to resolve the curse would be to learn sun-breathing. WHC I kinda already did, but I guess I could master it. So in the end, it all leads back to the Kamado family, I said thoughtfully in the loneliness of the night. I guess my next objective was clear with this one. Find the Kamado family at all cost. That was the main priority. A wide smile found itself on my face as I said, I actually have a great idea on how to find them. Suffice it to say, I wouldn't need to worry about it any longer. I should be able to locate them in no time. But first, there is still a few hours left until the sun rises, so that means a chance to cuddle with my wife, I declared and blurred from my place. I moved at a speed surpassing that of sound. In no time, I was able to return to the Kanroji's compound. I sneaked into the place and silently made my way to Mitsuri's room. Ninja style. I wanted to spend even more time with her, after all the drama I had put her through. She jerked awake when she felt my touch. "It's me, I've returned," I said, and her body relaxed. "That was quicker than I thought," she mumbled, her voice laced with drowsiness. "Yeah, they were weaker than I thought," I replied, and I took off my haori before I slipped inside the futon that Mitsuri was sleeping. It would be beyond disrespectful to do lewd things in my in-laws' house, breaking every Japanese honor. So I settled with cuddling with her, respectfully of course. Chapter 99, Mission Find the Kamado. Seiji's POV. Now this is weird. I woke up to the sight of Mitsuri looking at me with her piercing emerald eyes. The sun was shining brightly outside, its golden warmth cascading inside the room and lit half of Mitsuri's face, framing it like a masterpiece of artwork. From that small tell, I realized that I'd probably slept longer than I should have. Being deaf, it was easy to get into a deep sleep, and nothing other than touch rarely woke us up. So sleeping in was a common occurrence. I made no move. I did not even allow my eyelids to tremble. I saw through my thin eyelid and stared back at Mitsuri's eyes. I spied on the spy who had been spying on me for who knows how long. The look she had in her eyes made my heart flutter. She seemed to see me in a light that no one ever saw me. The love and longing in her eyes made me feel enough. If someone could look at me with such loving eyes, if someone could desire me so deeply, maybe I was not all that worthless. Maybe I had some value in me. Through her eyes, I saw myself in perfection. Did she feel the same way whenever I looked at her? Those kinds of thoughts swirled in my mind, making the world seem like sunshine and a rainbow. God, love was so weird. And nice. I finally opened my eyes, and I met her emerald orbs without faltering, like a brave soldier. "What are you looking at?" I asked. She was lying on top of me, her boobs squished against my abdomen while she kicked her feet like the adorable girl that she was. She blushed a healthy red when confronted, but she did not shy away like she used to. No, she was bolder. "I'm looking at you," she said. The tone she used was giddy-like when she would say, "I'm eating sweets." Like she was doing something she truly liked doing. "Looking at my ugly morning face, you mean?" I said playfully, to which she said, "Not ugly at all. The spiky bed hair, crooked eyebrows, and bent eyelashes, coupled with your loose expression, made you look adorable." I was taken aback by the detail. "How long have you been watching me?" "2 short hours," was her reply. Maybe it was a joke from the time I was stalking her, or maybe it was the truth, but I laughed all the same. "You mean 2 whole hours," I said. "You're crazy." "Not when you are so cute," she really said that. She learned that from me. "Now who do you think you are to call anyone else cute?" I said, and I wrapped my arms around the ball of cuteness. She giggled and allowed me to pull her closer. "And don't I look cute while I am awake?" I asked. She shook her head, much to my heartbreak. "You look more like handsome while you are awake. And to be honest, your face looks too mean to be cute when you are awake." "My face doesn't look mean," I defended myself. She laughed. "Yes, it does. You are like starey Tilda." She used her fingers to make her eyes sharper and stare at me while making a mean face. Her face took me the fuck out. I couldn't stop laughing. "It's a little different," I thought to myself while enjoying her laughter as she joined me. She used to be more shy and reserved before, but now she was a little different. It probably had to do with what happened yesterday at the cafe. I poured my heart out at that time, showing vulnerability after putting away my mask of perfect competence. People find it hard to love someone so perfect. Love was of a healing nature, it was a fixing force. But perfect couldn't be fixed. So love burns the brightest when you have flaws, because then it has things to fix. A chance to love despite. That's why humans love humans. We are imperfect, and we love ourselves to perfection. All those times I acted like the perfect husband, the perfect partner, the perfect teacher in front of Mitsuri. So her love only grew more when she saw the not-so-perfect side of me. The side of me that felt incompetent. The side of me that was driven to insanity each day due to all the pressure I had to bear. And the part of me that loved her more than myself, surpassing all my selfishness. Now she was a little less intimidated. My confession also proved to her that I loved her just as much as she did me. I think that was what brought this pleasant shift in the dynamic of our relationship. We laughed together, our bodies trembled in our laughter, and that caused them to rub against each other. That was when I noticed that I had a morning wood. I didn't even feel it earlier because I was too caught up with her pretty face, and because my hardened length was snugly sinking on her soft abdomen. Her flesh was so soft that the uncomfortable feeling of having a hard-on was lacking, making me unaware. "Ah, Mitsuri," I gasped in surprise and stopped moving. I held her shoulder to stop her. She tilted her head in confusion too, before she also realized the source of my reaction. But instead of looking shocked, a coy smile spread her lips and her cheeks turned a little redder. "What, Tilda?" she asked, but from the way she pressed herself on me even harder, I knew she knew exactly what I was talking about. "It's okay, it happens," she said simply with a giggle. "Happens? I asked in absolute horror mixed with confusion. Well, she started with a smile, too excited to reveal something. I was the one who took care of you during the 2 weeks that you passed out. And it's not the first time that we shared a bed together. A peal of laughter left her lips while I literally boiled with embarrassment. She reached out her hand and grabbed my ears. I shivered at her touch because her hands were cold. No, it was my ear that was red and hot instead. Please excuse me, I said and pushed her off before I quickly left the room. Holy shit, she was evolving. And I'm not sure if I like it, don't like it, or if should get harder. Mitsuri and I spent the morning like that together. Her parents served us breakfast as well, much to our delight, but when the afternoon rolled around, I had to leave once more. Sadly, time was not on my side. If I didn't find the Kamado house quickly, they would be fated to be slaughtered by Musen. It was supposed to happen this year. Mitsuri, on the other hand, would stay and spend time with her parents for today. I took up all of her time yesterday with a date, so she was going to be with her parents. She would return to the Rengoku compound tomorrow. It was close to Tokyo, so I was not too worried for her. I walked through the busy streets of Tokyo with a destination in mind. It was not effective trying to find the Kamado house while traveling. I've done that for 2 years and remained unsuccessful. So what I was going to do next was find a modern solution. Finally, I would use my parents' connection and money to do God's work. A few hours later, in the sky of Japan, WOI, I released a loud scream while I enjoyed the feeling of air rushing past my skin. I didn't know why I never thought of this earlier. Probably because I never needed to find the Kamado family as badly as I need to find them now. If you did not guess already, I was on a plane. It was a biplane used for training pilots, to be exact. I went to the aviation battalion on the outskirts of Tokyo. The person working there was a friend of my father who came to the funeral of my parents and introduced himself to me. At that time, he told me to come to him whenever I needed help. So 9 years later, I went there and requested to be on the plane during one of their many training flights over Japan. The Air Force in Japan was at its early stage at this time, 1921, and the main purpose of this battalion was basically to train pilots and to test the aircraft for further military use. It was not that difficult to be on board one of those training flights when you had a shit ton of money to donate. Well-connected families and rich people often do so for entertainment. Flying was a very huge flex during this time after all. I shook myself out of the euphoric feeling of flying when we were outside the Tokyo region. Instead, I focused on the blurring scenery below. My eyes glowed purple as I looked at the landscape while flying in the sky. I was able to see everything with vivid detail, even on the moving plane. During my years of traveling through Japan, I was able to familiarize myself with many places due to my photogenic memory. So I directed the pilot to fly over difficult terrains or places I had not visited due to the lack of proper roadways. The areas which I had not explored were not vast, so in no time, my eyes found a house in the middle of the forest. It was around 10 kilometers away from the nearest town and hidden between 2 valleys. Time seemed to slow down as my eyes pierced through the distance to look inside the house. There, I saw them. It was easier than I thought. Found them. Chapter 100. Is it a bird, a plane? It's Seiji Shigen. Seiji's POV. Hey man, can you tell me your post address? I screamed at the pilot sitting in front of me. He turned his head as much as he could to the side and answered. It should be impossible to hear him, but by a simple glance at his throat movement, I was able to read what he said. I memorized it. I got up from my seat and grabbed his neck so that I could talk to his ear. I didn't want the rushing air to silence my voice. I'm sorry to do this to you, man, but don't tell anyone. Not like anyone would believe you anyways. I started and laughed, much to his confusion. I will send you a letter as proof that I'm alive. Just tell Mr. Hashinaka that you dropped me off in another place or something, I said before I let him go. The air whipped around me. The plane was not fast by any means, but the sky was windy as hell. I removed all of the safety belts strapped on my waist before I did what a madman would. I jumped off the plane. Yeah, I know I could have returned without any issue and went to the Kamado house on foot again, but I didn't want that. There was really no other logical explanation. I always wanted to go skydiving, and I had the chance. It couldn't get simpler. Holy smokes, I said as I felt my body flipping in the air. My momentum started off wrong due to jumping off the plane. But with my experience as a fighter and mastery over my body, I spread my limbs and steadied myself to a peaceful fall. My dead ears could hear the air whipping by as I descended faster and faster towards the ground. But at one point, I reached the limit and stayed at a consistent speed. With the help of my 4 limbs and a quick calculation of my current trajectory with my eyes, I fell towards my destination. My eyes felt very dry from the rushing air, so that was uncomfortable. But other than that, the skydiving experience was incredible. I hope the pilot is not too traumatized. Third POV. A young girl the age of 12 straightened up and craned her neck to look at the strange thing she saw falling from the sky. She was in the middle of harvesting vegetables from their garden when she heard the sound of a plane flying over them. She looked up, but instead of seeing the plane, she saw something strange. What she saw took her whole attention as she dropped her basket. Maybe it was the summer heat messing with her head, or maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her. But she just saw a man drop from the sky. Boom! A small explosion came from the direction of the forest shortly after. It was proof that what she saw might not just be an illusion. Maybe it was not a man, but there was something falling from the sky. She left her basket behind and ran towards the explosion in the forest. Juvenile curiosity filled her mind. Was it an asteroid? A bird? A monster? Or was it the Omnitrix? Anyway, she ran through the forest as quickly as her feet could take her. Then she finally came upon the crash site. She stopped on her track and looked on with wide eyes. It was a man. She was stumped to find out that what she saw was true. There really was a man falling from the sky. Wavy purple hair framed a handsome face. His healthy skin made him look quite young, but his expression and eyes betrayed that observation. They looked like they had experienced quite a lot. The scars on his forehead and cheeks were prominent flaws on his otherwise handsome face. They gave off a scary vibe, as if those scars were nothing like others. He was dressed in a dark uniform, standard Demon Slayer uniform, and a white and purple Hayari. But the most unique feature he had was his purple eyes, which seemed to have a different source of light other than the sun. They were currently looking above, seeing something more than what the little girl thought she would ever see. "He doesn't notice me," the girl observed curiously. The man was looking up and did not seem to notice her coming here. She simply observed the man curiously until he moved his head and his eyes landed on her. They seemed to widen slightly in shock upon seeing her. Now that she was finally noticed, the girl gave a bright smile and introduced herself, like how her mother had taught her to do. "Hi, mister, my name is Nezuko Kamado." That was all she was able to say before the man suddenly appeared in front of her. He scooped her up from the ground and put her on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Nezuko was shocked and alarmed. Was she going to get kidnapped? "Run, bees," the man said and bolted off. He ran fast, but not too fast as to hurt the small girl on his shoulder. That was when the girl noticed many bees flying at them. One could tell they were pissed off from the sound they were making. The man had destroyed a beehive on one of the trees he fell on. With Nezuko on his shoulder, the man continued running until the bees eventually gave up on chasing them. They ran out of the forest and only stopped when they reached a clearing, the Kamado compound. "Hiya, that was scary. You only realized how freaky insects look when you see them up close," the man uttered with a sigh. Then his attention turned to Nezuko again, and he gently put her down on the ground. "Oh, hello there, Nezuko-chan," the man said, looking at the girl with a look of familiarity as if he knew her. "Wow, you look even cuter in person. You have a cute forehead," he said, more to himself than her. He started stroking her hair before he reached down and pinched her cheeks. Nezuko, being a big girl of 12 now, did not appreciate being treated like a little kid. So she removed his hand from her face and looked at him with a new glint in her eyes. One that was more cautious. "You have a sword, mister. Who are you?" she asked. She noticed the hidden sword under his Hayari while they were running away from the bees. The man laughed, seeing her put her guard up, but he respected her wish and introduced himself in kind. My name is Seiji Shigen, he said and paused. And I am your cousin from Tokyo. Nezuko was left stunned. Her family didn't have relatives as far as she knew. Cousin. That's right, Seiji said, lying to the young girl as naturally as he breathed. Is that your house? He said, looking behind her and at the house in the distance. Yes. Then let's go, he said and walked past her and towards the house. Nezuko was left dumbfounded. She had endless questions like how did he fell from the sky? How did he find them? Was he really her cousin? But the man who had the answer was already getting away. Wait a minute, she exclaimed before turning around and running after him. Seiji's POV. Who are you? Kai Kamado, the mother of the protagonist duo Tanjiro and Nezuko, stood in front of me with caution and alarm all over her eyes. I guess that was the normal reaction when you see a mean-looking man with scars, carrying a sword taller than you. Nezuko was just a kid, not knowing the dangers and suspicion of the situation. Nezuko, come here, Kai did not scream, trying to hide her emotion from leaking from her voice. But that was a futile effort because I could see everything and couldn't hear at the same time. Unlike her daughter, the mother knew to be cautious of a stranger. Not realizing what was going on but heeding her mother's words anyway, Nezuko ran up to her mother and stood beside her. Kai grabbed her daughter's shoulder to calm down. She still had a polite smile, even though she was wary. Please, sir, can you tell me who you are or why you are here? She asked again, still polite and modest. I did not have anything on me other than the sword, which was why she was very alarmed. I couldn't be a traveler, nor a trader going around to sell his product. The high-quality haori and uniform I had also indicated that I was no farmer or ordinary man. I guess she would suspect that I was in the military or something, and at this age, no one liked the army. No need to be so uneasy, Miss Kai, I said. You know my name, she asked me. Yes, I had an incredible memory since I was young. I knew the names of all the family members of the Kamado family. Of course, I know you, I said and smiled. I also know about Tanjiro, Taikyo, Hanako, Rokuta, and Nezuko. Your husband mentioned you all in his letters. My husband? Kai questioned, confused. Yes, your husband Tanjiro, I said. Let me introduce myself. My name is Seiji Shigen. You can consider me a distant relative. You see, your husband and my mother are siblings. Yeah, that was the bullshit I was going with. I didn't know if it would fly, but it was better than not trying. In Japan, blood relations were greatly valued. Even if it was the first time we met, if they knew I was somehow related to them, then that meant I would be immediately treated with hospitality. I needed to get close to them to get what I wanted, so this was the fastest way I could think of. It would take too long for them to trust a complete stranger. I see, she said, and I saw that she did not buy my words. I heard about Tanjiro's passing, and I wanted to visit his family and see how you were doing, I said. We were standing in front of the house, and after doing a quick scan with my eyes, I concluded that Tanjiro was already dead at this point. My husband died 2 years ago, she said with narrowed eyes. And I'm sorry I couldn't visit sooner, I said without missing a beat. My brain was good enough to process the world in slow motion. I could come up with lies like premium checked. She was a widow with lots of children living alone in the woods. I could understand her nervousness. Here, take it, I said and put my sword forward. Kai stared at it for a long time before she took my sword. It was heavier than she expected, but she still managed to hold it. I said this before, but the sword was a big part of a samurai. They would rarely let others touch their sword, much less give their weapon up. So she took that as a sign that I meant no harm. My mother is worried about the family her father left behind. I just came here to see if everything is going well, I said. Kai continued staring at me for some time before she smiled again, this time more genuine. Well, come in, she invited me. I released a sigh of relief. Chapter 101, Long Lost Cousin. Seiji's POV. The Kamado family lived in a modest house that was not too big, yet not too small. The size seemed to be just right for a family of 7. There was this very homey vibe to it that made me feel welcomed. The children all hid in the other room, peeking out curiously from the corner of a door and such. Please, do tell me more about my husband and his letters. Kai asked as we sat in the living room. She was a beautiful woman with long, silky black hair tied in the back and kind eyes the shade of purple. She wore a white kimono with subtle patterns that gave off the feeling of an earnest mother and wife. I replied, since my mother married to another family, she and her blood-related family did not have much contact with each other. We were living in the city of Tokyo, while most of her relatives lived in rural areas. Your husband, Tanjiro, rarely made contact with her, but 3 or so years ago, letters started coming from him to my mother. In those letters, he stated how he was plagued with an incurable disease and would like to meet her again before he passed, I said while she listened carefully. Unfortunately, my mother passed a year ago as well due to an accident, so I came here in her stead, I said with a slight bow. I see, I'm truly sorry for your loss, Kai said, bowing lower than me. Although you already knew them beforehand, let me introduce my children, Kai said, before turning towards the small kids who were peeking from the far corner. Tanjiro, Nezuko, please would you and your siblings come here? Kai asked gently, and all of the Kamado children came to me shyly. I smiled seeing them, especially Tanjiro and Nezuko, who were not shy, unlike their siblings. My name is Tanjiro Kamado, said the main character of this world. He looked exactly like I expected him to be, kind and good. I tried not to stare too much at him and looked at the other children also. And these are my siblings, Nezuko, Taikyo, Hanako, Shidru, and that little one is Rokuta. He introduced his siblings with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, they said in unison with a bow. Nice to meet you too. My name is Seiji Shigen, and I am your cousin from your father's side. I guess that makes me kind of like a big brother to all of you, I said, and with the mention of blood relation, they seemed more comfortable. They had stars in their eyes while looking up at me. Cute, who doesn't like well-behaved kids? Seiji-san, please do spend the night with us for today, Kai invited me. It was tradition for a relative who came visiting from another town or village to spend the night since things like hotels or inns were not available in most rural areas, so I did not find her invitation to be weird. I'd be happy if you're willing. That's great then, Kai smiled. Then she turned to her children and kids, do behave well in front of Seiji-san. I will leave you for now as I need to start preparing dinner. She bowed and left for the kitchen with Nezuko. And that left me with the main character of the world and his 4 siblings. I took another look at the boy with a scar on his forehead. He was so weak and innocent. I couldn't imagine him fighting against the likes of Upper Moon as he was now. Well, with my existence this time, he shouldn't need to do that. Is it true that you are a samurai, Seiji-san? Was the first question Tanjiro asked. I guess whatever time you may be in, samurai were always cool. Of course, I am a samurai working directly under the head of the Yubayashiki family, I said, much to their giddy excitement. See this sword, I said and took my sword which Kai had laid down beside the small table in the living room. It was forged for me by a great blacksmith when I reached the highest rank a samurai can reach, I said as they oohed and awed in amazement. But why is your katana so long? Taikyo asked, the eldest brother beside Tanjiro. He had a buzz-cut hair with brown eyes. He looked to be around 8 or 9. Not a katana, my sword is called an odachi, I said. A 2-handed sword that can only be wielded by exceptionally strong samurai, I boasted. Can I touch it? The little girl, Hanako, asked. Sure, I said, why the hell not? And they soon gathered round me, wanting to get a look at the sword. I was no master at handling kids, but I could easily play the cool uncle and entertain them. The children had a lot of questions, their immense curiosity barely contained by their manners. They asked me about the city, about my family back there, what we do for a living, and how I got my scars, if I had clashed with another samurai, and so on. After an hour of spending time with the children, my eyes noticed a conversation between Nezuko and Kai cooking in the kitchen. I wouldn't go into detail about the exact conversation, but basically, the Kamado family were poor. They no longer had a father to provide for them, and their only source of income was selling charcoal, which was not too good of a business in summer. There was no meat or expensive food that they could offer me. That was their main concern. Tanjiro, I called and stood up with my sword. Yes, The young protagonist beckoned with a tilt of his head. "Let's go for a walk, shall we?" I said, but I was already walking towards the door. "Seijune, where are you going?" little Hanako asked us. "Doing some samurai things," I joked. "We'll be back soon." I walked out of the house and slowly made my way toward the thick forestation nearby. Before long, Tanjiro also ran out of the house and caught up to me. The reason why I asked Tanjiro to follow me was mainly because I wanted him to get familiar with me, which by the way seemed to be an easy task with his good nature. "Do you know if there is a hill nearby?" I asked. "A hill?" He tilted his head in confusion, but in the end, he did not ask why I wanted to know such things. He simply flashed a smile. "Of course, it's this way, follow me." He ran past me and started leading me to where I asked. I wonder, would it be bad if I got attached to this family? I would do everything in my power to protect them from the fate that awaits them, but it seemed stupid to get attached to people specifically targeted by the demon lord himself. Hey, who am I kidding? The answer was obvious. A few minutes later, on top of a nearby hill. "Seiji-san, what are you doing?" Tanjiro asked me with his innocent questioning face. "Infinite food glitch," I answered. "Tell me, Tanjiro, when was the last time you had meat?" "I actually caught a green pheasant recently in one of my bird traps, so the last time I had meat was like only 2 weeks ago," he said. Meat was quite a luxurious food during this time. Animal husbandry was not too prominent, and even if people had animals, they usually do it for their own sustenance and not for profit. So eating meat was rare if you couldn't hunt. I hummed at his answer while looking around at the thick forest. My vision was undisturbed by distance or coverage. I could see everything perfectly and more. "What kind of meat do you prefer? Pig, deer, rabbit, or birds?" I asked. "Well, I personally like rabbits, but since my sisters don't like eating them for being too cute, I'd want a deer," he answered without much thought. "I see," I said with a smile. I ignored all other animals in the forest and focused on the 3 deers within my field of vision. In the end, I picked the second nearest one. The closest one was a stage male deer, and those had a very intense smell, especially during their mating season, which was coming soon. So I picked the female deer, my eyes locked on it. "Step away a little," I said, and Tanjiro took a step back. "A little more," I said, and he took 3 steps back. He had a smile on his face and seemed to not want to get too far away from me. "A little more," I said again, and he took 2 more steps back. That was still too close, but fine. I hope he doesn't get blown away. I was going to unsheath my sword, but then I stopped mid-action. Throwing around my sword like that was a horrible way to destroy it. Instead, I looked at Tanjiro and the small dagger he had on his belt. "Pass me your dagger," I said, and Tanjiro threw it at me. After I caught the dagger, I got myself familiar with the balance and weight before I nodded in satisfaction. This would do. I grabbed the weapon at the blade and fixed my posture to throw the blade. I pulled my arm back and inhaled copious amounts of air. Thunder wind breathing. The world stilled. Unerring lance. Then it exploded at the command of my action. The atmosphere seemed to rupture as hurricanes came alive on the spot. I threw the small dagger towards the female deer I saw in the distance. The sound barrier was broken 2 times, by my arm and by the projectile. My arm created a whip-like sound while the dagger exploded like a jet, piercing through the layers of air. Objects in my vicinity, and even Tanjiro himself, were blown away by the shockwave while I remained on the spot. The world moved in slow motion as I watched the dagger hit the deer in the ribs and pierce right through it. The animal died without even having the chance to feel pain. "Nice," I said. "Seiji-san," Tanjiro screamed while getting up after he was blown off. He came back running to me. "What was that?" he questioned in astonishment. You saw it right? I just threw the dagger," I said like it was obvious, but inside I was holding back a laugh. He stared at me with a dumbfounded face. "Is that what happened? How?" I shrugged. "And my dagger, that was my father's." "Don't worry, we'll retrieve it," I said. It logged itself perfectly on the dirt, so I knew I had not broken it. "Let's go," I said, and we both went towards my kill. We reached the place in a few minutes, and Tanjiro froze when we came upon the scene. How is this possible?" he asked when he saw the deer beside the dagger. You have no idea what's possible, I said with a hidden smile. There was a reason why I showed this to Tanjiro. He was the main character, which was synonymous with Trouble Magnet. Even though I did not want him to fight against Upper Moons, Muzin, or bear the burden of ending this war, I was still going to train him so that he would be able to protect himself and his loved ones. Are you even human? He turned to me and asked with nervous sweat dripping from his cheeks. Bam! I karate chop his head. That's rude. Of course I'm human. He winced in pain while rubbing his head, but humans can't do this. They most definitely can. Your father could do it and so can you, I said. Me? No, I'm talking about you, an acquaintance. Oh. I'm kidding, yes you, I said and pointed at him. I walked away from him and collected the dagger and deer. Tanjiro just stood in his place, watching me while thinking over my words. Let's return, I said, and don't tell anyone about this. What is this? Kai was waiting outside the house, worried that I suddenly brought Tanjiro out, so she was waiting for us to return. She was shocked upon seeing the deer I was carrying on my shoulder. Sorry for borrowing Tanjiro without your permission, I said. I just couldn't take advantage of your hospitality without contributing anything. I said and dropped the deer on the ground. It will need proper skinning and butchering, but I knew how to do that, so I immediately started getting to it. The family simply watched me while I did my work. Chapter 102, The Ugly Side of the Night. Third POV. Seiji butchered the deer like an expert hunter, cutting off the best part of the meat to make for dinner, while also making sure to preserve the rest of the parts, so that the family could enjoy it even in his absence. With the help of his eyes, such things as slicing the skin off the meat, gutting the intestines, or slicing meat off the bone was an easy skill to mimic. After that was done, Kai and Nezuko took the meat back to the kitchen to make a stew out of it. From the small smiles Seiji saw on their faces, the girls really appreciated his effort. The delicious smell of food soon permeated the house, making the children grow hungry while Seiji entertained them with a made-up story of how he caught the deer. The other dishes were already done, and after another half an hour, the deer stew was also done. Everyone gathered at the table in the living room and enjoyed dinner together. Much to his surprise, Seiji was sat in the place where Tanjiro used to sit. That was a great show of appreciation for him. The family were quite lively even during meals. The children were young, so even though well-mannered, they couldn't help speaking and playing while they had food. The children seemed to already accept him as a part of their family. There was no awkward atmosphere. Seiji was smart, and with his ability to read people, he was quite adept in social interaction even though he was unaware. So the children got along with him easily. By the time the eventful ordeal of having dinner was over, the sun had already sunk into the horizon. There was nothing much to do after the sun had fallen, so the younger kids quickly fell asleep after dinner with full bellies. Seiji and Kai stayed up for a few more hours before they too decided to rest. Seiji was given a futon and was told he could sleep anywhere he liked, whether that be in the living room, the guest room, or, since it was summer, outside on the balcony in the cool air. In the end, Seiji laid his futon in the corner of the living room, where he had a clear view of both the family and the entrance door. Still, Seiji did not sleep just yet. He was used to staying up the whole night, fighting demons, so his body had adapted throughout the years. He found it difficult to fall asleep. So he went outside and sat on the balcony. He allowed the cool breeze of summer night to caress his skin while deep in thought. That was until a young boy around the age of 13 came out of the balcony. It was Tanjiro. He peeked out from the door and looked at the back of Seiji, who was sitting peacefully while gazing at the stars. Tanjiro couldn't sleep. Well, how could he, after the thing he witnessed just that afternoon? The scene of Seiji throwing the dagger and killing a deer kilometers away played vividly in his mind, while his words also lingered in his ears, like a catchy song that wouldn't leave. Your father could do it, and so can you. That sentence in specific left the young boy with endless questions. He was introduced to a world of the supernatural now, with what Seiji had shown and what he said to him. There was this one question, in particular, that he just couldn't get out of his head. His father once told him, where there is strength, there is also an adversary. One cannot rise without the other. So if Seiji had all that strength, he wondered, what was the adversary? Seiji-san, he called out from behind, yet the man did not heed to his voice. It was like he did not hear him at all. Seiji-san, he called again, yet still no response. Seiji-san, he slowly sneaked up to Seiji from behind, and that was when the man finally noticed his presence. Seiji felt the vibration in the wooden floor, and he could vividly smell Tanjiro with the breeze. He turned around to look at the young boy with a smile. Tanjiro, please don't sneak up on me next time, or else I might slice off your head on accident, he said in his uneven tone and smile that made the statement extremely unnerving. Tanjiro froze on his spot before gulping loudly, okay. The instincts of a trained warrior were not to be tested. Tanjiro could feel that it was true. Can't sleep? Seiji asked. No, not after what I saw today, he answered. Oh, so it is that surprising, haha, Seiji laughed. Come, sit with me, Seiji said, and pat the floor beside him. Tanjiro cautiously came up to him and sat down on the floor. Look at that, Seiji started and pointed towards the stars. Aren't they beautiful? Tanjiro did not have special eyes that worked like a telescope, so he could not comprehend the true beauty of the galaxies. But what he could see with normal eyes was also breathtakingly beautiful. In a world that was still not destroyed by air pollution or light pollution, the starry night sky was a beauty like no other. It made one feel both small and big to be living in such a gigantic existence. They are almost equally as beautiful as the day or the rising sun. It's just that there are still some things tainting this wonderful time of the day. After I wipe those away, the night will be perfectly beautiful. Seiji said, more to himself than the boy next to him. Yes, they are indeed beautiful, Tanjiro said with a sigh. His heavy mind, plagued with questions, felt relief for a moment. You know, my father told me that our ancestors turned into stars so that they can look down at us, their descendants, and guide us, Tanjiro said. It was not actually a real belief, but a story his father used to tell him when he was young. PFTT hahaha, Seiji laughed out loud much to Tanjiro's embarrassment. Whatever you say, Simba, but it seems like your father obviously doesn't know his stars. He then pointed towards the western sky, and Tanjiro followed the direction of his finger. Those two giant stars are Arcturus the orange star and Spica the white star. Seiji named them with a smile before moving his finger elsewhere. He points towards the eastern part of the sky. There, that is the red star Antares, he said. He moved his hand once more and showed the center of the sky. Tanjiro followed the movement and saw 3 stars making a triangle shape. Those are the summer triangle, Vega, Altair, and Deneb, he said, and finally opened his hand. Then we have the galaxy, Milky Way. The two of them spent some time like that in peace. Seiji was happy to name each of the beautiful stars he knew. Stars were beautiful, especially with eyes that had an inbuilt telescope, so he knew a lot of them. Tanjiro sat beside him, listening very carefully as if to memorize them, one by one. After a while of stargazing, the two sat in silence once more, and that was when Tanjiro finally asked his question. Seiji-san, why are you so strong? Seiji raised an eyebrow. Why? You are not asking me how. Is that strange? Tanjiro said. He was more curious about why Seiji needed to be so strong instead of how he got that strong. An obvious hint that Tanjiro was not a power-hungry person. I figured you wouldn't be that strong for no reason, so there must be a reason why you need to be so strong, Tanjiro said. It's kind of scary, to be honest. It was like seeing a giant wall. At first you marveled at its might and magnificence, but at the same time, you wondered what the wall was keeping away. I see, you really something, Seiji said with a curve of his lips, but not a smile. Come, I will show you something, Seiji said, and suddenly leapt off the balcony. Tanjiro gulped. The last time he followed him, he saw something that completely broke his worldview. He wondered what it would be this time. I've shown you the beauty of the night, now let me show you the ugly side, Seiji said ominously, while his eyes glowed purple, a sign that he was looking at everything and more. Searching for demons. Or a more fitting word, victims. Chapter 103, Hinakami Kagura. Seiji's POV. PLEASE, help MAAA. The demon shrieked in absolute agony. Even the damned in the deepest pits of hell wouldn't release a louder scream. She was screaming as if I just lodged my blade through his liver or something. Am I doing it too much? I asked myself while turning to look at Tanjiro, who was absolutely mortified at the scene he was witnessing. I was trying to show him the hidden dangers of this world. My main goal was to show him the threat of demons so that he would have the determination to train himself and get stronger. But demons didn't really seem like a threat right now, did they? Not when it was groveling on the ground like a helpless insect. Maybe I approached this in the wrong way. "Shut up," I said coldly to the half-demon, half-spider demon. My long sword impaled her through her liver and pinned her down on the ground. All 8 limbs thrashed around wildly in a futile attempt to escape. She would sometimes try to slice me with her spider legs, but I had cut off all the sharp ends. At my command, she screamed louder, like a banshee. "Aza." The demon wanted nothing more than to die. She hoped that if she went against my order, I would get angry and expediently kill her instead of torturing her further. The fact that I used to torture demons or experiment with them was apparently a known knowledge amongst the demons. When facing the purple Hashira, it's better to kill yourself. "You're scaring the poor kid," I said and stepped on her throat. With a violent twist, I broke her vocal cords. The screams turned into a rush of air, too helpless to even make a sound. The demon, hiding behind the mask of a pretty girl, opened her mouth, and fountains of blood gushed out. Her eyes became big and perfectly round before they popped like a balloon. She cried streams of blood. I immediately turned my head to look at Tanjiro again, but he was already bending down while emptying his stomach. The gore was too much for him to handle. "I swear, this one in particular is being dramatic. It's never this messy," I said helplessly before turning back to the demon. Finally, I granted her the wish she so desired. I grabbed the handle of my sword and twisted it before I swung my blade right through her body. The ground was cut into 2, and so was her demonic body. Not long after, she turned into ash. I released a sigh that didn't go down exactly as I planned. I was hoping to encounter some demon who was in the middle of killing a human or something to make a point to Tanjiro. Instead, I found a spider demon who tried to use her charms to lure us into her webs, such a pain. "Are you okay?" I asked Tanjiro as he breathed heavily with spit and tears on his face. I could see that he completely emptied the contents of his stomach. "Such a waste of meat. You find reasons to hate demons more every day, haha." "No, actually I'm not okay," Tanjiro said and looked up at me. "What was even that?" "Demons," I answered. "You must have heard about them in stories or folktales before. Hunt in the night, feast on the flesh of humans and all that. Except in reality, they are 100 times worse." "They are real," Tanjiro said with a shaky breath. "Exactly, and that is the reason why I am strong," I said, and Tanjiro stayed silent, looking at the place where the demon used to be. But now there was nothing. "Why are you showing me this?" he asked, biting his own teeth. I stayed silent for some time before I said, "I am a demon slayer from the Demon Slayer Corps. Our job is to protect the innocents from the demons and kill the demon Lord Muzan. Your father was special, Tanjiro. No, your family is special," I said. "Your ancestors are closely tied to the demons and demon slayers since the very beginning of the war. They will come for you, it is inevitable. While your father was alive, he protected you from the demons even without your knowledge. But now it's time for you to replace him and fulfill your duty as the heir of the Kamado family," I said, mixing lies with truth so seamlessly that you couldn't tell the difference. I was not ashamed, because I knew I was doing it for their own good. Tanjiro was lost for words. He looked at me with these uncertain eyes, too young to bear such responsibilities. He was but a child, and he did not have trauma to push him to maturity. "Your family, your brothers, your sisters, and your mother. If you want to keep them safe, you need to be strong like me too, Tanjiro," I said. "That's the real reason I came here." After telling him that, we both returned. I allowed him to get his thoughts together through our journey, and I no longer disturbed him. There were other demons in the forest as well, but I simply flashed my killing intent to drive them away quickly. I would deal with them at a later date. When we finally returned, I could see determination slowly being etched on his juvenile face. He seemed a lot more cool-headed than before. "I want to do it," Tanjiro said. "Do what?" I asked. "I want to get strong too. Please teach me so that I can protect my family from the demons." "Almost too easy." "Okay," I said with a smile. He smiled back too. "But first, I need you to do something for me," I said. "Yes, I'm willing to do anything," he responded like a soldier almost. "A dance that your father used to perform, Hinakami Kagura," I said and paused. "Show it to me," I said, and my eyes glowed in excitement. I'm not sure if I know how to do it. I've only seen him do it a few times, and it was not like he taught it to me," he said, but I cut him off. "It doesn't matter, you know enough. Just show me anything you know, everything you remember," I said. He looked unsure, but in the end he nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best." My body stilled at that moment, and I felt a lump in my throat. Finally, it was going to happen. I was going to complete sun breathing. "Okay," I said and slowly stepped back from Tanjiro so that I could get a clear, undisturbed look at his movement. It was midnight, the moon shone in half in the starry night. We were in the Kamado compound, on the clearing that was lit by a dull lamp. My eyes shone like jewels inside my skull as I gestured at Tanjiro to start his dance. "Seiji-san, is this important to getting stronger?" he asked again before he started performing. "More than you would believe. It is a secret technique, hidden in the form of a dance," I said. "I see, then I'll begin." And so Tanjiro started performing the Hinakami Kagura, otherwise known as the different forms of sun breathing. My eyes saw everything. Chapter 104, The Second Sun Breathing User. Seiji's POV. I watched with bathed breath. I didn't even blink my eyes once. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, and I couldn't stop my heart from beating wildly. I kinda need a stick." Tanjiro relaxed his body and said with an awkward smile. Without wasting any moment, I disappeared from my place and went in front of a random tree. With the blurring stroke of my sword, I cut a branch off the tree and turned it into a stick. Then I threw the stick at Tanjiro, who barely caught it. He collected himself with a couple of coughs. I tilted my head to the side, wondering if what I saw was real. The boy was having stage fright when I was literally the only one watching. In his defense, my eyes are more intense than 1,000 gazes, I guess. I defended the young boy in my mind. But soon after that, Tanjiro started performing the Hinakami Kagura. It started off slow and choppy at first, but as the dance went on, I finally caught on to the unique aspect of the dance. It was similar to the time I had enlightenment when I fought against Dama. Only this time, I was safe and had enough time to ponder upon my discovery. Sun breathing was perfection and truth. Even if the art were lost in time, there would come a day, maybe in 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Someone would eventually reach the pinnacle of breathing techniques, and he would reinvent the sun breathing, with absolutely zero change. The pattern of inhalation, the abrupt stop and holding of breath, and the intensity of swallowing air. Breathing, an action that seemed so simple and could be done by anyone unconsciously. No one would believe how such a simple action could hold such complexity. I saw blood rushing to vital organs and muscles, carrying abundant oxygen that made the body move at its fullest potential. All parts of the body that could fight, fought at that moment. Tanjiro did not realize it since he was so focused, but the temperature of his body rose, and the longer he danced, instead of slowing down, he was getting faster and stronger. That was sun breathing. But the forms in particular, the actions that utilized such an incredible state of the human body, it was not perfect. As my eyes pierced through the techniques hidden behind the illusion of a dance, I saw not a perfect technique but imperfection. That meant sun breathing itself was perfection, but the forms were not. In those forms, I could vividly see Yoriechi in his prime. I could determine how he would have fought, which side he would have preferred, which leg was stronger, which arm was his favorite, etc. Like a scholar who deciphered ancient inscriptions and gazed upon history, I could see it. It was not perfection, but it was beautiful. Action had never been so beautiful. It made sense. Yoriechi not only created sun breathing, but he was also a genius swordsman who trained since his childhood. It was rumored that he became the strongest swordsman the moment he picked up a sword as a young boy. So even 5 centuries later, I can admire the skill he possessed through the imperfect reflection known as Hinakami Kagura. I did not completely rely on Tanjiro's dance, obviously, as that would be ineffective. Instead, I removed all the flaws in Tanjiro's dance and Hinakami Kagura itself to get a true glimpse at the forms of sun breathing. It was like reading very bad handwriting and rewriting it with a better one. It was not that difficult as the meaning behind the action remained the same. In no time, Tanjiro finished his dance, but I didn't allow him to stop. "Do it again," I told him, and he did. I watched the dance again and again, picking out the forms hidden in that dance and absorbing the meaning of the action. My knowledge became increasingly deeper. There were 6 directions that encompassed our third-dimensional reality. They were up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. The forms of sun breathing utilize these fundamental directions to their greatest limit. Yoriichi was a master of these directions, having seemingly complete domain over them like a god. Some forms attacked from opposite directions simultaneously, some attacked only one with unbearable intensity, and some even attacked from all directions at once. I could imagine how he would look like someone with 6 arms to his opponents. I guess that was the reason behind Kokoshibo having 6 eyes, and why the Yoriichi robot needed to have 6 arms to imitate Yoriichi's fighting style. How could someone attack from 2 opposite directions at once? Right and left, up and down, forward and backwards? Well, the answer was in front of me, almost begging me like to take it, copy it, learn it, and finally own it. It might not be perfection, but the forms of sun breathing were by far the greatest techniques of any breathing style. Well, maybe only water breathing could rival it with its 13th form. I also realized why the first Hashiras were unable to learn the forms of sun breathing, but I would explore that at another time. For now, I simply watched on repeat as Tanjiro danced again and again and again. I think he even got better with each dance he did. That went on until dawn was upon us. By then, I realized I might have gotten a little overboard, so I went to Tanjiro and stopped him. "Okay, that's enough," I said, and he finally paused his movement. He was bathed in salty sweat, and his facial expression hung in exhaustion. But he had a small smile on his face, as if dancing for so long was also joy for him. "Thank you," I said with a curt bow. "It's fine." Tanjiro smiled, and finally, he collapsed. The moment he stopped the dance, exhaustion, which had been held off by the shadows of sun breathing, came crashing down, swallowing his consciousness. I marveled at the determination and earnest nature of the boy before I went inside the house and laid him on his futon. He was covered in sweat, but I was not about to strip him and give him a bath like a baby. Then I went outside once more and sat in the same exact place on the balcony where I sat before Tanjiro came to me. There, I watched the sun rise and disperse the darkness of the night. The stars disappeared in the brightening sky. The limelight was now completely stolen by the sun once more. "I guess I won't even get to use my futon," I said to myself, and watched as the sun rose in a world that had a perfect sun-breathing user. Third POV. On the other side of the horizon, blood-red eyes pierced through the darkness and gazed at the rising sun, just like Seiji did. Muzan Kibitsuji, upon seeing the sun, concluded that his time to roam the earth was over. Now it was time to hide once more, in the shadows, like the imperfect creature he still was. He had begun roaming around at night once more, instead of just sending his servants to do everything for him. Because recently, there was a sense of urgency in his heart. He did not have a logical explanation as to why, but he felt vulnerable. It all started when Dama was first killed. Muzan could share memories with his demons, and he witnessed from Dama's perspective the fight that ultimately led to his death. Seiji Shigen. It was amusing, at first, he'll admit. The humans or the Demon Slayer Corps never posed much threat to him. That was why they were allowed to exist for so long. They were not threatening enough for Muzan to make the effort of wiping them out. They were nothing without that man. So the appearance of a new talented Demon Slayer was quite intriguing. Seiji was only able to kill Dama because of luck. He was still not even at that level yet, so there was no need to take it to the extreme. It doesn't mean that Muzin took the insolence lying down, though, as he commanded the upper moons to start making big moves. But that all changed when the same man killed Upper Moon 6, in less than a month since killing Dema. He favored Jitaro as well, so the fact annoyed him to no end. That was until he looked through the memories of Jitaro. Seiji Shigen. The boy had improved at an impossible rate. He had grown significantly stronger in just a month. And after careful observation, Muzin realized why. Sun breathing? Well, it was not exactly the sun breathing Yoriichi used, but the breathing pattern was similar. Muzin could never forget it. Then there was his newfound ability to use Demon Slayer mark, and most importantly, the boy met with one of Muzin's greatest enemies. Tamyo. He was not petty enough to deny it. The threat was growing bigger. A man who had a genius talent, an incomplete sun breathing, a Demon Slayer mark, and finally had contact with Tamyo. That was an entity he could not look over. He was petty enough to deny that he was a little afraid. He was not. But there was something that urged him to take action, to hurry before the board was completely flipped. Find Seiji Shigen, find the blue spider Lily, find the family that had relations with Yoriichi, and find the Demon Slayer headquarters. He was wandering around in the darkness of the night to find at least one of those. BOOM. Muzin's hand changed its shape and blurred so quickly that it looked like a phantom. And in that single movement, the forest at his side was completely obliterated. Muzin released a sigh and grabbed his face. He was extremely pissed off this morning. He felt that the sun was brighter than usual. How infuriating, Muzin said, and then a door appeared under him and he sank into the infinite castle. Chapter 105, Leaving the Kamado Family. Seiji's POV. Morning. 3, 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come, I yelled out before turning around sharply. The yard, which was once filled with the Kamado siblings, was empty. Every one of them had hidden during my countdown from 100. Now there was only empty space, leaving one to wonder where the little children had gone. Where could they possibly hide? In all seriousness, challenging me to a game of hide and seek was about the stupidest thing someone could ever do. But they are kids, right? They don't know better. Surely I wouldn't completely obliterate them in this game just to teach them a lesson. Surely I'm not that petty. Wrong. Those kids are going to learn the hard way. I did a quick scan of the entire Kamado compound, and even inside the house, before I smiled a victorious smile. They never stood a chance. It was like Goku versus Megumi Potential Man. I brought my arms up and started pointing out everyone hiding in the yard. I called them one by one, pointing at different places each time as they moaned in annoyance. Nezuko, hiding behind the banyan tree. Your plan of not hiding in the same place and going around the giant tree depending on my position was great, but unfortunately, I am your opponent. Taikyo, you are not slick. We said not going inside the house, and yes, that includes the balcony and under the house. Hanako, you will never find a good hiding spot unless you get dirty. Come out from the flower bed. Shidru, come out of the charcoal storage before you turn completely black. Then I paused. I eyed the small bucket that was lying near the well and I walked up to it. If you looked closely, you would see a small kid who had his entire head inside the bucket and is trying his best to hide inside it. Found you as well, Rokuta, I said and tickled his side, causing him to giggle and wail his arms. You are a big boy now, you can't hide in that small bucket, I said to the baby barely 3 years old. He was still at the age where he believed as long as he could see someone, they couldn't see him either. And finally, Tanjiro, I said, and turned around to look at the kid who was trying to take advantage of my deafness and stay behind me. Hiding in plain sight, huh? I applaud you for your creativity, but you have to do better than that. You would have to stop sparing the good spots for your siblings if you want to give me a challenge, I said. I was sure I had you, he sighed. In your dreams, I said and stood up, tall and proud like the day I'd defeated Gyomai. It's not fair, Seijine. You are older now, so naturally you will be better, was the complaint made by Hanako. No, Seijine is cheating. He was obviously peeking during the countdown, or else it's impossible to locate all of us that quickly without searching. Nezuko accused me with a pout. Tusk, 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 you don't know the limit of the sky, child. I am just that good, I said. I believe him, he was not able to notice me when I ran past him. Tanjiro came to my defense. How do you find us so quickly then? Well, I said, I have an incredibly good hearing. I could hear all the noise you made, so it was rather easy, I said. Everyone opened their eyes wide in realization, except for Tanjiro, who was the only one who knew I was deaf. I told him sometime last night, during our demon hunting. But the rest believed me. Okay, you lose. It's time for punishment. Drink a cup of water, all of you, I said as the children reluctantly drank 1 cup of water each. In total, they had drank around 5 cups now due to constantly losing. The sight of their little kidneys working overtime brought joy to my sadistic side. I'm kidding. Let's play it again, but this time we cover your ears to make sure you can't hear anything, Nezuko proposed. A wide smile crossed my inner face while I acted hesitant on the outside. But if I do that, I said, and to convince me, Nezuko said, we will double the punishment if you still win. Deal, I smirked, and the game started again. They covered my ears with cotton so that I wouldn't hear them anymore. But still, I proceeded to absolutely destroy them once more. It took me 1 second. Afternoon. I can't thank you enough for everything you have done for us, Kai said while bringing me tea in a cup and serving it on the stool. We were at the workplace at the back of the house. This was where Tanjiro would chop wood since he could swing an axe, and those woods would later on be used to make charcoal. It was not a problem, I said, and took another wood from the small pile and placed it to that I could cut it. Kai blinked, seeing the small pile. She clearly remembered there to be a huge pile when came earlier. Where are the rest? She asked. Oh, you mean those? I said and pointed to the side. She followed my finger to see a huge pile of splintered wood that had already been cut at the perfect size. Her eyes were wide. How did you manage to do all these? It should have taken us the whole summer to split them all, she said with no small amount of surprise in her voice. When the greatest living swordsman used his skill to chop wood, let's just say that the wood nearly split itself. I just shrugged at her surprise. Surprisingly, she did question me further than necessary. I think her husband in his prime would have shown more impressive feats. He was truly a hidden beast. So she would just think, I guess they are family, or something in her mind. With all this work down, I hope Tanjiro will have more free time to train himself. I have given him a routine he had to follow every day to strengthen his body, nothing too serious. And I was going to teach him sun breathing. It was his birthright. Please do tell me if you feel thirsty, Kai said with a bow, and I gave a thumbs up. Evening. The sun was beginning to set on the western horizon. I stood in front of the Kamato house with all my equipment and full uniform. Thank you for your hospitality, I said with a respectful bow. No, please, we should be the ones thanking you for all that you have done for us. We don't know how to repay you, Kai said. Seijina, do you really have to leave? Can't you stay a few days more? Rokuta asked me while Nezuko carried him in her arms. Sorry, Rokuta, I said. I had to return Tahi Flower Mansion and stay beside Kanny before she woke up. I also had to fully train in the way of using sun breathing. Are you going to come back? Hanako, the girl, asked. Of course. Now that I know where you live, I will visit often, I said. Please do, you are always welcomed here, Kai added. I took a final look at the family and stared a bit longer at Tanjiro. He simply nods at me. I had given him the task of strengthening his body before Ike came back to teach him sword technique and breathing style. He was a late bloomer, needing 2 years of training to become a demon slayer, but I was going to try to cut that down significantly. He knew what to do. I was not going to rely on my canon knowledge too much, but the family was killed during the winter when there was snow. It was near the end faux summer, so there was still plenty of time left. Okay then, good be every, I said and turned around before walking away. Bye, they waved at me in unison. Heth, what a lovely family. It makes me want to start a family of my own. And if I ever start one, I wanted to have a big family just like them. Chapter 106, Training Arc. Third POV. The sun shone brilliantly in the sky, casting a green glow on the vegetation. On this day, the Demon Slayer headquarters was bustling with activities as servants moved around from one place to another. All of the Hashiras, except Shinobu Kacho and Seiji Shigen, were gathered in a meeting. They all stood in front of the main building, their presence worthy of the finest warriors humanity could offer. They had just received rather shocking news, so there was silence, until a voice exploded and broke the serenity. "Upper Moon 6, what the hell?" Seinmi screamed with veins popping all over his face. He just got out from the hospital. How did he manage to slay another Upper Moon? Every Hashira present looked at Seinmi with varying degrees of amusement. In truth, they also had a reaction to the news, and Seinmi freaking out was a good distraction. Apparently, Seiji encountered them while he was on a date with his fiancée Mitsuri. "We knew there was a strong demon lurking in that area, but didn't know it was an Upper Moon," Lady Amane, who had come to deliver the news in place of Yubayashiki, said with a measured tone. "Did he come back to report?" Jiyu asked, his face unreadable to everyone other than Seiji. No, his Kasugai crow came back in his stead and reported the news. He himself seemed to be preoccupied with other important things. "I am finding the final puzzle," or so he describes what he is doing. Although he said he was coming back in a few days, she added. If one looked closely, you could see that Jiyu was disappointed. He was someone who missed his friends, well, in his case, a friend, as Seiji was really the only one he was close with. But the last part put a microscopic smile on his face. "I see. That means he was not injured much during the fight like last time. I'm glad," Jiyu said with a satisfied nod. Even though he couldn't see him, the knowledge that Seiji was okay put him at ease. It was rarely mentioned, but for someone who was used to losing the people he cared for, the safety of a friend meant much. Well, that includes almost everyone in the Demon Slayer Corp, really. They were just a bunch of broken people trying to fix the world because they didn't know how to fix themselves. Everyone had lost people they loved. Why is he the only one who gets lucky, damn it? I am the one with special blood. Upper moons should flock around me instead, Seinmi said with gritted teeth. It might look like he was being petty and too competitive with Seiji, but deep down, he was frustrated that demons were targeting Seiji. Seinmi didn't want him to bear the burden alone. If there was anyone who deserved the burden, it should be him, the boy who killed his own mother. So why do you keep going after Seiji? Come to me, Seinmi thought to himself. Rengoku nodded once, twice, and acknowledged the fire burning in Seinmi's heart. Although Seinmi was bad at expressing himself, he understood Seinmi's feelings. I think it's better this way. It's much safer that the strongest among us was the one who encountered them. If not, there may have been causality, and we may even lose a Hashira, Jiyu said. The others also seemed to agree with that statement, but that was only the logical part of them. Another part of them was not satisfied either. Your words hold truth, but it is also frustrating for me, as someone who is the oldest amongst the Hashira. I'd rather risk my life fighting an Upper Moon too, instead of leaving everything to young Seiji, Jiyomi said, his hands bulging as he prayed. Indeed, Seiji is the strongest of us, but first and foremost, he is our friend. We can't let him do everything on his own, we have to catch up, Rengoku declared with a raised fist. Everyone agreed with that statement. They shared the same title and duty, therefore they couldn't let Seiji do everything himself. Otherwise, how would they dare rub shoulders with him? Seiji had now set a standard that they had to meet. His mere existence in this world was causing changes. It was like being at the peak of a mountain. The Hashiras were at that peak, they didn't know how else to climb higher, so they stagnated. But then Seiji came in, climbing even higher and reaching higher peaks which they didn't know were possible. With that example, they now had a higher goal to strive for. Sometimes, it was not just a strong enemy that forced you to grow, but also a strong ally. My husband proposed a new arrangement where everyone will have the chance to learn from each other. That way, you can help one another in growing stronger, Lady Amane said. You will all be partnered with another Hashira in your missions, and your goal will be to push each other to new heights. I understand your competitive nature to grow stronger, but you also have a bigger reason to do so. Every gaze hardened at that, and they knew what it was. Demons, Lady Amane said, they are getting more active, and higher-ranked demons are also increasing in number. With the movement of the 12 Kazukis, humanity needs you all to be stronger than ever. This generation is now officially the most dangerous one. Every heart burned with new intensity. In the canon timeline, it would have taken the attack on the Swordsmith village and the looming threat of the demon king for the Hashiras to start a new training. But this time, due to the influence of Seiji, it was already here. As demons sharpen their claws in the dead of the night, the demon slayers also sharpen their swords. The final battle was on the horizon. Third POV. Training ground of the demon slayer headquarters. A flash of violent green, a rope of calm blue, and then a chain of bright yellow. These colors clashed amid the giant cloud of dust that came alive due to the ongoing battle. The incredible forces of nature battled for dominance. The winds were not winds, they were blades that sliced everything in the atmosphere. You could hear the bizarre sound of a river flowing and crashing on the battlefield. A constant shockwave spread through the surroundings. One would feel their skin burning with each wave of the air. There was an explosive roar at the center of chaos. Boom! Jiyu was violently sent out from the smoke like a rag doll, and a blur of green and yellow followed right after. Jiyu planted his feet on the ground and used his momentum to slide across the ground as if it were liquid. He easily changes direction with incredible mobility. The green blur that was on his tail exploded in his previous location as Jiyu dodged, 1 second late, and it would have hit him. But Jiyu had a serene expression on his face, as if he was just hit by a gentle breeze. He adjusted the way he held his sword and clashed against the yellow blur that came instantly. Steel ground against steel and produced a bright spark. Jiyu's hand shook as he barely stopped the intensity behind every swing of Rengoku's sword. "Hey, do you think maybe we shouldn't use our real swords?" Jiyu asked. "I don't know, either way, I won't hurt you." Rengoku beamed a smile, and contrasting to his smile, he put more force behind his sword, causing Jiyu's arm to shudder under the weight. "Dumbass, if we used wooden swords, we won't be able to go all out." The smoke cleared up, and the green blur was revealed to be Seinmi. "And how can we get stronger without even going all out?" Seinmi finished with a broad smile on his face. Jiyu pivoted on his heels and redirected the linear force pressing on him to the side. Rengoku fell forward due to momentum, but with a quick spin of his sword, which was blocked again by Jiyu, he repositioned himself. "Actually, we can practice our techniques instead of trying to kill each other," Jiyu said. "Oh, and how has that been going for you? Can you claim to be stronger than me?" Seinmi asked with a growl to which Jiyu could not answer. Because he was not stronger than Seinmi. "And I am not trying to kill you," Seinmi added, or more like ordered him to acknowledge that fact. Jiyu still remained silent. Because he was doubtful of that claim. "Stop nerding over techniques, we need to sharpen our battle instincts. That's the only way we can grow stronger," Sanmei said. Amongst the Hashiras, Jaiomai and Tenjin had already teamed up and went out for missions. Shinobu was a medic, so she was exempted from the training program. That left Seinmi, Jiyu, and Rengoku. It was an odd number, so they couldn't pair up. They needed Seiji. And since Seiji was absent, the three decided to spend a day or two sparring against each other while they waited for his return. They even slept in the demon slayer headquarters last night. "Enough chit-chat, why don't you two come together at me?" Seinmi said while flashing a smile that should belong to a demon instead of a demon slayer. "If that's what you want, comrade." Rengoku was the first one to respond, and he matched Seinmi's smile with his own heroic grin. Although he did not say it, he was extremely fired up training with the two swordsmen whom he still looked upon as superior to him. He was going to take advantage of this sparring session to the fullest. With a blur of speed and scorching force, he exploded towards Seinmi. The Wind Hashira never dropped his smile and welcomed Rengoku with a hurricane made to dismember body parts. "I still think we should use wooden swords," Jiyu muttered to himself while looking at the ongoing battle. It looked dangerous. Boom. Clash. SHING, SHING. KREH. Why don't you try harder, newbie? Of course, my passionate comrade. BOOM. You are pissing me off. I see, but it seems to be working. The flame in your heart is blazing brighter and brighter. BOOM. I think that's just his anger, Sengoku. Jiyu continued watching the battle with flat eyes. They are really going at it, he thought to himself. In the end, he decided to drop all guards and join in. They seemed to be having fun, and for once, he wanted to join. Maybe this was what they called hanging out with friends. Water-breathing, 11th form, Jiyu muttered to himself, and as soon as those words fell, the world stilled. Rengoku and Seinmi immediately stopped their clash and turned towards Jiyu, or at least to the place where they thought Jiyu was. He was not there anymore. What abruptly shifted their attention to Jiyu was not a sense of danger. The sudden explosion of someone's bloodlust and presence could be scary, like Seiji's, but what was even scarier was the complete erasure of it. Yes, Jiyu had suddenly gone completely out of their sense, and that shook them completely. Dead calm, Jiyu appeared in front of them. There he was, in front of them. But Seinmi and Rengoku could not move. Their mind and body refused to believe in the existence of Jiyu at that moment. Even when they saw the danger, their body refused to acknowledge it. Jiyu continued his attack, slow and steady. In the chaotic battle, there was calm, and that was the most dangerous thing. It seemed the fight was going to be over until Seinmi's body suddenly exploded into action. His arms whipped, faster than sound, and blocked Jiyu's sword. He forced his body, which was trained only to react when necessary, to react to what his body deemed to be nothing. BOOM. Finally decided to get serious, huh? You sure are dangerous, Seinmi said as they pushed against each other. Rengoku was blasted away by the shockwave a few meters away, and he watched everything with wide, focused eyes. He was learning, rapidly at that. You are the one who said to give you everything, Jiyu said, so here you go. The water Hashria disappeared again, leaving Seinmi to react to nothing. This time, he reacted to the wrong nothing by slashing at his right side, but Jiyu appeared on his left side. Right then, a blur of yellow crashed against Jiyu and sent him flying away. It was Rengoku. His eyes were wide and shone bright. There was also a wide smile on his face. There was no need to exchange words. Seinam and Rengoku blitz at Jiyu together. The sparring session continued after that, growing more and more intense with each second. The Hashriyas all had incredible endure, so fighting for an hour was nothing to them. But after the hour mark, something suddenly changed again. This time, the change was more drastic than when Jiyu first revealed his 11th form. A new color appeared on the battlefield. A blare of purple. Chapter 107, Living Myth. Third POV. The Hashiras saw a new color flash in the battlefield. If that was not enough to tell them someone had entered the battle, their instincts immediately came alive. Their bodies knew that they had to perform their best against the new entity. There you are, we have been waiting. Seinmi screamed, and his arm blurred in an arc that created a wave of typhoon that ripped the ground to shreds. Rengoku barely caught a glimpse. He only saw a streak of purple rushing at Seinmi, which completely disappeared right before meeting against Seinmi's attack. It was like a ghost, an illusion. In the very next instant, purple appeared behind Seinmi. This time, the color was not in motion, so he could see the full body. It was the silhouette of a man with two glowing orbs in place of an eye. During battles, Seiji utilized his eyes to fight, which made them glow an eerie purple and gave him a very distinctive feature. Yet before Seiji could do anything, a swing of a blue sword came from his right side. The sword left a trail of blue, and Jiyu flashed a visible smile seeing Seiji. Welcome back, Jiyu muttered. Untrained eyes would believe that the sword successfully cut Sage, but the result would prove them wrong. There was not a single scratch on him. His flawless skin remained the same. Seiji had dodged the swing with a mere centimeter away from cutting him. Such a close dodge seemed like pure luck, yet it was not. Although it looked close, the distance between Seiji and the sword might as well be measured in light years. It was not luck, simply absolute mastery over swordsmanship. Right then, Rengoku also took action. He exploded with the intensity of an inferno and swung at the left side of Seiji. The sword came swiftly, slicing through the air with such precision that it produced a whistling sound. Seiji's eyes never blinked and saw the world in its most simplistic state. He did not even pull out his sword yet. He merely shifted his entire weight on one leg and hit Rengoku's sword at the side with his finger. The attack was precise, but it had only linear force. So when Seiji lightly tapped at the side of the sword, it changed trajectory and arc towards Jiyu. Cling! In the end, Rengoku and Jiyu clashed instead. "Stop playing with us," Seinmi bellowed and threw an upward slash that forced Seiji to leap high in the air. The force of the swing created a gust of wind that pushed him further than he expected. "Okay," Seiji muttered to himself, checking his body to make sure no wind blades left a scratch on him. Finally, he pulled out his sword fully from the sheath. He held the sheath on his left hand and the sword on the right. He was using the weapon with only one hand. There were 3 Hashiras in front of him, which would be Akaza level in terms of demons. But Seiji always did find human opponents to be easier to deal with. "Aren't we going to stop? He just got here, maybe we should say hi or something," Rengoku asked, but the other 2 did not heed his words. They only flashed a small knowing smile. As someone who had gone on long missions with Seiji, they knew action was the same as talking to him. And even if they say their greetings there, words would fall on deaf ears anyway. Hence it was better this way. Rengoku released a sigh before he pulled up his sword and got into position. Then, in a sudden action akin to lightning, the 3 shot towards him. They inhaled sharply and used their respective breathing styles. Wind breathing, 3rd form. Water breathing, 5th form. Flame breathing, esoteric art. Seiji was taken aback when he saw the intensity at which they came. His eyes saw the forms they were going to use before they even executed them. So by the time they came, he was already ready for a reply. "Let's test this out," Seiji thought to himself, and a wide grin came upon his usually stoic face. Sun breathing, 9th form. The air turned into intense flames as Seiji burst forth with endless momentum. He was almost as fast as when he used thunder breathing. But unlike thunder breathing, his movement was not only fast but also fluid and precise, like water breathing. They also release an intense force that disrupts the air in the atmosphere, producing violent hurricanes, like wind breathing. Each step he took was firm and unyielding. He didn't look like a feather that was moving fast, but a heavy boulder that was moving fast despite its immense weight. It was like stone breathing. There was an unending heat in his movement, one that caused goosebumps to appear to those who faced him. It was burning, like flame breathing. Yet it was unlike his unusual mixed breathing. Mixed breathing combines the best of breathing styles to their utmost limit. But this was just a single style of breathing that happened to have the attributes of all breathing styles. It was not quite as fast as thunder breathing, not quite as precise as water breathing, nor as powerful as stone breathing. But it had everything. That was the forms of sun breathing. Clean storm wind tree. Blessed rain after drought. Purgatory. The 3 Hashriyas, the pinnacle of humanity, launched a consecutive attack on Seiji. Their fierce attacks turned cataclysmic upon combining. Seiji replied to the attacks. Dragon head dance. A trail of brilliant red and yellow traced the hypnotic movement of Seiji. It was fast like thunder breathing, but with the precision and finesse of water breathing. So although it was moving so quickly, it looked like the attack was flowing slowly while the world stilled. The 3 Hashiras looked upon the scene with wide eyes. Seiji fully predicted every action they were going to take and had countered every attack before they even happened. It was like a cut scene in a video game. They followed the script while Seiji maneuvered between them, like water, yet with the strength of a mountain. The sound of scorching flame could be heard as the trail of yellow morphed into a dragon head at the end. All ended in an instant. What the hell was that? Seinmi was the first to ask as he looked up. His eyes were shaking with veins popping in them. "I don't know, I've never seen anything like it before," Jiyu remarked. "I think I know what that was," Rengoku said, and they all turned around to look at Seiji, who was not even looking at them, but was gazing at his own sword. They just had their attacks cancelled and suppressed before they could bloom into action, but they had not time to linger on that thought. They stood up straight in silent awe. "Sun breathing," Rengoku said. He had read about it in the book his ancestors left behind. It didn't have the exact details, but all the forms of sun breathing were described in vivid detail, so Rengoku could recognize it immediately. "So that's the key, huh?" Jiyu said in realization. They all looked upon the myth that came to life. A sun-breathing user. Chapter 108, Strong Comrades. Seiji's POV. Well, that's that, I said, trying to stay calm after I just pulled off that cool shit. Like I always said, it was cool only until you acknowledge it. It's good to see you all training so hard to improve. You will surely need more strength for the upcoming battles, I said while gazing upon the 3 Hashiras. The sun was hung in the middle of the sky, lighting up the endless expanse with a color of serene blue. There was hardly any cloud in the sky. It was a clear summer day. The Demon Slayer headquarters was a small compound hidden between mountains. The place had many traditional houses for the servants and the Kasugai crows living here, while the main headquarters stood as the biggest structure in the middle of the compound. The headquarters training ground was located at the back of the compound in the south. The entrance held the Kasugai crows, so intruders could be spotted instantly. Therefore, it was the back that needed the most protection. The training gourd was rather simple, with a huge open space made of cobblestones, and you could see wooden dummies and weapons one could use for training. Tall trees stood tall occasionally, providing shade where people could rest. Although I am not keen to use sparring to greet each other, I'm glad it shows you are safe and healthy. Jiu was the first one to greet me back with a sentence. Bastard, you got stronger again, was what Seinmi said next. I flashed a small smile at both of them before my eyes met with Rengoku. I could see that he was still shocked and had many questions going through his mind. He slowly came up after a short silence and asked, "Is what I said true?" He stopped in front of me. Was that the lost technique of sun breathing, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? I did not reply instantly, and instead cast a serious look at him. Then my mask slowly cracked as I smiled a childish smile of excitement. Like a child showing off his new toy to his best friend. "You are right," I said, and I saw his breathing stop. "I've reinvented the sun breathing." H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. A loud laugh soon filled the training ground as Rengoku let out a hysterical laugh. It was a mix of pride, relief, and awe. My father said no one would use sun breathing again and that it was lost in time. Therefore, the demons would never be truly defeated. But here you are. You did the impossible again, Seiji, Rengoku said and flashed his usual smile, albeit a bit brighter. Can you tell me what this sun breathing is and why it's so important again? Seinmi asked as he and Jiu walked up to me. Here you are, a demon slayer of the highest rank, yet you don't even know what sun breathing is, Jiu said with a flat face. He did not even look at Sanmei while he talked. What, am I supposed to know what that is? Sanmei said. No, it's just that I would expect a Hashira to be aware of this. I was just surprised. You made it this far without even knowing the roots of breathing styles. Shut up, Sanmei snarked back. He did not fully understand the situation, but he knew that Jiu was calling him dumb again in that elaborate way of his. You want to go again, he fumed. It's not the time anymore, Seinmi. And don't worry, I can explain it to you, Rengoku said to calm him down. Fire calming down the wind was kind of funny. You would think that the flame Hashira would be the short-tempered one, and the wind Hashira would be gentle, like airbending monks. But in reality, it was the opposite. You see, 500 years ago, the demon slayers did not have breathing styles. They would fight the demons with their limited strength, and as one would guess, they were losing really, really badly against the demons. That was until a powerful swordsman emerged. His name was Yoriichi. Yoriichi created the first breathing style, sun breathing, to fight against demons and give humans the ability to fight against demons on equal grounds. But no one was able to learn sun breathing, not even the first Hashiras. Yoriichi had to help each of them create their own breathing styles, an inferior version of the sun breathing. These breathing styles are what we now know as the 5 major breathing styles, Rengoku explained. Since no one was able to learn sun breathing itself and only a variation of it, the legendary sun breathing was thought to have died with Yoriichi, Rengoku added. Well, that was until Seiji here reinvented it, I guess. Both Jiu and Seinmi were left speechless for a moment. How did you learn it? Jiu asked, and they turned to me curiously. I explained, you all know that I have mastered all 5 breathing styles right. They nodded. After I mastered all of them, I began seeing the similarity amid the drastic difference in each breathing style. At the end of the day, although they were different, they had the same origin and they all led me to it, I said. And one day it just clinked, I said. Do you happen to fight an upper moon on that day? Rengoku asked. Yes, I smiled. They were all warriors and knew that the greatest innovations often came at the gravest moment. I see, so it's like fitting back a puzzle, Rengoku said thoughtfully. Do you think we can learn it too? Sanmi asked quickly. Of course, but I believe that would not be a good idea. You have trained your body and instincts to fit the wooden breathing. It will be like trying to unlearn a habit and learning a new one, I said. Or like destroying a building to build a bigger one, Jiu added a better comparison. Exactly, so even if I were to teach sun breathing, it would be better to find someone who has not trained at all. I finished my point. Have you folded this to Lord Yubayashiki? Rengoku asked. No, I said. I was trying to do that actually, which is why I came here first instead of the Flower Mansion. But I see that Lord Yubayashiki is not here, I said. His condition is getting worse. He didn't even show his face yesterday, and Lady Amin came in his place, Jiu said. I see, I said, a phrase which I found fitting to me and have been using it constantly recently. Where's Tenjin and Gyomai? I asked next. They went on a mission together. Speaking of which, I should probably tell you about the new program that we have, Jiu said, and informed me about what they discussed yesterday. Apparently, it was a Form Os training for the Hashiras. The news that I killed another upper moon had bred a sense of need for improvement amongst the Hashiras. The news that I killed the upper moon was not as impactful since, obviously someone who killed the upper moon too can kill a lower rank one, but T still was quite a shock to the Hashrias, who had never even encountered an upper moon. So they decided to pair two Hashrias on a mission and let them learn from each other. I was sure Yubayashiki got this from me, where whenever I went on a joint mission with a Hashria, I learned their techniques and breathing styles. He was trying to replicate that. Although it might not be as progressive as mine, the strategy was still good. If they did not get stronger, at least they would have better teamwork and connection, which could turn the tides of 100 battles. How was it, the upper moon you killed? Sanmi asked me. We were already sitting under the shade of one of the trees beside the training ground. We all sat in the four directions of the tree, surrounding it. Weak, I blurted out while recalling my fight with Jutaro and Daki. Or could that even be called a fight? I'm sure you can all match its combat strength alone. Luckily, not all upper moon are monsters like Dema, I said. But fighting an upper moon is always tricky, so it will be necessary to have two Hashiras if you want to slay it properly, I said. How so? They asked. First of all, the upper moon were two in one demon. They were brothers and sisters. They can die only if you cut both of their heads at the same time, I said, or make sure the other has no time to heal while you cut off the head of the other. But most importantly, Their blood demon art. The demon had a poison blood spells, one scratch is enough to kill you, I said. So even if you match in combat strength, you will probably die in a fight, I said. After all, you can't fight someone your equal or someone slightly weaker than you and come out unscratched. To not sustain any injury in a fight would require you to be overwhelmingly stronger. That was why although Jitaro's combat power was not too high, he could bring down warriors stronger than him. I understand, that do seem like trouble, Jiu said thoughtfully. At that moment, Rengoku burst out laughing, not for Tenjin though. He has poison resistance. You really believe it when he said that? Sanmi scoffed. What? He told me that he was from a shinobi family, so they trained from a young age to be immune to poison, Rengoku said. Wait, when did he tell you this? Jiu asked. A while ago, while drinking in a restaurant. He said I was his friend, so he shared his past with me, Rengoku said. But how come he never told me? Jiu became depressed. What do you think, Eyes? Sanmi asked me. It's probably true. Tenjin did have abundant white blood cells and a stronger immune system, I said to confirm, and Sanmi nodded, trusting my words. We sat under the tree, taking about random things and sharing stories of O travels. It was a nice and quiet moment as we let our body recover from the spar. Oh, and please be ready, I'm going to call a Hashira meeting as soon as possible if the master allows it. I have important information to share, I said. Sure thing, so I guess that means no mission even tomorrow. Really? Then wanna go for some more rounds? Rengoku, being the training freak he was, asked. Since he had no mission tomorrow, it was okay to be tired. Who do you think you are talking to, a newbie? I was born ready, Sanemi said and jumped from his seat. The two of them waste no time as they blur towards the center of the training ground to fight against each other. Do they ever get tired? I said with a helpless shake of my head. I had a small smile at their antics. Different personalities may be different, but they have the same intensity that matches perfectly. You too? I asked when I saw Jiu also getting up and walking towards the training ground. Of course, we can't let you get too far ahead, he said and joined the training. I could only smile wider and release a sigh, internally grateful to have comrades like them. The stronger they are, the more certain victory. Chapter 109, Surprise. Sage's POV. You've returned, Shinobu said when she saw me enter the flower mansion through the small entrance at the back. It was not the main entrance, so only a few would use it to enter the mansion. I was already quite famous among the Demon Slayer Corps, so I did not want to bother with the people I would meet if I took the front gate. I responded to her call by stopping in my place and looking at her, as if I had the capacity to hear whatever she was saying. If one were to compare how Shinobu looked right now with how she was a few months ago, they would surely be perplexed at the drastic change. It was not just a change in her appearance or fashion, it was a metamorphosis of her vibe altogether. She was much more mature now, and her emotions couldn't be noticed without eyes like mine. She had a permanent smile on her face, a great mask, that hid every other real emotion she might have had. Or was it a change? Maybe it's just growth. A growth which came when her older sister was bound to the bed, and all the responsibility of the medical team fell on her shoulder. The kind of growth that came when she became a Hashira and now had to bear the responsibility of countless lives. A year ago, she would have leapt at me before I even crossed the door, and asked me to experiment or spar with her, while telling me endless information about what happened while I was gone. But now she sat on the veranda of the back of the mansion, her legs dangling in the air because she was too short to reach the ground. Her haori was the exact replica of her sister's. It had a beautiful butterfly pattern. Her eyes were not only exotic in their color, but also their shape. She had no pupils and her eyes looked like that of an insect. It was unnatural, but attractive at the same time. I took a moment to take in the view of her, etching it into my memory. Welcome back, she said, a small smile on her tilted face. She used a smile as a mask, but my eyes saw that this one was genuine. There was a smile behind the smile. And here I thought you'd be busy, since they said you were exempted from the training program, I said, walking inside the compound. What do you mean? I was awfully busy until 5 minutes before you arrived, she said, and her smile showed a toothy grin. Is that so? I said, and I turned my head around the compound. My eyes perceived through the walls as I observed the mansion deeply, checking on the residents and even the patients. I smiled, thank you for your hard work. I bowed my head slightly when I stood in front of her. She let out a deep sigh and took in a greedy breath afterwards, trying to take in my scent. It was an instinctive action that came from the relief of seeing me, a way for the brain to prove my existence in front of her. How have you been? I asked. Good, and like I said, busy. I'm more curious about what was so important that you couldn't even return to enjoy the reward of slaying another upper moon, she said. You'll know soon enough in the upcoming Hashira meeting, I said. Soon, she questioned. Yes, I sent Raven to Lord Yubayashiki and requested another Hashira meeting, I said. I have not received a reply or a confirmation, but I knew he would surely allow my small request. I see, she said. She copied that phrase from me. So, I began, and immediately I felt my heartbeat go off rhythm. My throat clogged up for reasons not of logical nature as I asked. How is she? Shinobu allowed a place for silence after my words fell. Silence for me was inaction, and Shinobu was simply staring at me without doing anything. In the end, she smiled again. Why don't you see for yourself? She said, There was this knowing look in her eyes that warned me to expect something. Whether to expect something good or something bad, I did not know. So I stepped up on the veranda while Shinobu stood up, and then we went towards Kanny's room. The smell of medicine and cold steel was the first thing I noticed when the door was opened. Then I was greeted with the sight of a room, which actually looked like a normal room this time instead of a hospital ward. There were books neatly arranged on the table with other things like flowers and decorations. The medical equipment was all gone now, and only the IV stand was left behind. I slowly walked towards the only bed in the room, and I saw the girl lying on it. Kanny. She looked much healthier now. Her cheeks were flushed, and each breath looked to go in and out with ease now. Her lung injuries were significantly better. The bruises on her face and the bandages were gone as well. Her elegant features had regained their beauty. She looked like a sleeping beauty on that bed. My eyes glowed a little as I examined her body. She was fine. In fact, it looked like she was not in a coma anymore and was just simply sleeping. I went even closer to her. I was already standing right beside her bed. I snaked my hand inside the blanket and took hold of her hand. They were warm and soft. Shinobu came with a chair in her hand and placed it next to me. I sat on it while still gripping Kanny's hand. "I'm glad," I said with a relieved chuckle. I finally closed my eyes and rested my forehead on her unmoving body. "She's okay. She's fine." I stayed like that for a while, appreciating the fact that Kanny was making a recovery and that I had not failed in my endeavor, at least not fully. I only looked up when I felt the slightest movement of her body. "What was that?" I asked. Then I felt it again. There was a twitch in her hand, and I could feel it. I could also feel at that exact moment my heart beating like a drum. Was she waking up? I know it was cliché, Sleeping Beauty waking up when the prince was beside her. But the shallowness of her breath and the twitch of her muscles told me that she was all but awake. Did she really wake up at the perfect time when I visited her? I inched my face ever so slowly closer to hers. My eyes narrowed until they turned into slits as I peered at her face. I found no flaws. I was not looking at them, but I thought I should mention it. She was beautiful. I was only a few inches away from her face when my eyes caught the movement of her face. She turned her head slightly in my direction and puckered her lips. My eyes saw everything in slow motion, but I was too surprised to react. She blew at my eyes. The rush of air caused my eyes to blink instinctively. It was only a millisecond of darkness, but when I opened my eyes again, I saw Kanny's lips were no longer puckered. It was curving. She was smiling. "BOOH," she yelled suddenly after that. "Ah, right, you are deaf. No use yelling to scare you," she said to herself afterwards. What is he doing? Is he still here?" she then asked while turning her head to the side where Shinobu was standing. "Yeah," Shinobu let out a peal of laughter. "I think he is too shocked. He had the same face as when Kanno called him father." "Does he?" Kanny said and turned back to me. Actually, the angle was a bit off, proof that she was not seeing me. "I can imagine that," she said, and her smile turned even wider. "You're awake." My voice must have come out low and unsure. Damn it, I wanted to sound confident and charming when I talked to her again. "And you are smiling," I said, and my breath hitched. Her amused smile turned softer and gentler as the hand I had been holding all this time held me back. "Of course I'm smiling," she said. "You are here and you saved me." It was phenomenal what those sentences did to me. I finally released the breath I had been holding and my body relaxed. I knew it was a ridiculous speculation, but I was expecting her to be sadder and even blame me for her blindness. Like how I have been blaming myself. But the first thing she did was wrap me in a hug. I could feel her warmth, which had returned after enduring the frigid coldness of demonic ice. "Thank you, Seiji," she said sincerely, but the next sentence that followed was uttered with her whole heart. "I love you." Chapter 110, Sleeping Beauty. Third POV. The last thing she remembered was the hazy whiteness of a frigid cloud, as she desperately tried to feel the warmth of his embrace. Against the demon who seemed impossible to overcome, she did her best, honoring her title as a Hashira. But the cold consumed everything so quickly. She felt her mind slipping into an endless pit that swallowed her whole. By all means, she thought she was dead. It would have been a good way to die too, fighting against the evil being that took her family until her last breath. It was the death dreamt by many warriors. Her sister was already grown and strong, and although she would miss her dearly, she knew her sister could take her place and bear the responsibilities. Kana was also already smiling and had healed from all her trauma. Her patients would be fine. Her friends and fellow Hashira were also there to continue the war she gave her life to. The only regret she would have had was Seiji. She never properly got to confess her feelings to him. She was too scared and didn't want to bear the tragic consequence of her mistake. That was only it. So as she felt her consciousness slipping away, she was expecting the cold grasp of death, and she welcomed it with open arms. But then she woke up. She was not dead. But she might as well be, because although she was conscious, she couldn't move even a single muscle in her body. It was like her body was already dead, but her mind lingered in the realm of the living. It was lonely inside her body. It was dark and numb. She couldn't feel anything else except the silence of her thoughts. It was horror. She did not know how long she stayed like that because oftentimes she would pass out, only for her consciousness to return to the body that was not ready to host it. Again and again. But after what she could only speculate to be a day or two, she felt the sensation of touch. That feeling of cessation was soon followed by the breaking of silence as well. She could now hear and feel the touch. They were two of her sense she would ever truly need because of the people she felt beside her immediately. Her sister Shinobu and Seiji. Are you sure she is going to feel comfortable with that? It was a distinct voice which she recognized instantly due to the weird donation and perfect pronunciation. I'm positive she can't feel anything either way. She knew that voice as well. It was Shinobu. Doesn't mean we should let her be. Seiji said before he adjusted her head. ND took away the double pillow so she could lay more relaxed. See, look how more relaxed she is, Seiji made a point. Yes, it does look that way to us at least, Shinobu said. Kanny was still living in a world of darkness, but she could clearly feel the presence of these two. They were the two most important people in her lives. They were like the sun in the dark and unmoving space. She felt less lonely with that. She then felt someone grab her hand. From the size of the hand and roughness, she could tell that it was Seiji's. And we are going to use this as my own pillow, Seiji said, and she could feel a weight on her side. She imagined him to lay his head on her side. Are you going to spend the night like that again? Shinobu asked. I guess so. I don't want her to feel lonely. She is not waking up any time soon, Seiji. She is not aware that she is lonely. Besides, I will frequently visit her to check and replace her IVs, Shinobu said. But still, you know you should rest on your own bed to recover, Shinobu said. I wouldn't get a wink of sleep there anyways, but I can sleep peacefully here, was Seiji's reply. I guess it can't be helped then. Would you like me to get a futon? Or maybe I can ask the servants to put another bed beside her. No, this is fine, Shibai. Okay, then have a good night, Seiji. I'm going to patrol through the wards to check on the other patients, Shinobu said before leaving the room. Kanny could now hear everything around her, so she was aware of what was happening. Good night. And soon after that, there was silence, and Kanny also allowed her consciousness to rest once more. Days went by after that she could hear and feel but not move just yet. She would occasionally awaken in her unresponding body and in the world of darkness. But at those times, she no longer felt lonely because there was a constant presence beside her. Arise. Arisi Tilda. Arise. There was never a lonely moment with Seiji and his antics. He was always talking to her and treating her as if he knew she was conscious. Maybe he knew. I wonder which would you prefer? Maybe an innocent voice, or maybe a voice that is deep like a villain's. The time her consciousness was awake was oftentimes because his talks had woke her up. Most of it was filled with him practicing his speech to sound better so that when she finally wakes up, she would still find him charming. It was a ridiculous goal with an even more ridiculous speculation. She did not fall in love with him just because of his appearance. It was much deeper than that. But she found it adorable nonetheless. She couldn't wait for her body to recover fully so that she could move around again and react to all his hard works. She'd be sure to compliment his manly voice after she woke up. Besides that, in some other times, he would confess the most embarrassing things to her as well. On second thought, she was pretty sure he did not know that she was aware. You want to know the reason why I did not want to spar with you in the beginning, and why I lose every single time even when I agreed to spar? Seiji once asked her. Well, it's embarrassing, so I will tell you now when you can't hear me, he said, and she could feel the blush in his voice. It's because my eyes are special. I've hidden it all these years, but I am capable of seeing through things, like the walls, the ground, the ceiling, and other things, including your clothes, he confessed. At first, she was amazed that his eyes could do such a thing. She always knew he had powerful eyes, but seeing through objects, was that even possible? Was it like demonic spells? But then the latter part threw all curiosity out of the way, as she became extremely bashful. Yeah, it's impossible to fight you with your tits bouncing around so enticingly, he said, causing her to want to scream. Also, I wonder why flower breathing has so many attack patterns where you have to do splits, he said. The embarrassment was too much, that she nearly broke her human limits and jumped off the bed to run away or hide behind the blankets. Anyways, yes, that's how it is. Although I never use my X-ray vision to check out girls, I swear on Musen's name. I only had to use it on you because you were powerful, and it is the only way I can defeat you, he added. She discovered many things in these talks that Seiji had with her. Sometimes they were embarrassing, and other times they were cute too. Another day, he said, I seriously used to have a big crush on you. I mean, how could I not? Every boy at one point always have a thing for older ladies. And you were the perfect, textbook manifestation of an older girl, and one-san, he laughed while she felt a bit giddy inside. You always talk about how much I helped you, how I always cared for your safety or how I saved you. But those are not true. I know that even without my existence you would have done fine, Seiji said. Well, maybe except for Dama. It has always been you who helped me instead. Forget about the big ways that you helped me, it's the little things that made you dear to me. How you always sewed my torn clothes after every messy mission, cut my hair despite my picky nature of wanting things to be perfect, patiently helped me learn how to sing songs, and how you secretly picked up ontology in hopes of finding a cure for my deafness, Seiji said, and his usually robotic voice held a quiver of emotion. The only reason why I didn't fall in love was because of my cowardly nature. I didn't have the bravery to love you because I knew the risk, I knew your fate. And I was afraid to love you until we escaped that. It's cowardly, isn't it? But I just don't want to feel the pain of losing again. It's the same thing I did to my parents, get close to them while putting certain barriers to ensure my safety, he said. I know I'm pathetic. And sometimes, she wished she could get out of the bed and give him a hug. It's another beautiful day, isn't? He said to her one morning. You'll probably hate me after you wake up, because you won't be able to see a beautiful morning. I'm sorry I was not enough, I should have tried harder, I should have done more. She wanted to tell him that it was fine and that she could never hate him. He was doing the thing again, where he blames himself for everything that was wrong in this world. He felt that he was some special chosen one or something that was responsible to make the world better. She was not sure how he got that idea either, but that's just how he was. I promise I will get your eyes back. There are many ways we can do that, would you like to hear it? He asked. And he would go on a long rant on how he could help her get her eyes back. Sometimes, he went into such details that she couldn't understand what he was saying or how he knew the many things that he knew. But what she understood from all was that he was doing his best to find a way to heal her. She wanted so badly to let him know that it was fine, that she didn't mind losing her eyes because at that moment, she was able to save him by sacrificing those eyes. She could live with that consequence with a smile for the rest of her life. He didn't have to blame himself. He did not have to feel like he had not done enough. Because he had done everything. I love you. She wanted to say it back. I love you too. After a few weeks or so, Canny was finally able to move her body again. It happened while Seiji himself was away. At first, she moved her fingers, her hands, and then her entire arm. When she felt control return to every part of her body, she pulled away the bandage in her eyes. She opened her eyes. Nothing. It was not even darkness, it was nothing. She saw nothing. But that was okay, she expected it, so she opened her mouth and swallowed hard to wet her parched throat. "Shinobu," she called out. "Shinobu." And in no time, she heard her sister slam open the door. "You're awake." And then a hug she did not see coming. "I missed you, I'm so glad." Canny could no longer see her sister, but she could still feel her. She could still feel the love, the relief, and the tears that fell from her eyes. She hugged her sister back after a long time. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Seiji's POV. How long have you been awake? It took me a while to get over the shock of seeing her awake and smiling so brightly. But after a few minutes of pause during which the two sisters constantly laughed at me, I was finally functioning like a normal human being again. Whatever that was. But I still couldn't get the red off my ears, though. I did not see them, but they were like burning coal at the side of my head. It was the lingering effect of her confession. I mean, who wakes up after months of being in a coma and says they love you? Not long. Actually, it has not even been a day since I was first able to move my body, she said. We haven't even informed Lord Yubayashiki yet, nor most of the residents of the Flower Mansion. She was half sitting on the bed in the room while I sat on the side of the bed and directly faced her. The sun had fully set on the horizon, so the room was lit up by yellowish electrical lights. She did not have a bandage around her eyes anymore. Instead, her eyes were closed. She also had her signature small smile on her face, which was lit up by the golden light. It was permanent, and it looked more like a facial feature than an expression. You couldn't imagine Canny without smiling. "Why is that?" I asked, speaking very well in my deaf opinion. "Me waking up is kind of a big thing for everyone. I'm lucky so many people cared about me. But Shinobu wanted to make sure I was fully rested and healthy again before revealing it to others," she said. She was a little thinner and paler than the I remembered. It was proof that although she had woken up, she had not fully recovered. I could understand that a big fuzz and endless visitors were the last thing she needed right now. "Shibai probably still wanted to nurse you peacefully too," I said. Speaking of which, Shinobu had immediately excused herself after the laughter was over. She was sensible enough to know that we would like privacy since we both went through the battle together. But maybe such privacy was not a good idea. A beat of silence descended between us. I seemed to be the only one who felt awkward with that because Canny tilted her head and showed an expression of amusement. Like she knew a joke that I didn't know. "You know, I've never noticed it before, but you have a really nice voice," she said suddenly. The impact of her words was enhanced by the preluding silence. My ears, which felt like burning coal, changed and became the sun on both sides of my face. It was fortunate for me that Canny couldn't see because I was blushing hard. Yes, all the hard work paid off. I coughed a few times after that, both to collect myself and to stop myself from laughing out loud like a creepy villain who just succeeded in his plan. "It has a nice depth, like dark chocolate," she said, her smile turning wider. You would think that she could see my reaction from her smile. "Thank you for the compliment," I said. She finally giggled out loud after my graceful acceptance of praise. Her hand snaked on top of the blanket, searching for mine. I put my hand in front of hers and allowed her to find me. Her fingers wrapped around my hand immediately after that. "Seiji, do tell me how things have been while I was asleep," she said. The moments that followed were no longer awkward even from my point of view. We started talking about all the things that happened while she was asleep. She got clues about all the things that happened so far as she and her Shinobu already had a talk, but she wanted to hear them from my perspective. Especially when it came to things like when Shinobu became a Hashira. Canny deeply regrets missing her sister's moment. It was like missing a graduation. But I told her everything in vivid detail, so it was like she was there. From what Shinobu said to me in the beginning, what her reactions were when Yubayashiki crowned her with the title and so on. I told her everything. I even told her about the announcement that followed, how I awakened the Demon Slayer mark during my fight with Dauma. It was nice to have a conversation with her again, see her smile, feel her touch and bask in her presence. It was reassuring to finally see that she was alive and that I succeeded in saving her. Demon activities have been rising ever since that day. The demon lord was angered by the fact that we killed his second strongest servant, I said to her, causing her to tense up, and her grip became tighter. Yes, Shinobu has told me how the patients tripled, and she has been busy to no ends, she said, her expression dropping. Yeah, this was how our world is. We couldn't even celebrate the joy of her waking up for an hour before some bad news had to be heard. For every life saved, 2 perished. And we were responsible for stopping this once and for all. I have to stop it all. But don't worry, I've gotten even stronger than before, I said to ease her. Like I said, my fight with Dauma taught me a lot of things and allowed me to awaken the demon slayer make. Seiji, she said, maybe she was not convinced. And not only that, recently I found a way. I've mastered it, the art of slaying demons. They won't stand a chance next time, I said, referring to the sun breathing which finally finished reinventing. From the breathing concept, don't he the smallest form, I knew them now. Seiji. It's okay, I'll protect everyone next time, I said, looking at her closed eyes. And I'll do it perfectly. Seiji, she said, more strongly this time. Her hand reached out to my face, likely to close my mouth, but her hand landed on my cheek instead. She froze after she touched my face. There was silence. She ever so slowly moved her fingers around my face, tracing the scars that now ran across my forehead and down the middle of my eyes. They were flaws, a mark of imperfection in my ability to save others and myself. She looked sadder and sadder the more she felt my face. But it did not stop there. Her hands moved down, feeling my neck and my chest. She was searching for scars on me, and she did not have to put an effort because I still had scars everywhere. Most of them were healing and would disappear soon enough with the constant use of sun breathing. But for now, they still remained and could be felt. You've done plenty, Seiji, she told me. Her hand stopped feeling my body and returned to the top of mine. But not enough, obviously, I argued. You saved me, she replied. But not perfectly, you lost your eyes, I said, causing her to perk at my words. She couldn't argue with that because it was true. She was living it, and I still feel guilty to this day for failing like that. You still think that I will hate you for losing my eyes, she said. But no, she shook her head. I love you more for saving me. I felt my breath hitched at her words. The insecurity and self-hate I have had ever since my failure slowly melted away under her warm touch and warmer words. You wouldn't truly understand it until you were in the situation. But if you were anything close to a decent human, power naturally comes with responsibility. And I was lucky enough to have that power since birth. I did not mean my talent with the sword or my special eyes alone with this, but most importantly, my knowledge of the demon slayer world. So I was responsible. I was the only one who knew and who could save everyone. Others can't, no matter how willing they may be. It was not even about being a good person, rather being accountable for the power I had obtained. It was like a curse, really, one I would never share with anyone in this world. I was not like this when I first decided to kill the demons. I did it out of spite and hatred alone. But the longer I bore the title of the Hashira, the more achievements I obtained and the more friends I made, the more slowly I changed. What started out personal and selfish slowly became a responsibility and selflessness. My hate, too. At the start, I only hated the demons for what they did to me. But now, I also hated them for the things that could do and because of the people I love. I set off my journey with a fleeting hope, and now that had bloomed and become a solid determination. You can be strong, but you don't have to be the only one who is strong. Remember, we are all in this together. I smiled. She couldn't see it, so I grabbed her hand and put it on my lips so that she could feel the arch. She smiled back. I'm glad you woke up, I said. Me too, she said. Even if she woke up in darkness, she was glad. That eased me. Chapter 112, Practicing Sun Breathing. Seiji's POV. The next day. Now I really wanted to stay beside Canny for a longer period of time, but that was a privilege I could not have just yet. Shinobu told me that her sister needed sleep, and she couldn't do that while I was constantly beside her. So to fix that, Shinobu made a timetable where I could be beside Canny only for a limited amount of time. It was like visiting hours in a hospital. I guess every hospital did that for a reason. And although I like to believe that my presence helped Canny to relax, I wasn't going to argue with Shinobu, who was a professional, and also probably loved and cared for Canny more than I did. In the meantime, I wasn't idle as I decided to train in the open ground of the Flower Mansion. Sun breathing, clear blue sky. The movements flow with the elegance of water. The action took place at the speed of thunder. The attack had the intensity of a raging flame with the violence of the wind, and the force it held could pulverize stone. I spun my body swiftly and unleashed a circular slash that left a trail of bright yellow flames, the color of the sun. My deaf ears could almost hear the crisp sound of space burning with each stroke of my blade. It was thrilling and intoxicating. Sun breathing, raging sun. I gripped my long sword with both hands and released two opposite horizontal slashes that were too fast that it looked like they happened at the same time. A burning arc of yellow carved a mark on the ground. Sun breathing, beneficent radiance. I leapt into the air. My limbs spiraled as if my body had gone out of control. But unlike how it looked, each movement was deliberate and meaningful. It was a lot like a dance. It was a beautiful attack that unleashed ribbons of yellow flame in the sky. A final show of kindness before my blade took the head of my enemies. Sun breathing, fire wheel. My dance in the air swiftly changed its pattern. Now I moved in one direction with all the force I had. I spun in the air, creating a wheel of fire with my blade. I landed on the ground with a soft thud before I continued practicing sun breathing until I mastered them to perfection. My movement looked like a dance, an exact replica of Hinokami Kagura, but that slowly changed as my attacks differed from just a simple dance. It soon became a set of attacks I had, ready to be unleashed upon any deserving demon that I encountered. I started early in the morning, right after Shinobu allowed me to have breakfast with Canny, where I fed her foods like she often did to me while I was younger. The healthy blush on her face throughout started my morning perfectly. But by the time I decided to stop my training, the sun was already past its highest point. It was afternoon. I had trained continuously for at least 6 hours. And when I say continuously, I mean it literally. There was no water break, no pause or a moment of respite. It was a constant movement. Different forms of sun breathing left me like a waterfall, and I never stopped until now. Sun breathing was vastly different from my version of mixed breathing in this aspect. It was literally impossible to get tired while using sun breathing because it followed the same concept as stone breathing. You get stronger and stronger the longer you fight. It was a continuous application of power that snowballed into what seemed like infinite power. Obviously, it had limits, but you'd never find that out because the enemy would have been dead. And also, it was because sun breathing was not as intense as mixed breathing. You see, every breathing style originated from sun breathing, but that doesn't mean that sun breathing was a combination of all the breathing styles. Well, it kind of is, but at the same time, it was not. It's tricky. Sun breathing was the jack of all trades, master of none of breathing styles. It could not compare to water breathing in precision, thunder breathing in speed, or stone breathing in raw power. But it had all of them, just on a minor scale. That meant it had more speed and power than water breathing, more precision and power than thunder breathing, and more speed and precision than stone breathing. Truly a jack of all trades and master of none. Upon this discovery, I questioned the statement that no one could learn sun breathing. I thought, maybe everyone could learn it, but Yoriichi back then did not want to share his exact techniques. But further use of sun breathing taught me something that cleared my misunderstanding. It was not that no one was strong enough, fast enough, precise enough, explosive enough, or courageous enough to learn sun breathing. They were. But no one was all of this at the same time. Some people are born strong and precise but not fast. Some were born explosive but not fast. Every warrior that ever lived had one of these attributes that they excelled at, but they also always lacked one of them. Sun breathing requires a person to be multi-talented in all these aspects at the same time. They have to be fast, strong, precise, etc. at the same time, while most people are only either fast, strong, precise, and so on. Due to this reason, people couldn't learn sun breathing, and it was much better for them to master one of the attributes they had sharpened their limited talent, instead of focusing on all of them. But Yoriichi was a genius unlike everyone else, so he could easily learn sun breathing. He had the best talent in every imaginable way. The same applied to me. The fact that I could master all 5 major breathing styles was proof that I was talented in every aspect, much like Yoriichi. It was a skill issue that others couldn't learn sun breathing. It was not that Yoriichi was a superhuman, although he was, it was not the reason why others couldn't learn sun breathing. But in the unique aspect that each sub-breathing style decided to focus on, they all surpassed sun breathing. It was an obvious result, since the forms of sun breathing were created by one person 500 years ago, but other breathing styles had centuries to improve by different users through the generations. Sun breathing was overpowered only as a breathing style and not as a technique. The techniques were outdated. My version of mixed breathing, if I were to successfully mix all the 5 breathing styles together, would be the superior version of the sun breathing that Yoriichi used. In the end, I learned that the sun breathing was not what made Yoriichi overpowered. He was the one that made sun breathing overpowered instead. He could have used minor spark breathing and he'd still whoop the asses of everyone in the verse. He was just built different. The sun breathing was undeniably powerful, but it was not what made the legendary figure. I stopped my flow of movement when I noticed a small girl running up to me. Her purple eyes sparkled in the afternoon sun, and there was a smile on her face. A smile so precious that it made me feel sorry that it existed in this demon-infested world. "Big brother, I finished making lunch," the girl said when she reached me. Kano Shigen, she was my adoptive little sister. "Come, let's eat," she invited me. I released my breath, halting the pattern of sun breathing, and I felt a small fatigue on my body. The early breeze of spring caressed my body, cooling my sweat as I felt a chill all over my body. "Thank you, Kano," I said, and couldn't resist patting her head. I was careful not to stain her with the sweat covering my body. Kano silently enjoyed my touch for a moment before she grabbed my hand and removed it from her head. She was a big girl now, in her words, so I shouldn't treat her like a baby. She did not release my hand afterwards and pulled me towards the mansion. "When are you going to allow me to train with you?" she asked me while we walked to the mansion. I have noticed her gaze when I was training. She wanted to train with me seriously now, instead of getting guidance from Shinobu. I promised to train her when she got older, but she kept pestering me with this question. I don't know why. "You said you'd train me personally when I get older. I'm already 13, she said. "Wait. Hold the fuck up. No way my baby Kano is a teenager already." "Who's 13? I asked. Kano stopped in her tracks and looked back at me with a stoic face. "I turned 13 in May. It was during the time you were in bed, so you missed my birthday," she said, so confidently that I almost believed her. Ain't no way she is 13, I thought to myself. Until the realization slowly sank into my heart while I looked at her unamused purple eyes. Tanjiro was already around 13 when I saw him. He and Kano are in the same generation. Heck, I suddenly remembered Kano was slightly older than Tanjiro. What the fuck? I thought there was at least 5 more years between 12 and 13. Why was the age of 13 such a big leap from 12? Was it due to the fact that 13 is the beginning of the teenage years? "I heard you were already a Hashira at my age," she commented. "Right. Holy shit, when did she grow so fast? She still looked like the same little girl to me. Please stop growing and remain my cute little lowly sister I can spoil endlessly." In the end, I sighed. "Okay, we will start your training soon too," I said. I was already planning on training Tanjiro, so I guess I could add Kano as a disciple. They were also of the same generation and everything. Kanny gave me a bright smile after that, and we continued towards the mansion. Chapter 113, The Upper Moons. Seiji's POV. 2 days have passed since I returned to the Flower Mansion, and the Hashira meeting which I requested to be held was granted. This time, even Shinobu was not exempted. She had to attend the meeting whether she liked it or not. "Don't worry, Shinobu, I'll be fine. I spend most of my time sleeping anyway," Kanny said with a thin smile while looking at her sister. She was still on her bed, only ever leaving it to go to the bathroom. She was starting to eat normal food again, but that too only in a few quantities. Her body couldn't digest normal food just yet. "I know that, but," said the girl who forbade me from staying beside her at all times. Now she understood what it felt like. Justice was served. "You're acting like here, and the headquarters is not 2 hours away," I said with a shrug while observing the sisters. "He is right, I'll be fine. I'm not made of glass, you know," Canny agreed, causing Shinobu to release a defeated sigh. "Okay then, I'll be back soon," she said before turning around and walking toward the door. "Let's go quickly," she said right before walking past me. "Make sure to tell me everything that happened in detail when you get back," Canny said while giving me the final wave. "Of course," I said before I left the room too. Shinobu and I immediately made our way to the Demon Slayer headquarters. The journey was swift, and we reached our destination in a little over an hour. When we arrived there, I was pleasantly greeted by my old partner, whom I hadn't seen in a while. It did not even let out chirps like the rest of the birds around it. No, it refused to release a sound. "Raven," I called out her name while she gently floated above. I lowered my head slightly, and she immediately made herself comfortable on top of my head. My purple hair acted like a natural nest for her as she anchored her little feet on my scalp. After a few more nuzzles, she fit perfectly on my head. "Thank you for delivering my message," I said. "The bond you have with your bird always strikes me as odd. Nonetheless, it's adorable," Shinobu commented beside me. "Well, not every demon slayer had to trust their Kasugai crow with their life as I did," I said, recalling all the times I got good sleep, knowing that Raven was keeping an eye out for me. There were also a few moments where she saved me from demons sneaking up from behind. "Let's hurry, everyone else is already there," I said, and we went past the entrance gate of the headquarters. There were guards and servants when we entered, but none of them stopped us. They knew who we were. Instead, they inclined their heads slightly when we passed them. It was a sign of respect for the warriors that were protecting them. We made a beeline to the main building without exchanging more words. When we reached there, all of the Hashiras were present, and this time, even Yubayasaki was there. "Seiji, Shinobu, you're here." Yubayasaki heard us before he saw us. He turned his head to us with a smile. His white pupils could not see us clearly anymore. He was turning blind. That was why he heard us first. "Sorry for making you wait." Shinobu bowed to the master and also to her fellow Hashiras. "It's fine. We know your sister's condition and how busy the medical corps is these days. There is no need to apologize for anything," Jaiomai said, his hands joined in prayer. He and Tenjin were there too. I could feel their aura from miles away. I could see them from miles away. Jaiomai stood in the middle, towering over everyone else like the absolute unit he was. Tenjin's height followed, slightly shorter but still taller than the rest. And then Jiyu, Rengoku, and Seinmi were relatively similar in height. Shinobu and I joined them in the line they had assailed in, facing the veranda of the main building where Yubayashiki sat with his wife. After that, we all went to one knee in unison. "The Hashiras have gathered as you ordered," we said all together. Yubayashiki threw his usual kind smile on his face. It was not an arrogant smile that was glad to see so many powerful warriors kneel before him. No, it was similar to how a father would smile at his children. They were warm and proud. It may seem like I was the one who called the meeting today, but in actuality, this time, the emergency Hashira meeting has nothing to do with me. Yubayashiki explained in his weak voice that was barely making vibrations as they left his mouth. His head turned to me, although I was not sure if he could see me. It was Seiji who called the meeting today. Everyone turned their head towards me after that, expecting me to explain why I had called them here. "Seiji, if you will," Yubayashiki nudged. I stood up and walked towards the side, where everyone could see me, without craning their neck too much. Then I started, "Thank you for coming together despite all your duties. I called you all here because I have information of utmost importance to discuss with you all." No one interjected, so I continued. "During my short travel, which was granted to me by Lord Yubayashiki, I've discovered many things, and I wanted to share these with you as I believe they could ensure everyone's safety. Starting with, The information I had on every single upper moon, including all of their powers and weaknesses, I said, and immediately, I saw the expression on their faces change. Information about the upper moons was invaluable. After all, to know your enemy is the most important thing in war. Although I am infinitely curious about how you got information that we weren't able to get in centuries, I will trust you, Seiji, Yubayashiki said, and I nodded to show appreciation. He was not asking me any questions on whether the information was really true or how I got it when he was probably trying to do this same thing for years. Instead, he was putting his trust in me. His logical mind gave me a rare pass. He had faith in what was supposed to be the pillar of pillars. I thought he would be harder to convince. I expected with all my heart for him to be more incredulous. It was why I didn't reveal what I knew back when we had the Hashira meeting after my fight with Dama. I needed to create an excuse as to how I got the information. It was kind of flattering, actually. I continued, everyone already knows about Upper Moon 2 and Upper Moon 6, so I won't get into detail about them. I've slayed them as well, so it's irrelevant. So I'll start with Upper Moon 5, I said and took a pause. I looked at each of them, one by one, studying the varying degrees of emotions shown on their faces. I made sure they were all paying attention to what I was about to say next. Even the hot-headed Sanemi was quiet as he looked at me with rapt attention. Gyako, I said, the Upper Moon 5 is a demon called Gyako. Out of all the demons you would have encountered, he probably has one of the most grotesque appearances. He has a torso without limbs, and his body is covered in scales like a fish. He has multiple baby arms growing from his back, and his body is like a statue that extends from a pot, like the jinn in myths. His face is even more disturbing, with a single eye in the place where he should have a mouth, and two mouths located in where he is supposed to have eyes. He is an abomination, I said, recalling what the demon looked like from the manga. I went into details about their appearance, because I wanted them to recognize him immediately if they ever saw him. His power includes teleportation using his pots and exceptional flesh manipulation. He also has an unknown amount of other abilities, but they are all related to his pots. He can summon demonic fish, the tentacles of an octopus, and can use water-based attacks. You should avoid getting hit by him at all costs, as he has poison as well, I said. I allowed silence to settle amongst us as they digested my words. Then I continued. Overall, he is as strong as any of you. Luckily, he is the weakest amongst the Upper Moon, and 2 Hashiras should be enough to slay him safely. After I said that, I could almost see question marks forming above their heads. Everyone had their own sets of questions they wanted to ask. They raised their hands. I will answer all your questions after I say everything, so please wait, I said. The answers to their question might be answered automatically as I discuss more about the Upper Moons. Therefore, I should finish everything I had to say first before taking questions. The Upper Moon 4 is a demon called Hantingu, I said. This one is a bit tricky, and it should require multiple Hashiras to slay him without causality, or powerful demon slayers led by a Hashira. Hantingu's blood demon art allows him to separate himself into 7 demons, each representing one of the 7 negative emotions he had as a human. So although he is one demon, fighting him will be like fighting against 7 different demons, each having enough strength to rival a lower moon, I said. That's not all. Each entity he splits into, they all have their own unique blood demon art, I finished. Man, that's some bullshit ability. Sanemi couldn't help but comment with a grumble. They were not completely new to demons making clones or splitting themselves, but this one was different in the sense that every single one is like its own individual demon with its own blood demon art. Indeed, Yubayashiki mused thoughtfully, it's always harder to fight against these types of demons than demons that are just strong. But here's the trick to defeating him. Hantingu has a main body that represents the emotion of fear. This body is an absolute coward and won't fight back. Instead, he would shrink himself to the size of a needle and hide away so that no one can kill him, I said. Kill the main body, the demon that represents fear, and you kill the demon completely, I said. So it's not like Upper Moon 6 where you have to slice your head off at the same time, Jiyu asked. I nodded, correct. But that was not enough. I wanted them to know every important information there is to know, so that they could have the best chance of survival and hence victory. Hantingu usually multiply when you chop off his head, so beware of that. Then I'll explain the abilities of each of the representation clones, I said, and paused to take a breath. I started explaining the abilities of each clone one by one. It took quite a lot of time, as they all had individual demon art that did not correlate with each other. But I tired my best, and I shared enough for them to be able to fight against the Upper Moon 4 with no surprises. So in summary, these are their abilities. Anger is lightning, pleasure is wind, sorrow can use spears, joy can fly and has sound-based attacks, hatred can manipulate wooden dragons, and resentment can increase his size, I said. Everyone got that? I asked, and they all nodded, but with varying degrees of sureness. The likes of Yubayashiki and Tenjin were certain, but Sanmi and Jaiomai were not too sure. I smiled. I should give them a pamphlet where I note down the important details. Okay, with those out of the way, let's discuss the truly dangerous ones. I would like to remind you that the gap in strength between the third and fourth Upper Moon is very big. The top three are in another realm of their own. They cannot be compared to the lower ranks, I said, and took another pause to let my words sink in. If you encountered either one of the remaining two of the top three Upper Moon, then please run for your own safety. Try to save others, but forget the idea of slaying them, I said. They all possessed power beyond even mine. I could see them gulp at my last words. I was in front of them, they could feel my strength, and they had something to comap the demons too. If the two demons were stronger than me, how absurdly strong were they? In truth, I was already stronger than Akaza, I was sure. But they haven't really seen my fight at my full power. So, in their respective, what I said was true. Let's start with Upper Moon 3, I said, and took a deep breath before I even uttered the name. I shot a glance at Rengoku. Akaza. Chapter 114, Upper Moon. Seiji's POV. Akaza. A demon whom I needed to kill as quickly as possible, I thought to myself. I wasn't going to make the same mistake as I did with Kanny and wait for him and Rengoku to clash. I would end the demon's life before they ever had the chance to clash. I tore my eyes off Rengoku and continued. Akaza is unlike the rest of the demons. He is probably the most humane demon amongst the Upper Moon, I said. He looks like any ordinary young man of medium height. He has pink hair and blue tattoos covering his body like the criminal tattoos he had as a human, I said. I could not remember any other distinctive feature he had. His strength is one that could rival mine. The scary part about this demon is that, unlike others, he does not heavily rely on his blood demon art. Instead, he is a warrior and a martial artist, the pinnacle of hand-to-hand combat, I said. His blood demon art allows him to create destructive shockwaves from any part of his body, and this unique ability makes his martial arts even more devastating. Everyone was busy with their own thought after hearing about Upper Moon 3. It was truly odd for a demon to not rely on their spells and have their own strength and techniques that are very similar to humans. Although Akaza had no tricks or complex abilities, he was strong enough to the point that those simply did not matter. He would square up with you and beat you fairly. Like I said before, Akaza is much more humane than the rest of the demons. If you ever encountered him, he would look for a good fight instead of immediately aiming for your life, I said. He is a battle junkie, basically. Like Sanmi, Jiu asked. Yes, but even more passionate. Like Rengoku's passion for training, I said, and they all hummed in understanding. So, in a fight, he won't end you right away and would prefer to savor the fight instead. He considered himself a warrior before a demon, so he might even give you the advantage for the sake of a fair duel, I said. I put a finger on my chin and thought more about what I knew of Akaza. The others waited for me to continue while digesting the informations. Then my eyes fell on Shinobu. Oh, and, I said, he refuses to kill or eat women for whatever reason. So if you are a girl, you're probably safe from him unless the Demon King himself gave direct order. They all looked at me in disbelief. It was quite hard to wrap their heads around that an Upper Moon wouldn't kill women. Do you know why that is? Shinobu was the one who asked. Maybe he eats them in other ways. I shrugged, quite the opposite. I think he is just a gentleman. Regardless, don't put your faith in that fact. If you see him, just run. If you can't run, then stall him. I waved it off. After that, I went into a little more details about what I know. I tried to replicate the techniques he used in his fight against Rengoku from the manga and made sure they knew what to expect. I also described him a few more times with more vivid detail, like his exact height, his clothes, and his hairstyle. I didn't think Akaza was the sneaky or trickster type. He would probably introduce himself as an upper moon, but it was better be safe than not. And lastly, one of the first demons in existence and the most powerful right after the Demon King himself. I began and closed my eyes to dive into my memories. He has been the upper moon one ever since he became a demon. His strength is unmatched because even while he was a human, he was one of the strongest entities in the world. His immense threat is unquestionable. It is said that the demon lord himself never looked at him like a servant. He was too strong. It was more like a partnership since the start, I said. Kokushibo, the twin brother of the creator of breathing styles, Yoriichi, I said. Just like I predicted, everyone was shocked to hear the revelation. Yubayashiki was the most surprised out of all. I could see his heart pounding rapidly in his chest as his blood pressure rose sharply. No, he mouthed without a voice. He is a fallen demon slayer who became a demon out of sheer envy for his brother, I said. What? He was a demon slayer? The others asked in unison. You could see how their expression tightened in disbelief. The Japanese culture, especially at this age, believed in honor and integrity. Although it took place many centuries ago and they never knew him personally, they couldn't help but feel a sense of betrayal and anger. Like the unreasonable camaraderie they had for every demon slayer past, present, or future. They also felt anger at the act of betrayal long ago. Not just any demon slayer, he was the strongest right after his brother Yoriichi, the user of sun breathing. Kokushibo was the creator of moon breathing, the perfect opposite of sun breathing, I said. But no matter what he did, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass his brother. Therefore he became a demon in hopes of getting more power. The place fell into silence as each of them tried to understand what I said. It was almost incomprehensible for them. How can someone do such things just for power? There was also the fact that Kokushibo became a demon because he didn't want to die young from the curse of the demon slayer mark, but I left that detail out. He never fought for others in the first place, Jaiomai said, and veins popped on his joint hands. He only fought for himself. He was never one of us. All of the Hashiras present, one way or another, fought for something more than themselves. They did not care for power, they only cared about what they could protect with that power. So in a way, although someone like Sane-me wanted to surpass me, he was never envious of my power. It was not a desire born from selfishness. Instead, it came from selflessness, the desire that he should be the strongest and should do the most for others. He is a demon with 6 eyes on his face. You should be able to figure out his identity the moment you meet. His sheer presence and danger would drive your instincts haywire, I said. If you ever meet him, run on sight. There is no beating him. It would take the combined force of all the Hashiras if we even want to stand a chance against him. As my words fell on their ears, I could see their muscles tense and their fists clench. A feeling of weakness and vulnerability that they thought they would never feel again returned and gripped their hearts. In the canon timeline, they never knew how lacking they were. The only demons they fought were lower moons, and they thought they were strong enough, and that the demons were the ones hiding. They wouldn't find out their own weakness until they came face to face with the truly powerful demons. But now that changed. I told them how lacking they were, and I could see the desire and the need to grow stronger in their heart. Especially Jaiomai, you could feel a powerful aura emanating from him, like a volcano getting closer and closer to erupting. He would definitely go on to be many times stronger than his canon counterpart. Good, I thought to myself. One of my main goals was to motivate them to get stronger, in addition to ensuring their safety with the information on the upper moon. And that is all the information which I was able to gather so far. I finished and released a deep sigh. You have my utmost gratitude, Seiji. You would not believe how invaluable this is for humanity as a whole, Yubayashiki said. And for the first time since I had met him, and to the shock of everyone present, he bowed his head to me. A master bowing to a samurai, that was rarely seen. I could assume that with all the things he now knew, he would be able to come up with better plans on how to win this war. The other Hashiras soon followed, as they all gave me a bow of respect and gratitude. Thank you. Why are you all thanking me as if I am another entity? We are all in this together, fighting for the same cause. Helping you is the same as helping me. There is no need for such gratitude, I said. Just make sure you all stay alive to see the end of this war and live in a world void of demon. I finished and bowed even lower than them. Yubayashiki looked at us, bowing at each other with a fond smile on his face before he turned his gaze to the sky. His blind eyes were not unseeing at that moment. They saw hope. Chapter 115, Muakairo Takeda. Seiji's POV. I've already told this to Sanmi, Jiyu, and Rengoku. I began as the three gave me a knowing look at my words. I've reinvented sun breathing, I said. I beg your mightiest pardon, Yubayashiki said, but what did you just say? I've recreated sun breathing, I said, putting it into different words. Yubayashiki did not show much reaction other than his initial surprise. He merely rubbed his chin while taking a good look at me. He also released a thoughtful hum. I see. Naturally, if you've mastered all the 5 major breathing styles that were directly derived from sun breathing, you could find a way to retrace the source, he said, more to himself, but I nodded. Yes. But that would require genius talent and exceptional understanding of breathing styles and swordsmanship, he said, all qualities you possess in spades. I did not need to explain it to him, he understood it immediately. Although he was not a warrior due to his body condition, he was above everyone else in theory. I'd assume the mixed breathing, as you called it, were a prelude to this discovery, he said. Indeed, but I never expected the path to lead to this either, I replied. A well-earned coincidence then, he smiled and shook his head. Success is but talent and hard work meeting on the ground of opportunity. You really surprise me once more, Seiji, he said with a smile that barely contained his joy. Was that what you were practicing in the training grounds? I knew those techniques were different, but I thought you were creating new ones, not recreating the first breathing style, Shinobu asked with a helpless sigh. Is there a way you can teach this to your fellow Hashiras? Yubayashiki asked. Being the leader of the organization, his mind immediately went on about how to best utilize the new weapon obtained against the demons. Teaching a completely new breathing style to a Hashira would be counterproductive. If we do try and teach the sun breathing to others, we should focus on the new generation instead. They are blank sheets, I said. And that is considering the person can learn sun breathing in the first place. There is a reason why the breathing style was forgotten at one point. It requires a genius to learn sun breathing, I said honestly. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless, Yubayashiki said after a moment of silence, I guess you finally have an official title now. For the longest time, we refer to you as the Pillar of Pillars due to your unique nature. But now, you can be a named pillar. The Sun Pillar. For some reason, that goes kinda hard. Sounds cool, I like it, Tenjin said what was on my mind with a glittering grin on his face. I appreciate the title, but I'd prefer that no one other than he people present here know about this. If others know that I can use sun breathing, it can attract unwanted attention, I said. I understand, Yubayashiki said. A secret weapon was most lethal. Besides, if Muzzen learned that I have sun breathing so soon, he would bring the whole demon race to my doorstep just to kill me. Although that sounded like a great opportunity to end the demon as a whole, I was not strong enough to take them on just yet. After all of that, I had finished saying all the things I wanted to say. The reason why I called the Hashira meeting was over, and now, even if my friends go on joint missions, I would be able to be more relaxed, knowing that I'd prepared them with my future knowledge. Knowing that I've done more. The meeting continued, as Yubayashiki took advantage of all the Hashira gather to give us direct orders and speech, which he wasn't able to give previously. There was a lot of talk about strategies again and how to combat the increase in demon activities. Shinobu also spoke up and revealed the news that Canny Kacho had woken up from her coma. "So little Canny is completely fine now, praise the gods," Jaiomai said as tears fell from his eyes like a waterfall. We gathered around him, sharing his relief as our friend had fully escaped death from a demon. The meeting lasted a total of 5 hours. I took the first hour with my information and news, while the rest was spent on discussing other important matters. After the meeting was over, Jaiomai and Tenjin came up to me, requesting a spar. The others have seen sun breathing, but they haven't, so they wanted to experience the first breathing style themselves. Not only out of curiosity, but hoping that there might be a chance for them to progress in their respective techniques and breathing styles. I was about to accept their proposal, but Yubayashiki called me. "I'm sorry to call you privately when the others also wanted to have time with you, but I have something of utmost importance to show you," Yubayashiki said. "Of course, what is it?" "I want you to come back to the Yubayashiki mansion with me. There is someone I'd like you to meet," he said. I was caught off guard at first, because no one else except Jaiomai knew where the Yubayashiki mansion was located. It was such a hidden place, guarded more heavily than anywhere else in the Demon Slayer Corp. And so, I followed Yubayashiki and his wife as they went to the Yubayashiki mansion. "The Yubayashiki mansion. He is outside," Yubayashiki said, exhaustion evident on his face from he travels. I gave a curt bow before I returned to looking around at the mansion. I was curiously searching for explosives for obvious reason, but I was disappointed to find none. I guess Yubayashiki planted the bombs right before Muzan found him. I walked through the quiet hallway of the mansion and made my way towards the courtyard. When I came to the veranda and looked outside, I saw someone, likely the person whom Yubayashiki wanted me to meet. Swish. 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 My eyes were glued at the scene. A young boy with long black hair and cyan color at the end. He looked to be no older than 9 years old. He was swinging a wooden sword with the restless abandon of a madman. I knew who that was immediately, and I couldn't help but chuckle. The future Mist Hashira. Muakairo Takedo. Chapter 116, Schooling the Genius. Seiji's POV. It was disgusting, it was revolting. It was horrible. His small frame did not match the wooden sword he was holding. It was made for adults, while he was a young boy, small for his age. His body moved with the elegance of an elephant. It looked like he was lagging in real life. The burden of injury, yet to be healed, was evident in each motion of his body. But the main reason was that he had absolutely no experience. His skills with the sword could be described as non-existent. And yet, I stared in amazement. My eyes could see that every action was made of flaws. They looked at perfect imperfection. But my eyes also noticed the incredible improvement that came with every repetition. Swish. 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 It was kind of scary. My eyes had never beheld such talent. Muakairo did not make a single sound. His eyes were a pool of void that sucked in the vibrance of the world. I think that was why it felt more silent than usual. Everything that anchored him to the world was gone, and now he teetered between the boundaries of death and existence. He had died while living. I felt a sense of familiarity when looking at him. I had the exact look long ago when my parents were killed. I no longer had the family that once anchored me to this reality where I felt like a foreigner. Muakairo must also feel the same way. His memories were lost, and he did not know who he was. Yet there was an ache in his heart. How sad, how fortunate. What's worse than grieving is to be unable to grieve. He knew he lost something important but couldn't remember it, leaving him hollow inside. With no memories buzzing in his mind and no face to grieve for, the only thing he had was the wooden sword in his hand and the thirst for power in his heart. No wonder he was improving so rapidly. There was no distraction, there was nothing in him. The demons stole it all. Still, your skills are atrocious, I said, making him turn towards me as he stopped swinging his wooden sword. He tilted his head in wonder while I slowly approached him in the yard. The sun was bright orange. It was late afternoon, but it wasn't dark just yet. I expected an hour or two more before sunset. "Pardon. How long have you been practicing?" I asked. He had no memories. It was no use trying to talk to him about other topics except the sword he was holding. He paused, gazing at me with questioning eyes bordering on bafflement. The only thing absent in his eyes was fear. Good. Or not. The reason for his lack of fear was because he had nothing to lose if he died. That's kind of depressing. Remember the times when I frequently consider suicide? Good times. "I woke up yesterday," he said after the initial pause. "So you've practiced for a day," I said thoughtfully. His rate of improvement was seriously incredible if he had only practiced for a day. But he shook his head. "I was not allowed to do anything yesterday. I've practiced for an hour," he replied, emotions never reaching his eyes. I blinked at his words. Then I made the Sigma face to show that I was impressed. You know, the Patrick Bateman Sigma face. Oh, he deadpanned. Okay, maybe that was not funny without context. I cleared my throat, and I think I saved some dignity with that action. Believe it or not, I'm something of a swordsman myself. "Okay, good for you," he said, and finally turned away from me. He straightened his posture and resumed his training by swinging his sword. He had deemed me to be a clown unworthy of his time. He had no guidance, he had no example to strive for. But instinctively, his body knew how a sword was to be swung and how to improve his skills. It was probably the Yoriichi blood in him. In the face of being ignored, I was not discouraged. I've dealt with more stubborn individuals with bigger traumas, like Sanemi and Jiyu. So I went to the tree at the corner of the yard. The tree had a few training dummies and extra wooden swords for practice. I picked up one of the swords and made my way back to Muakairo. When we stood side by side, the difference in our height was evident. I was 6 foot tall with peerless lean muscle mass. I was not big like Tenjin or Gyomai, but I was still more muscular than the likes of Jiyu. On the other hand, Muakairo was a kid of around 10 years old, but he looked smaller due to his injuries and the lack of nutrition. He only gave me a side glace, but otherwise continued his action. Swish. 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 I hid a smirk and took a similar posture to his. They were only similar because while his posture was made of flaws, mine was flawless. It was perfection manifested in a stance. The way my muscles tightened, the weight distribution on each of my legs, and the way my toes curled just right to grip the ground while also allowing instant mobility. Everything was just right. Muakairo seemed to have noticed such a flawless stance instinctively, because his eyes widened and he turned his head towards me. Then I swung the wooden sword down in a perfect arc. My action was smooth like water flowing over a perfect surface. It barely made a disturbance in the air. But at the exact angle I was aiming for, my swing stopped. It was not a centimeter too deep or shallow, just perfect. The sudden stop caused a burst of air, the only sound produced by the swing, and it came only after the attack was over. His eyes could no longer look at something else, as I pulled back the wooden sword in a neutral stance. Then my body burst into action once more. I swung the sword horizontally, and it cleanly sliced through the air. The shrill vibration of a whistle was left at the trail of my attack. My sword did not fight against gravity, and instead used the fundamental force to strengthen my swing. It should be impossible to utilize gravity that way unless it was a vertical slash, but my crisp slash did that. Muakairo continued gazing at me in silent awe as I performed attack after attack, each honed to perfection. It was deemed perfect by my supernatural eyes, so to a pair of ordinary ones, it looked almost unreal. It was like an illusion. I have attained such mastery over the sword that each swing felt natural like the stars in the sky or the rocks on the ground. It felt natural, made by God instead of looking artificial and made by a man. Muakairo, a boy who had an incredible affinity for swords, could comprehend everything, so it was even more impactful. "How are you doing that?" Muakairo blurted out after a long stretch of silent gazing. I quirked my lips into a small smirk and ignored him, just like he did to me. My limbs and my sword moved as if one, and I continued performing my attacks against the shadow opponent. After a while of futile waiting, Muakiro decided to take a page out of my book and picked up his wooden sword again. He did his best trying to imitate my posture. He failed horribly, of course. My forms were created just right, taking into account my measurement, the length of my arm, fingers, ligaments, etc. A perfect posture for him would be different from mine. Not only that, his body was too untrained. It was too injured and unskilled to even come close to imitating me. But carried by sheer talent and determination, he took a stance that was acceptable. After he got that down, his eyebrows relaxed and he started copying my movement down to the last detail. He now had an example in front of him, so his improvement soared exponentially. I allowed him to copy me, slowing down more than once and repeating the patterns that he found difficult. We did not exchange words and let the action do the talking, just the way I liked it. We did not notice the passing time as we continued our training. I performed the 5 fundamental swings of a sword, horizontal, vertical, and diagonal, upward and a stab. I did it again and again. Muakiro was a mirror as he copied my movement down to the last detail. But as time went on, he slowly realized that blindly copying me was not the answer. We had drastically different bodies. So, instead of trying to replicate what I was doing, he started learning the fundamentals hidden behind my attacks. Anyone else would be left stumped, but with his natural instincts and talent, Muakiro was able to benefit from what I was doing. The sun was setting on the horizon. The deep orange rays of the last sunlight wrapped the world in an intense hue of red and yellow. It was at this moment, minutes from complete sunset, that Muakiro was finally able to execute a somewhat decent vertical slash. Swing! I stopped abruptly after I saw that decent swing. The line of my lips curved into a smile as I finally turned to him, acknowledging his presence to the fullest. I placed my hand on top of his head and ruffled his long, wavy black hair. "That one was pretty good," I said. He looked at me with wide eyes that glazed over with the final ray of the sun. He seemed to be caught in a trance at that moment. The perfection he was imitating for hours finally acknowledged him. That approval brought the first hints of real emotion in his mind blank of substantial memories. "What's your name?" I finally asked, although I already knew. He opened his mouth as if to answer instinctively, but then he paused, unsure. He had no memories of the past, but he thought he knew his name. But he was not sure. So I nudged at him again. Finally, he released the breath he was holding and said, "Muakiro." It seemed like the first time he heard his lone name as well. His sentence started unsure, but by the end, it was certain. My name is Muakiro Takido." I smiled. "My name is Seiji Shigen. Nice to meet you, Muakiro." "Would you like to learn more of swordsmanship from me?" I asked, and the nod came in a heartbeat. "Yes." "Well," I said, "that's good to see because I would love to teach you more too." After hearing my reply, my eyes saw the briefest smile on his face. Chapter 117, Notice. Chapter 118, Hentai Boy. Seiji's POV. "So, what do you think of the boy?" "He'll become strong very, very quickly. I've never seen talent like that before. It's like the way of the sword is in his blood," I replied. I was in Yubayashiki's official room. It was bigger than you expected and even hollower than you'd believe. There was only a single futon in the giant room and nothing else. The room was so empty you could smell the wood from which it was made. Yubayashiki, who was sleeping on a futon, gave me a thin smile at my reply, as if that was not the answer to his question. "I meant in another aspect, his character and his mental and physical health," he said. "Oh," I blinked. "I just assumed that was what he was interested in since he let me meet Muakiro while he was training." "He is a broken boy who doesn't even know he is broken," I said. "We will need to wait for him to recover his memory first before we can even help him heal mentally. Physically, he is healthy and will only get stronger from here on out." "That's good to hear," Yubayashiki said. His white eyes closed as if my sentence had truly brought peace to his mind. "He is currently sleeping in the other room. I suggest you don't wake him up tomorrow and let him sleep as long as he wants," I said. "Were you genuine when you promised to teach him?" Yubayashiki asked from his sleeping state. I took a moment to consider that. I had planned to teach Tanjiro and Kanny already, so I figured I'd better make it a proper Naruto team by adding one more. Besides, I reckoned it wouldn't take much to teach Muakiro. In the manga, he was able to reach the Hashira level in 2 months by training alone. And with my help, it should even be more remarkable. Sure, why not, I said. I'll be leaving now. Thank you for your time, Seiji. When the time is right, I will send Muakiro to the Flower Mansion, he said. Okay, I replied while leaving the room. I was free from getting missions because of the request I made a few weeks ago. But now I had other duties to attend to, something far more important than merely taking missions. Training the next generation. Although, I thought to myself, I wonder if the new generation would truly need to fight again. I wanted to end Muzan even earlier than he was fated to die. If we went by the original timeline, Muzan would die in 4 years' time. There was nothing much I could do with myself to get stronger. My skills had reached nigh perfection. The only way I would grow is through natural growth or by fighting stronger opponents. What I needed now was the perfect opportunity. And I was hopeful that that would come this winter. When Muzan came for the Kamato family under the cold blizzard of winter, I would be there, waiting. Seiji's POV. I returned to the Flower Mansion after that. It was already night by then, and while I was traveling through the thick jungle, I swiftly killed any demons I came across. 2 of them, to be more specific. One of them was like a centaur, except he was a demonic donkey. The other was a man with a Scorpio stinger at his back. I killed them without even stopping my travels. They weren't worth the effort. I sliced their head clean off from behind. I used sun breathing to slay them so, although it was a single slash, they writhed in agony as they turned into ash faster than any other breathing style could do. It took a few hours, but before it was late into the night, I had reached the Flower Mansion. I entered the mansion from the back entrance like I did before and made a beeline to Canny's room. I minded my steps as I quietly entered the room. But even with my best effort to imitate a ninja, Canny was able to sense my presence immediately with her heightened senses, obtained from to the loss of her sight. She took a few sniff in the air like a dog. Seiji, she called. Don't tell me I smell that bad, I said, flustered at the fact that she could tell it was me from my scent. You don't, she giggled. She was half sitting on the bed, her back resting on the bed frame, and there was a book on her lap. I stopped my approach and took a moment to stare at the sad scene. I felt my heart twisting inside my ribs when I saw her dainty fingers feeling the writings on the page. Seiji, she questioned with a tilt of her head. I took in a deep breath to widen the cavity of my chest, hoping the feeling would diminish amidst the air. Then I released it in a long sigh that made my knees go weak. Yes, I responded gently and went to her side. I grabbed her shoulder as soft as I could, with both hands so that she knew I was not holding anything else with the other. She instinctively felt more secure at my touch. What were you doing? I asked. She perked up at the question and realized that she was holding a book in her hand. Her body language became timid as she closed the book with a small thud. Testing, she said. Testing what? My new senses, she said. I realized that ever since I lost my eyes, my other senses were enhanced. I've heard stories, Seiji, so I was wondering if I could read by feeling the ink on the paper. I hummed softly, and how'd that go? I couldn't feel anything. It feels blank, the ink is too thin, she said, her head falling by an inch. Would you like me to read it for you? I offered with a smile. It's a very lengthy book, you'd really do that for me? She asked. As if she wasn't aware that I'd do almost anything for her, I thought to myself. Here, let me see, I said and took the book from her hands. I took a glance at the cover to read the title. Echoes of Spring was the title of the book. Interesting, I said while opening the book and going through it as fast as I could. From an outside perspective, it looked like I was mindlessly flipping the pages of the book. But in reality, my eyes caught every page like a camera and breezed through the contents. In less than a minute, I was able to get the summary of the story by piecing obvious information like the titles, the chapter name, etc. I said thoughtfully, a blush crawling on my cheeks. Normally, I blushed from my ears, so you could imagine how flustered I was for the blush to reach my cheeks. Good thing Canny couldn't see it. This is a very intense read, I commented. The book was actually a novel about a mix of romance, drama, and smut. To summarize it, it was about how a young teacher in a music school fell in love with her genius student. The female lead was the teacher, so it was an older girl falling for a talented young guy. Maybe reading this out loud for her would be tougher than expected. I'd feel pretty awkward to read out the spicy bits. "Are you sure you want me to read this?" I asked. She tilted her head. "I don't know. What's the title of the book?" "It says Echoes of Spring," I said, and she froze. People had varying reactions when faced with absolutely horrible situations. Canny was the type of person to silently freak out within herself. Too bad my eyes could see everything. Her heart almost stopped beating as her vocal cords vibrated without making a sound. A healthy whir of red immediately flushed her cheeks as she shyly took the book from my hands. "Maybe we shouldn't do this. I'd prefer if you tell me about what happened today, like you promised," she said with fake chuckles that did not hide her nervousness. She didn't know that I had already gone through the story. She thought she was slick and that I wouldn't notice what I was holding. "Why the sudden change of heart?" I began, and a shit-eating grin spread on my lips unseen. "Are you afraid I'd discover that you read smuts?" I teased, and much to my amusement, red finally consumed her face fully. What?" she asked, covering her whole face with her hands. "A smut about an older lady and her young lover boy. Is that why you fell for me?" "I guess you have a type," I said, teasing the poor girl more. There was only around 2-year gap between us, but I was doing it for the sake of teasing her. She became extremely shy and embarrassed that she took to the sheets, covering herself with the blanket. I released a peal of laughter at the sake of her embarrassment. I could see her perfectly, she couldn't hide. "It's not because of that," she said suddenly under the blanket after a while. I said, "It's not because of that. I like those type of things because of you, not the other way around," she admitted. Adorable. But I made a mistake. I showed my capabilities to read her lips even under the blanket, and that seemed to suddenly give her an idea. She pulled the blanket off her and she emerged, sweaty and still blushing. "And don't play that game with me when you are actually a closet pervert," she said, and her words caused her to blush deeper. But this time, not for herself. "What? Where does this come from?" "I know," she said, determined. "Know what?" I asked. She thinned her lips and looked at me with giant eyes sparking with shyness, but also a resolute rebellion. She wanted to tease me back. "That you, she stuttered. "You have been peeping at me for years." I felt the air change as Canny pulled an Uno reverse from somewhere. Now I was the one caught red-handed. I was not sure what happened either, but she called me out on my most embarrassing habit, which I would never tell anyone. In Japanese, she called me hentai boy. Chapter 119, When Love Meets Love. Seiji's POV. The first ray of sunlight shone upon me, making the sweat on my body glitter like diamonds. I stopped my training for a brief moment to stare back at the sun that was staring at me. "Already, I said out loud as I glared at the sun directly without flinching. I woke up early today, so early in fact that it was still dark like the night when I got out of bed. I thought I'd get some training instead of trying to force myself to sleep again after I woke up from a nightmare. Yeah, I still had nightmares. A little childish, I know, but it was not like I could help it. It'd only ever stop after slicing mucin into a million pieces. The temperature of my body dropped rapidly after I stopped all movement. A chilling morning breeze blew on me, shaking me out of my musing. I always loved sunrise and sunset. In my opinion, the transition between night and day was when the world was at its most beautiful. As the warm sunlight passed over my body and lit up everything else, I stopped my gaze and continued my training once more. However, I didn't train for too long after that as people were waking up. I was not wearing a shirt, so I quickly wore one. I was still a little insecure about the myriad of scars covering my body, and I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable by being naked. "Oh, Tilda, you should have let the clothes stay off," I saw Shinobu say from the veranda. I was not sure how long she had been peeking on me, but she had just now walked out. I deadpanned at her. "I didn't know you were that type of girl, Shibai." "Whatever do you mean? Can a doctor appreciate a unique body constitution?" "Phew-phew-phew," she said teasingly. Yeah, she couldn't pull off the one-san allure on me because I knew her when she was young and always treated her like a little sister. There was also Canny, so she only looked cute instead of looking mature. I shrugged, thank you for the compliment. However, I was not sure if being called unique was a compliment. Couldn't she just call me sexy instead? Because believe it or not, I was pretty sexy, I think. Well, anyhow, I will leave now since the show is over. Remember to clean up properly, she should be here soon, Shinobu said with a wave. Wait, who's going to be here? I asked, but she was already gone, leaving my question unanswered. I stayed in place for a few seconds before I shrugged and sat down under the rising sun. I crossed my legs and closed my eyes to start meditating. One of the greatest training to do after you've maxed out your physical state is to train the mind. In battle, the mind and body fought as one, so you had to sharpen both. Taking a page from Baki, I imagined myself fighting many demons in my mind. From demons I've faced before to demons I haven't faced yet but was aware of their abilities. My sharp mind, which was able to process everything my eyes saw, could put more effort into my imagination when I closed my eyes. My vivid memory helped me too as I began simulating fights in my mind. I imagined how the fight would go, but most importantly, I imagined how the demons were going to fight. I put myself in their shoes, controlling their bodies and having their abilities. Then I used my own creativity to find a way to attack those and also how to defeat myself. After I got my answer and found a way to hurt myself while in their shoes, I made sure to erase that weakness. I repeated this process again and again. Against Jitaro, against Akaza, against Dauma, and even against Yoriichi. I ran those simulations again and again. I spent more than an hour meditating like that. From my hunger, my body instinctively knew what time it was. It also realized that it was time for breakfast. I opened my eyes and did an instinctive scan around the surroundings, which I had left unseen for an hour. Closing my eyes like that was dangerous, but I felt safe doing so in the mansion. Oh, you're done. I could not hear her voice, but with sight alone, I could tell how cheery those words sounded. So you're the one Shibai said would come, I said, and my lips curved like it was the most natural thing to do around her, like holding your breath underwater. Mitsuri, I said while gazing at her pink hair that was dancing to the tune of the wind. They looked like the beauty of sakura trees made into locks. I stood up, dusting my butt off the dirt before I opened my arms. That was the permission she was looking for, and she immediately jumped on me. Hey, Tilda, I missed you, she said as I did a small twirl and put her back on the ground. Me too, I said. Copying her action unknowingly, I took in her scent just like she did mine. She smelled like summer and love, a harmonious blend of warmth and strength. But why are you here? I asked in confusion. She gave a small pout. You never brought this up again, but I didn't think you would actually forget about it. Yeah, I said, still unsure. Did you see my Haori? She said and stood sideways so that I could see her fluttering Haori. It was pink and white. It's proof that I am a demon slayer, she said. She'd told me that before. She had become a demon slayer while I was still unconscious from my fight with Dauma. Oh, I internally realized what I was missing. You said I would become your Tsugyuko after I passed the exam, she said, proving my suspicion. I did, didn't I said, more to myself as I scratched my cheek. I remembered being very excited about that prospect some time ago, but I have been so busy these recent days that I've completely forgotten. Wait, I said, that means you are obligated to stay beside me every time other than while you are on a mission. I smiled. She matched my smile, although hers was more shy. Well, isn't that just lovely news? I didn't have a home of my own, though. I spent most of my time traveling around, compelling missions rapidly until I became known as the Pillar of Pillars. The only times I was not traveling were times when I had to train or recover from a fight, so I would stay in the Flower Mansion. So in a way, the Flower Mansion has been my home after all these years. That means the Flower Mansion just got a new member. What? You are already awake? Mitsuri exclaimed in surprise when she saw Canny sitting at the dining table for breakfast. Actually, even I was quite surprised to see her out of bed. This was the first time that she'd join us for breakfast. The place we were in was the living room in the private section of the flower mansion. It was mostly just me, Kanny, Kanao, and Shinobu who lived here. Seiji, why don't you tell me? Mitsuri whined at my side. Don't blame me, I was told not to spread the news, I replied. Seiji, who are you with? Kanny, who was being guided by Kanao, asked while turning to us. She couldn't see but knew where we were from our voice. Oh, sorry, I'm Mitsuri Kenroji, she said before bowing respectfully. Nice to meet you. Oh, Kanny mouthed, and I saw her freeze up. You're the girl. The atmosphere then got really weird for some reason. But it didn't take me long to realize why. They haven't met each other officially. Chapter 120, Stuff. Seiji's POV. Hi, it's nice to meet you. I've heard about you many times and even seen you a couple of times, but I've never introduced myself properly. Mitsuri started, her words coming out rapidly in a mix of nervousness and excitement. My name is Mitsuri Kenroji. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Kanny, Mitsuri said and bowed at a right angle. Kanny was higher ranked and older than her, so she was immediately entitled to respect from Mitsuri. Kanny let out a whiffy chuckle that matched Mitsuri's energy. I would say it's nice to meet you as well, but actually, it's not. Huh? Mitsuri was flustered at what she perceived as rejection. Of course, that's only because I can't see you, she said. It's nice to make your acquaintance, Mitsuri. My name is Kanny Kenroji, and likewise, I've heard a lot of good things about you. Really? Mitsuri asked, excited before she deflated. I hope they are only good things. Great things, actually. I've heard from Rengoku how talented you were and from Seiji more than I would have liked, she said. Mitsuri smiled brightly hearing that. Kanny secretly poked her sister, and Shinobu, who was standing beside her, leaned down to present an ear. Shinobu, is she as cute as she sounds? Kanny whispered, unknown to everyone else except my eyes. Yes, Shinobu said, and then she paused, hesitating to say the next part. And I don't know how, but her heavies are also bigger than ours. Damn, Kanny bit out. Then they returned to their normal state, as if nothing transpired between them. I had to do my best to hold back my laughter. Why don't you join us for breakfast? I made a portion for you as well since I heard from Master that you would be coming, Kanny said, with her closed-eyed smile. Mitsuri and I looked at the containers that held the food in sync, and we smiled a brittle smile. Mitsuri could eat all the food, including the containers and the tables, and she wouldn't be satisfied. Shinobu made extra, but that was only a portion enough to feed one ordinary person. Mitsuri's appetite was anything but ordinary. I think I'll pass, Mitsuri said. Join them, I said. She turned towards me quizzically. Make sure you eat slowly, I'll fetch more food for you. Thank you, Mitsuri beamed at me. Now I was willing to dig through 13 layers of famine to get enough food for her. You girls wait for me, I said, and left the house to get more food. I was not sure what I was going to do yet. Would I blitz towards the nearest village and buy out a restaurant or steal from the normal residents of the mansion? In the end, I decided to follow the initial plan as I blitzed towards the nearest village like the fastest Hashira I was. I came back with a huge sack on my shoulder. When I entered the room again, I was met with the lovely scene of 4 girls, Kanny, Mitsuri, Kanao, and Shinobu chatting while they had breakfast together. When good-hearted people met, harmony was the inevitable result no matter the issue. I took a moment to enjoy the scene and imprint it in my mind. They were all important people in my life, and they were happy. The scene also brought out a very protective nature in me that wouldn't have happened while looking at my male friends. Kanao and Shinobu were like my little sister, while Kanny and Mitsuri were the closest thing I had to a wife. Men go to war for this, I thought to myself with a chuckle. You're back, Shinobu said. Thanks for covering for me. I wasn't expecting Mitsuri to be like you. She meant in terms of appetite when she said that. Heh, if only she knew Mitsuri was in another league, she'd learn soon enough. We had a lively breakfast after that. 2 days later. Are you sure you have the permission from Yubayashiki? I asked the little boy who came to my room in the middle of the night. Chen, Myokairo nodded. I took a close look at him. The way his chest shrunk and expanded rapidly as if he had been running the whole way. The dirt and leaves on his hair as if he had run through the forest to get here instead of going along the road. Finally, the nervousness he hid behind a perfect stoic face, and the fact that he came in the middle of the night. They all point towards the conclusion that he had sneaked out and came to me in secret. Without permission. I looked towards the direction he was coming from, and I could see the path he took to come here. It was through the forest, hidden from the main road. If I had to take a guess, Yubayashiki still intended to keep him a few more days to make sure that he recovered fully before sending him off to train with me. But Muakairo could not wait any longer to come to me, desperate to learn. "Are you sure?" I asked again, narrowing my eyes. "A-chen," he nodded again. "Are you lying?" "A-chen," he nodded again, only to realize what he did, and he shook his head. So obvious. His lying skills were as good as you would expect from a 9-year-old. "Okay, we will train in the morning, but now it's time to sleep," I said and walked back to my futon. "Continue walking in the hallway and turn right, you should find the guest room there," I said and snuck inside my warm fabric and returned to sleep. Muisiro kept standing there, watching me intently. "Go," I said again, and finally he went out of my room. He could find my room amidst all of the giant mansion. I was not sure how, but he could find the guest room the same way. I went back to sleep. The instinct clock in my body woke me up before dawn. When I opened my eyes and regained full consciousness, I felt a weight beside me that I hadn't felt a few hours ago. My eyes snapped open to see a small boy lying beside me all curled up. He was not even in the futon and under the sheets. He was on top, like a small cat that slept on top of you in the morning. Good thing I opened my eyes first instead of cuddling with him immediately, thinking it was Mitsuri, I said to myself. I didn't want to be pillar of P. Diddy. I stared at the young boy for a while, observing the peaceful rhythm of his sleep. My first thought was to wake him up since he was so excited to train, but I decided against it. Because it looked like this was the first peaceful sleep he had in a while. He was a child that went through a traumatic event. He didn't remember what happened in detail, but his body was never in peace since. The body had memories of its own, you could call it muscle memory of instinct. His sleep after that event was filled with nightmares and irrational stress. But those disappeared when he was beside me. Just like how the body knew instinctively that it could be in danger and stayed alert, it knew instinctively how strong I was and that I would protect him. So finally, the body granted the boy peace after the trauma. Mitsuri told me this before as well. She felt safe and peaceful when she was around me, and she swore that it was not only due to her affection. I guess being the strongest unlocked some aura in me. I allowed Muakairo to sleep as long as he wanted. The lazy part of me was glad to have an excuse to sleep in. Chapter 121, 2 Girls, 1 Love. Third POV. It was the same night as when Muakairo came to Seiji. In the room of Kanikacho, 2 girls were facing each other while sitting on the bed. "Now that we finally have private time to talk, I want to start by apologizing to you, Mitsuri," Kani said, bowing as deeply as she could. "I have wronged you deeply by going after Seiji while knowing about your engagement. I am truly sorry," she said so sincerely that her voice quivered like a guitar string. She met the girl not too long ago, but after only knowing her for 2 days, Kani found herself guilty. For the longest time, she had been believing speculations that suited her. Seiji's fiancé probably did not love him, it was arranged by their parents. Seiji was likely the only one truly in love, the girl is only after his money and looks. They only met recently, surely the girl would not love him as much as she did. She had been telling herself these excuses to reduce the guilt she felt whenever she went after Seiji. But after meeting the girl and getting to know her personally, she realized how wrong she was. She had been so selfish as to get in between 2 couples that loved each other perfectly, just because she was too unwilling to accept her own mistakes. Mitsuri stayed silent and gazed at Kani, who still remained in a bowing position. She was upset when she learned this, but that was a long time ago. "It's okay," she said, her voice kind, "I understand." Who better to understand what Kani was going through than Mitsuri? Both girls were in love, and even that with the same person. Mitsuri was well aware of what love did to a person, how it could make them selfish like thieves and sacrifice like saints. When love comes to you, it becomes everything. She felt wronged, sure. And she did not appreciate that someone was trying to take a portion of, probably what she loved the most in the world. But, you loved him first, didn't you? Mitsuri said. Canny felt her breath go deeper into her stomach instead of coming out of her throat. Her mind briefly played the memories she had of the past, the time when she first met Seiji, the time when they sparred together, the time he brought home her favorite flower, and in return she fixed his haori which got torn from climbing a mountain to fetch said flower. The memories played so fast, yet everything fit in that short span of time. She didn't know how. Maybe because all those memories, years in time, could be summarized into one feeling, one emotion, one word. That was happiness. Or love, they're the same thing really. I guess I did, Canny said and straightened her back with a bitter smile, a ridiculous smile. How come happiness brought a bitter smile? Mitsuri observed Canny closely and she too felt guilty. Wasn't she the one who got lucky and was engaged to Seiji through their parents? She was the one that came between a love that bloomed first. Was that really fair? Canny chased after her love, a little late maybe, but she was brave and determined enough to chase after the love she found. Beyond selfishness, beyond morals, she gave it all. That was something Mitsuri couldn't relate to, because she never had to chase after love. Love found her on the day Seiji found her in that room while she secretly was dyeing her hair. She never had to fight or run after love, desperately asking to love her back. The most she had to do was accept the love that found her, in all its truth. Was that really okay? She didn't know. Do you hate me? Mitsuri asked rather timidly. Canny was caught off guard but soon caught on to what Mitsuri meant by her words. She tilted her head, the faintest smile on her lips. No, she said, she didn't hate her. She wanted to, but she didn't. Why not? Because he'll be happier with you, Canny admitted. It was like stabbing at her own heart to admit that because she always thought no one would ever love Seiji as much as she did, and so he would be the happiest with her. But that has been proven wrong in recent days. She had witnessed what they were like together, Mitsuri and Seiji. It was almost like a scene out of the romantic book she used to read. She witnessed how he laughed and she giggled, two sounds mixing into a melodious vibration of joy. The way he talked to her, the way she replied. His hand, on a constant search to find her, and she melts in every embrace. Canny, for the first time, was glad to be blind, because she feels that the scene might kill her if she saw it. She did notice very clearly due to her blindness, though, how his voice naturally turned softer, gentler, and a little silly when he spoke to Mitsuri. It was a natural change in the frequency, love manifestation in sound. It was stark difference to how he talked to her, with the intent of trying to impress. Look at me, Canny said and leaned back so that Mitsuri may take in the full sight of her. I have nothing to even offer anymore. A single tear left one of her eyes. The other eye could not even cry. I will likely never be the same anymore, she said. I can't see and I can't enjoy the wonders of the world with him anymore. My body would recover, but I won't be able to fight by his side. The best I could do is stay in bed and pray, have a smile on my face and be happy, like I am supposed to be. I have no future for him, I'll only hear and he'll only see. But that's okay, she said, because in that battle, she was able to buy him a few seconds when he needed it the most. I'm not saying this for your pity, I am fine, she insisted. I'm telling you to stop caring how I feel or whether you did something wrong, you didn't. You are perfect for him. Just make sure he continues to be happy like he deserves to be, she said. He saved me already, that's enough for me. The love between her and Seiji was always awkward even at its best. It never fit perfectly like it did between Mitsuri and Seiji. Oh, and make sure you give him lots of children. He always wanted a big family, she said. A small chuckle came out even when tears fell. No, Canny blinked in confusion. Nuh-uh, Mitsuri said again. I can't do this anymore, wah. Mitsuri embraced Canny in a big hug, with tears falling down like a waterfall. Mitsuri was always one to be overly emotional and can't control herself, so of course she would cry when she saw Canny like that. This is so sad, don't give up, Canny. Mitsuri encouraged her, regardless of how weird that was. You don't know how much he loves you. He was prepared to end everything with me just so that he could remain by your side. Your love isn't bad at all. Mitsuri said amidst tears. In fact, no love is bad. Everyone deserves to be loved. Kanny's eye widened in surprise before they closed in relief. She hugged back the girl who hugged her so tightly that she could barely breathe. She is really strong, Kanny thought to herself. Seiji loves you too and will continue to do so. There is nothing even I can do about it. I've promised to love him despite everything, she said. And after meeting you, I am not upset or jealous, not even one bit, Mitsuri reassured Kanny. Everything will be fine, your eyes will be healed soon, Seiji promised, and he always keeps his promise. Kanny could not help but feel the warmth in her embrace. She could not comprehend how such a kind-hearted girl could exist. To say all that to someone like her. Thank you, was all she could say. The two girls spent that night together. Thet talked and got to know each other, not to get close, but to get familiar with the soul that they already got so close with. Chapter 122, Training Pupils. Seiji's POV. The sun was already high in the sky, indicating that it was not so early anymore. In fact, it was nearly noon. Okay, let's do this then, I said and rubbed my palms together. On this fine day, you could see that I was in the training area of the flower mansion. You could also see the little boy Muakiro glaring at me as he stood a few meters away, facing me. He was upset I didn't wake him up early in the morning and let him sleep however long he wanted. Although he was glaring at me as much as he could with that stoic face of his, I saw this as an absolute win. Not only did I let him rest, but I also made an expression show on his face. It was hitting two birds with one stone. There was also a young girl standing next to him. She was a few inches taller than Muakiro, and she too had a very stoic face except for the slightest curve in her lips. With her porcelain skin and neutral face, she looked more like a doll than a human girl. It was, of course, my sweet little Kanao whom I promised to train too. Muakiro, you wanted to learn how to wield a sword, didn't you? I wouldn't ask you why, considering you lost your memories, and it's pretty obvious from what happened to you, I said. And you, I said, pointing a finger at Kanao, it doesn't matter because I will do anything for you. Her slight smile bloomed into a full smile. She was just the cutest thing. Her bright smile made me add passionately, literally. So let's get right into it. The flower mansion was pretty quiet this morning, mainly because Mitsuri was still sleeping with Kanny. I haven't the faintest clue why they slept so much. Maybe they didn't sleep well last night. The training started, and at first, it went well. I showed both children how to hold a sword properly, correct their forms, and guide them through every stroke of the blade. My eyes could see imperfections and could pinpoint exactly where their movement went wrong, which made it incredibly easier for me to correct them and teach them where they went wrong. But as the training continued, the stark difference between Kanao and Muakiro's talents became evident. Teaching them at the same pace was no longer possible, as Muakiro learned in an instant what Kanao took an hour to learn. I was a little worried that Kanao would be disheartened to see someone so young learning things so efficiently. Maybe it would be better not to train them together. Fuo. Swish. Kanao and I stared at Muakiro, baffled as he learned a combination I was teaching him in just a few tries. And it was not just on performance either. Normally, even when you could execute an attack perfectly in training, you would need years to imprint that in your body and use it in battle. But Muakiro was doing that in real time. He was imprinting all my teaching into his body, soaking up the skills I was trying to share like a sponge soaking up water. I could see it, the way his muscles literally rearranged with every new skill taught, ready to perform the attacks instantly like they had been honed for years. It was kind of gross and weird. Muakiro released his breath and then turned to me. I've mastered it, Seiji-san, what's next? I could see the stars in his eyes. He was enjoying it. Kanao looked at me curiously and I nodded my head. He is right. Literally no imperfection. Forget about Kanao being disheartened. I was feeling disheartened. Go sit under that tree, I said while pointing at the giant tree in the corner. Meditate as I taught you and simulate fighting an opponent with what you've learned. Muakiro simply nodded and did as instructed. Are you okay, Kanao? I asked after Muakiro left. No, I'm feeling complicated. I feel sad and discouraged, and I have lost all my motivation, plus determination. she said, and paused for a moment. She hummed thoughtfully, trying to name what she was feeling. I also feel jealous. That's fair, I said, wrapped my arms around her and pulled her close to my body. I rubbed her shoulder to console her. I was glad she was honest. I taught her to always be completely honest with Seijune. I can see all lies anyway, so lying was meaningless. He is a special case, that boy, I said. He's similar to me. Kana was surprised. She looked at me and back at Muakairo, who was sitting under a tree in the distance. Are you sure? She asked. Well, I was clearly not as talented as he was in training, but with all my other gifts. Yes. That makes me feel a little better, she said, and her tensed shoulder relaxed. It does. Chen, she looked at me, straight into my eyes and said, I've classified you completely different from the rest of the humans. I did not know how to respond to that. Should I be offended? But I could see she thought of that as a compliment. So Muakairo is like you, entities that can't be measured with human terms and logic, she said. I could see that she was not feeling complicated or disheartened anymore. That's one way to deal with that, I guess. If it works, it works. Although it meant Kanao put the likes of me and Muakairo in a different realm than humans. If that is so, let's continue with your training, I said with a smile, and we continued. Awesome job, both of you, I said and gave them head pats, their hair wet from all the sweat. You both surprised me today. Although there is an obvious difference in talent, I can see you both have equally great potential, I said and gave them a smile. I hoped my smile looked okay. I have been trying to be more expressive instead of being robotic like I used to be. This is because I realized that I would have many people under me who looked up to me like an idol. If I remained stoic and aloof like I used to, it would set a bad example for Muakairo and Kanao, who were both like me, stoic. Talent and potential, Muakairo asked with a tilt of his head, isn't that the same thing? They are not. Think of it this way, your potential refers to your cup, the amount of strength and power your body can hold. Whereas talent refers to a spoon which you would use to fill the cup. I explained it in a very simple way, like I was explaining it to a 10-year-old because I was. So that means even if people have different talents, they would eventually attain the same level of power if they have similar potential. Kanao asked. Correct, I nodded. Although there are people with very little talent, or spoon, that they would never fill their cup even if they worked their entire life. Muakairo probably has a smaller cup instead of a spoon to fill his cup, I joked. That was why, although Muakairo was more talented than me, I would always be stronger due to the sole fact that I had higher potential. Forget about my eyes, we've established that I had as much potential as Yoriichi. Learning sun breathing alone required you to have the potential to be a master of everything, speed, strength, precision, etc. It was like comparing Itachi and Naruto. Itachi was way more talented, and if you compare them at young ages, Itachi was much stronger. But if you compare a 17-year-old Itachi and 17-year-old Naruto, the latter would be stronger by a mile. Naruto was fighting a god at that point. That's the difference between talent and potential. I'd argue that although Tanjiro was not so talented, he had the greatest potential among the Demon Slayer caste. Any other question? I asked, and Muakairo raised a hand. Yes. Do you think I have the potential to be as strong as you, Seiji-san? Muakairo asked earnestly. I did not answer immediately and thought about it. The answer was no, but I didn't want to say that. Even I was not so sure since Muakairo was only 14 years old when the story ended. So who knows? The only thing I knew for cert was that he would never surpass me while it mattered. Tell you what, I was able to become a Hashira after 1 month and 3 weeks since I became a Demon Slayer, I said. Try and beat that and you will know the answer. Muakairo nodded seriously, a challenging glint in his eyes. The progress I made after I became a Demon Slayer was immense. I was talented in a way that grew rapidly after each battle. My eyes helped me memorize moves and copy attacks. I was like Luffy, who is always stronger, even though Zoro trained way harder. In that way, talents are not only different in quantity, but also different in type. There are people who can grow fast with training, those who grow during a fight, and those that grew strong after. That ends our training today. Go and clean up before dinner, I said, and they both bowed at me. Thank you. Heh, having pupils was not so bad. Chapter 123, Time Skip 1. Seiji's POV. It was the end of the most eventful summer in my life. I killed 2 upper moons this season, reinvented and mastered sun breathing, found the Kamato family, affirmed my relationship with Kanny and Mitsuri, formed an alliance with Lady Tamyo, etc. That was only some of the things that happened this summer. It was funny how so many events could build up and happen in the span of one short season. But as the heat of summer resided, and a calm autumn breeze blew, I was hopeful that my life would slow down for a short while. I just wanted a few months of peace until my eventual return to the Kamato family, where I would be waiting for Muzan Kibitsuge to show his face. I was certain that I wouldn't be able to end everything at that time, but I was hopeful. Not only that, saving the Kamato family was of great importance to me. Fortunately, the great Buddha or whatever God was up there seemed to listen to my prayers. The next 2 months rolled out in peace and serenity. My days consisted of training my 2 new pupils, Muakiro and Kano, while I also trained myself. Although I could no longer improve much, a blade needs constant polishing to remain sharp. Mitsuri would join us when she was off mission. On other days, she was usually busy taking missions like a madman, determined to climb the rank as quickly as she could and finally stand on my level. I did my best to support her. On the other hand, Kanny had fully healed from her injury. She would spend most days wandering around the mansion, helping the patients in any way she could. Her favorite pastime, though, was to sit on the veranda overlooking the training ground and listen to our training. The small gasp of exhaustion and the frequent clashing of steel seemed to bring her peace. Mitsuri and Kanny were also getting along exceptionally well. So well, in fact, that I was left speechless whenever I saw them behaving like sisters. The expected drama of me loving both of them also never occurred. The 2 girls seemed to have come to a secret agreement somehow. Then again, maybe it's not so surprising. Mitsuri was the type of girl to be extremely vulnerable to the one she loved. You know, she is the type to keep staying with her abusive husband even if she knew full well she should leave. She'd remain just because she loved him and hoped he would change someday. If I were to cheat on her constantly, she would voice her complaints and even rebel, but she would never leave me. Which is why I felt scummier for doing this to her. She is so precious, she should be protected forever. Then there was Kanny, who was exposed to things like harem from her comrade Tenen, and was a very traditional girl who thought it was not forbidden for strong men to have more than one wife. And finally, both of them were kind-hearted girls with barely anything but goodness in their hearts. Them finding a peaceful way to settle the drama was a foregone conclusion. Although, I like to pretend that my sheer aura made them get along and okay, with the idea of me having 2 lovers, haha. One noteworthy event that happened during the span of these 2 months was the Hashira meeting. Everyone, we have a new Hashira. Yubayashiki himself had announced with a bright smile that was too happy to get another monster on his side. Muakiro Takido, the Mist Pillar. We all looked at the young boy not a day older than 10 reaching the same rank as us. He became eligible to be a Hashira by slaying 2 lower moons. He is also a pupil of the Sun Pillar Seiji Shigen, and he broke the record set by his master by becoming a Hashira only after 1.5 months of becoming a demon slayer, Yubayashiki said. Great, the genius made a genius. They are multiplying, Seinmi grumbled under his breath. This is a good outcome for us. I don't understand why you are upset, Jiyu said beside him. I'm not upset, you are the one brooding all this time, Seinmi replied. Jiyu immediately became depressed again, his head hanging down low. It's because another one has strayed from the path of water breathing and derived a new breathing from it. Even Mitsugyuko kept leaving to create new styles. Ha, good thing I don't take any students. I wouldn't want to deal with those kinds of things, Seinmi said and laughed. In truth, he couldn't take students even if he wanted to. His personality chased away all candidates after one meeting. Speaking of, Seinmi said and turned his head to me, Oi Scarface, are you sure he is good enough to be a Hashira? I felt a tick mark on my forehead. How shameless must you be to tease someone for their scar when you yourself were filled with scars? I am certain he can whoop your ass even now, sweet tooth, I said back. Seinmi too grew a tick mark. Are you trying to make me fight a child? No way, I will lower myself to that standard no matter how you taunt me. 13 was when you normally consider someone an adult and even eligible for marriage. So even by traditional Japanese standards, Muakairo was but a child. The Hashira meeting was quite chaotic, but otherwise, the mood was good. We not only got a new Hashira, but the demon activities were also dwindling rapidly. Evening dinner, Flower Mansion. The demon goes, "If you don't put down your sword, I will kill this woman who was nice enough to cook you rice and fish." So I had no choice but to put down my weapon. Then the demon took my sword by the hilt and threw it far away where I couldn't take it anymore, Mitsuri said, rather passionately. All of us, Mitsuri, Kani, Kano, Shinobu, and me, were in the kitchen as we had our dinner. Mitsuri had returned from one of her missions and was eagerly retelling what happened. There were already plenty of empty bowls beside her. She always ate a lot, but she ate even more after missions. But luckily, the demon let go of the woman and she ran away immediately. But then I was alone, without a weapon to defend myself, surrounded by the demon and his demonic centipede underlings, she said dramatically. I didn't like it when she was in danger. I could barely endure when she was retelling what happened. Sometimes, I wanted to lock all the people I loved in my basement while I fought the world alone. But luckily, the woman was Yumoi animal harder, so she left her whip behind on the ground. I quickly picked up the whip and started fighting the demons with it since it was the only weapon I had, and the centipede had poisoned skin, so I couldn't touch them. At this point, everyone was listening to her with rapt attention. She was quite the storyteller. Her sheer enthusiasm carried her story. She was adorable. But then magic happened. The whip felt natural in my hand. It was like I was not using a weapon at all, but was fighting with my own body. I fought the demons for a long time since I was not able to slay them, but it was enough to keep them away from me while slowly dragging the fight to the place where my sword had fallen, she said, and we all gave a low cheer. During the long confrontation, I was able to invent 3 whole new breathing forms relating to the whip. It was incredible, and after I got my sword back, I was able to finish them off. She finished, and we all clapped. I see, so that's how she came to learn that she is adept at using a whip, I thought to myself. I was glad that she followed the canon. If she did not, I was going to introduce the whip to her after she became a Hashira. That's remarkable, Mitsuri. I encountered something like that once and had to use a sickle to fight against one demon since my sword got broken in the fight, Kani added, and also gave some advice. She had vast experience, even vaster than mine, so she was helping Mitsuri as much as she could. We continued having varying conversations while we had dinner. I couldn't help but look at them fondly while all of this was happening. It felt nice to be surrounded by people I love. This was the family I found. It was everything I hoped for when I was in the pits of despair. I realized at that moment I did not feel foreign to this world. I knew belonged here among them. They want me and they need me. And being needed was all the reason a man could need to keep fighting. That same night, I got busy scribbling on a paper. I was writing a letter and designing a new sword to send to Hattori in the swordsmith village. It was of course for Mitsuri. I was designing her whip sword and giving vivid details so that it could be made. Then I sent Raven to deliver my letter. 1 week later. Here you go, I said, handing a gift to Mitsuri. The setting sun was barely peeking on the horizon. I had already sent Muakairo and Kani inside to clean up, but I told Mitsuri to remain. What is this? She asked while taking the giant gift. Her face was flushed, showing sensual sensitivity due to the intense training, and her hair was sticking on the edge of her face. Open it, I said. She opened the gift to see a sheathed sword inside. It was pink in color, similar to how her sword was in the canon, but the shape was a little different as I added some things of my own. A new sword, she exclaimed, ecstatic even though she had not realized it was unlike any ordinary sword. It was telling that she would be this happy and grateful, even if I had given her a normal sword. Thank you, she smiled. Her gratitude was overwhelming. Try it, I said, and she did after a nod. She pulled the sword out from the sheath slowly, and she was shocked when she realized the whip-like shape. It came out curving from the sheath. This is, she looked at me quizzically, but I just gave a smile, letting her discover what it was on her own. I watched with a soft smile as she tried her new sword, getting accustomed to it. I saw that it felt natural in her hand, like she was always meant to use that type of sword. In the end, after she was done trying, she dropped the sword on the ground. Her hand gave up holding her precious gift because she wanted to hold something even more valuable. She threw herself at me, fully confident in my ability to catch her. She wrapped her arms around my waist as she chanted, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "I'm glad you liked it," I said, holding her tight and kissing her head. She continued embracing me even when the moment had passed. After a few minutes or so, I couldn't help but notice the heat of her body, the softness, and the lovely scent of her sweat. The passionate moment was gone, leaving my mind to search for other stimulation. And as any man, when my first head was not occupied, the job immediately went to my second head. Mitsuri, on the other hand, seemed to have no intention of letting me go so easy. Her arms remained tight, and she hugged me in a way that we made the most contact. Her boobs were also smashing against my body. I could feel their shape if I thought about it, even the little bean that slowly grew harder. "Mitsuri," I called as it was getting out of hand. I looked down and I saw a sly smirk on her lips. She hid her face on my body and pushed her chest even stronger on mine. This girl, I thought helplessly. It was not only me, she was also leading me on to think what I thought. She was getting quite naughty these days. If she kept this on, I won't hold back. I embraced her too. Two could play that game. I for one didn't mind staying like this forever. "Thank you," it was my turn. "What for?" she asked after a beat of silence. "For loving me," I said, despite all shortcomings, despite all my flaws. The fact that I had another lover, and my job put her at risk, was only one of the few flaws I had. She released a sound that was a weird mix of sobbing and a chuckle. "Silly boy." Chapter 124, Timeskip 2. Seiji's POV. I watched with bathed breath as Kanny stood over Kano while the little girl was stumped on the ground. I was sweating bullets as Kanny stood there, menacingly with a wooden stick in her hand. Kano, too, was still in fear. I saw that she even halted breathing altogether. I knew then that as her guardian I had to do something. So I slowly reached for a piece of rock beside me and threw it towards my left. Kanny's head snapped towards the sound immediately, and she shifted her attention from Kano. Kanny could not see anything, so she used her ears to guide her to the direction of the sound. Luckily, she walked away from Kano, but the direction she was walking to, the place where I threw the sound, was where Muakiro was standing. He glared at me when Kanny came his way, and I gave him a thumbs up with a mischievous smirk. Kanny carefully made her way towards Muakiro. Her steps were steady to ensure she didn't trip over herself. Her ears were always listening for any sound. Muakiro quickly realized he had to change his position to make sure Kanny didn't catch him, so he carefully moved away from his place. But that proved to be difficult as there was the tiniest crunch with each of his steps. It was late autumn, many trees had shed their leaves to prepare for the coming winter. As a result, the training ground was filled with dry leaves that had fallen. The leaves were where I had the idea of playing hide and seek like this in the first place. At first, I thought it would be insensitive of me, but turns out, Kanny enjoyed being included in games and activities again instead of just sitting around like a doll. Kanny changed the direction she was going with each crunch that Muichiro made. She was slowly getting closer and closer to Muakiro until the boy crouched down and took a deep breath. Mist breathing, fourth form, I could see it from the pattern of his breath. Shifting flow, Muakiro turned into a white mist and dashed to the other side of the training ground in an instant. There was no sound in his movement, as if he was as light as a feather. The dry leaves scattered, blown up by the wind of his movement. I cursed it under my breath, unknowingly. That's cheating. Immediately, Kanny snapped her head in my direction like a killer robot. I realized how fucked I was when she marched towards me, way faster than she approached Muakiro. Because this time, she was sure it was me and not just any other sound. I tried my best to move away while being as quiet as possible, but maybe being sneaky was not meant for the deaf. I could not hear if I did a good job or not. In the end, Kanny reached me, and she smashed her wooden stick on my head. Bonk! And he loses again, blowing the minds of the audience with his 7th losing streak. Shinobu said when the game was over. It was me, Kani, Muakairo, Kanao, Rengoku, and Shinobu who were playing the game. Mitsuri had gone out on a mission, more determined to become a Hashira as quickly as possible when she saw Muakairo surpassing her. Rengoku was here from the injuries he suffered when fighting the Upper Moon 5, Jayako. It was one of the biggest things that happened in the 2 months that have passed. Rengoku encountered Jayako in one of his missions, and he quickly called upon another Hashira like I told them to. The fight went on between the Flame Hashira and the Vase Demon for some time before Seinmi came as reinforcement, and they both ended the demon. Rengoku was not gravely injured, but the poisons inflicted by the demon would take a longer time to flush out of his system. My thought was cut off when I felt 2 arms wrapped around me, and my face was forced into 2 soft globes of flesh. "I'm sorry, does it hurt? I don't mean to target you or anything." Kani explained herself, fearing that I might be upset that this was my 7th consecutive loss. "You're just so bad at it," she said with a chuckle. "It's fine," I said. I didn't take the game seriously anyway. I would have utilized my eyes otherwise. "I'm sure I will lose the next round, Seiji, don't worry." Rengoku also offered nicely with that giant grin. He was wearing hospital clothes instead of his Hashira uniform, and it was quite odd seeing him without his signature Haori. "Are you having fun?" I asked Kani. I took a hold of her hands and unwrapped her arm around me. I gave a chaste kiss on her hand. "More than you would believe," she said, and that was all I needed to prepare myself for my 8th loss. Maybe I should use my eyes next round, since Muakairo cheated by using his breathing style. It was one of those beautiful mornings, the little things that made life worth living. Demon Slayer headquarters. In the Hashira meeting of autumn, you could feel a positive energy in the air. Every Hashira couldn't help the small smile on their faces. There were many things to be happy about this month. There was 0 casualty in the Demon Slayer Corp, and the activities of demons had plummeted, with every new lower moon being killed off like flies. And there was the fact that we were going to have a new Hashira, and an upper moon was felled the same month. The war was slowly going in favor of humans. It was everything we Slayers could hope for and more. Even Yubayashiji seemed to have grown younger. I could see it clearly how he was filled with the unique vitality of a victor. "We have a new Hashira with us today," Yubayashiki started. His wife propped him up in a sitting position, and he looked at us with his white, unseeing eyes. "We just had a new Hashira in the last Hashira meeting, so this is an unbelievable moment. But what is even more surprising is that I have 2 Hashiras to introduce this morning." It felt surreal even for me who knew about the story. From another perspective, it would seem like the qualification for being a Hashira was lowered in favor of quantity. But I knew it was not. It was just that talents were rising, as if the world was preparing the humans for the impending war, and the surge in demon activities had given opportunity for said talents. All of the Hashiras had attended the meeting. We stood in a horizontal line facing Yubayashiki, who was sitting on the veranda of the main building. There were the 2 new recruits standing in front of him. "Let me introduce our new comrades. The 2 of them will be joining the ranks to fight alongside you," he said, and gestured to the 2 people standing in front of him. The 2 new recruits were facing us. One hid his lower face in bandages, but you only really needed half his face to tell that he did not give a fuck about the situation. On the other hand, the girl next to him wore her heart out. You could see the nervousness, the joy, and the pride on her face. "Iguro Obanai, the new serpent pillar or snake Hashira," Yubayashiki said, and the boy stepped forward. Well, not really a boy since he seemed even older than me, but he was quite short. He was even shorter than Mitsuri, who stood beside him. And Yubayashiki took a pause and turned his head towards me with a knowing smile. "Mitsuri Kenroji, the Tsugoku of Seiji Shigen, the new love Hashira," he said, and Mitsuri stepped forward and bowed to us. She was nervous for sure, but she was already introduced to most of the Hashiras, so she was not tense. On the other hand, Obanai had a calm facade, but my eyes saw that he was anything but. It was not anything he could help with either. This was the first time he had been surrounded by this many powerful individuals. Most of us were even stronger than him. The tension in the air alone was unlike anything he had ever felt before. His body instinctively felt that, and it was tense and ready to explode into fight or flight. He carefully examined each of us with his heterochromatic eyes, his snake hissing softly in his ear. Looking at it from an outsider's perspective, it was understandable that he was nervous. The Hashira meeting was, and always is, the gathering of the strongest humans. This was a gathering of the pinnacle of humanity, strong enough to hold up the whole world as pillars. A wall that stood between innocent humans and the evil demons. Even with our human nature and seemingly innocent interactions, all of us were killers of the highest order. I only observed Obanai for a few more seconds before my eyes shifted again to Mitsuri, and they never left. I was content with gazing at her happy smile for the whole meeting. I was so unbelievably proud, even more than when Muakiro became a Hashira. It was difficult to feel proud when he did it so easily and effortlessly. But Mitsuri, I have seen her efforts and the hard work that she put into getting where she is now. What are you looking at? Seinmi barked sharply when Obanai observed him, maybe a bit too closely. I made the same mistake with Tenjin before. No one liked being observed too closely, especially when it was the type of observation that searched for weaknesses or a way to beat them. We were all seasoned warriors, we could feel it. Obanai refused to look away and engaged in a stare-down with Seinmi. He never changed, always picking at the newcomers every single time. Serpent breathing, is that even a real thing? Sanmei asked. I could see that it was a normal question, but his face made it mean. It was like an insult now. And how the fuck did that come from water breathing? He side-eyed Jiu. Love breathing sounded way more ridiculous, but I think Seinmi thought himself bigger than harassing women and children. Or maybe Obanai pissed him off from his vibe, which was eerily similar to Jiu and me. You're funny, Obanai declared instead of answering, and he finally looked away to observe the other Hashiras. That thoroughly pissed off Seinmi, but he was held down by Jiu. Honestly, our new dynamics would be fun. At one point, Obanai's eyes fell on me. He stilled, rather dramatically, before he narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. Anyway, I was really not interested in what he thought of me. But with this, the Hashira was finally complete like the original story. Everyone was here now, it was all 10 of us. We were ready. Chapter 125, The Snake Hashira. Third POV. The Hashiras. They were a bunch of monsters, if Obanai had ever seen one. The mere act of standing in the same space as they were was like having a blade at his neck. It did not help that Kabumaru, his snake, kept whispering in his ear. The snake did not differentiate between demons and humans and only told him how much of a threat they were to him. It told him to run. It whispered helplessness. He had not been told that for a long time now. He was subjected to cruelty ever since he was a child, so he got as strong as he could, never to be overpowered again. If not for most of the Hashiras smiling, he might even feel more nervous. He eyed the pink-haired girl beside him once more, wondering for the nth time how she could be so at ease around these monsters. She looked like no one here could harm her, and she possessed something none of them did. Her only reactions were towards her new title. Obanai observed the Hashiras one by one. He could tell that each one of them was a master of their own aspects. Obanai possessed something akin to a sixth sense, an intuition that had accompanied him all throughout his journey. And he referred to that once more while he examined the Hashiras. His eyes fell on the biggest man first, a mountain dressed up as a human. Obanai could not even imagine moving him, that was how powerful the blind Hashira was. His presence was giant, almost overwhelming. It seemed to press down on everyone present, even without any intention to do so. Obanai seemed to be the only one affected, though, as others were used to it. He was like a mountain that you could not ignore. The only way to deal with him seemed to be to find a way around him. There was no moving him or going through him. Obanai noted before he looked at the young child beside the giant. Their height alone was comically different. Obanai would have mistaken him for the child of one of the Hashira, if not for the child's uniform that showed his rank. Obanai could not feel much from the boy, and that was concerning. The presence of the boy was light and fluctuating, as if reality was in a perpetual decision on whether he existed or not. It felt like he was looking at a mist, something that he couldn't touch, yet he had to be wary of it because he could get lost in it. The next Hashira was, in one word, intense. The smiling man gave off a powerful aura that seemed to burn the air around him. He was like a campfire in the coldest winter. It could either warm you or burn you, and it was ultimately dangerous. An unyielding fighting spirit summed up his presence. The next Hashira was someone Obanai was familiar with, Jiyu. It was the water Hashira, and like always, he gave off the feeling of a calm ocean. There was always a sharp look in his eyes. In his depth was an endless expanse that made you feel forever small. The man beside him, on the other hand, was anything but calm. The Hashira with scars covering his body looked exactly like how he felt. He was chaotic and had endured countless battles that tested his storm. He was like a whirling tornado, a sleeping storm. The next one was a woman, and Obanai was glad to say that she was the weakness amongst them. She had a smile for a mask, and Kabumaru could smell potent poison on her. It warned him to stay away from the woman. Obanai's eyes traveled to the man built like a wall next to the woman. The guy flexed his biceps and gave a sparkling wink at him. He was probably the most dangerous among them, not because he was the strongest, but because he seemed like the most willing to kill. If the others were a sharp sword in a sheath, he was a sword that was drawn and in mid-swing. His presence told Obanai that he wouldn't require much to kill him. Other than that, his snake friend told him that the man was annoying. He was loud and released unpleasant vibrations. And finally, Obanai observed the last Hashira, the one that inflicted a chill down his spine when those purple eyes looked at him. There was nothing. No, maybe it was everything instead. There was no unique characteristic to him, and that seemed to be, not because he had none, but because he had them all. His presence told one thing, the strongest. The man with purple hair and a scar running down his forehead was the strongest among the monsters that had gathered. The closer he looked, the closer Obanai was convinced of that fact. It was not just him. Everyone was admitting that he was the strongest from their body language. The way they were standing, it was not one made by an order. The purple Hashira stood wherever he wanted, and the rest lined up to match his position. The body language of the other Hashiras also changed when they turned to him. It was not noticeable to everyone else, but Obanai's keen senses and his resourceful friend told him everything. He was the strongest there was. Obanai wondered, though, just how strong he was. And in the following introduction, where every Hashira introduced themselves in return, he learned of his name. Seiji Shigen. A familiar name. He was known by everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, the Hashira to slay the first upper moon, the master of all breathing styles. And today, Obanai finally had a face to put that name on. In the end, Obanai felt a great relief come over him. They were comrades now. All of these monsters were going to work together to fight the creatures he hated all his life. The demons were in for a cruel awakening. Obanai was glad. Seiji's POV. I think he fell in love with you, Tenjin whispered in my ears when Obanai continued staring at me, lost in his own thoughts. For the infinite time, Tenjin, I'm deaf, I said with a sigh. It has been how many years? The sound Hashira still refused to acknowledge my deafness. Never stopped you from hearing me, Tenon said, moving his face away from my ear and folding his ripped arms under his chest. He was right. I had virtually almost no trouble, except for only being able to know what the people I could see were saying. Eventually, Obano looked away from me and the ceremonial oath began. It went like always, where Yubayashiki asked questions like if they were prepared to protect and be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, blah blah blah. It was almost too repetitive for me, but for the new Hashiras, I could see that it was a magical moment. After the oath-taking was done, we had an introduction. We introduced ourselves to the newcomers, one by one. We said our names and attached titles after it. We welcomed them with grace. I for one was trying my best to be nice to Obanai, no matter the mixed feelings I had for him. Jiyu was also glad to see his previous Tsugoku again, whereas Seinmi was trying his best to not lash out at him. The real Hashira meeting started after a few minutes. The newcomers were included in the meeting immediately. There was no official ranking amongst the Hashira, but Jaimoi was the unspoken leader, so he began the meeting. He was the oldest and most experienced amongst us. The fact that he gave off a serious big brother aura was also a factor. Must have to do with the orphans he used to take care of. The meeting went better than usual, and we finished everything quickly. The main issue of discussion was the demon activities and the recent upper moon which was slayed. Seinmi and Rengoku got the praise and credit they deserved, while they shared about what took place during the fight and what they learned from it. It was not an intense battle at all, nothing noteworthy as Seinmi put it. Jayako was a fairly weak demon which Muakiro, who was caught off guard, had no trouble slaying by himself. Against two Hashiras who knew what to expect from him, Jayako had no chance. Regardless, it was an amazing achievement. We should expect a rise in their activities, Yubayashiki said. This was the third time an upper moon was killed, and we were more accustomed to dealing with the aftermath. Usually, demon activities would spike after the fall of every upper moon. At first, we thought that it was the demon king being angry and ordering his demons to go wild as a form of revenge, but we realized it was not just that. The demons would compete for the vacant position left by the fallen upper moon. This leads to ambitious demons with great power taking risks and attacking humans, even demon slayers, in order to impress the demon lord. It was usually quite a messy situation. So to deal with this, each Hashira was assigned a new territory they should guard. There will be no taking mission for us for a while to keep everyone safe. We were already 10 in number, and each Hashira guarding a territory was more effective than ever before. A Hashira now had just the right amount of territory they could maintain. I took the chance to raise my hand and demand which part of the territory I wanted to take care of. My request was not denied, and I got assigned to the region of Gifu. It was a mountainous region with remote villages. Normally, it was best to assign me to populated regions, but since it was my request, I was not denied. And why did I ask to be assigned to this region? The answer was obvious. It was the region where the Kamado family lived. I was meant to spend the winter with them and wait for Muzan to come. The Gifu region? That's quite far from the Kazusa province, Mitsuri said, almost whining. The Kazusa province was located near Tokyo, and it was the territory she was assigned to. We have been living in the Butterfly Mansion, recently changed due to Shinobu being the leader. For 4 whole months now, so such a distance was a horrible turn of events. Well, I said, you have a duty now as a Hashira. But don't worry, we will meet again in the new year, and if things go well we won't have to be apart anymore. I gave her a reassuring smile which she returned back with a hopeful one. At most, in a year or two, I would have ended Muzan Kibutsuji and wiped out all demons. The meeting came to an end not long after, but we did not leave the headquarters. Instead, we all stayed for dinner as we celebrated for a moment the new Hashiras and the new hope. Chapter 126, to the final destination. Seiji's POV. So that's how it was, Canny whispered softly while her dainty fingers traveled around my scalp, gently massaging my head. I am happy for Mitsuri. She deserves to be a Hashira. She worked hard for every ounce of the weight that title carries. Canny's praise came from seeing Mitsuri work hard for 4 months. The both of us were in the small veranda overlooking the garden of the Butterfly Mansion. The silver sun was in the sky. Its soft light shyly lit up the world, yet neither of us needed the light. She was sitting on the futon, her legs dangling down the platform but not touching the ground. On the other hand, I was lying on the futon, my head resting on her lap. Her supple thighs made for the second-best pillows in the world, the first obviously being the boobs. The natural scent of her body was perfume for my nose. Her magical touch soothed every bit of tiredness from my body, releasing knots of exhaustion in my spirit. One thing about Canny that no one could replicate was the peace and rest I found in her embrace. Her presence nearly made me forget I was in a world infested by bloodthirsty demons. Everything was so relaxing and serene when I was by her side. Her fingers gently teased my earlobes, bringing an unknown sensation to my ears. It felt like at that moment, I could hear her touch. What else? What do you think about the other new member? Obanai was it? she asked me, but I was closing my eyes and only focusing on the pleasant sensation of her touch so I didn't see it. We were talking about the HAREM meeting that happened today. I was meant to inform her about what transpired, but here I was, unable to even respond due to being so relaxed. Mystery was already asleep in her own room. Somehow, someway, Rengoku had convinced her to drink sake to celebrate her promotion, so she was drunk and had fallen asleep after the duo finished all of the food in the feast. I had to carry her home as she was stupidly drunk. She was not a drinker, so she did not know how to hold back. "Don't you go dozing off on me, mister. I want to know more," Canny said, and spread my eyelids so that I would look at her. "How was the other newcomer?" she asked. "He was okay," I said, trailing off as I thought about what more to add. Honestly, I never really thought deeply about it. He was a Hashira in the original story, so I was not thinking about whether he was worthy or a good addition to the ranks, as the other Hashiras did, or what Canny expected me to think. I just knew that he was the right person to be a Hashira. "He has my hatred, similar skills to Jiyu and the attitude of Seinmi," I said, describing Obanai. "Wow, that's an odd combination," Canny hummed. "It is," I said. My thoughts lingered on the snake Hashira since she brought him up. I wondered, would he be angry if he was aware of the possibility that he could have been with Mitsuri? A possibility that I robbed from him. I was chucking him basically, although he didn't know it. That was one of the issues I battled for the longest time in my relationship with Mitsuri. I always had the feeling that I was taking her away from the true love she was supposed to share with Obanai. Whereas loving Canny did not give me even the slightest guilt. It felt more natural, like fate was on my side if I loved her. But I had long since been over that. Mitsuri herself helped me overcome that issue. "Why did you love me, Canny?" I asked suddenly as my mind was on the topic of romance. It was a generic question that has been asked countless times between couples, but I knew how she loved me. She slowly fell for me throughout our time together, and she completely fell for me because I was always there for her, whenever she needed me. What I wanted to know was why she decided to go along with that feeling, even when she had many opportunities to stop. Why did she fight for it, despite being easier to forget about it? "I didn't realize it until I had completely fallen for you. And at that point, I didn't know how to live without loving you anymore," she said. "Life had become about loving you. You were a part of my life now, one that could not be replaced or discarded." "Was it by chance?" I asked, playing devil's advocate. "Was it by chance that we breathe?" She asked back for an answer, and I thought over the question. "You had no memory or intention when you first took your breath. But by the time you realized you were breathing, it had become so vital to your life that, if you stopped, you would have died. Yet it was not by accident you breathe either, it was meant to be." A question made for a good answer. That was a first. I envy her quick mind sometimes. "What about you?" she asked me back. "Why did you decide to love me and jeopardize what you already had with Mitsur?" Was it pity? She so very slightly stilled when she asked that, as if she was afraid of her own question. "You loved me even before I regained my own heart," I began. "I've always nurtured a hatred for myself ever since that day when the demon killed my family. I had forgotten what it was like to even love myself. But I kept on going solely on hope alone, hope that I would find another love and another family," I said, and my hand took her hand and held it gently. "And you were the first treasure I found, the first fulfillment of my hope. You taught me how to love myself again," I said. She needed me. That was the first real thought I had when I first met her. I knew her fate, which was to die at the hands of Dauma. So the knowledge that she needed me was what destroyed the perspective I had of myself as a foreigner. I had no reason to live otherwise. Even without my presence, Tanjiro and others would put an end to Muzan. But I felt needed in the case of Canny's situation, and my existence became unapologetic from then on. In that way, she unintentionally helped me with her existence alone, and I love that. In my search for a new love and a family, she was the first one I found. "I've lost enough, I didn't want to lose anything again," I said. I could feel the smile on her face. "I understand," she said. We stayed like that for the whole night. I did not just let her spoil me the entire night either, as we took turns spoiling each other. We talked and talked and talked. Sometimes we talked about the old times, and sometimes we talked about our future. We also did this thing where we told each other what the other could not sense. I told her what I saw, described the beautiful stars in the sky, and in return, she would describe what she heard, the whisper of the wind, the sound of crickets, and the fireflies. In that way, we paint a complete picture of our surroundings. We filled the void in each other. Like we always did, since the very beginning. The one who needed help and the one who yearned to be needed. We saved each other. Do you get it now? We fit together like a puzzle, I said. For reasons I was not aware of, Canny's eyes started watering when I said that. She choked out a smile, a bitter joy. Yeah, she said, our love is not awkward, it is perfect too. I was not sure what that meant, but I agreed. Yes. A week later. Goodbye, I said and kissed her on the forehead. Are you sure you can't bring me with you? Canny asked like a needy child. Unfortunately, no, I said. What I was about to face soon would put her in danger. I couldn't bear to do that. In response to my rejection, Canny gave a small smile still. Okay then, stay safe, she said. A chilly breeze blew upon us. Gone was the dry autumn air, the wind carried a hint of winter now. I turned to Shinobu and said, take care of her and take care of yourself. You do know that she is also my sister, right? She asked while rolling her eyes. But sure, if that makes you sleep easier, she replied. Seijuna, Kano called me. Her eyes were much like Canny's, begging me to take her with me, but sadly I can't. Keep training like I taught you, I said. Remember, you are going to take the Demon Slayer exam next year, I said, and she gave a nod. Okay. The sun was just about rising on the horizon, urging me to start my travel to the Gifu region and to the Kamado family. I'll be back soon, don't worry. It will only be a month, I said. And with a final farewell, I left the butterfly mansion and made my way towards the Kamado family. I was a demon slayer. I reminded myself throughout the journey as I made my way to what could be my final destination. Chapter 127, The Kamado Family. Seiji's POV. The children were waiting for me on the road leading up to their house. I had sent a letter to Kai Kamado, informing her about how I intended to spend the winter with them. I even got a reply letter that said I was more than welcome to do so. Winter was unforgiving in the Gifu region, where heavy snowfall was to be expected every year, and men were the greatest resource in this age. So a widow like Kai was more than glad to have a male relative to stay with them through the harsh winter. Which was why she even allowed the children to wait for me like this. It was not strange for a relative to spend the winter with them. Japan was very family-oriented in this manner. Seiji-ne, Nezuko and the younger children called out to me as I appeared in their field of vision. Seiji-san. Tanjiro was more formal, however. I could see that he was just as excited if not more than his siblings. They all came running at me with their small chubby legs. It was incredible how fast children could get attached to someone. I was with them only for a few days last time. So precious. Seiji-san, please let us help you with your luggage, Tanjiro said, and took a few bags from the giant load I was carrying. Nezuko did the same thing and took a few things of her own to ease the load I was carrying. The rest of the kids were still too young to try and offer help, so they just stuck close to my legs. What was in the luggage I was carrying, you ask? It was mostly spices for food, warm clothes for everyone, and Christmas presents for the children. There were other things too, like my own clothes and utensils, but those were most of them. We meet again, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Taikyo, Hanako, Shidru. I said their name one by one while giving pats on their head or pushing their button nose. They laughed in childish glee. And little Rokuta, I said, and pinched the 2-year-old baby who was held by Taikyo. Rokuta gave me a weird baby laugh that was a vibrating inhalation. With Tanjiro and Nezuko helping me carry my luggage, and with the younger children tagging behind us, we went back to the Kamado house. Kai herself gave me a warm welcome and immediately served me a piping hot tea. I settled down in the living room, and everyone eyed my huge luggage curiously. Huddle up, everyone, your cool cousin brought you gifts from Tokyo, I declared while opening the bags. Really? Wow. The mere mention of Tokyo got them excited. Well, Anything from the city was a huge deal for country kids. Even Tanjiro was excited despite trying to be mature. Speaking of which, I idly noticed the growth of the protagonist. I saw each new strand of muscles he had gained during my absence, including the minor bone fractures and calloused hands. I could see that he had been working hard. Good. I distributed whatever I brought amongst everyone. Even when they were receiving clothes, which was not that exciting for kids, the Kamado children showed joyous expressions that made every bit of my effort worth it. As I took out everything, I realized that I may have gone a little overboard. I couldn't help it. Money was not an issue for me, so I bought anything that fancied me. I could see how Kai's expression shifted with each new gift I brought out. The few gifts were polite and expected, but as more and more came out, she was naturally a little uncomfortable. She felt indebted. Some of the things I bought included toy figures, spinning tops, cards with beautiful illustrations for Nezuko, along with paper for origami, a few drawing books and colors. I even bought a few toy swords, believing that they'd want to be a cool samurai like me. I also got them giant warm sweaters, which were different from what they had since it was Western fashion. "You didn't have to buy all of these, Seiji-san. It's too much," Kai said nervously while looking at the children who were engrossed in their own gifts. "Please, Kai, let me do this. You don't have to feel uncomfortable at all," I said, soothing her worry. Still, she couldn't quite ease her expression with all the gifts. Others might even suspect that I was going after the hot, lonely MILF with all the efforts I put in. So I made my intention clear, or more like I lied. "Ever since my mother passed, you and your children are the only family I have left. Things can get quite lonely," I said. "Doing this makes me happy as much as they are," I said, and I allowed her to mull over my words. "I understand," she said. "If that is so, please allow me to give you my sincerest gratitude." I smiled in return. "Speaking of which, I did not only bring things for the children. I have stuff for you too," I said, and went diving back into my bag to pull out the things I'd bought for her. It was not a lie when I said that doing this makes me feel good. I feel like Samurai Santa. And so, my days with the Kamado family started once more. This time, I would stay with them for a month or so. "What are you doing?" I asked one chilly morning. It was dawn and the sun had not even risen yet. At this time of the day, the weather was particularly cold. The ground was wet with sparse powder of snow here and there. Yet on this morning, when a normal human would be at least 5 layers under a blanket, I saw Tanjiro readying himself to head out with a new jacket I gave him and a basket of charcoal on his back. "Ah, Seiji-san, sorry I woke you up." Tanjiro bowed his head and apologized quickly. "Stupid, you can't wake me up, I'm deaf," I said. "Oh, right." I was usually awake at this hour to watch the sunrise. I loved the sunrise and sunset. They were one of the most beautiful things in the world. So usually, I wake up at this hour every day to witness it. Then, if I wanted to, I would return to sleep again. I usually never even leave the bed, as I could see through the walls and the sunrise. "So, what are you doing?" I asked again. "I'm setting out to the nearby village to sell the charcoal. It's our family village business," he said. I hummed, "You shouldn't do that, come back inside." "I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Seiji-san. The winter is when we have the most customers. I have to sell it or else all our hard work during summer and autumn will go to waste," he replied to me. "I'll buy it then," I said with a shrug. "Huh?" Tanjiro blinked. "No, I can't let you do that. If you want, you can take home as much as you need for free." "Not some, I'll buy all of it," I said. "Ahhh," Tanjiro gasped. "Really, are you sure?" I smirked. "Yeah, I'm sure. So get back inside, let's use them to make a heater instead," I said, and gestured at him to come back in. "Besides, I have better use of your time than you going around selling some charcoal," I said. "I need to train him for the future of this world." "Thank you so much," Tanjiro said and bowed to a right angle, but I'd already turned my back so I didn't see him. And see him I must because he ran inside and did the same thing again, but in front of me. "Enough of that. No need to act like a stranger to me," I said. "Where is your heater? You have hibachi, right?" "Yes, I'll take it out right away." Later that day. "I can't believe you guys have no kotatsu." I said in disbelief while I worked in the middle of the living room where the table was previously placed. How do you guys get through the winter before? On hopes and dreams, I said, more to myself because I couldn't hear whatever they were replying to me as I was busy with my work. I think you might have seen it in other anime, but a kotatsu was a wooden table covered in a blanket. You put a heat source under the table and trap the heat with the blanket. Families would gather around and sit beside the kotatsu and spend the winter together. But for whatever reason, the Kamados didn't have that. I thought every Japanese family had that. And now here I was, making a kotatsu for them. Tanjiro and Kai were on my side, eager to help me as I set it up. My husband used to make one for us. But ever since he got sick, he couldn't do such a thing anymore, and it was impossible for me to maintain a kotatsu while having all the kids, Kai explained in my dead ears. I could understand that. A kotatsu needed constant maintenance since unlike the modern machines, this one used charcoal for the heat. You could easily burn something if you were not careful. It was not too difficult to set up the kotatsu, and I finished it with ease. That proved to be quite fruitful later on as the heater was constantly used. We would sit around the table to play cards and board games and use the paper I bought to make origami, all of which I quickly learned I was a master at. I came back to the Kamado house after a successful hunt. I had 3 deers and a pheasant in my hands. This much meat should last a few days at least. When I came upon the yard, I saw Tanjiro swinging a sword with his upper body bare. His body was smoking from the heat interacting with the frigid air. His body was covered in sweat even in the cold morning. Tanjiro was not alone as his other siblings hung around him. Nezuko was carrying baby Rokuta on her back while she worked on cleaning up a few vegetables. The other siblings were running around, playing tag with the new toy store I bought. But all those distractions seemed to not reach Tanjiro as he continued swinging the sword again and again, endlessly. Tanjiro had a very big potential as the main character of this world, but, how should I put this lightly? He was awfully ordinary in his talent. Meaning, his capacity to learn was high, but his rate of learning was extremely soared. It was to be expected. After all, while Muakryo became a Hashira in the span of 2 months, Tanjiro took 3 years to even take the Demon Slayer exam. I think in that regard, Tanjiro was more similar to me than anyone else. He was the type of person who grew after every challenge overcome, a warrior who improved rapidly, but only in high-intensity battles where his life was on the line. Nevertheless, I did not slack from training him. Seiji-san, you're back, Tanjiro greeted with a wide, gaping smile. He wiped his sweat with his forearm, and he continued swinging his sword after I gestured at him to continue. I rolled my eyes to the sky above, and I clenched my fist. Anytime now. Chapter 128, Fate Arrives All the Same. Third POV. Location, Tokyo. I am going to miss you very much while I am away, dear, said a woman wearing a purple kimono and expensive jewelry that showcased her unspoken wealth. I know, and I will feel the same, replied her husband. Are you sure you can't come with us? My father would very much like to meet you again, and so would my mother, the woman asked in an almost whiny tone, like a little girl begging for candy. The husband smiles, you know I can't do that. I have our business to take care of. You go without me, we will reunite when winter recedes. Winter was a time when farmers could rest as crops were harvested, and you needed to wait for summer for the cycle to start again. Therefore, traditionally, Japanese people used this time to visit relatives and spend time with them. So even if you were not a farmer, the tradition sticks. The woman was doing the same thing. She was going to spend the winter with her parents, but her husband could not join her because he had a business to run in Tokyo. Unlike agriculture, the business world had no moment of rest. Then do I have to go? I can spend the winter with you instead, the woman insisted. I know how much you've missed your parents. I would feel bad if you didn't go just because of me, the husband replied. He communicated gently, not only with the tone of his voice but also with his words. Besides, your parents would want to see their grandson. I couldn't possibly rob them of that, he said, looking at the little toddler, who was about 3 years old, sitting on the woman's lap. The woman hummed, not arguing, but she did not like the answer either. In the end, her head dropped a little in defeat, and she hugged her child tightly. "Say goodbye to Daddy," the woman said, waving the baby's chubby little hand. "Daddy, we will miss you." The man smiled, seemingly with heart, but the emotion was as shallow as a foreskin. It was not a real smile, more like the pinching of skin that imitates a smile. "I love you," the woman said at last. Her voice came out needy and vulnerable. There was a flicker of hope in the tone that hoped that he would say it back, but it wouldn't be the first time even if he didn't. History had let her down. The husband popped a vein in his forehead, and his tongue pushed the inside of his mouth. Then, with barely hidden hesitance, he replied, "I love you too." The woman smiled so brightly, but the man looked like he ate shit. He seemed appalled that he had just declared affection to a lump of flesh he deemed imperfect. The woman didn't see that. Maybe people had a clue when they coined the saying, "Love is blind." "See you soon," she said, and no sooner the door to the car she was sitting in closed with a loud clanking noise of iron hitting iron. And then the car left, leaving the man to remain stranded in his place, while he watched them disappear in the horizon. Distasteful, he mumbled after they were gone. It was out of necessity and convenience that he decided to live in a city populated by humans. But oftentimes, when the desire to rip them apart became too strong, he would wonder if it was even worth it. The only entities that could harm him were long dead. If not for the convenience of human technology for his research, he wouldn't have bothered. He did not feel fondness for his wife. She was just a human, a creature full of flaws compared to his near-perfect self. Revolting. But then again, the woman, his wife, would not have loved him either if she knew her real husband was dead, and was replaced by a millennia-old genocidal demon lord who was about the vilest creature in existence. Muzin turned around and walked in the opposite direction from where the car had left. The streets of Tokyo were busy even at night, pulsing with life, which brought a sense of satisfaction to him. The growing population was a good thing for him. It meant more prey, and it also allowed him to kill a dozen people with barely anyone noticing. The streetlights and the noise, though, were almost annoying to his sensitive senses. It was like a prickling sensation in the back of his mind. He made his way through the road. People looked at him with recognition as he did so. A respectable business with wealth. That was the person Muzin was impersonating. He walked until he reached a different ward entirely, where the eyes of recognition from people stopped. He continued walking until the people got fewer and fewer. Finally, he was in a part of the city that had barely anyone left. He made a quick turn to an empty alley. The smell of piss, human shit and garbage made his nose scrunch up. Human waste, such imperfect beings. "Nakheim," Muzin called out in the empty alley, and in the very next moment, the sound of a single string being strummed was heard. No sooner than later, the echo was followed by a paper door that suddenly appeared under Muzin's feet. The door opened, and he allowed himself to fall through. The sight of infinite rooms, shifting and shuffling like the pieces of an endless puzzle, greeted him. The dimension was an infinite room that was ever expanding yet contracting at the same time. The Infinity Castle. In this dimension, space followed the whim of a subordinated entity. Gravity shifted, right was down, left was down, and sometimes up was down. Logic died the moment Muzin stepped into the dimension. After less than a minute of falling, Muzin landed in a room where Nakheim was sitting. She was a demon who worked directly under Muzin due to the sheer utility of her power. The demon had one eye like a cyclops, and she wore a loose traditional kimono. Her wet raven hair fell from her pale head, and she held a biwa, a Japanese guitar. "Lord Muzin," Nakheim prostrate in front of him, "what can I do for you?" Muzin gazed at the demon for a long time, silence stretched, and Nakheim became nervous. Yet there was not a speck of emotion to be read on his face. "Tell me, have done what I told you to do?" Muzin asked. "Have you found the Demon Slayer headquarters, or where the leader Yubayashiki is?" The Demon Slayer Corps were not a threat to him. They had not been a threat since that man died of old age hundreds of years ago. Muzin had tried more than once to kill them completely, but they were like cockroaches, difficult to kill. Even if he killed hundreds, even if he killed their leader, there was always another human to take their place. So he had decided long ago that they were not worth the effort. They were not worth taking his time to exterminate them once and for all. Humans were weak anyway, they could never hope to fight the upper moon, much less himself. But that had changed recently. Now they were becoming too annoying in his plans. They had killed his favorites and valued subordinates, and although he never had deep connections with them, it was a matter of pride for Musen. Those humans thought they could challenge him. Especially that purple Hashira, he was too certain of himself. "Nakheim, don't make me repeat myself," Musen said once more, and a deep pressure erupted from him. The ground cracked and screamed under the pressure of his presence. His killing intent was so thick it was palpable, a feat one could achieve only by killing millions throughout 1,000 years. He had instructed Nakheim to find the hideout of the demon slayers, while he was busy acting out as a human. His current disguise, a respected wealthy businessman in Tokyo, provided excellent advantages, so he did not want to destroy that. He had a wife and a daughter, so his presence was constantly needed, at least until the wife stopped suspecting him. Therefore, he could not afford to act out instantly when he learned that Lower Moon 6 and 5 were killed shortly after Dauma's death. But now he had freedom once more. His wife was in another town to spend the winter with her parents. Musen would dedicate his free time this winter to eliminating the demon slayers. He would rip out all their roots and put an end to them, once and for all. "I have yet to find them, my lord. These humans, they are careful and secretive," Nakheim said, and she trembled when the pressure on her increased. Every single cell in her body was owned by Musen, and right now, they were screaming at her. She felt indescribable pain as each cell ached, blood seeped out from her pores. Yet she couldn't scream, not when he did not allow her to do so. But she gasped out as the pain gave her respite, enough time for her to talk. "I have found the clan that you were looking for, the Kamado family," Nakheim said. Musen pulled back his bloodlust and raised an eyebrow at that. The Kamado family was one that he looked for many, many years ago. The family was the one Yoriichi was closest to, so Musen wanted to kill them just to spite the only man he feared. And also, there was a possibility that someone would emerge from that family, someone who inherited what Yoriichi had. It was an unlikely possibility, especially now after hundreds of years. But even if there was only a 0.01 chance of someone like Yoriichi to pop up again, Musen did not want to give that chance. So the death of the Kamado family was a must. "Okay, that is acceptable," Musen said. "Take me there." Nakheim clawed herself to her biwa and struck a single string. "As you wish," she said, and a door immediately opened under Musen, taking him as close to the Kamado family as she could. Even the Infinity Castle had its own limits. When Musen left, Nakmi felt breath coming back to her again. It was strange. She thought she was way beyond the need for air or water, but in front of her king, anything was possible. "Useless," Musen muttered, and a cloud of hot air came from his mouth. The entire place was covered in a white sheen of snow. The temperature was beyond freezing, but Musen almost missed it. The temperature of the weather barely bothered him. He looked around the forest he found himself in. He was annoyed that Nakheim did not transport him to the front door of the Kamado family. "But I suppose this is fine," Musen said. His incredible sense spread out and found something kilometers away. In the region, there was only one house, and Musen assumed that that was what he was looking for. His ears caught the sound of a happy family enjoying dinner. His nose scanned the scent of his targets. A man, a woman, and 5 children. They sounded like a happy family. Musen began walking towards the house at a slow and steady pace. Every living creature in the vicinity fled when they saw him. Eyes colder than the ice beneath his feet, Musen was going to put out every annoyance in his life. Chapter 129. The Strongest Hashira and the Demon King on Equal Ground. Third POV. The Kamado household. "Thank you for the food," everyone said collectively, with similar wide smiles on their faces. There was food on the table, and the amount and the quality of the food was something an isolated family like the Kamado should not be able to afford. But here they were, eating better than most people living in cities. Today's main dish was venison. The meat was made in different ways, from a stew to roasted in charcoal. They had nearly used the entire meat from one deer for this dinner. But that was not the only reason why the meal was so special. Eating meat had become the norm since Seiji had been living with them. What really stood out in today's meal was that the deer was not hunted down by Seiji, but by Tanjiro. The young boy had come a long way. So good, big brother, the deer you brought back tastes the best. Taisho, the second son of the Kamado family, enthusiastically said to his older brother. This was a natural behavior of Taisho. He was the greatest glazer of his older brother. Although Seiji was cool with the scars and being a samurai, in the eyes of Taisho, his older brother Tanjiro was simply the coolest. Seiji chuckled to himself, knowing he had brought home fatter and healthier deer, but he simply couldn't compare with Tanjiro, it seems. The young boy scratched his cheek shyly, yet pride overflowed from his smile. He couldn't describe it in words, but he had fed the instinctual desire of a man to provide for his family. I'm glad you like it, although don't expect to eat it every day as deers are getting quite rare, Tanjiro said with a smile. Taisho nodded and continued eating the food with more vigor and appreciation. Deers were not getting rare, Seiji thought to himself. In fact, winter was usually when they were the easiest to hunt since they ventured around in search of food, and predicting their movement was easier from limited food sources and their trail on snow. Autumn was the rutting season, so most female deers were in the early stages of pregnancy during winter. Tanjiro was just too nice to kill pregnant deer, so that's why prey was rare for him. Kaikemoto also ate her food with an unusual fondness. It was not the first animal that Tanjiro caught, but it was certainly the biggest. She couldn't help but feel a sense of motherly pride swell in her heart. She felt that Tanjiro was all grown up now. Then, big brother, can you bring home rabbits next time? Hanako asked with a hopeful tilt of her head, to which Tanjiro nodded. I'll try. Dinner was always a lovely affair in this age. People were so much more appreciative and grateful for having food on the table, Seiji observed. The children were also getting fatter, although not too much since every day was filled with doing work or playing outdoors. Seiji could only smile at the warm atmosphere, dreaming about what it would be like when he had his own family. I want seconds, Taisho declared and put his bowl forward. Me too, Hanako followed. Me also, Shidru followed, but you could see that he still had plenty of rice left. Okay, Tilda, here comes seconds, Nezuko said, scooping rice and giving them their second share. She also adds a tiny bit to Shidru's bowl. Everything was going well. It was like any other evening, but everything changed when the smile on Seiji disappeared while looking around the house. Everyone paused, feeling something wrong in the air. Seiji was the most silent person in the room, but his presence was the biggest. He was like the unspoken head of the family at this point, so when his constant smile faded into a deep, growling frown, everyone noticed immediately. They all watched Seiji as he slowly reached for his giant blade that stood in the corner of the room, and he laid it beside him. Seiji, what's wrong? Nezuko was the first one to ask. Tanjiro noticed sweat falling from his side profile for no reason. It was winter, he shouldn't be sweating. But something about seeing Seiji so serious freaked him out a bit. It's nothing, Seiji said. His eyes glazed over in a faint purple glow that went unnoticed under the light. Finally, he was here. Muse and Kibitsuji. But he was still a few kilometers away, and he was coming towards them ever so slowly, like he expected the world to pause for him. Seiji determined that there were still a few minutes left before he arrived. Raven, Seiji called out, and the small sparrow which was perching in the cover of the bulb flew down. Call for other Hashiras like I told you to, he said, and as if noticing the seriousness of the situation, the bird flew out of the window and disappeared into the night. Seiji blinked a few times before he looked away from the direction he was looking. The others only saw a wall where he looked at. Don't worry, let's continue eating, Seiji said, and although feeling a bit unnerved, they returned to their meals. Children were very carefree by nature, so they didn't think much of it. Except for Tanjiro and Kei, who couldn't help but feel was horribly wrong. They couldn't react yet, Seiji thought to himself. If he told the Kamado family to run to safety, Muzan would have noticed and he would have been alerted at the turn of events. So Seiji did nothing, and allowed the Demon King to make his way to the house. After 5 to 10 minutes, he was finally here, like an inevitable death. "Stop giving me the bony parts, I like the softer meat too," Taisho complained to Hanako. "You are the one who said not to waste any." "Yeah, that means you should eat everything, not give me the parts that you don't like," Taisho huffed. "Stop bickering, here let me eat them," Nezuko offered, and right then, the main door to the Kamato household was pushed open rather forcefully. All heads turned to the door except for Seiji, who continued digging into his food. He already knew who it was. They saw a man dressed in a black Western suit with a coat whiter than snow hanging on his shoulder. He looked like he was around his mid-20s, and he had raven black hair and a pale complexion. He had a stoic face like that of a handmade doll. Yet his blood-red eyes with slit like a feline, the ultimate predator held cruelty that could not be missed. They were eyes that saw only lesser beings or prey. A deep chill ran down everyone's spine. Maybe it was the rushing of cold air coming from the open door, but they felt numb. "Ah, are you a visitor?" Kai spoke after a long silence. She eyed Seiji for guidance, but the man simply ate his food. The visitor, Muzan Kibutsuji, followed the sweep of her eyes, and his gaze locked on Seiji as well. His eyes narrowed, seemingly surprised and cautious at the man. The silence was thick, and that was why the clinking of chopsticks from Seiji appeared louder than it was. It covered the entire house. A few seconds later, Seiji finished his food and he put down his empty bowl on the table. "Thank you for the food," he said while holding his hand. Everyone looked at him with bewilderment. Even Muzan seemed intrigued by his action. They were all wondering why he chose to ignore everything in order to finish his food. Only Seiji himself knew that it could be his final meal, so he finished it with a great deal of appreciation. Finally, his hand went to his sword. Muzan's eyes scrutinized and he studied Seiji. From his memories, he recognized the Hashira immediately, but he was confused as to why he was there. Regardless, he scanned the Hashira. He felt a sense of distaste when he noticed the human's deaf ears. Even among the already imperfect human beings, he was flawed. But as those thoughts crossed his mind, the Demon King never realized until it was too late that a sword was at his neck. Something screamed, "Boom!" It was like skipping a cutscene in a video game. The Demon King was flung away like a rag doll. He noticed a cut in his neck, at his arm, his stomach, his heart, his shoulders. He was cut everywhere. His flying body left a trail of blood that bleeds out like a fountain on the white snow. But the moment he landed on the ground, all his injuries were already healed like they were never there. The only thing that remained was a phantom feeling of blades all over his body. Muzan immediately got ready for a fight. His senses were heightened and veins popped near his eyes. "Tanjiro, take the sword and bring your family to the cave I showed you. Stay there until I return or help arrives," Seiji said, standing in the place where there used to be a door. The whole entrance wall of the house was blown apart completely, leaving a gaping hole in the house. "It's a demon," Seiji clarified while turning back and meeting Tanjiro's shaking eyes. Tanjiro felt blood drain from his face. He had seen demons before, and although they were dangerous and scary, Seiji always made them look harmless. But this time, Tanjiro could clearly see the seriousness in his eyes. He could also feel it in his bones, how powerful that demon was in the brief exchange of glances. He felt his heart turn to ice in his chest. But in that moment of fear and panic where his siblings screamed and cried in fear, an unbreakable resolve formed, and he burst into action. "Let's go, it's dangerous," Tanjiro yelled, grabbed Hanako's hand and pulled her up. Tanjiro ran towards a cupboard that had a sword that Seiji had brought with him when he arrived. It was the same weapon Tanjiro trained with the past week, so it felt natural in his hand. "We need to go somewhere safe," Tanjiro said, and Kai and Nezuko were quick to follow his lead. They did not need convincing when they just saw their house blown apart in one single swing. Their body also knew instinctively of the danger that had to befall them. Muzan was not really masking his bloodlust at the moment. They grabbed whatever tools they could and ran out of the house from the back door. Seiji looked away when he saw them leave the house and made sure that no demons were close to the path leading to the cave. He had shown Tanjiro the cave and instructed him about what to do when they faced danger. So he was not too worried about it, the family would be safe. He was sure that Muzin wouldn't go after them either because for the demon lord, killing him was much better than killing the Kamado. And he was not planning to die soon. His purple eyes bore on the demon lord and pierced through every opening. The last time they met, he was too afraid to even take a close look, but now his eyes moved uncommanded, piecing out every weakness Muzin had as if they were looking at any ordinary demon. When he found the weaknesses, his audacious mind imagined exploiting those weaknesses. He killed Muzin 10 times in his mind, no, 100 times, 1,000 times. He could almost see himself carving his hatred on the flesh of the demon. Such killing intent, how were you hiding all that malice before? Muzin asked, not at all bothered by the eyes that were stripping down his guard until he looked vulnerable to them. Getting no repose annoyed him, so Muzin held out his hand and shot a small blade made of his blood at Seiji. The liquid blade flew, easily surpassing sound, but they missed Seiji by a hair's breadth. Muzin titled his head, confused as to why he missed before he did a perfect recall in his mind of what happened and realized Seiji had moved out of the way. Yet he moved even before Muzin fired his blade, around the time when his mind finished calculating and decided to shoot the projectile. That was why he didn't notice the first time. Interesting, Muzin commented with a small curve of his lips. It was completely out of his plan to stumble upon the purple Hashira, and he was upset at his lack of control over the event, but he was not angry. Although it was not his plan, this was a great opportunity to kill his current greatest annoyance. He even shelved the Kamado family in his mind and focused on the more important prey. Seiji did not speak and instead let his actions do the talking. He threw away the sheath of his sword far away, far enough to pose a problem retrieving, and he got into a stance. Not planning to sheath your sword again, huh? So you are prepared to die. Muzin thought of the meaning behind the action. That made him lower his guard just a bit. He was assured by the fact that Seiji himself did not believe he had a chance. But was that really what that action meant? Or did Seiji throw away the sheath of his sword because he was planning to end everything tonight? After all, if Muzin was killed, every demon under his control would cease to exist. Amidst the chilling snow and pale moonlight, the strongest Hashira and the Demon King met in on equal ground. The first sound of their devastating clash was the end of fate and the beginning of chance. Chapter 130, Introduction. Seiji's POV. We talked. I had so much to say, and he was the same. And violence was the language we were using. BOMMs. Disgustingly fast, I had never encountered such speed in all my life. To be completely honest, I had not even imagined an entity moving that fast. And this was coming from a man who slayed the upper moon too. Yet my body moved without command. My mind was simply not fast enough to intend for any action in that gap between milliseconds. My eyes glazed over with mystic purple as I took in action Muzin made. The sudden tightening of his back leg, the lag of regeneration in his arm, and the gritting of teeth as we locked in a clash told me that he never expected me to be able to react to his attack. His body language told me that he charged at me with the only intention of running through me. He never expected to be pushed back. To be frank, I couldn't blame him because I never expected to be able to react to him as well. I had simply never encountered this kind of speed before, so I was just as surprised as he was. I was never tested to my limit again after my fight with Dauma. I guess you never knew how strong you are until being strong is your only option. Muzin clicked his tongue and pushed himself against my sword, sending us both flying away. My feet sank on the snow, and I slid a long distance until I came to a stop. The ground was slippery, I observed. That could be a problem. Muzin started a new chain of action immediately. His shoes exploded, unable to bear the force of his sudden burst of speed as he shot at me like a bullet train. His speed was so ridiculous that I could see his body puncturing the atmosphere, and the air screamed while filling the vacuum. But although Muzin was so ferociously fast, he still moved in slow motion in my eyes, and that was my comfort. My body and mind were just still lagging behind, but with the help of my eyes, I could keep up with Musin. It was as if my perception was already at its maximum level, waiting for my physique and mind to catch up. And so even as Musin came at me with his ungodly speed, I could comfortably raise my sword and swing an arc that completely halted his approach. A shockwave erupted, revealing the earth under the snow. His hand wrapped in crimson blood to form claws clashed perfectly with my purple blade. So it was not a fluke, he said. It was a strange situation even for me. He was incredibly fast and slow at the same time. I could barely keep up with his attacks, but there was no danger all the same. I released the tight grasp I had on my sword and allowed it to bend under his demonic weight. He was caught off guard as his body sailed in the trajectory it was supposed had I not stopped him. I gripped my sword in reverse, and my body knew to attack at his weakness even without wasting a moment to think. The hilt of my sword was long since it was meant for a two-handed grip, so I slammed the end of my sword at one of Musin's hearts located in his abdomen. The momentum of his body combined with all the force my body could exert. Musin literally folded like paper when the hilt of my sword stabbed his abdomen. A shower of blood erupted from his mouth as his heart ruptured inside his body. Stone breathing, rupture. There was a beat of silence before a shockwave exploded from the point of contact. Musin was sent flying away like a bullet, and he crashed into the forest. If you remember, stone breathing had no proper form. The stone Hashira of each generation used varying weapons like a mace or hammer, so although stone breathing was rigid, it was also quite flexible. I was able to create my own forms because of this. The forms of my stone breathing ranged from unorthodox styles of sword fighting to bare-handed attacks. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this, I spoke while getting into a stance. Let me tell you how much I hate you. My reply came in the form of a bulldozer made of flesh. Musin emerged from the forest at a much tamer pace, but not because he was slowing down. It was because his arms had elongated to a preposterous degree and they were dragging the snow as he crossed the distance. He was hidden behind a shower of snow in an attempt to disrupt my sight. He had seen me fight many times from the memories, so he knew what my main strength was. But he did not know the extent of my abilities, or else he would realize the futility of his effort. I saw different layers of the world constantly when I activated my eyes. I simultaneously saw what the normal eyes were supposed to see. Then I saw Musin clearly while looking through the snow. Then I saw him without his first layer of skin, and I saw him without the first layer of his flesh, and so on. They were like different layers of vision overlapping with each other. His strategy was utterly pointless. I told him just that with my next attack. Water breathing, sixth form. I pushed my sword forward in a quick stabbing motion. Drop ripple thrust. I skewered the demon lord in his chest. My long sword allowed me to stab through him without getting into his attack range even with his long arms. I stabbed right through another heart and a brain. I noticed almost immediately how my attack never disrupted his flow of action even when it landed. This told me that he was expecting this. It was all part of his plan. Musin's hand grabbed my blade, and he did not let go even when his palm started burning from the touch. A crimson layer of blood covered his hand, and then with enlarging muscles, he lifted me off my feet. It was a strategy hidden in a smaller strategy. He displayed in full his experience that spanned over 1,000 years. Releasing my sword was not an option, so Musin was able to fling me towards the forest. My body sailed across the sky, and even before I started falling, Musin was already running below me. Wind breathing, third form. I spun my body, entering a Beyblade state when I began falling from the sky. When I was in a state of rapid rotation, it synced with Musin, who jumped up and connected both his feet with the trunk of a tree. His body contracted like spring, and he remained horizontal on the tree. When I finally fell into the forest and fell past the top of the trees, Musin burst into action, and so did I. Clear storm wind tree. My body spun rapidly. A green arc of wind blades surrounded my body, and I blocked the barrage of attacks that came from all directions. Musin exploded from tree to tree, quickly changing direction and attacking me from everywhere. He didn't bother searching for opponents and attacked every possible inch of me. But he was met with the chilling fact that I had no openings even while in the air. When you achieve as close to perfection as I did in the art of fighting, openings cease to exist. My feet touched the ground, and I was unharmed. Our surroundings were not so much as the trees either turned apart or exploded from the sheer force they withstood from Muzan launching himself off them. There was no pause in battle. Muzan launched himself from one place to another, rapidly changing directions using the trees as a foothold. His speed was unlike anything I had ever dealt with, and coupled with the impossible change in trajectories, my instincts screamed at me to run. Muzan knew beforehand exactly what my style of fighting was. His unimaginable experience backed up those facts, and he was fully exploiting my weakness from the start. "Fear me, I know your weakness," his actions seemed to say as his bulletin body brushed past my blind spot more than once, yet he did not attack immediately. He was poking for a reaction. I was fast in my own right, so I could block an attack from a blind spot if I went from inaction to action. But if I were to make a move or leave an opening while taking another action, he would have a certain victory. Unfortunately for him, this was not the first time someone had taken advantage of my limited sight. Dauma did too, and he did it better. So I blurred into action as well, using the trees as a foothold to shoot around just like Muzan was. The only way to deal with my blind spot was by constantly moving it. "No, fear me, I know my weakness," was my reply as I blurred, even faster than he did with my perfect footwork and movement. He had no fitness. He never found the need to acquire such skills because he could power through every weakness. That was the curse of being too strong. You never learned to utilize it properly. While he blurred in different directions in the forest, the trees he used as a foothold exploded from the force, but mine did not because I was applying the right amount of strength, and I did not move in opposite directions. It was almost like I was slipping off the trees just enough to change trajectory instead. Physics might as well have died there as we moved around each other like unstable forces of nature. But in this situation, I had the advantage because I memorized the forest like the back of my hand. I knew the exact location of each tree from the countless hunting I did in the past week. My eyes also saw the world in slow motion, and I could predict actions. Muzan put me into this situation, threw me into this forest to put me at a disadvantage. But I turned it into an advantage. The dark forest began lighting up with different explosions of light and shockwaves when we started meeting in a clash. All the animals in the forest fled as we destroyed the forest in our battle. Trees were uprooted, the earth scarred with craters, and everything else ripped apart from our clash. Our battle imitated a natural disaster at that point, and that was only the beginning. Fighting was a conversation, and we were only just about done with our respective introductions. In the next moment, it was like we both agreed simultaneously to start fighting seriously. Muzan was completely naked. His clothes had long been cut into a million pieces by my blade. Therefore, I saw it so very clearly when red marks started appearing on his body. They seemed to creep out from his pores, and his red eyes burned with demonic power. I reply, a demonic mark starts appearing on my body as well. It started from half my face and went down to my neck. They were purple lines that imitate the pattern of computer circuits. Time slowed down to a slow crawl, and I felt my strength go many folds. I was in a different realm of power entirely. The moment was so intoxicating that I nearly forgot to hate my opponent. It felt like I was going through another enlightenment. If my eyes were not playing with me, I also saw the purple of my sword dull. It looked like the shallowest layer of red was on my blade. But I no longer kept that on my mind because a tendril made of blood came my way. In a world that looked like it had stopped completely, the tendril moved fast. I took in a deep breath. Not yet, I told myself. I needed the right time to use sun breathing. If I used it now, Muzan could be wary of it and I would find no openings. But that's okay. Because what I used was not light stuff anymore either. Thunder wind breathing. The introduction was done. Now let's talk. Chapter 131, Seiji Shigen. Third POV. The human was not weak. He was not particularly strong either, but Muzan concluded that the human was far from being a vulnerable prey. It was nothing worth a real threat, but Musen could understand now how this human was killing his upper moons. Even without his true form, Muses was superior in every aspect which is important for combat. He was faster, stronger, smarter, and more experienced, and he could heal from injuries considered fatal by human standards in the blink of an eye. Yet somehow, they were fighting on equal ground. The human just understood fighting. That was the only way Musen could describe it. They shot around the forest like living bullets, raising the trees down and leaving a trail of destruction in the wake of their battle. Somehow the weaker and slower human could keep up with the battle. No, it would be more correct to say that the human was winning the fight. Musen was simply covering up every mistake he made with his regeneration, thus making the fight equal. If not for that, he would have died 10 times over, 100 times even. Although impressed, Musen also felt annoyance brew in his heart, which is why in the very next moment, demonic markings started appearing on his body, and he felt a surge of his true power in his veins. Doing that was akin to releasing a handcuff. He felt his power free from the confines of self-suppression, and he allowed it to run wild. But in the next exchange, Musen did not find the overwhelming advantage of power. Instead, he found that he was repelled by just as powerful of an attack. Demon Slayer Mark Musen observed the markings that appeared on the human, a cheap imitation of the demon mark on a human. Yorihei was born with it, but other humans could acquire it by sacrificing their lifespan over 25. Demons faced no such problems because they were practically immortal. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Musen manipulated his arm to turn it into a sharp blade, and he blitzed at the human. He mowed down the towering trees like they were grass, and he came upon the human like an unrelenting force of nature. Boom! And yet, thunder wind breathing, Musen heard the faintest whisper amid the explosion. Musen was aware of the breathing techniques that humans often use to fight demons, but he had never heard of a particular style that combines two elements, so he threw out a tendril made of blood to test the water. You didn't survive hundreds of years without being cautious. Musen's demonic eyes widened and his pupil shook at the scene he beheld. The human blurred into an afterimage. It was so fast that Musen himself was barely aware of it even after unleashing his full power. Such raw speed. By the time he marveled at the sheer speed, the attack was already done. The human was already behind him. Musen could feel the heat on his skin. It was like the human teleported in an instant. There was no sound, no disturbance in the air, nor an image to be seen. By the time Musen's 5 brains processed what happened, it already happened. He was only just fast enough to know how he was sliced apart. The world was even slower to react. It started from the long tendril he shot at the human. The rope of blood was sliced right in the middle, and when it finally reached his arm, it carved a nasty circular line. The line extended, curving and flowing all over his body before those lines erupted. It was like many zippers materialized on his body, and they opened up. That day, Musen got to experience firsthand the fastest breathing style in existence. It was easily faster than even the likes of sun breathing. To be completely honest, even the human had no control over himself while using the technique, and all actions were predetermined. Ah! A guttural scream erupted from Musen when he felt the searing pain in his body. It was then that he realized the lines on his body were not random at all. They all targeted his vital organs, his 5 brains and 7 hearts. Only half of them were damaged, but that act alone spoke volumes of the danger the human posed to him. "You," Musen chanted with immense hatred, and his red eyes burned upon the enemy. Now Musen changed his mind on how he saw the human. He no longer saw a mortal with adequate strength. He saw danger, he saw a threat. A human that had somehow mastered violence. Seiji Shigen, Musen spat out an acknowledgement. The last time he called out a human by their name in acknowledgement was 500 years ago. Yoriichi Tsugyukuni. And now Seiji Shigen. Seiji's POV. Musen Kibitsuji, I cursed out his name in return. I felt my body heat up to unhealthy temperatures. It was like I had 10 layers of fever, but instead of being sick, it filled me with unmatched vigor. I had prioritized only speed in my last attack, and it showed. My attack barely did any damage to the demon lord. A cut like that was akin to a scratch to him. I was trying to cut through him, but I had to resort to craving at his weakness instead. The violent nature of wind breathing still showed, though, as Muzin's wound exploded in blood and flesh. Wind breathing could make a sharp blade violent like a chainsaw. Right after that, a shockwave erupted. A high-pitched sound that managed to tickle my dead ears exploded. They could break any glass. Sound finally caught up to us, and it declared my attack way after it was already done. That was one characteristic of thunder wind breathing. There was no exchange of attacks after that, and we both landed on the ground with a thud. Muzin held his stomach and bent over. His wounds were already healed, and the markings in his body grew redder and covered more of his body. His current appearance was pretty tame compared to what he looked like in the final battle in the manga. His hair was still back, and other than the markings and the demonic eyes, there were no flesh configurations yet. So he is transforming, I concluded in my mind when I saw him bending over and his demon marks grew. Before those thoughts even finished in my mind, my body was already moving. I would be one stupid motherfucker to stay still while he transformed into something I could not fight. Storm breathing, first form, I bit out and moved at a speed almost equaling thunder wind breathing. Tempest fury. My body did not resist nor hesitate as I executed the movement like it used to. Instead, it was roaring with life, as if encouraging me to use more powerful moves. It was fully embracing what I wanted it to be, a battle machine. I did not need comfort. I did not need to store energy for later use, nor did I need to care what my own strength would do to my body. Just fight. And I did. The ferocity and the ease at which I moved was a far cry from when I would still every time I used 3 breathing styles at once. This time, I minced the demon lord into tiny pieces of flesh. The earth shattered, and everything in the vicinity was ripped apart. When I stopped a few meters away, I only left a hollow land devoid of life. Even the algae under a layer of snow was sliced apart. But Muzin somehow remained in one piece. I gritted my teeth. My attacks landed, and I minced him into tiny pieces, but his body healed before it could have the chance to fall off. He was already done healing half his injuries by the time my attack was done. I see now. So that's why sun breathing and a red blade is needed to finish him. Muzin healed far too quickly. Nevertheless, my attack seemed to piss him off beyond words. I knew this because of my eyes. Outwardly, he looked calm and stoic, like my attacks did not even bother him. Your attacks are strong but futile, he said, and then I saw his shoulder muscles move as if they were alive. His deltoid muscles ripped themselves from their insertion. The muscle elongated and turned into a tentacle that had a blade made of bones at the end. The rope of muscle moved like a whip, many times faster than the speed of sound. Normal civilians could make a whip move faster than sound, so imagine what the demon lord could do. It was fast enough to appear like a blur to my eyes, but fortunately, they were predictable. My eyes could predict where they would hit from the beginning of the tentacle when the speed was not as fast. I shifted my blade to block the attack, and a bright spark was produced. It was so bright that it almost looked like a flashbang. I also noticed my sword chipping at the impact. Not good. Then the tentacle blurred into speed and delivered around 100 strikes in 1 second. It was an insane speed that could not be put into words. I leapt away from my position immediately, and I was glad to see that the tentacle had a range. But that relief was broken, and the frustration doubled when Muzin burst into speed. My eyes also saw that the other shoulder ripped itself out from his arm to create another tentacle. I branded my sword in front of me. Its giant length covered much of my body, and I was glad I chose a long sword as my main weapon. Thunder wind breathing, flash. It was like fireworks happening in the dark and chilling forest. Our battle was no longer as destructive as before since we did not focus on power. Instead, it was now a battle of speed. My title as the faster Hashira was being tested. The quick impact of our clash was so fast that it released constant vibrations that looked like sound waves. I imagined it would sound like an engine to others, a literal roar of the battle. I could feel my body tightening as the battle went on. Even a few seconds of the battle was intense enough to wear me down. I could only hope that Raven had delivered her message, and he was on his way. That's right. The plan was never to try and defeat Musin alone in the first place. It was not me against Musin. This war was humans against demons. Chapter 132, The Gathering of Pillars. Third POV. Taisho region. The Taisho region was home to one of the 3 sacred mountains of Japan, MT, Taitama. The mountain range was like domineering towers overlooking the entire landscape. The mountains act like natural walls that stop the cold winter clouds from spreading throughout Japan. It was one of the reasons why it was considered a sacred mountain. People believed that these masses of earth protected them from the frigid winter. On the peak of the highest mountain in the region, where the temperature could plummet well below degrees, there sat a man who was built firm like the mountains around him. Namu Amida Butsu, the man prayed while sitting in a lotus position. He held a prayer bead between his palm, which he would occasionally roll around in his hand to test if he could still feel them amid the cold. Namu Amida Butsu. He was the personification of a mountain in human skin. His demon slayer uniform and his haori that proudly declared, "Stone Pillar," was covered in a new layer of snow, but other than that, there was no indication that he was in a freezing temperature. His body was tight, in a way that showed his skin was barely able to contain the muscles beneath. His body was almost all sculpted muscles without unneeded fat, and so thick veins popped all over his body, thrumming with life and seemingly begging for violence. In all its glory, it was obvious that his body was bred for war. It was the ultimate tool of violence and destruction. But his body, akin to that of a god of war, was contrasted by his peaceful facade. He had blind eyes, whiter than snow, and a kind expression. You could tell from a glance that it was not the face of a warmonger, but that of a saint, Buddha perhaps. One could only imagine if his body was attached to another head. The world would have been in chaotic times. The man was Jayomai, the stone pillar. He took a deep breath and created a vacuum around his nose. His body trembled with raw strength and his muscles bulged like living snakes under his skin. But he remained completely still, showing absolute control over his power. Soon after, his body started producing smoke, and the snow which was on top of his clothes fell off or melted away due to his increased body heat. He was akin to a volcanic mountain at that moment, ready to explode. The hazy smoke only receded after he stopped flexing his muscles and disrupted his breathing pattern. Still not enough, he said soon after when he felt the overall strength of his body. The statement was insanity. Anyone in the world would be more than satisfied to wield the power he did. But to him, his strength was nearly not enough. It was nearly not enough to protect everyone. It was not enough to defeat his enemies. It was not enough to take the burden of being the strongest from his younger brother. This amount of strength was not enough for Jayomai. I need to be stronger, I need to be tougher, and I need to be more unyielding. His deep voice penetrated the frigid air. Lord Buddha, turn me into an immovable object between my loved ones and my enemies, he prayed deeply, so that the people behind me shall be at peace, and the enemies that stood before me shall yield. He pressed his hand, so hard the prayer beads turned into powder, and a map of veins appeared in his hand. Namu Amida Butsu. The sound of air being sucked by a vacuum followed. Oxygen was scarce in such high altitude and cold air. It was a certain death to everyone else, but it served as the perfect training ground for Jayomai. His muscles tensed and churned with strength. The simple act of producing enough body heat to survive in the freezing temperature put a strain on his body, and it was molding it to be stronger and tougher. At this point, he was not comparable to Jayomai in the manga. He was so much stronger than his canon counterpart. Even without mentioning how the upper moons emerged earlier and the other changes in fate, Jayomai always took the fact that Seiji was the strongest personally. He had been the strongest before, and he knew the burden that title entailed. That sense of duty and responsibility should never fall on a young soul like Seiji. It should be him instead. So he was always training like a madman to take the burden back when his canon counterpart remained stagnant. The region of Toyama was much like Gifu, covered in snow and winter. There had been no increase in demon activities, but that didn't mean relaxing for Gyomai. It only meant that he had more time to train, so here he was, at the highest peak of the mountain range, and training his breathing while trying to achieve the Demon Slayer mark. It might seem not so wise to try to get your body temperature to increase in such a cold place, but Seiji did it in a colder situation, a direct attack of an upper moon. So he was simulating that in both body and mind, trying to reach the same enlightenment as his young comrade did. But his training was interrupted by the sound of a bird flying towards him. That was a curious observation, since almost no animal resides in the mountain anymore with the ongoing winter. Gyomai stopped his breathing and headed to the lying bird. He allowed the bird to fly close to him and eventually land on his shoulder. And then the bird whispered to him a message that froze his body, where the freezing temperature failed. "Seiji," Gyomai whispered, and his frozen body exploded in raw strength. The mountain trembled as the stone Hashira took a giant leap in the air. His humongous body started falling from the edge of the mountain. After falling for a few seconds, he landed on the steep side of the mountain, and then he started scaling down the towering earth. Boom! There was no finesse in his action, only raw power. So as he scaled down the mountain, the thick layer of snow was moved by the shockwaves, and they started flooding down as well. An avalanche started just like that. Gyomai cared little about that since he knew there were no animals in the mountain. Instead, he started scaling down faster and faster. He was like a boulder rolling down the mountain. At one point, the avalanche grew big enough to become a moving calamity. Gyomai rode on it to scale the mountain even quicker. The trees and frozen vegetation were destroyed, as Gyomai changed the landscape with each step he took. When he finally came down the mountain, he took a small compass out of his pocket and felt the direction. He then proceeded to the east, to the region neighboring the Tamiya region. Gifu region. He noticed, as he made his way towards the east as fast as he could, that the Kasugai crow of Seiji was flying in another direction. West, Gyomai observed briefly, that is his territory. It seemed it was not just him, but every Hashira nearby that the bird was summoning. Gyomai commended the bird mentally and wished her luck. He did not know what the situation was, but he knew that if the strongest among them had called for help, it must be the gravest of situations. Third POV. Raven flew above the clouds, enduring the harsh winter air. She flapped her tiny wings as fast as she could since she knew her partner's life depended on it. She flew to every region around Gifu and sent the message to them. It was a call for help from Sage, and one that was serious enough that he believed he might lose his life. She went to Gyomai first like she was instructed, and now she had just finished relaying the message to the second Hashira. A Hashira who was somehow even faster than her. Vlash. Tenjin was a blur of speed as he maneuvered through the forest. He had ignored the long, winding roads and made a direct line through the forest towards the Gifu region. His body cut through the air like an arrow. He knew he had to reserve his energy while traveling so that he could fight when he reached the destination. His shinobi training screamed at him to slow down and run more efficiently. But he ignored all that. Breathing alone proved to be a challenge at the speed he was going. But he utilized his breathing style to the limit anyway and used the new form he had learned from Seiji. At one point, he had asked the younger Hashira for how to get faster, and he was introduced to the unique styles taken from wind breathing and water breathing. Sound breathing, 7th form. The Gifu region was around 60 kilometers. Tenjin wanted to reach there in 10 minutes. Echoing dash. Chapter 133, Seiji vs. Muzan 1. Seiji's POV. How long has this been going on? The tendrils were a blur of speed that my eyes could barely see. What had started with 1 had now become 6 as they whipped at me with never-ending momentum. It was not just their speed either, but also their random pattern that made it extremely difficult to see them. There was no system in the action. Each one moved like it had a mind of its own, and I suppose that was true considering Muzan had 5 brains. Having 5 brains meant more than just reducing his weakness. It also allowed him to process information at frightening speed, and he was able to control each individual tendril without relying on instinct or muscle memory. It has not even been an hour, yet it feels like forever. The onslaught was straightforward and intense. I always prided myself in my ability to excel in a face-on battle. Maybe some might say that I had gotten arrogant. My eyes, my genius, and my perfect training had never betrayed me in this regard. If I were struggling with an opponent, it meant that they had tricky abilities or they were exploiting my weakness. Never had an entity faced me in my strongest front and dominated me quite like the Demon King was doing. Maybe I should run now. I'm sure Tanjiro and his family are already safe. My thoughts were chopped up. I could barely find time to think of one sentence now, and then, because his onslaught required all my focus and attention. I didn't have time to come up with strategies, didn't have time to ponder on a plan or even despair at the situation. Every working part of my brain was focused on the flashing tendrils that were just a blur as I tried my best to stay alive. It was the first time my eyes had failed me. I can't run. He is infinitely faster than me. My only hope is to wait for the sunrise, and that's hours away. I didn't even have time to calculate the time. My arms numbed, and the number of attacks I was able to block reduced. I was forced to move back, which proved to be difficult when I couldn't hear. And I dodged as many attacks as I could and stepped out of range for more. On the other hand, Muzan was fully covered in demon marks. He was naked, but with the lack of private parts, like a titan. He looked absolutely calm as he strode forward with grace and elegance. He looked like he was merely taking a stroll. 4 tendrils had popped out from his back. The origin and the tip of the tendril had a hard shell made of bones. They were bones sharper than any blade I had ever seen. Muzan also reshaped it every time it was chipped, so they remained like a razor. And those razor ends shot at me with the force and violence of someone swinging a warhammer. Our clash produced bright sparks like fireworks. I was being pushed back. My feet sank to the ground with the force of each attack. The difference in our overall power was clear. The gap was unfathomable to me. But not everything was hopeless because, with the ongoing battle, I believed I had grasped the essence of the Demon King. I knew him now. Clearer than I'd ever known him. Because you see, fighting was a conversation, and he had told me almost everything. Muzan Kibutsuji was not a fighter in essence. I guess that was to be expected when you went from a sickly man to the strongest being in the world overnight. There was no skill or experience to be gained on that journey. Only Yoriichi was the one who could challenge him, and look how much that one instance traumatized him. This showed an immense lack of determination and resolve to be considered a warrior. He had never trained before in his life, and that was also why he leaned on to using all his brain to control his tendrils, doing things manually. In warrior terms, Muzan was a baby with the power of a nuclear reactor. I learned his nature through the battle. He was completely dominating me, and yet he never made the effort to end the battle. Instead, he reveled on the superior might he had over me. It was like I reminded him of someone, and he was doing this, enjoying the act of dominating me to soothe a wound from long ago. And yet, even with all the power he had over me, he was always far away. It was why I could move out of range from his tendrils. Even with all the power he had over me, he was scared deep down. It was not caution because people do something if they are cautious. He did nothing except prepare himself to run. I noticed his habit of not moving his right arm while he swung his left when he walked. All of his hearts seemed identical to me, but from the way he was protecting his right side, I deduced that those were vital than the rest. His 7 hearts beat together in sync, which gave him explosive burst of power. But the flow of blood from that allowed me to predict which part of his body he was going to move next to a certain degree. His body was perfection. I could not see any weakness or flaws even when he changed his flesh to suit him in battle. But that perfection made it obvious the flaw in his fighting style. It was like watching a shit driver on a sports car. The tendrils were his safe means of attack. Each of them seemed to have a mind of their own as they moved manually and not on previous training, so that made it hard to predict them. With 6 of them, that was almost more than 1,000,000 combinations of attacks, so memorizing them was out of the question. What I did notice, though, was they were not working as one entity. That meant sometimes 3 tendrils attacked me all at once, sometimes none at all. Those create openings, so it was giving me openings in exchange for unpredictability. Unlike what others think, perfection in a fight is predictable. So his unpredictability was due to how far he was from being perfect. He was perfect in all but body, a golden goblet with urine. I also took note of the fact that he never aimed for my sword. He always went after the part of my body that was furthest from where my sword covered. He was limiting himself to his area of attack by doing that. But I suppose that was just a byproduct of each tendril being controlled individually by a brain. Endless amounts of information brew in my head, making my head throb in pain. I had never focused so hard on a fight before, and I was glad that I had no one to protect or think about. The only problem was that I never got the chance to return the attack. I was given no chance to utilize the information I had. Fight was more than just raw power, so I had a chance no matter the gap. He might overwhelm me in power, but I did the same to him in terms of skill. If fighting was a debate, then Musin was talking with no time limit. I did not have time to rebut as he talked endlessly. His turn was forever. What I needed was a moment of respite. I needed even just a few milliseconds of time to think of a plan. I needed a set of movements that was other than defending. I needed an ally who could divert Musin's attention from me so that I may have a chance. Had Raven found a Hashira? I sent her out way before Musin came upon us, so help should come soon, right? But until then, I could do nothing but try to survive the onslaught. Chapter 134, Seiji vs. Musin 2. Seiji's POV. The battle raged on, and I was completely detached from reality. Sparse flakes of snow fell from the dark sky, showing that the temperature was below freezing, yet I felt my body burning up. It was too hot. The surroundings were a map of destruction. The earth had multiple craters, along with deep cracks akin to a cobweb and a deep line, which was a scar left by the swing of my sword. And yet, I had never felt calmer. My mind, my body, and my spirit were in sync during the fight. There was a fine line between life and death, and only a few people had been on that line and survived to tell the tale. I fought on that line, Musin's tendrils blurred past my body, and the sharp wind from the action was like a blade in and of itself. For the first time in my life, my eyes were not all-seeing. I was not sure if the blades missed, or if they had cut an artery and I was to bleed out and die soon. Yet there was not a single scratch on me. Not yet. I thrived on the line between life and death. I switched between breathing styles like switching between thoughts. I used what best suited me at the moment and what was the most efficient. My brain allowed me to do that. I was like a machine controlled by the most advanced AI, deadly and efficient. The level of skill and mastery I displayed were miles apart from Musin's. It was proportionate to our gap in raw power. I had complete trust in my ability, and I had no one to save except for myself. So in a way, it was less intense than the fight I had with Dauma, but in no way was this battle less uphill. It was silent, awfully so. And in the intensity of our fight, where the ground opened up and trees fell like matchsticks, the silence had never been more obvious. I felt awfully lonely as I danced a dance of death with Musin, playing at the front door of death. But not for long. I smiled, and my eyes flashed a deep purple when I saw him running straight towards us from a distance. "Huh? Is there something I am missing? What's so funny?" Musin said while his tendrils continued battering me from every direction. My sword was only a blur, and my arms had disappeared as I blocked all attacks. I increased the intensity of my movement and stopped stepping back. I held my ground. The demon slayer mark on my body grew and covered more skin. I could feel my body pulling out unknown strength from them like magic. I guess it was true that demon slayer marks were spells, like blood demon arts. They were supernatural. Burning lifespan for power. The battle grew fiercer and more destructive as I met every single attack with my blade. The battle was going to reach a new realm, but then Musin stopped. The stop was so abrupt that I felt my body groan in pain when the strain disappeared. Ha, ha, ha. I used sun breathing to recover my stamina, but I never dropped my stance. I pulled my sword up to my chest, always ready to swing down upon Muzin. "That is familiar," Muzin muttered, and right then, I also took notice of my sword. My sword used to match the color of my eyes, shining with a deep purple color. But that color had changed. What I held in my hand was not a purple blade, but a blade that was deep red. It was the color of human blood. I blinked my eyes in surprise. The sword even started releasing smoke as it interacted with the freezing atmosphere. It was heat. The constant clash of my sword with his attacks had produced enough friction that my sword was burning deep red. "Time and time again you have been reminding me of that man. Perhaps you are a descendant of his, but no matter," Muzin said, more to himself than he did to me. "Even if that man came crawling out from his grave, it doesn't matter. I am not like what I used to be. I have grown in strength and power. I am stronger now than I was back then," he said. I hummed uncaringly. I did notice minimal thoughts and training in his fighting style, but that was negligible. Maybe the growth he was mentioning was due to growing stronger from consuming humans or by age. "That is quite enough. I will end it now," he said, and then his hair grew. His height became taller, and his muscles grew and shrunk down again to be more compact. I saw his eyes become even more demonic, and his teeth became sharp and ready to tear flesh. My instincts blared at me. Muzin had finally entered what I assumed was his final transformation. More tendrils grew from his back, and they surrounded him like living snakes with a blade for a head. He crouched down and lowered his legs like a spring, and that was all I needed to react. "Volcanic breathing, first form," Muzin foretold his action, so I had more than enough time to reply. I threw speed out of the window since I moved before he did and only focused on raw strength. "Molten divide." A flicker. Muzin teleported in front of me. His tendrils were still on his back, ready to make a million holes in me. But the main attack was his hand, which had turned into a blade through flesh manipulation. I guess he got overconfident at his increase in power. It was like swatting a fly. The moment Muzin was in front of me, I brought my sword down and divided him in half. My blade glowed red in heat and raw power. Muzin's body did not protest as I split him apart like wood. My sword went on to divide the earth. It was like a rift to the underworld suddenly opened as the ground shook violently. "Boom!" He couldn't even scream. I noticed this time with the help of my red blade that Muzin could not regenerate immediately. It gave me time to deliver more attacks, but my body protested. Every fiber of my muscles felt like they had snapped, and I couldn't even pull my sword out of the ground. And that was when I knew I might have made a mistake. The earth was relatively soft most of the time with the level of strength I had. I could form craters on the earth and face no significant problems, but that was different in winter. The ground was frozen. The ice particles bind the earth together, so when my sword was lodged in the earth, it remained stuck and my exhausted body could not pull it out. I did not want to admit it, but maybe Muzin outsmarted me with this one. Just like how his action was predictable when he loaded up his leg, my action was predictable when I held my sword to my chest. The only attack would surely be to swing down. I also noticed that his 5 brands and 7 hearts were perfectly fine in his split body. Not only that, the multiple brains and hearts allowed his separated body to move like 2 entities. The tentacles on his back moved like snakes, and they wrapped the body, which was sliced in the middle. They bound the body together like a rope so that Muzin could heal more easily. A nasty strategy that included him being cut in half. No other demon had the ability nor insanity to pull off such action. I reacted immediately, in panic, believing his sword arm would stab me in my stomach. I abandoned my sword and pulled back my abdomen in a way that my body curved like an opposite C. But the stabbing motion never came. Instead, his other hand shot up like a cobra striking at its prey. His hand found my eyes. I felt a chill run down my spine, even though my body heat was beyond supernatural. Perhaps the battle had taken a toll on me, more than I thought. Or maybe I had lowered my guard when I saw reinforcement reach the forest. I had made a mistake when it mattered the most. I screamed, and the world grew dark. Darkness and silence. Third POV. Muzin violently slammed his palm on Seiji. knocking the human's head with such force that it rattled his brain and fell unconscious immediately. The vilest grin spread across Muzin's split face. It was distorted and grotesque beyond description. And then, right as he was about to use his blood demon art and destroy the annoying purple eyes of the human, he lost connection. His nerves lost a connection with his hand. PSSSD. The sharpest sound quickly reached his ears because he was so close. His eyes widened, and he was stupefied when he saw a red line appear on his wrist, and his hand fell off. When his hand stopped covering Seiji's eyes, Muzin was greeted with the chilling sight of purple eyes gazing at him. This time, there was no soul on those purple orbs. There was no intensity, no hatred, just cold and calculating like some kind of a computer. He realized then that the human was unconscious, but his body had moved on its own. Muzin quickly collected himself and tried to understand what just happened. Seiji's sword was stuck, so how did he cut him? It was then that Muzin saw the shard of the bone blade on Seiji's hand. He looked at his right arm, which he had turned into a blade, and he noticed the broken tip where the shard was supposed to connect. The human broke the tip of his own blade and used the small shard of a blade to cut off his hand. Muzin cursed. It had taken him long to come up with that plan. He had learned a lot from the fight, or to be more specific, he learned a lot from Seiji. Muzin learned from the way Seiji predicted and recognized patterns. Muzin had set up the whole thing through effort, catching Seiji off guard, but it seemed that he got lucky this time. Shortly after, the purple eyes gained light once more. Muzin was about to launch another attack right then, but he could not react as everything turned black for him too. His head disappeared, reduced to pink mist as it was smashed by a giant flail, moving even faster than the speed of sound. His body was still separated in the middle. Only his tendrils held his body in one piece, and he lacked a head. But even so, Muzin thought that maybe humans were not so harmless. Chapter 135, The Two Strongest. Seiji's POV. I regained consciousness as quickly as I lost it. A huge sense of relief washed over my soul when I realized I could see Muzin in front of me. I had never been so glad to see his ugly face. But I did not see his face for long as a flail swung at his head. It was a ball of pure iron the size of a basketball with spikes on it. The ball seemed to possess unworldly momentum, and the sheer speed at which it moved was just a consequence. The weapon passed through Muzin's head like it was an illusion. Clearly, it was not a mere illusion as I saw his head turn into pink, miss the moment, the weapon smashed into him. With his head completely gone, I could see the person behind him with nothing to block my view. Seiji Gyomai bellowed. His muscles bulged, nearly ripping his uniform. Huge muscular veins the size of small snakes wrapped around his body and bulged over his thick skin. His face was raw anger. I had never seen the kind-hearted Gyomai with such expression. You would not believe how someone so soft-hearted could look so monstrous. He planted his feet on the ground, and the earth gave up instantly under his feet. The unstoppable momentum of his charge raised the ground, and his feet left a small river of violence. He continued sliding for a long time, even after firmly planting his feet on the ground. Then, he pivoted on his heel and rotated his hip to create centrifugal force, and he controlled his flail again. In the next moment, Muzin's body, which was sliced in the middle and held together by tendrils plus lacking a head, was blasted away like a lifeless corpse. I kept my eyes on it as his body skipped on the ground like a rock skipping in water. He eventually smashed on a small hill far away. I whistled. The scene was as beautiful as the sunrise. Seiji, are you okay? Gyomai asked immediately as he approached me. Yeah, and I wheezed out. It was only when I breathed normally that I noticed the ache in my lungs. I had been using different breathing styles, switching them up like a girl switching dresses in a clothing store. I think I even made new styles and forms while doing so. That battle was without a doubt the single most intense fight of my life. I could not even form proper thoughts. Heck, I did not even remember much from the fight. It was simply pure adrenaline and instincts. My body was so focused and absorbed by the fight that even when I fell unconscious, it fought on its own. It just goes to show how little I was conscious of what I was doing. That was just how strong Muzin was. I got your call for help and immediately made my way here, Jiomai said. I could still see the worry on his face. I imagined it would be quite scary if the strongest among you called for help. He could only imagine what kind of monster he would be up against. I think this was also my first time calling for help. It had always been the other way around, with the Hashiras calling me for help due to my eyes and strength, to the point where I was referred to as the Pillar of Pillars. But now, those good deeds have come back for me. I could see from the sheer strain on Jiu's legs that he wasted no time before rushing here. I'm glad you are here, Jiomai, I said sincerely, and maybe there was something in my voice that I couldn't hear. His eyes widened briefly before he showed a genuine smile, like what you would see from a father or an older brother. The soft expression didn't last long, though, as he turned his focus to the direction where Muzin crashed. I think he heard something, because he immediately became alert. Right then, I felt a cold chill run down my spine once more. Waves after waves of pure hatred and bloodlust hit us. It was like we were standing on a beach with an incoming tsunami. So tall and destructive that we gave up running altogether and only stared at our demise. Seiji, Jiomai said. His voice was slow and measured, and I could see goosebumps on his skin. What the hell are we up against? I had to admit, the Demon King was a completely different beast when he was angry. The sheer intent for massacre I felt even from this distance was choking. That is Muzin Kibitsuji, I said, putting a name on the monster before us. Jiomai thinned his lips. You mean that is the Demon King? Yes, I said, he is the source of it all. And then all of the fear and wariness I had seen on Jiomai vanished into thin air. The natural instinct of a living creature, flight or fight, was completely ignored. It was squashed by the deep emotion that came from his heart. The soul overrides the body at that moment. Instincts were suppressed by an emotion. I saw Jaimui burn in unbridled rage, so intense that I was caught completely flat-footed. Who would have guessed someone so gentle could bear this much anger? If I nurtured immense hatred towards the demon for everything they did, then Jiomai had been flaming rage for it. I expected as much when I heard a call from you, he said. He looked like he could explode at any moment. I could see white smoke, wispy in nature, coming off his body. It was sheer strength materialized. Even with my perfect training regime and building a perfect body over the years, my physique could still not compete with his. He was just built on different things other than just human flesh. Maybe I would eventually surpass him with another decade of training, but for now, he eclipsed me in raw strength. Do you think we can kill him? He asked. He put much desire on the word kill, and again, it was strange coming from him. We will, I answered. Jiomai grabbed my sword, which was lodged on the frozen earth, and pulled it out with a flex of his hand. He passed it to me before we both noticed that Muzin was slowly coming back to us. He was like a beacon. His presence was domineering. My eyes cut through the distance and saw how his body had almost completely healed. He had fully formed his head by now, and the only injury was the one I inflicted. It seemed my red blade was working, as it was supposed to at least. That was too close, I thought to myself when I recalled the last attack. I had nearly lost it all right then and there. If I lose my eyes, it would be a huge blow to my overall power. I could forget ever killing Muzin. I was over-reliant on my eyes. That was a good wake-up call for me, both in terms of my confidence and my fighting style. And I was glad it came without a consequence. But it also really fucking pissed me off. These fucking demons took my hearing from me, and now they were trying to take my vision. How fucking dare you? My anger, coupled with Jiomai's emotional outburst, caused me to release the deep hatred in my heart in the form of bloodlust. If Muzin could have such bloodlust and anger due to the simple humiliation, imagine mine. Muzin stopped in his tracks immediately. Water breathing, 11th form, I said, utilizing the emotion in my heart. Living's malice. It flooded out from my body, the feeling of hatred and killing intent so strong it transcended the psychic plane and manifested itself to the world. It was not just a feeling anymore. They could see it, smell it, hear it, and interact with it. Muzin stopped on his track. His senses became fully alert and he looked around himself. It felt like the world was against him. The waving of vegetation and the swinging of a tree branch to the breezing wind all felt like an attack. He was simply rooted in his spot. His mind reacted to even the smallest change in the environment. He felt like those were going to kill him. Jiomai was not sure what I did since my intent was not on him, but he knew when to take advantage of an opening. He moved like an elephant on crack. Every step he took sent a rumble on the earth as he stampeded towards Musin, with his weapons spinning like the blades of a helicopter. Stone breathing, first form. He tugged at his chain, and then the flail started spinning and became a drill that could make a valley. Serpentine bipolar. I wouldn't want to be at the receiving end of the attack. I could see that Jiomai held nothing back. There was no kindness or mercy in his action. He truly wanted to decimate Musin with every fiber of his being. Musin reacted, but barely. He put his arm together to block, but as a result, his arm from his elbow below was ripped apart. The damage inflicted by the flail was like a Rasengan, something spinning violently without a stop. Musin's 8 tendrils stood in attention all around him, but they never struck Jiomai. They were on guard. They didn't have the bravery to attack when it felt like everything was out to get him. They merely acted like bodyguards for Musin. Jiomai took full advantage of Musin's confusion and started dismantling him in a show of the worst of violence cruelty. A fighting technique had never been so raw and merciless. A burst of shockwave, like a bomb explosion, followed each attack Jiomai made. Musin could only retreat helplessly, still affected by my killing intent. I deemed then that it was my time to make a move. I knew what I was doing would not work on Musin forever. He would adapt to it, and then we would be at a disadvantage. My body had recovered in that few minutes of pause. It might not sound like much, but for a sun-breathing user, that was a long break. I closed my eyes to remember the feeling I had when Musin caught me. That time, I was able to move my body even when I was unconscious, almost like Rock Lee's innate ability of drunken fighting. I remember the feeling of helplessness. I remember the darkness and silence. I thought it was over for me then and there. But somehow, I was saved without my own thoughts. Yet at that moment, I was much faster and more efficient in my actions. Musin already held my face, but I was able to cut him without his notice and before he could do anything. Ow. I know. My mind. My goddamn mind was complicating things. It was feeling things and thinking of unimportant things amid the battle. Even when I tried to focus my whole mind, it was straying away from the fight and onto random things. I could focus my mind on the battle, but what would be even better was to just stop thinking altogether. I had been doing something close to it since the start of the battle, so I did that again, but even more so. I put my mind out of the equation entirely. When I opened my eyes, my mind was blank. My purple eyes had no light of consciousness as I let my body in charge. That didn't mean that I had no purpose, though, because I did. Immense hatred for the demons. That became my driving force, my sole purpose for existence. Third POV. Seiji shut down all thoughts in his mind. Now his brain was only focused on processing the information his eyes took in. Before his eyes would take in the world and immense information, his mind would take that and take its sweet time to ponder on the meaning and purpose. Then it would send it to his body to react. And now it was just his eyes, his body. His eyes process the information, and the body reacts instantly to that information. A body that had been trained for years to perfection, like a machine with a perfect program. Seiji was like a living machine at that moment. Maybe there was a reason why his demon slayer mark materialized like computer circuits. The hatred in his heart was the driving force. Killing the enemy was the purpose. Seiji brought his sword up and vanished from his place. A powerful gust of wind followed his movement, and the few trees that remained standing bent towards the direction he was going. Faster than ever before, Seiji blitzed past Musin with his red blade. The Demon King screamed. His tendrils that stood guard were all cut off. He did not see the attack coming because everything felt like an attack. His echoing voice soon stopped as well, because an axe ripped the top part of his face off. The battle continued, seemingly in favor of the humans. Chapter 136, Demon King vs. Sun Breathing. Third POV. The stone Hashira, Jiomai Haimjima. The sun Hashira, Seiji Shigen. These two individuals were the strongest pillars of the Demon Slayer Corp. Their strength was leagues above everyone else. And right now, they were working together in sync against their greatest adversary, the Demon King, Muzan. And at the moment, they were winning. Stone-breathing, fourth form, Jiomai roared out the name. His body began to shift and anticipated the series of actions that would follow. Volcanic rock, rapid conquest. It was one of the most destructive forms he had in his arsenal. He gave his axe and flail an incredible amount of raw power, and he guided them towards the enemy, like the master of destruction. They were even heavier than they looked, so as they sailed across the air, you could feel the force and weight behind them. He grabbed the chain connecting the two weapons and tugged them to change direction when Muzan tried to dodge the attack. The attack landed. The flail drilled through Muzan, ripping off the entire left side of his torso. His axe swung down, aiming for the head, but Muzan tilted just in time so the axe separated Muzan down his shoulder. Seeing Muzan's broken body as if it were being chewed by a monster, Jiomai only felt unsatisfied. He wanted to inflict more damage. He wanted to feel more blood. He wanted to squeeze out more screams of agony from the demon. He wanted more bloodshed. As a pillar, he had experienced so much. He had seen so much death, he had seen so much evil. Even the orphans he took care of back then were killed by a demon. He was filled with such anger that he didn't know what else to do except hurt the enemy. Even the ways of Buddha could not save him from his own rage. He could feel the sound of flesh growing and regenerating. In only a split second, Muzan was able to heal the injuries inflicted like it never happened. But with that regeneration, something changed. Muzan made 2 extra pairs of eyes on his chest and on his back. His ears also retracted on the side of his head, disappearing from sight, and his skin turned smooth without pores. His panicked expression and sluggish movement changed, and he finally attacked Jiomai. The exchange of blows that followed was devastating. The air churned like it would during a storm. The clash between them was an explosion of raw power that combusts the air. Sparks flew in Jiomai's ears, rang due to the constant shockwave. The exchange did not last long, though. It seemed Muzan was getting used to his new form, and when he did, the battle turned against Jiomai. He was getting pushed back. Muzan's tendrils snapped to life, loading themselves up to strike. The stone Hashira could tell immediately that the momentum of the battle was pulled under him as Muzan adapted to Seiji's technique. Stone-breathing, third form, Jiomai took a step back and listened to his screaming instincts this time. Stone skin. The moment he activated his form, Muzan's tendrils disappeared and attacked every opening he had. Jiomai was not fast. His body traded raw power for speed, which is why he used 2 weapons with a long chain. He spun his weapons so quickly that they disappeared. His 2 weapons at the end of the chain, a flail and an axe, were perfectly balanced, so as they spun around him, the chains and the weapon would completely cover his body in a protective shield. That was the idea of the technique. But the tendrils growing from Muzan's back were simply too fast. The gap between the weapons, which was thought to be negligible since it was moving at such speed, was exploited. In the span of 2 seconds, Jiomai found himself marred with cuts all over his body. His haori fell and his black uniform got darker due to the blood. It was over. Muzan had finally broken out of the spell from living Malleus. Muzan did this by destroying all his senses other than sight. The feeling that everything in the world was aiming to kill him was gone when he couldn't feel anything. How could he mistake a breeze for an attack when he couldn't feel it on his skin? How could he mistake the sound of an insect for an attack when he couldn't hear? The only sense he relied on was sight, which was the only truth. But still, woo-sh. It sounded like a raging fire. Jiomai's sensitive sense of touch could almost feel searing heat upon his skin. Flame-breathing, third form. Seiji, with eyes that had no thoughts behind them, appeared between Jiomai and Muzan. He brought his long sword above his head before swinging down with an arc. Blazing universe. The arc left a trail of orange fire, the color of hell. Muzan's arm and tendrils were cut off instantly. The cut made the Demon King scream in pain. Flame-breathing, inherited the burning effect of sun breathing. Muzan immediately propelled himself backwards to create distance. Seiji did not follow. Instead, he grabbed the flail and jumped high in the air. Gyomai did not need to be told what he had to do next as he stepped on the chain of the flail. The ball of iron suddenly descended from the height that Seiji had taken, and it crashed on Muzan like an asteroid. Stone breathing, second form. Upper smash. The weapon grazed Muzan and tore off flesh and skin before it landed on the ground. The earth caved in like it was liquid before it exploded like glass under the smash. Gyomai was far stronger than he had ever been or should have been, but in the face of Muzan, it was barely worth noticing. He needed to activate the mark if he wanted to stand a proper chance. Muzan quickly regenerated his injury, and then with immense fury in his eyes, he turned his attention to Seiji, who was still in the air. "No, you don't," Gyomai screamed and tried to grab him, but it was too late. Muzan exploded into the sky, aiming straight at Seiji. Seiji simply gazed upon the rocketing demon. His purple eyes showed not even an ounce of panic. They were only processing the information, and then the body acted on it. And so Seiji grabbed his blade by the end and held it like a spear. Thunder wind breathing, unerring lance. He mumbled in a stoic voice before his muscles pulled and then threw the sword like a spear. Muzan's eyes winded when the sword flew at him, breaking the sound barrier with a flash that made it hard to see. He had no other sense than his eyes, after all, so he failed to react. The sword pierced him right at his right chest, destroying 2 important hearts, and then he fell back on the ground just as fast as he jumped. The sword pinned him on the ground like paper on a notice board. The red blade always caused immense pain to Muzan. It was different from getting injured by any other weapon. Gyomai moved quickly and wrapped a chain around the hilt of the sword. He pulled it out from the ground, unpinning the demon in favor of getting the weapon back. "Here," Gyomai said and gave the sword back. Seiji took his blade, which had suffered much damage. The sword was chipped in many places, and there was a cracking weakness in the middle. It would surely break at some point during the fight. Muzan remained on the ground, completely aghast at the situation. Was he actually losing this fight? Impossible, unthinkable. He let out a demonic roar and shot at Gyomai. He was fast, so fast that the stone Hashira had no way to react. Seiji, on the other hand, reacted and got in front of Gyomai. "Move," Muzan screamed, and his arm exploded in grotesque muscles and enlarged into a monstrous claw. He swiped at the purple Hashira and sent him flying away to the side. It was fine when the fight was between Seiji and Muzan. The stone Hashira had tilted the battle in Seiji's favor. So Muzan was determined to take him out. Gyomai took a deep breath, stone breathing, 5th form. You could hear the ground rumble with the weight, arc of justice. Gyomai threw both his A's and flail towards Muzan, attacking both sides so that with the chain, it created an arc like a sea. The attacks would crush Muzan from both sides and turn him into a paste. But Muzan suddenly sprouted 2 extra hands from his back instead of thin tendrils. The giant arms were covered in red blood, and the hands were covered in white bones like armor. They caught both the flail and axe swinging from both sides in an earth-shattering shockwave. The armor of the hand even managed to crack a bit, but other than that, the weapons were stopped. The force of the attack from both sides actually canceled each other, as Muzan managed to remain in place. Muzan's new giant hands clamped down on the weapon, keeping their hold even when Gyomai tried his hardest to pull the weapon back. Veins bulged on his muscles as Gyomai tried to pull back his weapon, but that ended badly for him as the chain snapped. His weapon was destroyed. Gyomai stood no chance against the speed Seiji could barely keep up with. When he came back to his senses, Muzan's hand was plunged near his heart. Blood came out from his mouth, and he felt like vomiting. "Die," Muzan declared and pulled his hand out, tearing away a massive chunk of flesh along it. That left a gaping hole near Gyomai's chest, but luckily, his heart was not damaged as he had leaned back with the stab. Also, his chest muscles were too big for Muzan to penetrate deeply. But crimson blood spilt out like a fountain. "Gyomai," Seiji screamed, his eyes showing panic. The body he had put into fighting mode came to an abrupt end as his mind came back to worry and rage. Seiji blurred, using thunder wind breathing, and tackled Gyomai far away from the demon. Muzan would not allow such a thing, though, as he immediately shot after Seiji. With Gyomai on his shoulder, it was not a contest of speed. Seiji dropped Gyomai on the ground and turned around with his sword just in time for the tendrils to stab 1,000 times at them. Seiji was forced to hold his ground and block all the incoming attacks. It looked like Muzan was going to overwhelm him and finally end the battle, but then something happened. Seiji's red blade caught on fire, and this time, it was not the orange fire of flame breathing. The fire that wrapped around Seijio's blade was something much brighter and purer. A golden flame that reflects the light of the sun. The air churned, and the mood of the battle changed immediately. "What?" Muzan screamed. Gyomai could hear fear and horror in his voice. "Sun breathing." Finally, Seiji used the breathing style that once drove Muzan to the pits of terror. The world seemed to pause at that moment for Muzan Kibutsuji. A sense of fear that felt familiar even after hundreds of years caught his heart. His multiple eyes became blind to the situation. He did not see Seiji anymore. Instead, he saw a man with a red mark on his forehead, looking down at him with eyes that saw him like an insect. A red blade in hand, and the same brilliant fire around it. "Why did you do it?" The voice echoed in his mind, and every single cell in his body wanted to run. Every pride was dashed away by fear. He was only brought out of his flashback when Seiji made a nasty slice wound on his chest. Muzan returned to reality, and he moved back as far as he could. "That," Muzan mumbled, eyes shaking with fear and his body covered in cold sweat. It was a pathetic display, but he couldn't help it. The similarities brought out cursed memories in his mind. "How did you learn that?" Seiji gave no reply. He simply lowered his stance and got ready to continue the battle. He did not move, though, as Gyomai was recovering from the injury. Chapter 137, The Greatest Mission. Seiji's POV. "So it has come to this, huh?" I thought to myself while staring at my red blade encased in brilliant flames. My body had not suffered a direct hit from Muzan, but that didn't mean I was not injured. I could see that many of my muscles had ripped from the strain of my own strength. There was a reason why our brain allowed us to access only 60% of our full muscle capacity. It was to protect us from ourselves. But during this fight, I had accessed all of my muscle capacity and more. Bruises also marred my skin, making some parts red while others were purple. I sustained these injuries from being manhandled like a ragdoll by Muzan many times or crashing due to my own speed. To top it all off, my body was exhausted beyond belief. Going all out took a toll on even the strongest. The demon SLAYER mark covered a huge portion of my right torso now, and it was strangely pulsing what I could only assume was magic, and it filled me with strength. Maybe that was why, even though I knew the bad condition of my body, I could not feel it. My own body cast an illusion in my brain, telling me that I could keep on fighting without any trouble. Adrenaline flowed through my bloodstream. It was a drug that made me feel like I was unstoppable. It made me want all the smoke. "How did you learn that?" Muzan asked me from a safe distance. I studied his expression and quickly understood his emotional state. "Damn Yoriichi, just what did you do to him?" I couldn't help but ask when I saw his fearful eyes and trembling form. Here I was, fighting with everything I had, pouring all my hate out in the form of violence. I even acquired new things like the red blade and something like ultra instinct. But all that only managed to piss off the Demon King. Yet here he was, nearly shitting himself when I reminded him of the man from 500 years ago. What a menace. As is my right as a deaf man, I did not reply to his question. Instead, I lowered my stance and prepared to explode into action at any time. I didn't move, though. Time was not my enemy here. The longer this moment of respite went on, the better for us. The sunrise drew near, Gyomai had more time to recover, and the other Hashiras would be able to join. So I remained in my place, always ready to fight but no longer challenging conflict. "Are you not gonna answer me?" He looked like he wanted to call me human, but he settled with my name, Seiji Shigen. I still gave no reply, only a dry stare. "Was it the Kamado family?" he guessed rather quickly. "Is that why you were with them, and why you protect them?" Again, I gave no answer. But maybe demons had senses beyond human comprehension. He guessed my answer. I see, he said. His body started changing into a more humane state afterwards. The multiple eyes on his body receded, his tendrils went back into his body, and his disfigured arms changed to normal sizes. By the time he was done, he looked brand new, except for the wound on his chest which I sliced him with sun breathing. But that too was slowly healing. It was rather frustrating. Muzin was not too dangerous in battle, I know that now. He was extremely powerful, but that was very limited due to his lack of training and fighting ability. When he fought, he did not have the edge of a warrior. The only thing he had was psychopathic bloodlust. Even Dauma was more of a warrior. But Dam was the vermin hard to kill. He had a disgustingly huge amount of power and a slightly lesser version of immortality. Even Yoriichi could only defeat Muzin and not kill him. Muzin stood in his place for a long time. I was not sure what he was doing, but it hit me when his eyes snapped wide and he turned to the direction of the cave. A cave where I had told Tanjiro to take his family. "Oh, you coward!" I bit out in bitter rage as Muzin instantly disappeared from his place and blitzed towards the cave a few miles away. Boom! I left a cloud of snow smoke and shot out like a bullet train after him. I used sun breathing, but that might not have been the best choice as I lagged behind his tail. Muzan! I roared out in frustration as I couldn't catch up. At the speed at which we were going, we would reach the cave in just a few seconds. I changed my breathing pattern, and my speed dwindled for a moment, and that allowed Muzin to create more distance between us. I was about to change my form and use thunder wind breathing, but just then, a flash of silver ran past me. My eyes widened in surprise as I caught who it was. I stared at the back of Tenjin Uzui. My eyes read the words written on the back of his uniform. "The Sound Pillar." "Where do you think you're going?" Tenjin roared with a smile so flashy that it seemed to sparkle. He was beside Muzin in a blink of an eye. "I just got here." And then an explosion erupted. The shockwave was much bigger than it was supposed to. It was even greater than when Gyomai fought with full power. The vibration in the air sent goosebumps through my body, and I felt a tingling sensation on my skin. Muzin shot out from the explosion. I saw him gritting his teeth in pure frustration as his trajectory took a right angle and he flew to the left. Easily breaking the sound barrier, Tenjin followed his flying body and danced in a display of flashy swordsmanship and efficiency. When he was done, nothing even happened. Only when he stood in one place and took a pose did the world notice his actions and proceeded with the consequences. White lines appeared on every tree in the vicinity, including Muzin's own body. In the very next instance, the trees fell into broken pieces and Muzin also bled out briefly, being cut into pieces but he healed. Unbelievable, I thought to myself. Tenjin's technique was almost on par with my thunder wind breathing in terms of raw speed. I never knew he had gotten that fast. With that, Muzin's approach came to a stop, and he crashed into a tree where he remained crouching down. I quickly reached beside Tenjin and stood next to him. We stood in a way that we were directly protecting the cave. "Don't let him go behind us, civilians are there," I told him briefly, and he nodded with a smile. "Sure," he said. "Did you see my flashy entrance?" "Sure did," I said, 10 out of 10. Especially with the desperation I felt at that moment, it was the perfect entrance. It was not just about falseness or the cool factor, but also the time that determined a perfect entrance, and that checked all the boxes. 10, he repeated, dumbfounded, 10. He jumped in the air and pumped his fist in victory. I got a 10. I didn't know when it happened either, but after Tenjin learned that I had the greatest pair of eyes in the world, he made me a judge for his flashiness. Until today, everything he had shown me never surpassed 6. I was quite the critique. "I can't believe this, I got a 10, he continued in disbelief. "Are you sure? You look pretty fucked up to give a good judgment. I wouldn't want to win on a fluke." "I'm sure," I said with a shake of equal disbelief. Who would have thought I would have this conversation in front of the literal demon lord? My fellow Hashiras were all quite the character, that's for sure. "So, who are we fighting?" Tenjin finally said, while rubbing his chin. His eyes narrowed at Muzin, who remained in a distance. I think he was looking for a mark on his eyes to see which rank of the upper moon he was. That's Muzan Kibutsuji, I said. He suddenly froze and then slowly turned to me, seriously. I didn't know why, but he didn't look impressed. Yup, I said with a nod. What? You imagined the demon lord differently. I imagined he'd be flashier. Oh my god, I can't with these people. I held back a laugh. If he kept up this attitude, I would lose my battle mode and relax. He was quite flashy before I chopped him into 1,000,000 pieces and destroyed his clothes, I said. I see, Tenjin said. Tenjin's ears perked up and he turned to the side. I followed his action and did the same, and we saw Gyomai walking to us with a gaping red wound on his chest. His face was hardened with rage like the last time I'd seen him. He held his axe and flail on both hands while the chains wrapped around his bare torso, seemingly acting as a bandage on his wound. He looked like a monster ready for another war. Tenjin whistled when Gyomai reached us. Guess I was a little late. He sounded carefree, but there was a drastic shift in his mood when he saw Gyomai in that state. It was a mix of anger and guilt from being late. He shouldn't blame himself, though. Traveling speed was quite different than the speed at which you can move. I'd assume the forest and rocky mountains stopped him from coming at us full speed. Not to mention the forms of breathing styles, mostly focused on fighting styles and speed, meant short bursts instead of long distances. You are not late, Tenjin. I'd say you are right on time, Gyomai said. He was a tower of assurance when he was beside us. I can feel it. He is losing his intensity, Gyomai said and gestured to Muzan. I could not tell such things with my eyes. He looked virtually the same to me, except for the cut mark on his chest. Thus the statement brought me immense relief. I sure hoped that, after the fight I put up, and then the combined assault with Gyomai, it would put a dent in Muzan's stamina. That was the plan from the start. Bear the first full intensity of the Demon Lord and keep him in place while the others gather and then finish Muzan together. Why is he not attacking? Tenjin asked. Muzan simply remained in his place and observed us with red, angry eyes. I could see the conflict of thoughts behind them. He is afraid, I said, for better or worse. Although it sounded cool that we managed to put fear on the Demon King, it also meant more danger to us. A fearful enemy would fight back stronger and plan harder. One of the most important factors that led to the eventual defeat of Muzan in the original story was his carelessness and arrogance. If he had attacked along with the upper moon with actual strategies, then Tanjiro and his friends would have never stood a chance. Right now, Muzan was still shocked at seeing sun breathing, so he remained in his place without attacking me. Again, how badass was Yoriichi to achieve such things? But like I said before, time was on our side. BOOM. Just then, a figure landed a few meters away from us. When the dust settled, it revealed a powerful presence that was radiating off righteous heat. I have come, Seiji, Rengoku yelled to make his presence known. His Haori, passed down from Flame Hashira to Flame Hashira, danced with the chilling wind. It revealed a writing in bold letters. The Flame Pillar. Muzan turned his head to look behind him. It was at this gesture that I noticed the man on a tall tree far away. Two eyes shone in different colors, but had the same hate in them. Obanai was perched on top of a tree. His hair seemed puffed up like a cobra puffing his head. His white snake hissed hatefully as it wrapped around his neck. It was our newest member. The Serpent Hashira. The Stone Hashira, the Sound Hashira, the Flame Hashira, the Serpent Hashira, and then there was me. All of us were the Hashira near enough to the Gifu region, and we had finally assembled. We surrounded the Demon Lord from all sides, and the scene reminded me of something. The time when the Hashira gathered around him. Are you going to run? I dared him, Muzan Kibutsuji. Don't look down on me, humans. The change in his form was rapid. This time, it was not like before where he shaped his flesh to suit him. He seemed to destroy his whole body from inside out, and he rebuilt it, cell by cell, until he became what he wished to be. A creature of violence whose only goal was to kill the pillars of humanity. None of us faltered, though. We pushed through. What started off as a battle, now it was the most important mission of humanity. The goal was to slay the Demon King Muzan.